Chapter 516, Division of Labor. Su Chen's formidable strength utterly intimidated everyone present. Amidst their shock, a hint of greed flickered across every face, for the treasures Su Chen displayed spoke volumes. The dominance of the god-slaying brick needs no further elaboration. Under normal circumstances, in a confrontation, the four celestial beings would be at their peak, their mental states unaltered. However, for the god-slaying brick to annihilate them in one fell swoop would not be an easy feat. Yet at this moment, the four were already paralyzed with fear, daring not to continue the fight, merely hoping to escape with their lives. In such a dire situation, how much of their celestial prowess could the four truly unleash? 2/10? 3/10? Thus, the god-slaying brick transformed into a streak of light, striking one of them with unerring accuracy. Accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed through the void, this celestial being was crushed to death by the brick, and in the instant his primordial spirit attempted to flee, it was devoured by the desolate refinement jar that Su Chen had already summoned. Hurry and flee. Another had perished. The remaining three were in complete disarray. They did not even dare to retaliate, resembling lambs led to slaughter, entirely at Su Chen's mercy. He showed no hesitation. Such is the brutal nature of this world, where is either your demise or mine. With the power to exterminate 9 celestial beings, what if one lacked such strength? Then it would be oneself who meets death. 1 brick for each. The remaining 3 celestial beings could not escape the fate of the brick's execution. As their bodies crumpled, their primordial spirits were successively consumed by the desolate refinement jar. Thus, all 9 celestial beings from the Absolute Song sect were annihilated by Su Chen, with not a single one left. Duan Wui, embroiled in a fierce battle with his doppelganger, witnessed the slaughter of his 9 subordinates with a sense of horror reaching its zenith. It is indeed true that what one fears most often comes to pass. Just moments ago, he had worried that this individual was up to no good. Thus, even when subjected to humiliation and arrogance in his presence, he had endured time and again. Yet what was the outcome? This person ultimately struck, yielding the very result he dreaded most. At this juncture, Duan Wui could not fathom how Su Chen managed to transcend 2 realms, directly slaying 9 celestial beings from the human deity realm. Was it solely due to the treasures in his possession? One must understand that no matter how potent a treasure may be, it cannot compensate for such an absolute disparity in realms. The gap between the human deity and the celestial being spans 2 entire realms. Even in the divine realm, it would be impossible to bridge this gap with mere artifacts. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became, and the more uncertain he felt. He found it exceedingly difficult to completely eliminate even a single doppelganger. If his true self collaborated with his doppelganger, the consequences were all too clear. Su Chen refrained from striking. Instead, he manipulated the 4 swords of extermination to prevent Duan Wui from escaping. The reason for not executing Duan Wui was straightforward. While it was simple to annihilate him, if the system concealed within Duan Wui's being were to escape, it would be far more challenging to subsequently lock onto and eliminate the system. He had no fear of any warrior, even if they were the god of war or the divine emperor. The only entity he feared was the system. He had no means to contend with the system. The system was incorporeal. If he couldn't even lock onto it, how could he repress it? Only the system could confront the system. He would handle Duan Wui and his companions, while the annihilation of the system would be entrusted to the hidden annihilation system within himself. Division of labor was thus essential. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to use his doppelganger to stall Duan Wui, while he simultaneously sealed off the area and continued to monitor the other 2 celestial beings. As for the formation seal within the light orb, he would attempt to seize it after dealing with the 3 celestial beings. Chapter 517, Devouring System, Subduing the Celestial God. Everyone was somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the intentions of this individual, surrounding yet not attacking. It was evident that time was being deliberately prolonged. Reflecting on Su Chen's earlier words, which suggested that the Jutsong sect should remain for half an hour, already indicated a significant issue at hand. Duan Wuyo, pale as a ghost, was relentlessly assaulting his doppelganger. With each passing moment, his anxiety escalated. Continuing down this path would yield no benefit for him. He had to break free. System, quickly assist me in escaping. The system has been locked down, unable to assist. The host must escape as swiftly as possible, otherwise, both the host and the system will be in peril. What? Hearing the system's response, Duan Wuyo was momentarily stunned. Engaged in battle with his doppelganger while conversing with the system, he was caught off guard to discover that even the system within him had been locked. How could this be? Since obtaining the system, such an occurrence had never transpired. System, what is going on? This individual similarly harbors a system within, and its level far surpasses that of our own. He staggered, nearly losing his footing. Duan Wuyo would have never imagined that this warrior from the celestial realm also possessed a system within him. Understanding the implications of having a system, he realized the gravity of the situation. Are you implying that this person is intentionally stalling for time, having already locked onto your aura? Indeed. With this revelation, Duan Wuyo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The level of the opponent's system overshadowed his own, and his strength was insufficient to subdue the foe, even being hindered by a mere doppelganger. Whether he wished to believe it or not, if this battle persisted, death was inevitable. And even the system would be unable to aid him. Faced with such a dire predicament, it was impossible for him to remain unafraid. The only course of action now was to escape at once. Simultaneously, Su Chun had received a response from his internal system. The system detected restoration and could commence the devouring of 3 systems. As for the instant kill, that would be postponed due to the system's need to consume other systems. Su Chun paid this no mind, fully aware of what the 3 systems meant for the instant kill system. Elevating the level of the instant kill system would undoubtedly benefit him, given the nature of his bond with the system. With the system's diagnostics completed, Su Chun wasted no time. Kill. First, eliminate Duan Wuyo, or subdue him if possible. The priority remains assisting the system in devouring the system within Duan Wuyo. With Su Chen's involvement, the combined efforts of his true self and doppelganger instantly suppressed Duan Wuyo. Both Su Chun and his doppelganger were in the divine realm. Their physical forms akin to Duan Wuyo's, residing in a demigod state. Under normal circumstances, Duan Wuyo could easily dominate any divine being. Unfortunately for him, the opponent he faced was Su Chun, a superlative entity capable of defeating foes beyond his level, a madman who dared to slay even the god of war. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, Duan Wuyo was forcibly subdued. Su Chun neither killed nor subdued him outright, for he understood that without resolving the system issue, Duan Wuyo would never yield. System, take action. The system has locked onto the target. The host must suppress the opposing host and ensure they do not escape. Su Chun could distinctly feel an invisible force emanating from within him. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the system within Duan Wuyo was forcibly extracted. Stripped of his system, Duan Wuyo fell to the ground, staring in disbelief at the young man before him. He had never anticipated that the very system he relied upon would be torn away. Previously, he had thought that with the system within him, he could ascend to the divine realm and achieve greatness, having experienced the system's dominance firsthand. But now, the system had been severed, his greatest support vanished. Even if he were to ascend to the divine realm now, he would be no different from an ordinary person, and becoming a figure of renown was nearly impossible. The system has been consumed. Hearing this, Su Chun felt an immense thrill. Duan Wuyo, I now offer you a chance. Submit to the heavenly court, and you may preserve your life. With unwavering resolve, Duan Wuyo coldly retorted, Su Chun, victors write history, and defeat is defeat. Do you think I, Duan Wuyo, would bow to the heavenly court? Su Chun had no patience for further discourse. He had no intention of playing games with Duan Wuyo. Since he was unwilling to submit, annihilation was the only option. A domineering palm strike descended upon Duan Wuyo, and as his body shattered, the refining desolation vessel consumed his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit of a celestial god, once he ascended to the divine realm, would bestow all the refined power upon his kin. Duan Wuyo is dead? 9 celestial gods had fallen? Witnessing the scene before them, everyone was left in a state of confusion, unable to fathom that a formidable celestial could be so easily slaughtered. Most astonishingly, the one responsible for this massacre was merely a divine martial artist. Particularly, the warriors from the dimensional prison were utterly taken aback, having once resided in the prison. They understood all too well the nature of Duan Wuyo. He was one of the absolute tyrants of the dimensional prison. To be able to reign supreme there, yet be slaughtered upon leaving for the celestial realm, was unfathomable. Just when everyone believed that Su Chen's slaying of Duan Wuyo would bring about a cessation of hostilities, he approached the gathered individuals of the heavenly Kuan Palace. The expression on Tian Kuan's face shifted dramatically. What did this individual intend? Having already slain Duan Wuyo, was he now seeking to deal with him as well? Chen Lai was equally horrified. Although he had suspected Su Chen's formidable strength, he had not anticipated such overwhelming dominance. The very thought sent shivers down his spine, realizing that had he chosen to act previously, he would have met an untimely demise without even knowing how. You are Tian Kuan, the master of the heavenly Kuan Palace? Indeed. What business do you have, Su Secmaster? With a cold smirk, Su Chun replied impassively, previously. The master of the heavenly Kuan Palace sent someone to my heavenly court, but I have not had the time to address it. Now that we have met, I wish to inquire about your intentions. True to the saying, what one fears often comes to pass. Regret was now futile, and he had no inkling of Su Chen's true prowess. Had he known, he would have never dared to provoke the so-called heavenly court, even at the cost of his life. Su Secmaster, it was all a misunderstanding. I can now offer my apologies. Tian Kuan believed that his strength was comparable to Duan Wuyo's. Given that Duan Wuyo had fallen to this individual, there was no doubt he would also be outmatched. As for the system within him, it was merely auxiliary and could not assist him in battle. Chapter 518. Alas, you have encountered me. Misunderstanding? Observing Tian Kuan's capitulation, the onlookers were filled with a sense of ruefulness. They understood the reason behind Tian Kuan's submission. The explanation was straightforward. Su Chun had decisively subdued Duan Wuyo with overwhelming strength, and given that Tian Kuan's power was comparable, the outcome of a confrontation was all but predetermined. What good would it do to resist? Su Chun, unwilling to squander time, stated bluntly, surrender the system within you and submit to the celestial court, and you may yet survive. System? What is this system? Among all present, only Su Chun, the golden-winged Great Peng, and Tian Kuan comprehended its true nature. The others, save for the deceased Duan Wuyo, perceived it merely as a treasure. Upon hearing the term system, Tian Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he finally grasped why the others sought to obstruct him. He intended to seize his system. Confounded, he could not fathom how the other had unraveled this secret. Retreat. Terrified, Tian Kuan dared not confront Su Chen directly. If even Duan Wuyo had been dispatched with ease, what chance did he stand? Nearby, the golden-winged Great Peng's countenance also morphed. It dawned on him that he was not the sole possessor of a system. Tian Kuan possessed one as well. Realizing Su Chen's intention to usurp Tian Kuan's system, he felt a jolt of shock, yet chose not to flee. The golden-winged Great Peng held unwavering confidence in his formidable beast system, the cornerstone of his ascension over the years. Wish to flee? Having effortlessly dispatched Duan Wuyo, Su Chen would certainly not let Tian Kuan escape. In the very moment Tian Kuan turned to flee, a clone emerged, wielding the Pengu axe. Its face a mask of chilling indifference, and struck fiercely at Tian Kuan. The overwhelming axe light, imbued with a frigid intent to kill, enveloped him, accompanied by the convergence of the realms of slaughter and temporal confinement, sweeping forth like a tempest. Desperate. Surrender? Impossible. Relinquishing the system? Even more so. With no other option. A battle was inevitable. Su Chun was resolute in his intent to resolve matters swiftly. Whether through submission or annihilation, it must be concluded in the shortest time possible. Neither Tian Kuan nor Duan Wuyo posed a concern. His only apprehension lay with the golden-winged Great Peng. According to the information locked within the system, it appeared that the golden-winged Great Peng had undergone a mutation due to the system's enhancement, achieving an extraordinary level of power, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and possessing a beast system that surpassed the others in rank. This elucidated why, after slaying Duan Wuyo, Su Chen sought out Tian Kuan instead of the golden-winged Great Peng. Su Chen's intention was clear: to eliminate Tian Kuan and subsequently direct his full efforts toward the golden-winged Great Peng and the formidable beast system concealed within him. Under the combined suppression of Su Chun and his clone, the unfortunate Tian Kuan could not endure even 3 minutes. Not only was he slaughtered, but the system within him was also devoured by the ravenous entity. In the blink of an eye, both 8th-tier celestials had been eradicated. Spectators were left in awe. Having witnessed arrogance before, but never such audacity. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to seize the golden-winged Great Peng? Impossible. As they observed the youth stride toward the golden-winged Great Peng, the expressions of the martial artists shifted dramatically. None had anticipated such brazen provocation. Those from the dimensional prison were acutely aware that among countless martial artists, the golden-winged Great Peng reigned supreme, a peak celestial, an invincible force within the prison. Even Tian Kuan and Duan Wuyo were compelled to show deference in his presence. Such was the might of the golden-winged Great Peng. Rather than retreat, the golden-winged Great Peng stood resolutely, silently regarding the approaching youth. You are the lord of the divine beast sect, the golden-winged Great Peng? So what? Confident in his strength, he believed that even in the wake of Su Chen's slaying of Tian Kuan and Duan Wuyo, he could still sweep through any opposition with ease, bolstered by the might of his beast system. In his estimation, the system within Tian Kuan was fundamentally incomparable to his own. The two were not of the same caliber. Su Chen smiled and spoke. I wish to request a favor from you. Might I inquire if you would grant me this courtesy? Desire my system? Su Chen nodded, smiling as he continued. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further trivialities. Surrender your system and submit to the celestial court, and you may yet live. The onlookers were left astounded. To demand the golden-winged Great Ping's submission to the celestial court was indeed audacious. No one dared to utter a word, each holding their breath, fixated on the unfolding drama, eager to witness the golden-winged Great Ping's choice, submission or conflict. Many speculated that given the golden-winged Great Ping's pride and might, he would certainly refuse to submit, making confrontation unavoidable. However, the golden-winged Great Ping shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice chillingly cold as he declared, "Sectmaster Su, I cannot assist you with this favor. I can state unequivocally that you lack the qualifications to be audacious before me. I have no time for further discussion today. Begone." As the foremost power within the dimensional prison, the golden-winged Great Ping, a peak celestial, would never choose to submit, much less relinquish his system. Such notions were ludicrous. Had he not witnessed Su Chen's prowess in dispatching two foes, he would not have wasted words on him. Yet, there lingered a modicum of apprehension within the golden-winged Great Ping. Su Chen, however, merely smiled. "What do you find amusing?" The golden-winged Great Ping's expression darkened, aware that, before so many witnesses, he could not strike out. He had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. After much deliberation, he opted to retreat. Recognizing he was on the cusp of ascending to the divine realm, deeming it unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle. A gamble lost would bring him considerable trouble. The golden-winged Great Ping, a mutated divine beast, stood on the brink of breakthrough, possessing the strongest beast system. Should he ascend to the divine realm, he could surely carve out a significant presence there. Alas, he had encountered Su Chen. With no desire to submit, he faced a stark choice: remain in the immortal realm or descend to hell and face Yama for retribution. Su Chen's message was unmistakable, presenting the golden-winged Great Ping with two paths: either choose submission or face annihilation, with no third option available. Chapter 519. The Supreme Existence of the Immortal Realm. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were riveted on the unfolding spectacle, eager to discern the golden-winged Great Ping's decision: submission or battle. The golden-winged Great Ping's countenance darkened to an extreme as he icily remarked, "It seems Sectmaster Su desires a fight." A clone, brandishing the Pango axe, appeared behind the golden-winged Great Ping and struck down fiercely. Su Chen wasted no time. In a single bound, he vanished from sight. Having grasped the golden-winged Great Ping's stance, death was preferable to submission. In an instant, the two forces collided with ferocity, a deadly struggle in which neither showed mercy. As the conflict escalated, it became evident that the golden-winged Great Ping could not withstand the combined onslaught of Su Chen and his clone. Reluctant to accept the reality, he understood all too well that even if he continued to fight, defeat was inevitable. Most importantly, the system had already cautioned him not to provoke this individual. However, he did not instigate any conflict, yet this person took the initiative to strike. "Su Chen, you aspire to kill me? You are scarcely worthy of such ambition." The golden-winged rock possessed unshakable confidence in its speed. Among the demonic beasts, its swiftness was undoubtedly among the finest. If it could not prevail, it could certainly flee. Deep down, it was unwilling to retreat, for pride held immense significance. Yet, when compared to life, pride was utterly trivial. Su Chen comprehended the rock's intention. If it wished to compete in speed, it must first ascertain its eligibility. He summoned the Imperial Radiance Qilan directly. Among demonic beasts, the Imperial Radiance Qilan's velocity could undoubtedly rank within the top 3, rendering the golden-winged rock utterly incomparable. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, Su Chen further summoned Xiaopang and Xiaomei. The 4 cardinal directions were sealed off by Su Chen, Xiaopang, Xiaomei, and the Imperial Radiance Qilan. The golden-winged rock's expression darkened to an extreme, its visage reflecting utter despair. It could not hope to win in battle, nor could it escape, and if this continued, death was inevitable. "System, let us unite to suppress Su Chen." In that moment, the golden-winged rock was gripped by profound fear. No one could disregard the specter of life and death. "Host, you must leave at once. There is something amiss with this individual, and the system senses a dangerous aura." The voice of the system echoed in his mind, instilling a profound dread. Even the system feared Su Chen, and the outcome of this confrontation was all too predictable. Under the combined suppression of the 4, the golden-winged rock was forcibly subdued. The mightiest of demonic beast systems was frantically activated, only to be devoured by the annihilation system in an instant. Without asking further, Su Chen understood that with the rock's arrogance, it would never submit willingly. Inquiring would be futile, and he had no desire to squander time. "I am willing to submit to the heavenly court." Chen Lai immediately knelt. Fully aware of Su Chen's ferocity, Given the circumstances, he had no chance of ascension and would be better off choosing submission, for at least it would preserve his life. I too am willing to submit. I am also willing. All the celestials and mysterious gods from the Divine Beast sect and the heavenly Kuan Divine Palace chose submission. None wished to court death. Many onlookers had already turned to flee in terror. Chen made no move to hinder them. The ability to subdue such a multitude of celestials and mysterious gods was undoubtedly a boon for the heavenly court. As long as these individuals did not break through, they could serve as guardians for the heavenly court to ensure absolute security. Chen prepared to have Huang Ji and his sister accept the sacrificial offering of their primordial spirits. Approaching the luminous orb, those who prepared to seize the array seal were frightened into retreat. Taking a deep breath, Chen activated the chaotic enlightenment technique. Waves of chaotic energy surged into his palms, forming a vortex that extended directly towards the luminous orb. As he grasped the array seal, torrents of chaotic power continuously fused into the orb. To the astonishment of all present, Chen successfully retrieved the array seal. He had indeed acquired the array seal. The treasure belongs to the fated one. It seems the array seal's destined owner is he, not us. We must depart quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Alas, they lamented their fruitless efforts. In the absence of the array seal, everyone scattered. Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such a smooth acquisition. It appeared the array seal was indeed meant for him, and he would not be courteous in this regard. Having previously obliterated formations, Chen understood their formidable nature. With the acquisition of the 13 array texts, once comprehended, he would become a powerful formation master in the divine realm. This would undoubtedly benefit both himself and the sect he would establish in the future. Stretching leisurely, having successfully obtained the array seal and assisted the system in devouring 3 major systems, he considered himself fortunate. The system was currently refining the 3 systems, and he believed the annihilation would require a brief wait. Chen was in no rush. With the annihilation and this assistance to the system, he anticipated receiving extraordinary rewards. The battle in the Forbidden Immortal Prison had catapulted Chen's name to prominence throughout the celestial realm. Even a super-strong individual emerging from a dimensional prison could be subdued. Chen was now recognized as the foremost powerhouse of the celestial realm, with the heavenly court being the leading celestial sect. Chen summoned Huang Ji and his sister, each accepting half of the primordial spirit sacrificial offerings from the mysterious gods and celestials. This way, when he ascended, he could do so with peace of mind, no longer burdened by concerns for the heavenly court's safety. Brother, are you truly going to ascend to the divine realm? Chen nodded. He had made up his mind. With matters reaching this stage, remaining in the celestial realm held little significance. It would be wiser to ascend early and reach for higher realms. Previously, he had hesitated to ascend due to worries for the heavenly court's safety. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. With so many mysterious gods and celestials submitting to the heavenly court, he was no longer encumbered by concerns and would undoubtedly choose to ascend. As for his current physical form still being semi-divine, Chen felt no apprehension. With his talent and potential, coupled with his primordial spirit having already reached the 9th level of divine human realm, he believed a physical breakthrough would soon follow. Huang Ji and Su Shishue did not attempt to dissuade him. They understood Chen's intentions. Unable to impede his decision, they could only silently pray for his safety in the divine realm. Once I establish myself in the divine realm and found a sect, I will return to bring you both along. There was no doubt in his words, for Huang Ji and Su Shishue understood that Chen possessed the boundary-breaking talisman. What others could not achieve, he surely could. You must be cautious. Brother, I wish to ask you for one thing. Father and mother? Yes. Chen smiled, saying, I know what to do. I entrust this to you. Understood. Chen grasped his sister's intent. He could nearly assert that his father was not within the celestial realm, but had already ascended to the divine realm. Years ago, his mother had appeared in the celestial realm for certain reasons and had walked alongside his father. However, her race would undoubtedly disapprove. The fact that his mother's race could descend into the celestial realm already indicated significant matters. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it was likely that a war god emperor existed within his mother's race. Chen understood well what it meant to possess a sect overseen by a war god emperor in the divine realm. Given his father's power and status, what could it matter if he ventured into the divine realm to contend with his mother's race? Such thoughts were utterly implausible. Chen also planned to seek out his father upon reaching the divine realm, and then assist him in locating his mother. As for anyone daring to cause trouble, he would not concern himself with whether they belonged to his mother's race. He would eliminate them without hesitation. Chapter 520, Bitter Bamboo, Ascension. In the serene and elegant courtyard, Chen awaited the system's annihilation, after which he would begin to break through his physical cultivation and chose to ascend to the divine realm. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day annihilation period has concluded, commencing random annihilation now. At this moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Su Chen's spirit surged. It had finally arrived. Item, Annihilation Palm. Price, 1 celestial crystal. Item description, Annihilation Palm, a martial technique forged from the essence of slaughter, once cultivated. Allows one to slay gods and annihilate Buddhas with a single palm, shattering the heavens. Time limit, 1 minute to purchase. Martial technique? Annihilation martial techniques were rare. Su Chen was filled with excitement and immediately produced a celestial crystal to proceed with the annihilation. The moment the celestial crystal vanished, a torrent of information surged through my mind, revealing the martial technique known as the Annihilation Palm. System, having previously devoured 3 systems, is there any reward? Host, please hold on. The system is currently calculating and will soon issue a reward. In the past, merely assisting the system by consuming a single entity had already granted me considerable rewards. Now, having aided in the annihilation of 3 systems, the potential for rewards to triple was tantalizing. One could only imagine the implications. I was filled with anticipation, wondering what the annihilation system would bestow upon me. 2 minutes later, the system's voice resonated once more. Host has completed the task. System reward, bitter bamboo. Bitter bamboo? After assisting the annihilation system in consuming 3 entire systems, the reward was simply bitter bamboo. I was unfamiliar with the significance of bitter bamboo, yet I found the reward somewhat underwhelming. I had anticipated the system would grant me some exquisite treasure. As I gazed at the segment of bamboo that had appeared in my hand, entirely black in hue, I felt a tinge of disappointment. Had this been in the past, I would have refrained from questioning it further. However, at this juncture, I could not suppress my frustration and inquired, System, is this reward not a tad too feeble? System rewards are absolutely fair and just. Inquiring was futile. What use does this bitter bamboo serve? Bitter bamboo is one of the chaos spiritual roots. As long as the host integrates it into their body, they will be impervious to any inner demons during cultivation or combat. Oh, upon hearing the system's explanation, I was astonished. It seemed I had misjudged the system. As one of the chaos spiritual roots, it could resist all forms of demonic intrusion. Indeed, it was a valuable asset. I was no stranger to inner demons, having previously suffered setbacks due to their invasion, which caused me to miss out on 3 significant opportunities. Inner demons are omnipresent. Even I could not completely eradicate their emergence, as they are an inevitable consequence of cultivation and combat. Should I integrate the bitter bamboo, I could disregard the existence of inner demons. And I had to concede that it was, indeed, a remarkable item. I promptly began the integration of the bitter bamboo. Sitting cross-legged, I activated the chaos enlightenment technique within me and commenced the absorption of various celestial herbs from the life spirit garden. As my primordial spirit successfully broke through, my physical form encountered no bottlenecks, allowing for an instantaneous surpassing of my limits, transitioning from the semi-divine realm to the divine human realm. Level 1 Divine Human Realm. Level 2 Divine Human Realm. Level 3 Divine Human Realm. Level 4 Divine Human Realm. Level 5 Divine Human Realm. Level 6 Divine Human Realm. Level 7 Divine Human Realm. Level 8 Divine Human Realm. Level 9 Divine Human Realm. I seized the opportunity during this ascension to spend quality time with my family. I understood well that despite possessing the ability to break through to the divine realm, I needed to establish a firm foothold there before bringing my family along. Father, are you truly going to ascend to the divine realm? Indeed. Father, can you take me with you? My daughter, Su Jinglan, pleaded with a playful charm, and I felt a wave of affection. Under normal circumstances, I would have acquiesced, but I could not agree to this matter of ascending to the divine realm. Shaking my head, I smiled and replied, once I have established myself in the divine realm, I will come back to bring you all. In the meantime, you must diligently cultivate and strive to reach the level of calamity immortal emperor by the time I return for you. Father, do you still doubt my talent? Perhaps by our next meeting, I will have ascended first. Then let us seal our promise with a clap. Agreed. As I observed the father-daughter duo before me, Huang Ji sighed deeply. Despite the myriad feelings of reluctance, all she could do was suppress them. In merely 2 hours after my breakthrough to the divine human realm, I sensed the call from the divine realm for my ascension. Without wasting a moment, having resolved matters in the celestial realm, lingering there no longer held significance. Choosing not to make a grand display, I opted for a discreet ascension. Chapter 521, The Divine Realm. The Divine Realm, an elevated plane, boundless and expansive. Unlike the celestial realm, which comprises myriad domains, the divine realm is home to countless continents. Beneath the divine realm, there exist innumerable mid-tier planes, many of which host ascension halls. This implies that regardless of which mid-tier plane one ascends from, they will enter an ascension hall. At one such ascension hall, The overseer changes every century. The Yang family, a premier clan from Tiangu City, has managed the hall for 99 years, with this year marking their final tenure. Generally, martial artists ascending from mid-tier planes will have two options upon entering the Ascension Hall. First, they can directly serve the clan or sect managing the hall as slaves. Second, they can pay a sufficient amount of divine stones to reclaim their freedom. However, 99% of newly ascended martial artists lack divine stones, resulting in their enslavement. Over 30 martial artists lounged, watching the newcomers ascend from mid-tier planes. What bad luck we have. Only 35 have ascended today. I had hoped that this final year of our family's management would yield some benefits, yet it appears we are out of luck. Every year we feasted. Yet in this final year, we shall starve. As another ascendant appeared on the platform, a bright orb of light manifested, and my figure materialized instantly. What an overwhelming aura of divine power. I understood all too well why martial artists chose to ascend, especially upon breaking through to the divine human realm. The distinction between the celestial and divine realms is profound. You, stand to the side. Stepping off the ascension platform, I regarded the 35 individuals before me with curiosity. The captain from the Yang family glanced at the time and impatiently remarked, "There is still an hour until others from the clan arrive to take over. You 36. If anyone has divine stones, step forward and reclaim your freedom. Those without will become slaves of the Yang family, regaining their freedom after a century." Slaves? Aside from myself. The remaining 35 individuals bristled with indignation. After all, each of them was a paragon of their respective planes capable of ascending, even in the divine realm. None had anticipated becoming someone else's slave. This was simply unacceptable. A woman clad in red stepped forward, stating, "We have just ascended. How could we possibly possess divine stones? Please grant us some time to earn them." Bang! Before the woman could react, the captain struck her, reducing her to a mist of blood. The acrid scent of iron pervading the air, causing the others to recoil in terror. With a disdainful smile, the captain taunted, "What do you think you are? The pride of heaven? Perhaps in your plane, but here in the divine realm, you are nothing more than ants in my eyes. Look around. Most of you are beneath the divine human level. Now, answer, will you become slaves or corpses? I am willing. So am I." Faced with overwhelming power, no one dared to defy the edict. Whether they consented or not, they had no choice but to accept their fate as slaves. Everyone chose to comply, save for me, who remained silent. And you? A mute? Su Chen exhibited no trace of astonishment, for the primal law of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong, remains constant. Irrespective of the locale, those newly ascended cultivators, even if they possess divine attributes, occupy the lowest rung of the food chain within the divine realm, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, the notion of him being reduced to a state of servitude was utterly inconceivable. While he could adapt to the brutal environment of survival of the fittest, he would undoubtedly resist. Submission was not in his nature. "I refuse," he declared. "Oh." The members of the Yang family were taken aback by his defiance, inquiring, "Do you possess divine stones?" "None," he replied. "You dare to toy with us?" The young man continued, "As a newcomer, lacking even a single divine stone is indeed a disadvantage. Therefore, I demand that all of you present relinquish your divine stones." Upon hearing this, the newly ascended cultivators were left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the audacity of the youth. Conversely, the Yang family members were initially stunned, but soon erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous jest. "Have you lost your mind, boy? You actually dare to ask us for divine stones? Seventh brother, cease your prattle and eliminate him. We must return." "Very well." At that moment, Su Chen was the first to strike. In his hand appeared the god-slaying brick. While over 30 opponents, all of whom were profound gods, faced him, the strongest among them merely a peak profound god. Even the celestial gods would falter against Su Chen. How could these so-called profound gods stand a chance? Without a shred of mercy, he operated under a principle he understood all too well: no compassion should be shown. For mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, a timeless truth. If he did not vanquish these foes, he would surely be enslaved. Chapter 522, A Massacre Unleashed. Only through slaughter and dominance could one hope to survive. The divine realm, he suspected, was far more ruthless than the celestial realm, a world where men devour one another. The god-slaying brick shot from Su Chen's hand like a streak of lightning, piercing through the hall of guidance, directly aimed at one of his assailants. Presumptuous. The enraged profound god bellowed, charging like a furious bull. Bang! In an instant of collision, the man was struck by the god-slaying brick. Blood splattering across his face as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. My word. The ascended cultivators gaped at the scene before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated such ferocity from this individual, who had effortlessly obliterated a divine realm warrior with a single strike. This was the true mark of a prodigy, rendering them all woefully inadequate by comparison. They swallowed hard, eyes glistening with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, the Yang family members, witnessing the swift demise of their comrade, turned pale with fear. Divine beings? Many cultivators from mid-tier planes often suppress their cultivation until they ascend as divine beings. However, the chasm between the realms of divine beings and profound gods is akin to an insurmountable abyss. Not to mention the fact that even a single profound god could easily obliterate any divine being without a second thought. Now, they could only watch helplessly as their companion was annihilated, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, one wielding an extraordinary artifact far beyond the ordinary. Do you understand the consequences of killing a member of the Yang family? One of them began, but before he could finish, Su Chen had already made his move, sparing no words. To him, killing one was the same as killing 30. Once the slaughter commenced, it must be absolute, leaving no room for future troubles. To eradicate the roots was to ensure no future calamities would arise. The god-slaying brick commenced its relentless massacre. However, one individual managed to escape using blood escape techniques. Impressive, Su Chen thought, having unleashed a temporal cage. Yet one person still managed to flee. This blood escape technique was indeed noteworthy. He chose not to pursue, for he had no interest in the so-called Yang family. Had his strength not been sufficient, he would likely have been killed or enslaved by them. We hail from the Yang family, the foremost family of Tiangu City. Should you dare to slay us, you will meet a grim fate. Even now, they persisted in their threats. Had he been intimidated by such threats, he would not have arrived at this juncture. With a cold gaze devoid of emotion, he regarded the unfolding scene, continuously unleashing his domain of slaughter and temporal cages, while the god-slaying brick relentlessly struck down foes. None could withstand its lethal force. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses, the acrid scent of blood signifying the transformation of what had once been a vibrant assembly of over 30 individuals into mere lifeless bodies. The ascended warriors were increasingly horrified. The individual before them was not merely formidable, but an overwhelming force that had wiped out more than 30 divine realm warriors in an instant. Truly astounding. As they watched the departing youth, the 30-plus individuals exchanged glances filled with profound dread. The pride and arrogance they once held had vanished without a trace. What shall we do now? They pondered. The Yang family behind them was surely not to be trifled with. We must hasten our departure, fleeing as far as possible from Tiangu City. From their dialogue, they had gleaned that the Yang family hailed from this so-called Tiangu City, and avoiding enslavement was already a stroke of luck. They dared not linger further. The divine realm was vast, and evading a single family was not an insurmountable challenge. Upon leaving the Hall of Guidance, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings. His immediate goal was to locate a city and ascertain the general circumstances of the divine realm. As for the jade token bestowed upon him by Xianxiaaudiobooks, due to the constraints of the divine realm, even if he shattered it, Xianxiaaudiobooks would not be able to descend instantaneously. The circumstances of the celestial realm and the divine realm differed vastly. Perhaps only his elder brother could achieve such a descent. Thus, without Xianxiaaudiobooks' assistance, he was left to rely on his own resources. As for the Dayan divine clan behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, he would seek them out later. At the very least, he desired Xianxiaaudiobooks to accompany him, for having a war god emperor by his side would facilitate matters considerably. Before ascending to the divine realm, Su Chen had already formulated a plan. Once his cultivation reached a certain height, he would establish his own sect. In the Tianwu continent, he had founded the Su dynasty. In the celestial realm, he had established the celestial court. Both the Su dynasty and the celestial court were dominant forces in their respective realms. In the divine realm, he intended to create a sect of his own and ascend to the pinnacle of the divine realm, becoming an unparalleled existence. Chapter 5:23. If your tongues remain so filthy. Bloodblaze continent. Tiangu City. Amidst bustling streets teeming with life, under the scorching sun that rendered the ground nearly unbearable, Su Chen entered Tiangu City, inhaling deeply. This city was the nearest to the Hall of Guidance, yet whether the Yang family truly hailed from Tiangu City was of no concern to him. In a tavern, he found a seat by the window, ordering a plate of beef, a jug of wine, and a dish of peanuts. Once everything was served, Su Chen addressed the innkeeper. I have a few inquiries to make. From the depths of the Qinkoan pouch, 10 divine stones were extracted. Previously, during the massacre of over 30 warriors at the Hall of Guidance, he had thoroughly pillaged their possessions, including the divine stones. As a newcomer, the divine stones held immense significance. Should any inquiries arise, feel free to ask. I assure you, I shall disclose all that I know without reservation. The classification of the realms among the divine warriors is what Su Chen yearned to comprehend most. Until this moment, He remained oblivious to the hierarchy of divine warriors. Though the shopkeeper appeared somewhat astonished, he refrained from probing further, as some individuals possess peculiarities that warrant no explanation, provided they possess divine stones. The divine warriors are categorized into three major realms: the divine human realm, the positioning divine realm, and the divine emperor realm. Within the divine human realm, there exist several tiers: the divine human realm, the mysterious divine realm, the celestial divine realm, the ancient divine realm, the ancestral divine realm, and the calamity divine realm. The positioning divine realm comprises the divine lord realm, the divine monarch realm, the divine king realm, the divine emperor realm, the divine sovereign realm, and the divine sacred realm. As for the classification of the divine emperor, I am unaware. Nodding, he acknowledged that excluding the divine emperor realm, the two primary realms encompass a total of 12 tiers. Presently, he had merely ascended to the first tier of the divine human realm, specifically the 9th stage, which relegated him to the lowest echelon within the divine realm. Chen was not overly concerned about this matter. After all, he had only recently ascended to the divine realm, with less than a day having passed. It was entirely normal to find oneself at the bottom. With his innate talent and potential, coupled with the assistance of the system, he believed he would ascend swiftly. Are you familiar with the Yang family? The Yang family? Of course, I am familiar. The shopkeeper, somewhat surprised, replied, the Yang family is a prestigious first-rate family in my Tiangu city. After hearing the shopkeeper's account of the Yang family, Chen rose to depart. Boss, do you require my assistance in gathering information? Shaking his head, Chen understood the intent of the chubby companion. Being new to the divine realm and still unfamiliar with the circumstances in Tiangu city, it would be unwise to hastily send the chubby one to investigate on his behalf. Upon his ascension, he had brought 3 divine beasts with him: the chubby one, the beautiful one, and the Emperor Huangqilan. The rest remained in the heavenly court. Once he established a sect and firmly secured his position, he would utilize the boundary-breaking talisman to journey to the immortal realm to bring everyone up. In the vast square stood a towering edifice known as the Tiangu Tower. How unfortunate it was to squander 1,000 divine stones. Nevertheless, the Tiangu Tower necessitated a prime location for cultivation to be beneficial for warriors. The corners would undoubtedly yield poor results. I comprehend, yet I cannot help but feel discontented, having submitted 1,000 divine stones. Others could secure the best spots while we were relegated to the periphery. Listening to the discourse of 2 passers-by, Chen felt a surge of astonishment. The Tiangu Tower? He swiftly intervened, blocking their path. Step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the way. Do you dare to test my patience? With a resounding slap, he struck one of them across the face, his voice echoing like a chilling specter from the depths of hell. Should your tongues remain so foul, I shan't hesitate to rend them asunder. As is often the case, the true strength of the expert became evident with but a single action. The 2, who had previously exuded arrogance, trembled involuntarily, hastily proclaiming, "It was merely a slip of the tongue. We beseech your forgiveness, Great One. What is your command?" Humanity is inherently base. No matter where one roams, strength invariably represents everything. If your fists are formidable, you reign supreme. What is the significance of the Tiangu Tower? It seems the master is inquiring about the Tiangu Tower. It appears this is your first visit to Tiangu City. The Tiangu Tower is the greatest opportunity for cultivation within the city, overseen by the city lord's residence. Regardless of who enters, a payment of 1,000 divine stones is required. With 1,000 divine stones, one may cultivate within the tower for a day. However, the quality of one's position depends solely on personal strength. Without sufficient power, one is consigned to the same corners as us. I see. It appears the Tiangu Tower indeed represents a prime location for cultivation. Is there a restriction on realms for entry into the Tiangu Tower? Yes, indeed. The limitation is that only warriors below the ancient divine level may enter to cultivate. You may depart now. Yes, my lord. For Chen, 1,000 divine stones were a considerable sum, given that he had only acquired a few tens of thousands from the 30-plus warriors. After all, entering the Tiangu Tower for cultivation at the cost of 1,000 divine stones for just one day seemed unwise for others, yet for him, it posed no issues. The chaotic enlightenment art he practiced, combined with his devouring abilities, would render even a single day immensely valuable. Chapter 524, A Stirring of Waves. Ascending to the divine realm necessitated a swift enhancement of strength. The colossal Tiangu Tower, cloaked in shades of gray and black, emanated an almost imperceptible aura. Numerous warriors entered and exited. The city lord's residence managed the Tiangu Tower but imposed no restrictions on entry, as long as one possessed divine stones. They could enter to cultivate. The singular limitation of the Tiangu Tower was that only warriors below the ancient divine level could step within. Outside the Tiangu Tower, Chen stood in line for half an hour before finally gaining entry. How many days? 3 days. 3,000 divine stones. Chen wasted no time and promptly paid the sum. Stepping onto the staircase, he entered the tower. Inside the Tiangu Tower, the vast expanse appeared limitless, with waves of immense divine power reverberating like an ocean, enveloping the entire space within the tower. As the two previous individuals had mentioned, all who entered the Tiangu Tower were required to pay 1,000 divine stones, yet the positions they occupied varied. Chen could surmise that those with greater strength secured better positions, while the weaker were relegated to less desirable spots. This was the brutal reality of survival of the fittest. Indeed, the Tiangu Tower was worthy of its reputation. It justified his arduous journey. 1,000 divine stones for a day of cultivation was remarkably inexpensive. For an ordinary warrior, a single day's time was hardly significant. In the realm of cultivation, 1 day could prove insufficient, and even 100 days or 1,000 days might not suffice to transcend one's limitations. Brother, have you just entered the Tiangu Tower as well? A handsome youth approached him, and Chen nodded in affirmation. Yes, the young man, dressed in flowing white garments and holding a folding fan, exuded an air of elegance. I am Lin Langtian from Blackfeather City. Chen. Lin Langtian surveyed the interior of the tower and, with a smile, advised, brother, since you seem amiable, I shall share a piece of advice. Do not venture into the black zone recklessly. With a chuckle, Lin Langtian could hardly contain his excitement and promptly headed toward the black zone. As a warrior of the celestial divine realm, Lin Langtian possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities and was certain of his place. The Tiangu Tower imposes no restrictions on life and death battles. This means that within the Tiangu Tower, any individual may engage in combat, rendering those without sufficient strength reluctant to provoke others. Chen chose a corner to settle himself, intending to first stabilize his internal realm. Though he had already ascended to the divine human realm in the immortal realm, he lacked divine power there. Now, he needed to harness the devouring of divine power to solidify his internal realm and undergo a complete transformation of strength. In such circumstances, a prime position was unnecessary. Once he had stabilized his state, he could seek out a better location. As Chen sat cross-legged, he immediately activated the chaotic Enlightenment art, beginning to fervently devour the divine power around him. With Chen's cultivation of the chaotic Enlightenment technique being formidable, even though this location was far from ideal, his rate of advancement surpassed that of others by a significant margin. In just 3 short hours, his internal divine power underwent a complete metamorphosis, propelling his cultivation from the 9th level of the divine being realm to the pinnacle of the divine being realm, with only one final step remaining before he could ascend to the profound divine realm. Just as Chen was preparing to rise and seek a more advantageous location, he suddenly sensed that the life seed within his life spirit garden began to voraciously devour the surrounding energies. The life seed had already germinated. However, despite the assistance of the life spirit garden, its growth was somewhat sluggish. Now, the life seed appeared to have developed an affinity for the powers within the heavenly bone tower. Naturally, he would not hinder this process but would instead lend his full support to facilitate the life seed's consumption. Gradually, a cocoon formed around Chen, resembling a stream that voraciously consumed its surroundings, ultimately transforming into a vast ocean. Look, that individual is absorbing divine power at an astonishing rate. Is it even possible? How could such a situation arise in this location? Perhaps it is indeed possible. After all, this is the heavenly bone tower, which does not categorically dictate which locations are off limits. Exceptions can occur, and it is conceivable that this person stumbled upon an opportunity. What a blunder. Damn it, what blunder. Just seize it outright. Are we afraid of him? Everyone understood that typically, powerful warriors, upon entering the heavenly bone tower, would unhesitatingly select prime locations. No strong individual had ever chosen to forego a good spot in favor of a lesser one, unless they were utterly irrational. Only the weaker warriors would shy away from competing for prime locations, relegating themselves to the far corners of the heavenly bone tower for their cultivation. To all observers, it seemed that this individual had merely encountered a stroke of luck in finding a suitable cultivation spot. If they did not take action to seize it, it would be a disservice to themselves. At that moment, over 40 individuals surged towards Chen's position, their eyes brimming with greed. Such a prime location, if claimed, would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. In the face of such overwhelming temptation, none could withstand the allure, especially since the heavenly bone tower permitted violence, leading to even more reckless behavior. Chapter 5:25. The dread of Xiao Mei. With eyes gleaming with greed, they disregarded the corners of the tower. Any advantageous spot would be contested. A person who dared not vie for a good location only underscored their own weakness. Get out of there. The The cocoon enveloping Su Chen rendered his form barely visible from the outside. The furious crowd had no intention of holding back. In this realm, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. As long as one's strength was formidable enough, they could seize prime positions at will. Just as the crowd prepared to strike, two figures suddenly appeared, none other than Xiaopeng and Xiao Mei. What are you doing here? I can handle this. Xiaopeng chuckled. Exuding a carefree demeanor, Xiao Mei, let me assist you. This is a task for men to take the lead. Are you even a man? Wait, Xiao Mei. You may not like me, but you cannot question my gender. I am definitely male. Xiaopeng felt quite vexed, seeing the sudden appearance of the two. Everyone was taken aback. What ugly pigs. Get lost, or I'll roast you. Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng's expression darkened, and a chilling gaze emanated with a terrifying intent to kill. You dare to insult my woman? You shall die. However, before Xiaopeng could act, a radiant orb suddenly tore through the void and landed squarely on the man who had spoken. The unfortunate fellow had no inkling of what was happening before his body was violently torn apart, blood staining the ground, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Witnessing the beast's assault, which was executed with such dominance that they had no chance to retaliate, the crowd recoiled in horror, their faces etched with shock and dread. None had anticipated that the two beasts before them possessed such overwhelming power, capable of dispatching a man in an instant. Some, terrified, immediately turned to flee, returning to their original positions. While the allure of a prime location was great, it paled in comparison to the value of one's life. No one wished to sacrifice their existence. If they could not preserve their lives, what use would it be to acquire the best position? With Xiaopeng and Xiao Mei on guard, bolstered by the recent display of intimidation, no one dared to make a move, retreating far away. The might of the two beasts was indeed awe-inspiring. Xiaopeng and Xiao Mei were exceptionally strong, even accompanying Su Chen to the divine realm. They could still slay divine beings. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Su Chen had dispatched Xiaopeng and Xiao Mei to stand guard. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped by. The cocoon enveloping Su Chen shattered inch by inch, and the life tree sprouted and truly began to flourish. Standing at 1 meter tall and as thick as an arm, it appeared extraordinarily vibrant, leaving Su Chen momentarily bewildered as to why the life tree was consuming the divine power here at such an accelerated rate. System. What is the nature of the life tree? An instinctual feeling told Su Chen that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. The divine power within the heavenly bone tower alone could not account for such rapid growth in merely 2 days. After system detection, it has been determined that this place harbors a source of primordial power. The life tree has thrived by consuming this primordial energy. So that is how it is. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The life tree indeed grew by absorbing various powers, not merely divine energy. System. Do you have any tasks available? Su Chen was fond of the tasks assigned by the system, regardless of their nature, as long as he could complete them. The rewards were always generous. The system currently has no tasks to assign to the host. Please be patient. None. I was just inquiring. He understood that he had no influence over whether the system assigned tasks. Rising, he stretched luxuriously. This location was indeed subpar, with divine energy being quite scarce. It was no wonder that those entering the heavenly bone tower would frantically compete for better positions. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the divine being realm. His next objective was to seek a prime location for cultivation, aiming to ascend to the profound divine realm within the remaining day. Just as Su Chen departed, a frenzy erupted as dozens rushed to claim the same spot, even engaging in violent clashes, fighting with a ferocity that could be deadly. Boss, should I devour them? Su Chen was certainly aware of Xiao Mei's earlier feat of slaying a divine being, and he too was somewhat astonished, having not anticipated her capability to kill a heavenly god. Yet it was crucial to note that the heavenly gods of the divine realm and those of the immortal realm were entirely different entities. Firstly, the heavenly gods of the immortal realm were merely souls that had transcended to the divine level, while their physical forms remained at the semi-divine stage. In contrast, the heavenly gods of the divine realm had fully achieved the divine status in both spirit and body. Secondly, the energies of the immortal realm and the divine realm were fundamentally distinct. They were as incomparable as an infant to a robust man. The heavenly gods of the divine realm vastly surpassed their immortal realm counterparts in strength. Indeed, the super demon beasts, Xiao Mei and Xiaopeng, possess a formidable essence, albeit still in their nascent stage of growth. Dozens of warriors engaged in a frenzied battle, only for one ancient god to seize the opportunity. However, this individual was met with disappointment, as the divine energy in the corner remained sparse, lacking the anticipated distinction. Could it be that the quality of the location varies with the individual? Or perhaps it had already been completely devoured by this person. Su Chen, guarded by 2 demon beasts, instilled fear in many, dissuading them from taking action, Not even the ancient gods dared to act recklessly. Within the Tiangu Tower, the number of ancient gods is exceedingly rare, with most being profound gods, and the celestial gods and divine beings following thereafter. Yang Wushuang, do not overstep your bounds. Although your Yang family dominates Tiangu City, the Lin family is not to be trifled with. You may think twice before provoking us. Lin Langtian seethed, his icy gaze fixed upon the youth before him. Yang Wushuang, hailing from the Yang family, stood at the 6th level of the celestial god realm. His appearance rather unremarkable save for a pair of hawk-like eyes that imparted an unnerving aura. With a disdainful chuckle, Yang Wushuang dismissed the threat, coldly declaring, "This position is mine for the taking. You may seek another place to cultivate. Should you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to render you powerless, regardless of your lineage." The more Lin Langtian pondered, the angrier he became. The position itself mattered little, for within the Tiangu Tower, prime locations were plentiful. Given his strength and status, contending for any position would be trivial. Yet, the true issue lay in the loss of face. To be cowed by Yang Wushuang would tarnish his reputation and that of the Lin family. However, the Yang family, with its formidable backing, was indeed a force to reckon with in Tiangu City. Should conflict arise, even the city lord's estate would likely side with the Yangs, rendering Lin Langtian at a disadvantage. Most crucially, he was merely at the 5th level of the celestial god realm, while Yang Wushuang stood at the 6th. The odds of defeat in battle were grim. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Langtian observed that most others were absorbed in their cultivation, little inclined to witness the unfolding drama, as the need for divine stones was paramount. As Lin Langtian's countenance darkened, torn between the loss of dignity and the threat of lethal confrontation, he found himself unwilling to relent. "Lin brother, might I request this position?" At that moment, Su Chen's figure materialized unexpectedly. Lin Langtian, uncertain of Su Chen's intentions, nodded and replied, "Very well." Simultaneously, he conveyed telepathically, "Brother Su, this individual is Yang Wushuang from the Yang family in Tiangu City, already at the 6th level of the celestial god realm. Are you truly certain you wish to claim this spot?" The aura emanating from Su Chen was unmistakably that of a divine being, leaving Lin Langtian perplexed as to why Su Chen would insist on courting danger by challenging Yang Wushuang. Was he acting as his champion? It seemed far-fetched. The disparity between divine beings and celestial gods was evident. Su Chen must surely be aware of the vast gulf that separated them. Yet, his willingness to intervene suggested either folly or some hidden advantage. What could it be? Lin Langtian could not fathom the reasoning and could only urge caution, hoping Su Chen would reconsider. Chapter 526, A Resounding Slap, from Xiaopeng. Lin Langtian found it implausible that Su Chen would willingly step in for him after only a brief encounter. The other party was no fool. Moreover, judging by Su Chen's aura, he was merely a divine being. When did divine beings become so audacious as to provoke celestial gods and vie for their positions? Yang Wushuang let out a derisive laugh, as if witnessing an absurdity. He had never imagined that a mere divine being would dare to challenge him. With a scornful grin, Yang Wushuang retorted, "To claim this position, Lin Langtian's word alone holds no weight. Who, then, holds the authority?" "Naturally, it is I," Su Chen nodded, asserting, "This position is mine. You may depart." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even Lin Langtian was taken aback. He had seen arrogance before, but never on such an audacious scale. If one possessed the strength to be arrogant, it was acceptable. However, without such power, it was tantamount to courting death. Many cultivators watched in astonishment, eager to discern why this individual dared to provoke Yang Wushuang of the Yang family. After all, the chasm between divine beings and celestial gods was well known. In a fair fight, a celestial god could likely dispatch a divine being with a mere slap. "Brother Su, perhaps I should escort you to seek other favorable locations," Lin Langtian mused, ultimately choosing to retreat. There was no need for unnecessary bloodshed in this life-or-death struggle, especially within Tiangu City, the Yang family's domain. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yang Wushuang. Yang Wushuang, satisfied, nodded in acknowledgement. "If you wish to claim this position, you must first withstand my attack." No sooner had Yang Wushuang spoken than a figure materialized behind Su Chen. Xiaopeng's form rapidly expanded, towering over 4 meters, before delivering a thunderous slap towards Yang Wushuang. Preposterous. Yang Wushuang, incensed by the demon beast's audacity, refused to remain passive. Dismissing the threat, he believed that no one would dare act so brazenly on his home turf, Tiangu City. Once filled with confidence, Yang Wushuang found himself reeling as the slap landed with a resounding crack, staggering him back 3 steps. His expression morphed into one of disbelief, astonished that he could not withstand even a single blow from the demon beast. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, including Lin Langtian. No wonder this individual had been so brash. He had formidable backing. Mountains and rivers may part, but we shall meet again. Su Chen refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Yang Wushuang. At present, his focus was on cultivation. He had no desire for a bitter feud with the Yang family unless provoked. The previous slaying of dozens of Yang family warriors was a closed chapter, provided they did not instigate further conflict. Should they dare to act foolishly, annihilation would be the only recourse. As he often stated, he preferred to avoid entanglements that could lead to trouble. Brother Su, it appears you are far more formidable than I anticipated. My concerns were unfounded, Lin Langtian remarked, shaking his head in resignation, and took a seat nearby. Initially, he sought merely to familiarize himself with Su Chen. Now, he wished to forge a genuine connection, though merely a divine being. Su Chen was accompanied by such powerful demon beasts. It was evident that his true identity was anything but ordinary. He consumed various celestial herbs from the life spirit garden, while reserving the power within the refining wild jar for Huangji and others, as he had not brought it to the divine realm. As he fervently practiced the chaotic enlightenment technique, coupled with the inherent strength of his chaotic body, Su Chen's rate of absorption far exceeded that of others, perhaps even 100-fold. It could be said that while ordinary warriors required 100 days of cultivation, Su Chen would only need a single day. Once again, curiosity arose regarding Su Chen's true identity. His astonishing rate of absorption could only be explained by an exceptional devouring technique or the possession of a devouring treasure. With Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei serving as a deterrent, even with reasonable conjectures, no one dared to make a move to seize what they believed was a prime location. The consensus was forming. The so-called prime position was inherently linked to Su Chen. If one could secure his favor, any location would be advantageous. However, contemplating such a notion was one thing. Daring to act on it was quite another. Gradually, the atmosphere thickened with tension. As Su Chen stood surrounded by a swirling vortex of divine power, it gradually coalesced into a colossal cocoon. In the midst of a frenzied and domineering devourer, Su Chen instantaneously transcended his own limits, ascending from the pinnacle of the divine human realm to the celestial god realm. Yet, he did not cease there. Propelled as if by a rocket, he soared upwards with fervor. First level celestial god realm. Second level celestial god realm. Third level celestial god realm. Fourth level celestial god realm. Fifth level celestial god realm. Sixth level celestial god realm. Seventh level celestial god realm. Eighth level celestial god realm. Ninth level celestial god realm. Pinnacle of the celestial god realm. With his cultivation firmly established at the apex of the celestial god realm, Su Chen could distinctly sense that even if he continued to absorb the power within the heavenly bone tower, the pace of his breakthroughs had begun to slow to a crawl, exceedingly gradual. As he gently opened his eyes, the cocoon surrounding his body shattered into fragments, vanishing from sight. Chapter 5:27, The God of Punishment. His cultivation had successfully breached the pinnacle of the celestial god realm, leaving only one more tier to reach the divine god realm. Su Chen brimmed with confidence, convinced he could surely achieve this within 10 days. Who else could accomplish such a feat? A warrior who had only just ascended to the divine realm, within a mere 3 days, had transcended from the divine human realm directly to the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. Calculating the time, he realized he had 3 days remaining until his next decisive strike. He chose not to linger within the heavenly bone tower. It was undeniable that the heavenly bone tower had greatly benefited his cultivation. However, with the breakthroughs achieved over these 3 days, even if he remained, his cultivation speed would inevitably decelerate. Having successfully ascended to the divine realm, his immediate priority was to advance to the divine emperor realm in the shortest time possible. He had 3 tasks to accomplish. The first task was to continuously elevate his own realm, for to establish a foothold in the divine realm, one must possess formidable strength to support it. The second task was to firmly secure his position in the divine realm and, upon establishing his own sect, utilize a boundary-breaking talisman to return to the immortal realm to bring his family back to the divine realm. The third task was to seek out his father and determine how he could assist him in locating his mother. Based on his conjectures, his mother's family was undoubtedly significant in the divine realm. Even if he were to find them now, he would be unable to do so without the power of his elder brother. Nevertheless, Su Chen resolved to handle this matter personally. Regarding his father, the blood jade token left behind had begun to show cracks, and the divine enlightenment he had acquired was bestowed upon his father. The divine enlightenment of the divine emperor, much like divine essences, was a manifestation of the power of the divine emperor. Su Chen held unwavering confidence that as his father successfully merged with the divine enlightenment, his father's cultivation speed would surely see a substantial enhancement, potentially allowing him to attain the divine emperor position in the future. In the divine realm, the divine emperor represented the strongest existence, while the divine emperor of the primordial gods stood as the supreme among them. the ultimate sovereign of the divine realm. Thus, Su Chen harbored little concern. "Brother Su, are you preparing to leave the heavenly bone tower?" Lin Langtian inquired upon seeing Su Chen's intent to depart. "I have matters to attend to." Lin Langtian pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Su, are you eager to advance your cultivation?" "Indeed, I possess a method. I wonder if Brother Su might be interested." Originally on the verge of departing, Su Chen halted abruptly, gazing at Lin Langtian without uttering a word, merely observing. Lin Langtian continued, "I have news for you. In just a few days, the greatest secret realm of the Bloodblaze continent will be unveiled." The mention of the greatest secret realm of the Bloodblaze continent piqued Su Chen's interest. The Hall of Punishment, one of the most significant secret realms of the Bloodblaze continent, was left behind by the God of Punishment, and it was rumored to contain divine essences along with various opportunities and treasures. "Are you aware of the divine essences?" Seeing Su Chen shake his head, Lin Langtian smiled and explained, "The divine emperor of the primordial gods is the supreme existence in the divine realm. To become a divine emperor of the primordial gods, one must consume and refine the divine essences, which is why every opening of the Hall of Punishment draws not only the major factions of the Bloodblaze continent, but also warriors from other continents, all eager for a stroke of luck. Brother Lin, if I may speak frankly, since the Hall of Punishment contains divine essences, it cannot merely open once or twice. Why has no one successfully acquired a divine essence thus far?" Lin Langtian sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. "All that pertains to the Hall of Punishment is mere rumor. No one can guarantee the existence of divine essences left by the God of Punishment within. However, it is undeniable that the Hall of Punishment is indeed a splendid place for martial artists to cultivate. Do you know the exact location of the Hall of Punishment? I am very much interested." With his successful ascension to the divine realm, it was imperative for him to continually enhance his strength within a short span. Thus, the greatest secret realm of the Bloodblaze continent was indeed fitting for him. Lin Langtian nodded, stating, "Of course I know." Without a moment's hesitation, he inscribed the location of the Hall of Punishment onto a jade slip and handed it to Su Chen. "Thank you, Brother Su. You have incurred the wrath of Yang Wushuang. Once you leave the Heavenly Bone Tower, he will surely not let this matter rest. The Yang family is not without its ancestral god-level warriors. Perhaps it would be wise for me to depart first and gather stronger allies from my family. I believe that even the Yang family would think twice before acting recklessly. I appreciate your concern, but it is of no consequence." Su Chen did not linger further. Had he feared Yang Wushuang, he would have refrained from seizing Yang Wushuang's position in the first place. Having made his choice, he bore no trepidation. Holding a drop of divine emperor water, he thought that should he provoke him, he could unleash its power to annihilate the entire Yang family. Yet, he would reserve such a move for dire situations, for of the 3 drops he had previously acquired, he had already utilized 2, leaving only 1 drop in his possession. Watching Su Chen depart, Lin Langtian sighed deeply once more. He had offered counsel, but could not dissuade him. Nevertheless, he wished to befriend Su Chen and would stand up for his friend. The Yang family indeed wielded formidable power in the Heavenly Bone City. Yet the Lin family was also a top-tier family in Blackfeather City. Historically, the Yang and Lin families maintained a non-aggression pact. Lin Langtian was confident that the Yang family would refrain from provoking the Lin family over this matter. Chapter 528. Why should I accompany you? Are you my son? Outside the Heavenly Bone Tower, the vast plaza bustled with activity, vibrant and lively. The grim sky cast a pall over the atmosphere, heightening the sense of oppression. Yang Wushuang, having suffered a grievous wound, could hardly swallow the humiliation. However, it must be noted that the Heavenly Bone City was the stronghold of the Yang family. And as the premier family of the city, they were protected by not just one, but multiple ancestral god-level warriors. Third uncle, wait. Do not kill him. The middle-aged man addressed as third uncle by Yang Wushuang was Yang Kai, the third master of the Yang family, at the 4th level of the ancient god realm. With a lean frame, Yang Kai's face was ablaze with fury. He could scarcely believe that someone would dare to provoke the Yang family within the confines of Heavenly Bone City. Though Lin Langtian was a formidable opponent, being from the Lin family of Blackfeather City, which matched the Yang family in strength, the Yang family would typically avoid provoking the Lin family unless there was deep-seated animosity. However, the other individual, a mere divine human, had the audacity to challenge the dignity of the Yang family, emboldened by the presence of a powerful beast. How could he not feel indignant? Arriving before the Heavenly Bone Tower, they prepared to confront Su Chen. The 2 individuals did not enter the Tower of Heavenly Bones. Yang Kai gestured dismissively, his tone grave as he declared, "The Tower of Heavenly Bones is under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's Mansion. While one may indulge in indiscriminate slaughter, my family's standing is somewhat unique. We must show due respect to the City Lord's Mansion. In Heavenly Bone City, the City Lord's Mansion reigns supreme. Both the Yang family and other clans must heed its authority, for it is unwise to provoke the city lord's mansion. Yang Wushuang nodded, comprehending his uncle's intent. Personal grievances and interests pale in comparison to familial obligations. Uncle, he has emerged. As he beheld the youth exiting the Tower of Heavenly Bones, Yang Wushuang's expression darkened instantaneously. Since he could remember, he had never endured such humiliation, particularly being struck so brazenly on his own turf, an affront he could not swallow. With a curt nod, Yang Kai pointed at the emerging youth, his voice icy as he commanded, "You, approach." Finally, he had arrived. Su Chen exhibited no trace of surprise. During the altercation with Yang Wushuang, he had surmised that the latter would not let the matter rest. As he approached the two, a deliberate expression of disdain played across his features, evident to all present. A sizable crowd had gathered. For both Yang Kai and Yang Wushuang held unique positions in Heavenly Bone City, and many were acquainted with them. "Kid, no matter who you are, since you have provoked the Yang family, you must bear the consequences. Come with us quietly, and perhaps you may spare your life," Yang Kai conveyed to his nephew. Understanding the implication, he refrained from immediate violence, intending instead to bring this individual back to their clan for his nephew to torment at leisure. To provoke the Yang family is to invite certain death. "What are you? Why should I accompany you? Are you my father?" The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All gazed at the youth as though he were a fool. Who is this person, so audacious as to challenge Yang Kai? Does he not comprehend the Yang family's might in Heavenly Bone City? Judging by the aura emanating from him, he was merely at the profound divine realm, utterly insignificant before the Yang family. It was incomprehensible where he derived such courage and audacity to provoke them. He is doomed. Disregarding the surrounding murmurs, Su Chen wore an expression devoid of fear, maintaining an indifferent gaze. Meanwhile, Yang Kai felt a jolt in his heart. Under normal circumstances, whether divine beings or those of the profound divine realm, even with the backing of formidable beasts, would show utmost reverence towards the Yang family, never daring to provoke them, especially with Yang Kai personally involved. Yet this individual exhibited no fear, instead displaying such arrogance, completely disregarding both himself and the Yang family. This was decidedly unusual. Could it be that he had some form of support? At that moment, Lin Langtian hurried forth, standing before Su Chen, casting a glance at Yang Wushuang. He clasped his hands towards Yang Kai, smiling as he said, "Ah, it is Elder Yang. I am Lin Langtian from the Lin family of Blackfeather City. My father is the head of our clan." Yang Kai forced a semblance of a smile, replying, "Ah, so you are the son of the Lin family. I consider your father a friend. Since you have come to Heavenly Bone City, you must be our guest at the Yang family, allowing us to extend our hospitality." In Yang Kai's view, the matter between Wushuang and Lin Langtian was trivial. It would be absurd for two great families to turn against each other over such a minor issue. Originally intending to visit the Yang family after his training in the Tower of Heavenly Bones, he had not anticipated a misunderstanding with Yang Wushuang. "I shall introduce my friend. Su Chen. Su, this is Yang Kai, the third master of the Yang family." Furthermore, Lin Langtian discreetly communicated Su Chen's true cultivation level through his spiritual sense, adhering to the adage that a wise man does not seek unnecessary conflict, deeming it unwise to provoke such an individual. Had it been anyone else, regardless of Lin Langtian's intercession, Yang Kai would not have easily let them off the hook. However, given Lin Langtian's intervention and the peculiar feeling he had about this individual, Yang Kai was reluctant to take risks. Chapter 529. A Palm to Annihilate the Ancient God. Su Chen's imposing demeanor caused a stir of apprehension within Yang Kai. "Let us ease this matter, then," Yang Kai replied coldly. "On account of Lin's noble standing, as long as this person apologizes to Wushuang, we shall consider the matter resolved. What say you?" Lin Langtian felt a surge of joy. Regardless of Yang Kai's motivations, it seemed the issue was on the verge of resolution. "Thank you, Elder Yang." He then turned to Su Chen, believing that since Yang Kai had chosen to compromise, Su Chen would not overstep his bounds. Yang Wushuang opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing his uncle shake his head, he sighed deeply and ultimately restrained himself. An apology would at least restore some semblance of dignity. All eyes turned towards the youth, and an apology seemed inevitable unless he wished to declare war against the Yang family. Su Chen chuckled. The prospect of him apologizing was virtually impossible. Not only would he not bow to the Yang family, but even if a war god or a sovereign deity stood before him, he would never choose to apologize. "Lin, I have other matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. We shall meet again at the Hall of Execution." What does this mean? Lin Langtian, not being foolish, grasped the underlying message. Not only he but the onlookers were taken aback. No one anticipated such audacity. Yang Kai had extended an olive branch, and Su Chen should have seized the opportunity. Yet now, Yang Wushuang laughed, and Yang Kai mirrored his amusement. Their expressions were unmistakably filled with fury. There was no doubt that Su Chen's actions were a slap in the face, a blatant provocation. With satisfaction, Yang Kai exuded a chilling aura, as if a boundless hell had descended, enveloping the entire expanse of clouds. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Lin Langtian was bewildered. He had not foreseen Su Chen's refusal. Unsure of how to respond or act, he felt caught in an awkward situation. After all, he had pleaded for leniency, and Yang Kai had granted him face, yet this was the outcome. Lin, please depart. This matter lies between the Yang family and myself. It is of no concern to you. Su, please. Fixated on Su Chen, Lin Langtian sensed that the latter was not jesting. With a heavy sigh, he chose not to linger further, turning to leave. Yet, Lin Langtian did not truly depart. He remained at a distance, preparing to intervene should the opportunity arise to escort Su Chen away. Once Lin Langtian had exited, Yang Wushuang, unable to contain his rage any longer, snorted coldly. They had already made concessions, yet the other party was ungrateful. If they continued to endure this humiliation, the Yang family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable. Su Chen, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame others. Uncle, Yang Kai nodded, understanding his nephew's intent. Engaging in further idle talk would only lead to a loss of face, and he would not stoop to such lowly antics. With a swift stride, akin to a phantom, Yang Kai clenched his fists, unleashing the pinnacle martial arts of the Yang family, his overwhelming fist force thrusting forth with ferocity. The swirling energy contained within his punches radiated a fierce aura, causing the onlookers to pale in shock. The strength of the ancient god realm was extraordinary. Let us see how effective the annihilating god palm truly is. Since the moment Su Chen unleashed the devastating destruction of deity's palm, it marked his first application of this formidable technique, and he remains somewhat uncertain of its true power, eager to achieve a swift resolution. Su Chen simultaneously invoked the temporal cage and the mighty gaze of the heavy eye. As Yang Kai drew near, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force of confinement, while another surge seemed intent on tearing him apart. This was the combined might of the temporal cage and the heavy eye. The domineering palm strike, imbued with destructive energy, aptly named the destruction of deity's palm, spoke volumes of its capabilities. As Yang Kai felt the oppressive force, his previously unwavering confidence faltered. The adage holds that a master reveals their prowess in an instant. He had sensed something amiss with his opponent, who appeared utterly unperturbed by the Yang family or himself. If it were a typical deity, they would have been paralyzed with fear at his approach and would never dare to provoke him. Initially, Yang Kai believed that Su Chen's audacity stemmed from the monstrous beast at his side. His nephew had informed him of a terrifying pig-like creature accompanying Su Chen. Yet he had not anticipated that Su Chen, despite being merely at the profound divine realm, possessed such terrifying strength. Now, faced with this reality, even with trepidation gnawing at him, he had no choice but to confront his adversary head-on. Boom. In a moment that left onlookers aghast, the fist and palm collided with tremendous force. The overwhelming shockwave rippled outward, prompting the spectators to retreat in fear, their faces etched with disbelief. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Yang Kai, who had approached with such speed, was dispatched even faster. His body was riddled with cracks, blood oozing from his orifices as he collapsed, his very soul shattered by a single strike, vanishing into oblivion. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Wushuang was rendered utterly speechless, unable to fathom that even his third uncle was no match for this individual. Chapter 530, a gift I wish to present to you. With one palm, Yang Kai was obliterated. The onlookers were left horrified, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. No one could have anticipated that a formidable ancient god realm warrior like Yang Kai could be dispatched in an instant by a mere profound divine. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have dismissed such an occurrence as impossible. How dare you kill my third uncle? Yang Wushuang retreated 3 steps in sheer panic. He had summoned his uncle, intending to leverage his power to subdue this formidable foe and restore his own standing. Yet, what transpired was that this individual, even without relying on the beast by his side, was still capable of vanquishing his uncle. It was well known that his uncle was a genuine ancient god. He could not comprehend how this was possible, especially given the insurmountable chasm that lay between the profound divine and ancient god realms. Swallowing hard, Yang Wushuang was gripped by genuine fear. I spared you once before, yet you dare to provoke me again. Do you have the audacity to threaten my life? Had it been earlier, Yang Wushuang would have never believed that someone would dare to act against him in Tiangu City. Now, faced with the undeniable truth, he had no choice but to concede. Su Chen, I am the son of the Yang family's patriarch, Yang Feng, a being of the ancient god realm, and my family has the backing of the city lord's mansion. No one is fearless, not even Yang Wushuang himself. He had no option but to invoke the power of his family and the city lord's mansion, hoping to intimidate Su Chen into sparing his life. I do not initiate conflict, but should one provoke me, I shall retaliate 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Yang Wushuang was utterly paralyzed with terror and hastily turned to flee. However, under the oppressive weight of Su Chen's domain of slaughter and the encroaching temporal cage, he found himself devoid of any escape. Just then, a chilling roar reverberated. Who dares to harm my son? A formidable figure strode forth, exuding the ferocity of an enraged lion. His aura coalescing into a lethal sword chi that surged towards Su Chen. The intangible sword energy, laden with murderous intent, elicited no sign of alarm from Su Chen, who unleashed the destruction of deity's palm, transmuting his palm into a blade of fiery intent. Boom! The two streams of sword chi collided with a thunderous crash, the deafening resonance echoing through the air as waves of sword energy radiated outward, shattering the ground beneath them like an expansive web. Su Chen, with Yang Wushuang beneath his foot, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. As the middle-aged man appeared, the crowd began to recognize him. Yang Wushuang, filled with urgency, cried out, "Father, save me!" Yang Feng, the patriarch of the Yang family, had arrived. A renowned figure in Tiangu City, his status as an ancient god instilled fear in many. The implications of Yang Feng witnessing the death of Yang Kai and his son being trampled were uncertain. In Tiangu City, an ancient god was considered a formidable force, only rivaled by the city lord. The thought of an ancient god, when Su Chen had just ascended to the divine realm. He might have harbored some trepidation toward an ancient god, recognizing the vast gulf in their realms. Even if he wished to strike, it would come at considerable cost. He would not lightly employ his divine killing essence or the emperor's divine drops unless absolutely necessary. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. With his cultivation having ascended to the pinnacle of the profound divine realm, Su Chen now possessed unwavering confidence, believing he could contend with even an ancient god. Yang Feng stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, neither too thin nor too stout, bearing a resemblance to Yang Wushuang. As he materialized, the aura emanating from him swept through the air like a tempest, as if intent on annihilating the very fabric of reality. The 6 realms of deities are Deity Realm, Profound Divine Realm, Celestial Deity Realm, Ancient God Realm, Ancestral God Realm, and Cataclysmic God Realm. The Ancestral God Realm ranks 5th among them, and Yang Feng's aura clearly surpassed that of Yang Kai, placing them in entirely different tiers of existence. Yet, remarkably, as Yang Feng's overwhelming presence sought to suppress Su Chen, he was met with an equally formidable domain of slaughter that resisted his intent, rendering him unable to impose his will. Casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, he then turned his gaze to his son beneath his foot. Yang Feng struggled to contain his boundless fury, surprised to discern that this mere profound divine, even at its apex, could resist his overwhelming aura. It seemed this individual possessed a degree of skill capable of slaying his younger brother. What transpired? Yang Wushuang implored. I was cultivating in the Tiangu Tower when this person deliberately usurped my position. I sought out my third uncle to confront him. Yet he struck down my uncle without hesitation. I implore you, father, to seek justice for me. Internally chastising his inept son, Yang Feng inquired, what is your name? Su Chen remained silent, merely fixing a cold gaze upon him. Release my son. As for the matters between you and the Yang family, I shall clarify them with you. Are you commanding me? Yang Feng's expression turned icy. Did this individual dare to threaten him? The Yang family's standing in Tiangu City was indisputable. Their dignity was paramount, and they could not afford to lose face. And if I do? Su Chen replied with a smirk, pressing down harder on Yang Wushuang. Do you understand why I refrained from killing him just now? I shall do it before your very eyes, and what recourse will you have? As these words left his lips, the onlookers were left completely dumbfounded. The audacity of this individual left them utterly astounded. For all were aware of Yang Feng's identity and prowess. They presumed that upon Yang Feng's arrival, the adversary would undoubtedly show some modicum of respect, at least initially, by releasing Yang Wushuang. However, the outcome was entirely contrary. Not only did this person refuse to release Yang Wushuang, but he also dared to provoke Yang Feng by vowing to slay his son before his very eyes. Such an affront, regardless of who it might be, was surely intolerable. It was nothing less than a direct challenge to the Yang family, a flagrant disregard for his existence. In Tiangu City, even the city lord would never act so brazenly. No one had ever dared to be so audacious. Were it not for his son being in the enemy's clutches, Yang Feng would have undoubtedly acted swiftly to crush them. With a cold chuckle, Yang Feng disdainfully remarked, you are merely relying on your leverage. If you are a man, let us engage in a fair battle. The son was paramount. A battle was a battle. Su Chen felt no trepidation. He was eager to ascertain whether his current cultivation could indeed allow him to slay a being of ancestral divinity. Since you wish for a fair fight, I shall oblige. However, before we commence, I would like to present you with a gift. Gift? What sort of gift? At this proclamation, all present were momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to what this person intended to bestow at such a critical juncture. Seemingly grasping the implication, Yang Feng bellowed, "You dare!" Just as Yang Feng's words echoed, a resounding thud reverberated through the air, akin to a watermelon bursting. In a moment of sheer terror, Yang Wushuang's skull was crushed beneath Su Chen's foot. Chapter 531. The Sword Palm Transcends Thousands. A single step ended Yang Wushuang's life. The sight of blood saturating the ground caused all onlookers to draw a sharp breath. Such unbridled arrogance. Even before the head of the Yang family, one would dare to directly extinguish his son's life. This was a situation that could only culminate in a relentless vendetta. "I will tear you apart." The furious roar echoed through the void as Yang Feng charged at Su Chen with ferocity akin to a mad lion. With the essence of a human condensed into a sword, the sword energy pierced the heavens. Yet, Su Chen stood unperturbed, his visage marked by indifference as he melded the domain of slaughter with the annihilation palm. A domineering palm imprint, fierce as a tiger and soaring like a dragon. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the fierce sword energy collided brutally with the overwhelming palm imprint. The sounds of sword song and palm roar resonating as the entire square trembled, the ground fracturing anew as countless fissures rapidly spread outward. This battle he must not lose. Not merely to avenge his younger brother and son, but to fight for his family's honor. In this moment, Yang Feng comprehended why the adversary dared to provoke him and dismiss his intimidation. It was apparent that his own strength was formidable enough to engage him in combat. Was this the caliber of power possessed by one of the profound god realm? Yet Yang Feng was acutely aware that nothing was absolute. Typically, a being of the profound god realm would not stand as an equal to an ancient god, let alone an ancestral god. However, this individual's might was undeniably overwhelming. In disbelief, he thought, how could he withstand it? Given the circumstances, this person's strength must rival Yang Feng's. It is no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Indeed, if one lacked sufficient power, would they dare to act so brazenly? The Yang family had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. Spectators murmured in astonishment, for they knew that the Yang family held a prestigious position in Tiangu City, ranking among the elite families. Aside from the city lord's residence, none would dare provoke them lightly. Yet now, the situation had altered. An unknown powerhouse, capable of slaying an ancient god like Yang Kai and withstanding an ancestral god like Yang Feng, had emerged. With a frigid glare fixed upon the young man before him, Yang Feng exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent, coalescing into a tangible ancient beast that roared defiantly at the heavens. The murderous aura tore through the fabric of time and space, descending upon Su Chen. In turn, Su Chen's domain of slaughter surged forth, seemingly intent on eclipsing the murderous intent emanating from Yang Feng. As the two emanated their respective murderous energies, an overwhelming force began to swell. The terrifying auras clashing like raging storms, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble as if brought to a boil. The arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes were riveted upon the impending confrontation, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. Yang Feng was genuinely enraged, having witnessed his son's life extinguished before him. His dignity shattered, an inexorable wave of murderous intent coalescing above him into a towering sword aura, radiating an icy resolve akin to a serpent poised to strike its prey. As an ancestral god, he could not fathom his defeat at the hands of a profound god warrior. This battle was not merely for vengeance, it was for himself, for his family. He could only emerge victorious. Defeat was not an option. You will perish in Tiangu City, your soul imprisoned beneath the tower of Tiangu, unable to reincarnate for eternity. The dispassionate and cold voice surged forth with the torrent of his murderous intent. A chilling wave of murderous energy enveloped the surroundings, and Yang Feng's eyes began to take on a blood-red hue. Let me demonstrate the might of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. As he invoked this technique, the murderous sword energy coalescing above him began to emit a chorus of sword cries. The sword energy proliferated exponentially. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and so forth, swiftly multiplying until it reached a staggering multitude. In an instant, the murderous sword energy had burgeoned into myriad blades, each imbued with killing intent, swirling like a tempest that engulfed the entire square, suffocating all who stood witness. This was Yang Feng's renowned technique, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. It was said that even those several tiers above Yang Feng in cultivation would still be annihilated by the sword energy. A spectacle of great magnitude was about to unfold. As they felt the onslaught of sword energy, all present were left in stunned disbelief, for although they had heard tales of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, few had ever witnessed its execution firsthand. Su Chen, too, felt a tinge of surprise. He could sense that the technique being employed by his opponent was indeed formidable. Having refrained from utilizing any artifacts, Su Chen resolved to counter with his own martial prowess. He integrated the xianxiadrama hand into the annihilation palm, merging it with his ultimate killing move, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged forth, rapidly generating countless palm imprints, equally proliferating into a multitude. The myriad palm imprints and sword energies blanketed the void, creating a sight both mesmerizing and intimidating. The intensity of their auras escalated, as if each sought to devour the other. All who bore witness to the martial techniques being unleashed were left in utter astonishment. The sky vibrated with the rising tide of Su Chen's domain of slaughter, embodying a cataclysmic force, as if intent on obliterating the entire divine realm. Chapter 532, The Colossal Palm. The Myriad Sword Energies. The Myriad Palm Imprints. The two forces clashed with devastating ferocity, akin to armies of opposing factions engaging in battle. The air was thick with a chaotic convergence of sword energies and palm imprints. Under normal circumstances, an ancestral god could effortlessly slay a profound god in mere moments. However, Su Chen was an exceptional case. The sky echoed with the roar of the sword energies, while countless palm imprints wreaked havoc. The failure of the sword energies to suppress the palm imprints spoke volumes, revealing an undeniable truth. Yang Feng was utterly defeated, and his defeat was thoroughly comprehensive. Given the vast chasm in their realms of power, Yang Feng found himself unable to accept such a grim reality. In a bid for a swift resolution and to ensure absolute certainty, he unleashed his most formidable martial technique, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to vanquish his opponent. The tumult within his internal energy reservoir surged, regardless of his willingness to accept it. He understood that continuing this battle would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Yang Feng's countenance darkened to an extreme. Your 10,000 swords returning to the sect is nothing but this. Now receive my palm strike. Upon hearing these words, Yang Feng's expression shifted instantaneously. He persisted in executing the annihilation palm, albeit now infused with other martial techniques. Throwing his head back, he let out a long howl, exerting all his strength. A dense array of palm imprints began to converge towards the center. In an instant, a colossal palm, echoing with the ferocity of a tsunami, took shape, brimming with a murderous intent that roared forth. This aura of death sent chills through the bones, compelling involuntary shivers. The annihilation palm executed by Su Chen exuded a terrifying presence capable of instilling fear in both gods and demons, with waves of killing intent constantly escalating. It seemed poised to rend the heavens and the earth asunder, akin to a stampede of myriad steeds, trampling heedlessly upon the vast battlefield. Yang Feng's expression underwent a complete transformation as he could distinctly perceive the tremendous power encapsulated within the palm imprints his opponent had summoned. Without daring to hesitate for a moment, the myriad sword energies generated by the 10,000 swords returning to the sect coalesced into a protective barrier of sword energy, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, the colossal palm descended as if emerging from the cyclical passage of time and space, carrying an overwhelming force of destruction that relentlessly battered against the sword energy barrier. Boom! The terrifyingly oppressive palm imprints struck the sword energy barrier with ferocity, eliciting shock and horror from all witnesses. Cracks began to form on the barrier, accompanied by the sound of shattering, as innumerable fissures rapidly spread across the entire protective shield, causing countless sword energies to collapse and fracture. In the next heartbeat, the shield of sword energy that Yang Feng had conjured crumbled entirely, unable to withstand even a single palm strike, an outcome he could scarcely accept. The disparity between the two was evident at a glance. The annihilating palm strikes did not relent. They continued their relentless pursuit of Yang Feng. The skies were filled with palm imprints, sealing off all surrounding space. One after another, the palm imprints stacked upon each other, the murderous intent soaring ever higher, transforming the expressions of all onlookers into sheer astonishment. This individual's power far exceeded their comprehension. It was simply formidable. Boom! In the moment the sword energy barrier shattered, Yang Feng's body erupted in a mist of blood, crashing violently to the ground and creating a deep crater. Had Yang Feng truly been defeated? Indeed, he had been utterly vanquished, with no opportunity for retaliation whatsoever. The onlookers were left astounded. Prior to the battle, no one could have anticipated that the esteemed ancestor god would fall to a mere mysterious god, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. None would have believed such an event to be true. It was utterly inconceivable, A mysterious god defeating an ancestor god. I truly thought I was seeing things. Yang Feng had fallen, and it seemed the Yang family was doomed. Yet, that may not be the case. The city lord has arrived. It is said that the city lord of Heavenly Bone City is a formidable god of tribulation. Watching Yang Feng's defeat unfold without intervening, it appeared that even the city lord harbored some trepidation towards this individual. Bleeding profusely, Yang Feng turned to the elder who had approached him and immediately implored, "I beseech you, city lord, to seek justice for me." "City lord?" The elder replied, "I am Dong Qing. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" "Su Chen." "Ah, so it is Mr. Su. What has provoked you to such wrath?" Su Chen understood the underlying intent, merely a desire to protect Yang Feng. However, given the current circumstances, having already taken action, he was determined to eradicate any potential future troubles, leaving no room for leniency. Growing impatient, he retorted, "Speak plainly, do not waste my time." Su Chen's arrogance and dominance left all present in a state of shock. After all, neither Yang Feng nor the city lord could be compared to him in terms of status or power. Dong Qing remained unperturbed, still smiling as he replied, "Mr. Su, please do not take offense. If Yang Feng has erred in any way, I, on behalf of the Yang family, offer my apologies and hope to put this matter to rest. What say you?" Internally, Dong Qing was seething with rage. Had he not witnessed Su Chen's strength firsthand, he would have thought it impossible for anyone to defeat Yang Feng. In truth, any other individual daring to kill a family patriarch within Heavenly Bone City would be provoking the city lord's authority. Nonetheless, Dong Qing was a cunning fox. He had no desire to create enmity. Yet, as the city lord, he felt compelled to show some semblance of authority, at least for the sake of appearances. Chapter 533, Yang Feng's Life. Even Jesus could not save. I, Su Chen, declare. An apology? The fact that the city lord of Heavenly Bone City would choose to apologize left everyone astonished. This was the harsh reality. For anyone else, the city lord would not only refrain from apologizing, but would consider it a blessing not to be killed. Yet, considering that the youth had not only slain Yang Kai, but had also gravely wounded Yang Feng, the city lord would certainly tread carefully. If a resolution could be reached, he would pursue it. Yang Feng said little, rising from the ground. He understood the city lord's intent perfectly. After all, the loss of his son and third brother could only be chalked up to the Yang family's misfortune. Given that even he had been defeated by this individual, and that the city lord was wary, what more could he do? Su Chen smiled. "Do you believe that being the city lord of Heavenly Bone City makes you formidable? What do you mean by that? What transpires between me and the Yang family is of no concern to you. Since you have chosen to intervene, I shall grant you some face." Witnessing the youth's concession, all present chuckled, realizing that he still held some regard for the city lord. However, Su Chen's subsequent words thoroughly astonished everyone. "By tomorrow, I do not wish to see a single member of the Yang family remaining in Heavenly Bone City. Should even one person survive and leave, I will take your life. As for Yang Feng's life, not even Jesus could save him. I, Su Chen, declare." With this proclamation, the surroundings erupted in uproar. All gazes were fixed on the young man before them. Disbelief etched across their faces. None had anticipated such brazen audacity. Showing no regard for the city lord's authority, this was an outright slap in the face, merciless and unyielding. My word, how incredibly bold. If I possessed such audacity, even facing death tomorrow would be worth it. Defeating an ancestor god as a mysterious god, and disregarding the city lord, who could achieve such a feat? I am in awe of this individual. Su Chen's arrogance indeed caught everyone off guard. No one had expected him to disregard the city lord's authority. Such actions were not something everyone dared to undertake. Not to mention, even those of equal rank would likely not act so brazenly. Dong Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the other party would show him no respect. Struggling to contain his fury, the more domineering Su Chen became, the more apprehensive he felt. Could someone so audacious possibly possess the strength to subdue a god of tribulation? It was crucial to remember that the mysterious god stood as the second tier among the 6 realms of divine beings, while he himself occupied the 6th tier. The gap between them was not insignificant. He had never envisioned a day when he would be intimidated by a mere mysterious god warrior. Such a notion would be humiliating to admit. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to respond. He dared not gamble, for the stakes were not merely his pride, but his very life. No one is fearless. Not even Dong Qing. "Lord of the city, my Yang family has been unwaveringly loyal to your esteemed residents. You cannot forsake us." As the Lord remained silent, a pang of anxiety gripped Yang Feng's heart. He feared that the Lord might be intimidated, leading to the downfall of the Yang family. If the Lord were to refuse the humiliation, it was likely that Su Chen's words would not even be completed before the Lord took decisive action, offering no opportunity for the adversary to respond. Yet, In the present moment, the Lord's silence indicated his evident trepidation towards this individual, caught in a state of hesitation. Under no circumstances could he afford to fall from grace, nor allow his family to be annihilated. With a dismissive wave, Dongqing discerned the murderous intent reflected in the opponent's gaze. At this juncture, he was faced with but two paths: either confront this individual head-on, risking life and death, or choose to compromise, sacrificing his dignity to evade peril. My time is limited. After 3 breaths, should you fail to make a decision, I shall assume you have opted for war against me. The countdown commenced. Su Chen's aggressive demeanor rendered Dongqing's countenance increasingly grim, and the more he felt pressured, the less inclined he was to act. All eyes were fixed upon him, eager to witness how Lord Dongqing would respond, honor or conflict. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As the frigid aura of impending slaughter emanated from Su Chen, Dongqing promptly declared, "I acquiesce." Initially, he believed the other was merely jesting, attempting to provoke him. Little did he realize that the person before him was a madman, one who would strike without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for regret. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Dongqing genuinely choose to relent. Under the specter of insanity, even the formidable Jia god was compelled to abandon the Yang family. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Was the youth truly merely a Xian god? Never had they encountered such a domineering and formidable Xian god, one who dismissed even Jia gods with disdain. Chapter 534, Compromise Under Duress. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Dongqing's capitulation left everyone astounded. No one had anticipated that the illustrious lord of Tiangu City, a Jia god himself, would opt for submission, a notion beyond anyone's imagination. Su Chen refrained from intervening, merely observing with a detached demeanor as his aura of slaughter enveloped the surroundings. "Lord, my Yang family has served you with unwavering loyalty for many years. Should you abandon us, how shall you stand in Tiangu City?" Dongqing sighed deeply within. For if there existed even the slightest possibility, he would not have chosen to forsake the Yang family. As Yang Feng articulated, since Dongqing ascended as the lord of Tiangu City, the Yang family had indeed been steadfastly loyal, never harboring treachery. However, the current predicament was markedly different. Faced with an unhinged madman of inscrutable strength, he was unwilling to gamble, leading him to the reluctant decision to abandon Yang Feng and his kin. The calculus of risk and reward had yielded a stark conclusion. Self-preservation was paramount. With no further words needed, as the situation had reached this critical juncture, any additional discourse would be futile. He struck down upon Yang Feng's crown with a forceful palm. The expression on Yang Feng's face was one of disbelief and rage. Even at that moment, he could not fathom that Lord Dongqing would execute him. "Please, Mr. Su, proceed to the Lord's residence." Without uttering a word, Dongqing, under the pressure of his own intimidation, was forced to slay Yang Feng and would subsequently annihilate the Yang family. To assert that he felt no anger would be disingenuous. In this scenario, it was clear that he and Dongqing could never be allies. Not enemies, however, was already a considerable feat. As he made his way to the Lord's residence, Dongqing's words were merely a facade. Observing the retreating figure, Dongqing's expression darkened, his countenance reflecting a depth of humiliation he had never before experienced. With a single step, his figure vanished in an instant. Before the dawn could break, Dongqing returned to the Lord's residence, immediately dispatching personnel to seal off all of Tiangu City, commencing a brutal suppression of the Yang family. Anyone associated with the Yang family would face slaughter. One could not deny that Dongqing was indeed a ruthless individual. At a tavern, Brother Su, this toast is for you. Cheers. Su Chen and Lin Langtian clinked their cups and drank heartily. Su Chen held a profound admiration for Lin Langtian. Had it been another individual, they would have fled upon encountering a Jia god. Despite urging Lin Langtian to depart, he chose to remain, a quality worthy of camaraderie. Setting down his cup, Lin Langtian sighed. "Brother Su, I must speak candidly. Over the years, I have never encountered someone of your caliber. To surpass one's limits within a single day and intimidate the Lord of Tiangu City at the Xian god level is truly admirable." Lin Langtian genuinely respected Su Chen. One must ask, who could achieve such feats? Certainly, he had never met anyone capable. Su Chen smiled but remained silent. After all, he possessed the system, an extraordinary boon. Although systems existed across various realms, the immortal realm alone had birthed several, each with its own hierarchy. Dominating foes beyond one's level was standard. If he could not even manage that, then he would be failing the system itself. Brother Su, with your prowess, entering the Hall of Xingtian will allow you to sweep through the 6 realms of divine beings, where you may seize remarkable opportunities. Su Chen nodded, comprehending Lin Langtian's intent. The Hall of Xingtian had level restrictions, accessible only to those of the 6 realms of divine beings. while he would not speak for others. Su Chen felt no fear towards any practitioner of the divine being realm, even those at the peak of Jia God. He could contend with them. Most importantly, he possessed a drop of divine emperor water and a killing divine essence, formidable assets. Even when facing a divine emperor, he could summon his brother, the war tyrant, whose strength would allow him to traverse the divine realm with impunity. Brother Lin, let us speak frankly. Lin Langtian hesitated, but ultimately stated, Brother Su, I must confess. My Lin family has many enemies. In Heiyu City, with the Lord's residence in place, these so-called adversaries will refrain from attacking. However, once we enter the Hall of Xingtian, they will undoubtedly attempt to ambush us. At this point, Lin Langtian chose not to elaborate further, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Su Chen was not foolish. He understood entirely. Brother Lin, among friends, there is no need for pretense. However, I cannot guarantee anything. Once we are in the Hall of Xingtian, should I encounter any threats, I will assuredly take action. How does that sound? Thank you, Brother Su. Rising, he bowed deeply to Su Chen. As he resumed his seat, Lin Langtian felt an immense thrill. The Lin family had decided against entering the Hall of Xingtian, but he intended to enter secretly, without informing his family. If Brother Su were willing to assist, the Lin family could enter the Hall of Xingtian without fear, ready to take their chances. They could not simply choose to forego this opportunity. Brother Su, I will return to my family at once to convey this news. We shall meet in the Hall of Xingtian. Very well. Farewell. Take care. Chapter 535, not to my taste. The overnight obliteration of the Yang family sent shockwaves throughout Tiangu City. Most importantly, the one who annihilated the Yang family was none other than the Lord of Tiangu City. Everywhere, rumors of the Yang family's demise circulated. It was said that a young boy had intimidated the city lord, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate the Yangs. Su Chen did not depart from Tiangu City immediately, for there were still several dozen days until the opening of the Hall of Xingtian. He intended to complete his next swift kill before setting off for the hall. As night fell, Su Chen rented a secluded courtyard, dedicating himself to rigorous training in pursuit of the celestial god realm, whether in the divine human realm or the divine position realm. His singular ambition was to reach the God Emperor realm, particularly the War God Emperor. He needed to ascend to the status of War God Emperor in the shortest possible time. Knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen released a surge of energy, causing the door to swing open. Standing outside was a captivating beauty with an oval face, willow-like brows, and large eyes set above a high nose, her figure perfectly proportioned, clad in a form-fitting pale yellow outfit. The only words that could aptly describe her were stunning and exquisite. Who are you? Su Chen inquired, his tone devoid of emotion, his eyelids not even fluttering. I am Dong Yuyu, the daughter of Dong Qing, the city lord of Tiangu. Dong Yuyu? Su Chen felt a flicker of curiosity, wondering what the daughter of Dong Qing wanted with him. Is there something you need? Dong Yuyu nodded, retrieving a spatial ring from her bosom and presenting it with both hands. Mr. Su, this is a gift from my father. He mentioned that it contains all the wealth of the Yang family, including 100 million divine stones. 100 million divine stones. That was indeed a considerable fortune. It appeared that Dong Qing sought to cultivate a relationship with him, and Su Chen, naturally, would not decline such an offer. An invisible force gently lifted the ring from Dong Yuyu's hands into Su Chen's grasp. Without a second glance, he tossed it into his Qingquan bag. For he believed Dong Qing would not jest about such matters unless he wished to follow in the footsteps of the Yang family. Do you have anything else? Su Chen asked, noticing a slight flush on Dong Yuyu's face, as if she harbored some unspoken hesitation. With a hint of shyness, she gazed at the young man before her, recalling her father's words. Su Chen was a prodigy, wielding extraordinary treasures and accompanied by formidable beasts, destined to become a powerful figure in the divine realm. His identity was undoubtedly remarkable, possibly linked to ancient families or sections. Her father's advice was clear, to draw close to Su Chen, and if she could win his favor, it would be for the best. Dong Yuyu's personal life had not been pristine, having changed partners almost every year. Aligning herself with someone like Su Chen would undoubtedly offer her immense advantages, not to mention the benefits it would bring to the city lord's estate. This arrangement was undeniably valuable. Kneeling before Su Chen, Dong Yuyu's expression was one of longing. As she softly declared, I wish to become Mr. Su's beloved, and I hope you will accept me. Such boldness was striking. Su Chen could discern immediately that Dong Yuyu was no longer pure, and her overt advances were undoubtedly a bid to find a protector. In the face of such a breathtaking beauty, others might falter, but Su Chen was an exception. His demeanor remained indifferent, even tinged with distaste, as he replied coldly. I do not favor women with dubious pasts. You are not to my liking, do you understand? A direct rejection. Dong Yuyu had already lost her innocence, and he would not take her on. stunned by the refusal. Dong Yuyu found it hard to comprehend that someone would turn her down. After all, her beauty ranked among the top 3 in Tiangu City, if not the most stunning. Countless men coveted her, and she was certain that with a mere gesture, she could have any man she desired. Fixating her gaze on Su Chen, she could hardly believe that he did not appreciate beauty, especially her kind. Unable to accept this reality, she recalled her father's instructions, and her own ambitions to win Su Chen over intensified. She had learned from her father that although he was merely in the profound god realm, he could obliterate Yang Feng, suggesting that his strength surpassed her father's. To possess such a man would be monumental. Even after being spurned, Dong Yuyu refused to relent. Mr. Su, I, Dong Yuyu, assure you that if you accept me, I will devote my heart solely to you from this moment forth. The more earnest she became, the more repulsed Su Chen felt. Growing impatient, he stated, I have matters to attend to. Please leave. With that, he effectively dismissed her. Dong Yuyu's expression darkened. She had never been rejected in her life, especially not after being so forward for the first time. Mr. Su, please, she implored, rising. As she turned to depart, she added, I will not give up on what I desire, regardless of whether you truly like me. I have already begun to like you, and from now on, I shall pursue you. Watching Dong Yuyu's retreating figure, Su Chen rolled his eyes. If she were on Earth, she would epitomize the archetype of a manipulative woman. He found such women utterly distasteful, even revolting. In his mind, they were inferior to prostitutes. Choosing to ignore her entirely, he retrieved the chaos fishing rod from his chinquan bag. Since ascending to the divine realm, he had yet to fish, and he wondered what treasures he might catch on his inaugural expedition here. The celestial realm and the divine realm were distinct dimensions, with differing hierarchies. He believed that the items he could fish in the divine realm would undoubtedly surpass those from the celestial realm. As he cast the chaos fishing rod, the golden hook vanished into the void. Returning home, Dong Yuyu felt dejected. She remained unable to accept the reality of her rejection by Su Chen. Yuyu, how did it go? Her father inquired. With a frustrated huff, she stomped her foot and replied, Father, he accepted the spatial ring but rejected me. Rejected? Dong Qing was incredulous. He was well aware of his daughter's beauty, and it seemed it was the first time she had taken the initiative, only to be turned down. His intent was straightforward, to leverage his daughter's allure to win Su Chen over, as he suspected the young man's background was anything but ordinary. If he gambled correctly this time, it would be the prime opportunity for him to soar to greatness. Yuyu, what do you plan to do? Father, do not concern yourself with this matter. I wish to see just how formidable his defenses truly are. I am determined to break through them. Dong Qing remained silent, hoping fervently for his daughter's success. Chapter 536, Swift Kill AK-40, unrivaled across 3 realms. In the boundless expanse of darkness, a pale yellow leaf floated serenely. Though it exuded an almost imperceptible aura, if placed in any forest, it would be the most inconspicuous leaf of all. Yet now as the fluctuations in space intensified, a golden fishing hook pierced through layers of reality, descending into the boundless abyss of darkness. A chaotic aura enveloped a pale yellow leaf, which vanished in an instant. In the realm of the gods, within a dilapidated courtyard, the sight of the golden leaf returning from its fishing expedition flooded Su Chen's mind with an incessant stream of information. The leaf burial vessel resembled celestial ships from the immortal realm and divine vessels from the godly realm, yet its rank surpassed both significantly, making it an exceptional artifact ideally suited for his current circumstances. Su Chen began to understand that the entire divine realm was divided into countless continents. Much like the immortal realm, to traverse these lands, one must rely on divine vessels. Those with wealth and power could purchase their own ships, while the less fortunate had to buy tickets to board them. Initially, he had contemplated using the entirety of the Yang family's fortune, delivered by Dong Qing, to acquire a divine vessel. However, it now seemed unnecessary. The leaf burial vessel he had fished up was in a league of its own compared to any divine vessel. Stretching luxuriously, Su Chen felt immense satisfaction with his catch and placed the leaf burial vessel into his chinquan bag. He casually summoned a formation seal, inscribed with the 13 formations left behind by Hu Yenkong, the god of war and the foremost formation master in the divine realm. Su Chen was acutely aware of the significance of formations. He aspired to become a true formation master. Rather than relying solely on the singular formation he had acquired through mere luck, the two were incomparable. Immersing himself in the comprehension of the 13 formations, Su Chen felt a surge of confidence bolstered by his immense talent, believing he would surely grasp their essence. In just 3 short hours, he had begun to touch upon the rules of formations, thanks to his foundational knowledge. However, mastering formations was unlike martial arts cultivation. One could not leap to mastery in a single bound. Progress necessitated the continuous evolution of formations to enhance one's mastery level. Beyond the formation seal, Chen diligently studied the Divine Beast Scroll. According to his brother Zhanba, the Divine Beast Scroll was an unparalleled treasure, ranked among the top 10 treasures of the Divine Realm, suggesting its extraordinary status. Once he could unlock the scroll, he would command the super divine beasts within, allowing him to sweep through the entire Divine Realm without relying solely on Zhanba or Xiaoyan. Chen surmised that unlocking the Divine Beast Scroll would not be a simple endeavor. After all, even Zhanba had struggled to open it, despite being a formidable deity. The scroll had existed for countless years, with few capable of unveiling its secrets. As he practiced, his hands danced through various formations: the first elemental formation, the second chi formation, the third talent formation, the fourth absolute formation, the fifth element formation, the sixth star formation, the seventh bigua formation, the eighth palace formation, the ninth absolute formation, and the 10th absolute formation. These 10 formations formed the foundational basis for the 13 formations. To grasp higher-level formations, a thorough understanding of the basics was imperative. There could be no room for negligence. To build a tall edifice, one must first lay a solid foundation. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly opening his eyes, Chen chuckled with resignation. The days spent grasping the reproductive formation passed swiftly, even more so than his martial training. Today marked a day for a unique opportunity, and he wouldn't let it slip by. This was his first chance to engage in the Divine Realm's unique event, and he eagerly anticipated the treasures he might acquire. Taking a deep breath, Chen recognized the significance of this event and vowed not to miss a single opportunity. Since his arrival in this world, whether in the Tianwu continent or the immortal realm, he had advanced step by step, entirely reliant on the system's unique opportunities. Without it, he would have long since reported back to the King of Hell. Reflecting on his journey, he had accumulated many valuable items through the system's unique chances, so much so that he sometimes lost track of them. In essence, each opportunity had never failed to meet his expectations. It was safe to say that the system's unique chances were his bedrock, his reliance, and his greatest means of navigating this otherworldly realm. Beep. The system has detected that the 7-day countdown for the unique opportunity has ended. Random selection will now commence. Finally, it had arrived. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the system echo in his mind, Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to an alarm clock that chimed every 7th day. He awaited the treasures that would soon be unveiled. Item: AK-40. The number signifies death. Price: 1 divine crystal. Item description: the AK-40, crafted from a special material, allows the wielder to condense their power into ammunition for infinite firing. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. Stunned by the item presented to him, Chen never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him an AK-40. Wait a moment. AK-40, not AK-47. What on earth is an AK-40? The system's description indicated that the number 40 represented death. With that understanding, he could grasp its implications. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized this as his first acquisition in the Divine Realm, and it was clear that it was no ordinary firearm. His power could be condensed into bullets, and the prospect of infinite firing was exhilarating. He pondered the weapon's might and resolved to test it soon. With a flick of his wrist, the divine crystal vanished, and an AK-40 appeared in his grasp. Its design was appealing and somewhat weighty. With his ascension to the Divine Realm, the divine crystal would now replace the celestial crystal for future acquisitions. In light of the host's future assistance to the system and the consumption of other systems, the system grants the host a special reward: infinite annihilation bullets, capable of ignoring 3 realms in sweeping attacks. Taken aback by the system's unexpected generosity, Chen pondered its unusual behavior. He had yet to consume any other systems, having only just ascended to the Divine Realm. Nonetheless, he would not question the system. After all, it would be foolish to refuse benefits. The annihilation bullets, capable of sweeping through 3 realms with infinite firing, filled him with excitement. Gripping the AK-40, he felt it was perfectly suited for group battles, allowing him to unleash devastating firepower without a hint of strain. Eager to test the power of the AK-40, Chen sought a beast to challenge. It was imperative to find a target that would not only allow him to gauge the weapon's might, but also replenish the power within his refining vessel. Although he had ascended with the refining vessel, its contents had all been left in the heavenly court for his companions, including Huang Ji and his daughter. With the formidable power of the celestial court as a safeguard, Chen possessed an unwavering confidence, firmly believing that no one could breach its defenses, nor would anyone dare to provoke or challenge the celestial court. However, exceptions exist in all matters. No one could guarantee that their beloveds, including their daughters and sisters, would not venture out alone. One must forge oneself into a strong entity. External forces are forever external. Thus, it remains imperative to enhance their own strength in preparation for the future. Once he firmly establishes his foothold and erects a sect of his own, utilizing the boundary-breaking talisman to summon others to the divine realm, it is equally crucial that their capabilities are sufficiently robust. It was precisely for this reason that Su Chen chose to retain all the celestial herbs and the entirety of the power within the refining wilderness pot. In his perspective, the accumulation of these resources would significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of individuals like Huang Ji and the others. Upon departing the courtyard, Su Chen casually inquired with passers-by and swiftly pinpointed his destination, a forest not far from Tiangu City, known as Tiangu Forest. In the realm of Bloodflame Continent, Tiangu Forest is deemed insignificant, merely classified as a low-grade forest, with its demonic beasts being of a correspondingly low rank. It is believed that within Tiangu Forest, one would rarely encounter demonic beasts of the divine position realm. This was precisely the situation he desired. The Tiangu Forest was shrouded in a gray, oppressive atmosphere, instilling a sense of suffocation. Crack! A thunderclap reverberated across the vast clouded skies as heavy clouds descended. Bai Sirui, Bai Wuhui, and Xiangnan stood back to back, their expressions grave as they surveyed their surroundings, where massive apes were congregating. The 2 men and 1 woman, all hailing from the Divine Sword sect and possessing divine powers, Bai Sirui being a 2nd-level deity and the other 2 8th-level deities, were confronted by black apes towering at heights of 2, 3, and even 4 meters, their brawny forms resembling piles of rock, each roaring furiously. Senior Brother Bai, the number of Titan apes is overwhelming. If this continues, we are undoubtedly doomed, Bai Sirui exclaimed in terror. Why is our luck so abysmal, provoking the Titan ape clan? Bai Wuhui nodded, his somber countenance betraying his anxiety. To claim they were unafraid in the face of countless Titan apes would be a lie. It must be noted that the Titan ape clan stands among the most formidable demonic beast races in Tiangu Forest, boasting countless members, with their chieftain being a transcendent demonic beast of immense power. A glance around revealed an ocean of Titan apes, at least several 100,000. Faced with such a powerful clan, not even the sect master of the Divine Sword sect could hope to withstand them. The trio understood all too well that only a being of divine position could hope to fend off the Titan apes. Wait here, I will hold off the Titan apes. You two find an opportunity to escape. Remember, once you leave, do not return under any circumstances. Cousin, if we are to leave, let us leave together. If we are to die, let us die together. We will not abandon you here, they replied resolutely. Yet, deep down, all 3 were aware that none could hope to delay the Titan apes. Even a mere 10 or more divine realm Titan apes would render them powerless, sealing their fates. Bai Sirui huffed angrily, glaring at Xiangnan. Xiangnan, had you not taken the Titan ape's egg, we would not be in this predicament. Her ire intensified with each word. With an expression of helplessness, Xiangnan retorted, I had no idea it was the Titan ape's egg. It's rather absurd for the Titan apes to haphazardly discard their eggs. Indeed, the trio had been exceedingly unfortunate. Previously, an intruder had secretly infiltrated the Titan ape's lair, even stealing the egg of the clan's chieftain, leading to a relentless pursuit by the chieftain, who ultimately discarded the intruder. Upon encountering such a vibrant egg, anyone could surmise that once it hatched, the resulting beast would not be weak. Who could have predicted that this egg belonged to the Titan apes, and moreover, was the chieftain's? Bai Wuhui sighed deeply, observing the encroaching Titan apes. This is not the time to blame anyone. The Titan ape clan had yet to strike. A towering ape, over 8 meters tall, emerged, gazing coldly at the 3. You dare to destroy my offspring? Today, I shall ensure your bodies are shattered beyond recognition. Elder, we meant no harm. We were unaware it was your child, they pleaded desperately. The chieftain of the Titan apes, a transcendent demonic beast, would pose a challenge even for the sect master of the Divine Sword sect, save for the arrival of a senior elder. Kill. The Titan ape chieftain showed no inclination for further dialogue, gesturing with his hand, prompting the multitude of Titan apes behind him to charge at the trio. The dense mass of Titan apes encircled them, rendering escape nearly impossible. The 3 had prepared themselves for a fight to the death, fully aware of their impending doom. However, they were resolved to take down a few Titan apes as collateral. Just as despair settled in and the Titan apes began their assault, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed in the distance. Thud, 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 accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks. All, including the Titan apes, turned to discern the source of the commotion. What is happening? Report to the chieftain. A human warrior is rampaging through our kin, slaying thousands in mere seconds. Clear the way. With a command from the chieftain, all Titan apes parted, revealing a figure. A tall silhouette clad in flowing black attire. His handsome visage devoid of any blemish, wielded an unknown object, and with each thud, a multitude of Titan apes fell around him. Bai Sirui, Bai Wuhui, and Xiangnan. initially steeped in despair, suddenly found themselves confronted by this newcomer. They had no knowledge of this individual, nor did they believe he had come to their rescue. Yet, in their eyes, as long as he could subdue the Titan apes, there remained a glimmer of hope for their survival. None wished to meet their end. This was certain. Chapter 538. Unmatched Rampage. Too powerful, too handsome. Baisirui gazed dreamily at the young man approaching. That striking face, that physique, that unparalleled arrogance, and his utter disdain for the Titan ape clan. Xiangnan's expression darkened instantly. He had harbored feelings for Baisirui for many years, and now, with this unexpected arrival, he felt immense pressure. Who are you? The Titan ape chieftain's face darkened, fixated on the human warrior before him, his heart racing with disbelief. Could he have misjudged? Judging from the aura emanating from this individual, he appeared merely to be of the profound deity realm. Profound deity? Not only the Titan ape chieftain, but even Baisirui and her companions could hardly believe their senses. They were certain they were not mistaken. This individual was indeed of the profound deity realm. Did a profound deity dare to slaughter the Titan ape clan at will? Had they lost their senses? Su Chen wore a broad smile, gripping the AK-40 tightly as he cheerfully stated, I would like to request your assistance. But I must warn you that I possess a rather volatile temperament. Should I be met with refusal, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The threat was stark and devoid of any courtesy. If it were any other human warrior, even if they were a formidable god of disaster, the Titan ape would show no leniency. Yet, in the presence of this individual, the Titan ape chieftain felt a pang of trepidation. This challenger, fully aware of his status as a mystic god, dared to provoke the Titan apes and slaughter their kin without restraint. What audacity! Struggling to contain his boundless rage, the Titan ape chieftain inquired, What assistance do you seek? Quite simply, I require all of your tribe members. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding washed over the Titan ape chieftain. Demanding the entirety of his people was no trivial matter. I intend to refine all your kin. Preposterous. You seek your own demise. The words of Su Chen ignited fury among the Titan apes, for his intention to eradicate their entire race was painfully clear. Such audacity was unparalleled. Surely, even the gods of disaster would not dare to act so brazenly. Who could this person be? Baisirui shook her head in admiration, exclaiming, Now this is a true man. To confront the entire Titan ape clan while merely at the mystic god level. Xiangnan cursed internally. Although he was grateful for the timely intervention, a wave of anger surged within him, for he harbored feelings for Baisirui. He raised a hand to quell the furious outcry of his kin. The Titan ape chieftain's cold gaze was filled with a tempestuous desire for vengeance. This was blatant bullying, a declaration of war against the Titan apes. It was intolerable. Even if he wished to endure, it was impossible to do so. Would he simply surrender his entire race? The Titan ape chieftain laughed, a bitter, enraged laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Are you jesting with me? Jesting? I have no time for frivolities. Just answer me. Are you willing or not? Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Gladly, your lordship. Kill him. There was no room for negotiation. He could not stand idly by as his kin were slaughtered. Thus, the only option was to quell this intruder to restore peace. You have been given a chance. Squander it, and you shall have no one to blame but yourself. With the AK-40 in hand, and as the system indicated, this weapon could sweep through adversaries across 3 realms with ease, and it boasted infinite ammunition, having achieved the pinnacle of the mystic god realm. In accordance with the 6 realms of divine beings, mystic god, celestial god, ancient god, ancestral god, and god of disaster, the AK-40 could effortlessly dispatch all beastly foes, including those at the peak of the ancestral god realm. The system had equipped the AK-40 with annihilation rounds that could be fired endlessly. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Without a moment's hesitation, he had come to the bone forest to hunt beasts and replenish his refining pot, eager to test the might of the AK-40. After a brief trial, he had to concede that the weapon's power was indeed terrifying. No Titan ape could withstand its onslaught. As he gunned down the Titan apes, he simultaneously absorbed their primordial spirits into the refining pot. The sight before the Titan ape chieftain left him utterly stunned. What sort of divine artifact was this? It was overwhelmingly tyrannical. His kin barely had a chance to defend themselves. If only I possessed such a formidable artifact, I too would dare to strike. Xiangnan exclaimed, his envy palpable. He believed that the audacity of this individual stemmed not from his own strength, but from the divine weapon he wielded. Without such an artifact, would he still act so brazenly? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Envy, jealousy, and resentment coursed through Xiangnan. He was indifferent to the fact that this person had saved him. His discomfort grew as he witnessed Baisirui's admiration for Su Chen. Bai Wuhui and Baisirui were equally astonished. They had never even heard of such a divine artifact. Cousin, remember this. Never provoke this individual. "Cousin, what troubles you?" Observing the expression on his cousin's face, Bai Wuhui surmised that she had likely fallen for this mortal man, firmly believing in the concept of love at first sight. "He is not suitable for you." "Why is that?" "Trust me, I would never lead you astray." "Trust you? I think not." Bai Sirui was unfazed. She had never been enamored with anyone before, yet this instance of love at first sight was something she was determined not to forsake. Armed with the AK-40, Su Chen relentlessly slaughtered the Titan apes, sweeping through their ranks. Any Titan ape daring to approach met their demise beneath the annihilation rounds. Even the ancestral Titan apes could not withstand the onslaught. This spectacle completely stunned the Titan ape chieftain, who swallowed hard, realizing the overwhelming strength of this human warrior. Chapter 539. Your luck has run out. Under the relentless barrage of the AK-40, annihilation rounds flew forth, and not a single Titan ape could withstand the assault. In mere minutes, thousands of Titan apes fell, their lifeless bodies littering the ground, their primordial spirits consumed by the refining pot. None dared to flee, for the chieftain had not commanded it. The Titan ape chieftain was utterly bewildered, forgetting to instruct his kin to escape. By the time he regained his senses, a third of his tribe had perished. Despair settled in. Who had he wronged? First, the brutal murder of his child, and now, a harbinger of death had emerged. Intent on obliterating the Titan ape clan, all tribe members retreat. Upon hearing their leader's command, the Titan apes, paralyzed with fear, began to scatter frantically. However, Su Chen had long anticipated this, ensuring that no opportunity for escape was afforded to the Titan apes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The four swords of extermination, Zhu Xian sword, Lu Xian sword, Xian trap sword, and Zhu Xian sword, shot forth, accompanied by a cacophony of sword intent, sealing off every possible avenue of escape. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the Titan apes. Under the relentless fire of the AK-40, annihilation rounds continued to harvest the lives of the Titan apes, leaving a mountain of corpses in their wake. The expression on the Titan ape chieftain's face darkened as he dared not retaliate. To him, this individual was merely a mystic god, yet he brazenly invaded his territory and unleashed a massacre, showing utter disregard for him. Faced with such rampant audacity, the only option was to flee, with no thought for the lives of his kin. His own survival was all that mattered. What ecstasy! Su Chen wielded the AK-40, sweeping through the Titan apes with relentless efficiency. This weapon was a veritable killing machine. Just as the Titan ape chieftain contemplated escape, in an instant, Su Chen's doppelganger materialized, wielding the Pangu axe, and struck fiercely at the Titan great ape. Another appeared, identical in form. How could this be? Bai Wuhui exclaimed in astonishment. It appears this individual possesses a doppelganger. It is truly inconceivable that the clone possesses the same strength as the original. Even so, one cannot help but feel immense admiration. For anyone, including the three of us, it would be unthinkable to act recklessly, even with such formidable treasures, given the disparity in realms. The strength of the Titan Great Ape Clan's patriarch, a being of the catastrophe god realm, is not to be underestimated. During the relentless onslaught that lasted a full 3 minutes, under the continuous barrage of the AK-40, not a single Titan Great Ape managed to escape. Aside from the patriarch, all others fell, their lifeless forms reduced to mere cold skeletons, their primordial spirits absorbed into the refining desolation vessel. The patriarch of the Titan Great Apes, while engaged in battle, observed the sea of corpses around him, realizing that none of his kin remained alive, leading him to the brink of despair. The once mighty Titan Great Ape Clan, one of the dominant beast races in the Heavenly Bone Forest, had been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye, leaving the patriarch bewildered as to what had transpired. He refrained from further attacking, instead addressing the young man before him with a voice laced with murderous intent. What is the meaning of this? I have confirmed that our clan has not provoked you. Why have we been met with such calamity? Why, you ask? Su Chen replied with a smile. The reason is quite simple. Your clan's misfortune is compounded by the sheer number of your kin. Misfortune? A large number of kin? What absurd reasoning is this? The patriarch thought to himself. Had it been earlier, he would have struck out in anger, but now, whether he wished to acknowledge it or not, the reality was laid bare before him. The power of the treasures wielded by this opponent far surpassed his comprehension. Let me go, and I shall not pursue this matter further. What say you? Absolutely not. The patriarch's countenance darkened to an extreme as he roared. Even if I am to perish, I shall take you down with me. No sooner had he spoken than the Titan Great Ape chose to self-destruct his primordial spirit. In his estimation, with his catastrophe god strength, a self-detonation of his spirit could unleash a force of hundreds. Surely, he thought, even with the treasure in hand, this individual, at the mystic god level, would be unable to withstand the overwhelming force of his self-explosion. You will find you have no opportunity for self-detonation. Su Chen surmised the patriarch's intentions and would not grant him the chance. Activating his heavy eye, he simultaneously unleashed the time-space cage and the floating pagoda divine pattern, piercing through layers of space to precisely strike the Titan Great Ape Patriarch. Had he unleashed his full power, the Patriarch might have had a chance to escape. However, having been thoroughly terrified by the recent massacre, he dared not make a move, hoping only for mutual destruction. A self-detonation was a last resort. Anyone with even the slightest glimmer of hope would surely choose otherwise. Accompanied by a harrowing scream, the Titan Great Ape Patriarch, poised to self-destruct, found his primordial spirit forcibly shackled, particularly under the influence of the heavy eye, causing his entire body to tremble. Tat tat tat. Su Chen wasted no time, continuing to pull the trigger. With the rhythmic sounds, a barrage of annihilation bullets erupted from the AK-40, incessantly bombarding the Titan Great Ape Patriarch. Even a being of the catastrophe god realm could not withstand such a relentless storm of attacks. The countless annihilation bullets rained down upon him, transforming his body into a grotesque hive, riddled with gaping wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thud, as the Titan Great Ape Patriarch collapsed, the refining desolation vessel hovered above him, commencing the consumption of his primordial spirit. Surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The AK-40's instantaneous lethality impressed him immensely. It was indeed a slaughtering machine, facilitating large-scale extermination while conserving both his energy and time. As he retracted his doppelganger and the AK-40, preparing to depart, a voice called out, "Please, wait." Upon noticing the three approaching figures, Su Chen remained silent. He had not come to rescue them, but merely encountered the Titan Great Ape clan by chance in the Heavenly Bone Forest. Had it been any other time, he would have undoubtedly refrained from intervening. The survival laws of this otherworldly realm dictated that aside from the law of the jungle, one must not meddle in others' affairs. Before he could inquire further, Bai Wuhui introduced himself. "Su Chen, I am Bai Wuhui, and this is my cousin Bai Sirui, along with my junior brother Xiangnan. We hail from the Divine Sword Sect." "Divine Sword Sect? I am unfamiliar with it," he replied disinterestedly, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Bai Sirui's face flushed deeper, and she shyly expressed, "Thank you, Brother Su, for saving us. How might we repay your kindness?" Chapter 540. I shall make you regret coming to this world. Repay? Bai Sirui's intentions were abundantly clear. Xiangnan's expression darkened instantly, fearing this very scenario. Bai Sirui, in her eagerness, seemed to hint at an immediate infatuation, as if imploring him to consider granting her a place in his heart. Comparisons among people can be infuriating. He had pursued Bai Sirui for years with no success, often facing rejection. Yet now, without any overture from him, she was boldly approaching Su Chen. Su Chen's tone remained indifferent as he coldly replied, "No need. I did not save you." The rejection struck Bai Sirui like a blow, leaving her deeply sighing within, unable to accept it, for she held considerable confidence in her appearance. Moreover, with such overt advances, one would wonder who could possibly refuse. At that moment, Xiangnan stepped forward, smiling. "Bai Shimi, he did not save us. You should refrain from pressing him." "Junior brother Xiang, do not speak out of turn," Bai Sirui chided. "Bai Shi Xiang, I speak the truth. He merely passed by, not intending to rescue us." With hostility brewing, a resounding slap echoed as Xiangnan's face met with a forceful strike, sending him sprawling like a kite severed from its string. Had Su Chen not shown restraint, that blow alone would have been sufficient to end Xiangnan's existence. Not lingering further, Su Chen turned and departed. As they watched his vanishing figure, both Bai Sirui and Bai Wuhui were left in shock and disbelief, astonished by the volatility and peculiarity of his temperament. Blood streaming from his mouth, with several teeth likely knocked out, Xiangnan approached, nursing his wounded pride. "You had to speak out of turn." Bai Sirui rolled her eyes, clearly displeased with Xiangnan's indiscretion. Xiangnan remained silent, his cold gaze betraying a vengeful intensity. He dared not retaliate, but should an opportunity arise, he would not hold back. Upon returning to Heavenly Bone City, Su Chen resolved to enter the Heavenly Bone Tower once more. Previously, within the tower, his life seed had progressed from a sprout to a sapling state. At any other time, such growth would have taken an unfathomable duration. Yet, within the tower, it had transpired in merely 2 days. He surmised that the Heavenly Bone Tower held secrets yet to be uncovered. Just as he arrived at the plaza, before he could enter the tower, Dong Yu intercepted him. Her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of shyness, a facade she purposely crafted. She was unaware of when Su Chen would depart from Tiangu City. Thus, she felt compelled to resolve matters with him as swiftly as possible. Relinquishing her pursuit was not an option. She could not fathom that her circumstances would hinder her success. "Is there something you require?" "Mr. Su, I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit the city lord's mansion. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Her cheeks flushed crimson as Dong Yu timidly added, You may enter my boudoir, and I shall leave it to your discretion. What did this imply? Surely, any man would decipher the underlying meaning, and no one could resist such temptation. With Dong Yu's beauty, she could easily eclipse all in Tiangu City. Had it been another, they would have succumbed to such provocation long ago. Yet, Su Chen remained unfazed. His expression betrayed no emotion. He regarded Dong Yu with a cold, indifferent gaze. Unperturbed by her delicate fragrance, a quintessential manipulative seductress, she was of no interest to him, even if offered freely, for he feared tainting himself. I have matters to attend to. What could possibly be more significant than our discussion? Step aside. Step aside. One had to concede that Dong Yu possessed an audacious tenacity. Her unwillingness to yield was palpable. For the first time in many years, she had heard her father commend another so highly and encourage her pursuit of Su Chen, urging her to become his woman. Mr. Su, I wish to convey my sincerity, and I can assure you of my unwavering commitment from this moment forth. Slap. Before Dong Yu could utter another word, Su Chen's hand struck her face with a resounding force, causing blood to spill from her mouth, mingling with her lost teeth, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. While some may not recognize Su Chen, they were certainly familiar with Dong Yu, the renowned beauty of Tiangu City, daughter of the city lord. Never before had she endured such humiliation. Who was this audacious man to dare strike Dong Yu? Did he not realize her father was the city lord? Hush! I recognize this man. Just days ago, it was his intimidation that led to the annihilation of the Yang family, with their patriarch, Yang Feng, meeting his demise right here. He clearly fears no one, not even the city lord. So it's him. How utterly lacking in decorum to publicly strike a woman. What does decorum even mean? To you? Dong Yu may seem exalted. Even if one wished to fawn upon her, she might not reciprocate. But in the eyes of others, she is no different from any ordinary woman, and even if offered, she may not be desired. Various murmurs arose. Those acquainted with Su Chen held him in high esteem. Across Tiangu City, including all the prominent families who could match his audacity, striking Dong Yu before the public, intimidating the city lord, and annihilating the Yang family. These actions were unparalleled. Clutching her face, her expression a mixture of rage and disbelief, Dong Yu could hardly fathom that she had been struck. Being a woman and the daughter of the city lord, even if he disliked her, such an affront before others was unforgivable. In her mind, she believed that as long as she could obtain his affection, she would stand a chance with Su Chen. Yet, what transpired was a complete disillusionment. Before she could speak, Su Chen's voice pierced the air like a chilling specter from the underworld. Do you know what you are in my eyes? A manipulative seductress, simply a means for others to indulge. A person like you has the audacity to approach me. From this moment forth, should you dare to appear before me again, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Do not doubt my words. Even if you have the city lord's backing, it will not shield you. Overcome by an aura of menace, Dong Yu shivered uncontrollably, too intimidated to speak. For she did not doubt his words. A madman who dared intimidate even her father would surely not hesitate to kill her. And she believed her father would not dare seek vengeance. You may leave now, and remember my words. Though she seethed with rage, wishing to rend Su Chen asunder, Dong Yu refrained from further retort, hastily departing, for her embarrassment was profound. Truly, it was as the saying goes, she lost both the man and her dignity. Chapter 541. Those who do not depart shall face ruthless retribution. How foolish humans can be, failing to reflect upon their own reflections, believing themselves to be exceptionally beautiful, expecting every man to fawn over them. Su Chen remained utterly unperturbed. Even if Dong Yu's father was the city lord, what of it? Should Dong Qing dare intervene on her behalf, he would not hesitate to eliminate her as well. He cared not for the ramifications. The divine realm was undeniably more brutal than the celestial realm. As Su Chen traversed, the crowd parted, fear written across their faces. The youth was merciless. In Tiangu City, none dared provoke the city lord. Entering the Tiangu Tower, Su Chen summoned Little Fatty and spoke plainly, Little Fatty, you are aware of the Tree of Life. Investigate what secrets lie within the Tiangu Tower. Understood. Little Fatty grasped his leader's intent and without a moment's hesitation, vanished in an instant. The commotion surrounding Su Chen had captivated all of Tiangu City, yet those who had actually encountered him were few, especially within the Tiangu Tower. Thus, Su Chen's entrance elicited nary a ripple. He stood to the side, awaiting patiently. After a full 3 hours, Little Fatty finally returned. Urgency evident in his voice. Boss, in the deepest part of the Tiangu Tower, I sensed a peculiar power, as if it were sealed by some force. As anticipated. Upon hearing Little Fatty's words, Su Chen felt no surprise. He had surmised that the Tiangu Tower housed extraordinary secrets, for otherwise, He would not have lingered in Tiangu City. After all, the hall of execution was soon to open. Su Chen harbored no desire to slay the innocent, nor did he wish for anyone to learn of the secrets within the Tiangu Tower. His voice boomed like thunder across the vast emptiness. Everyone leave the Tiangu Tower at once. 10 minutes from now, those who remain shall face merciless consequences. The countdown begins now. His declaration echoed throughout every corner of the Tiangu Tower, devoid of any hint of doubt, radiating an overwhelming authority, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Chen's intent was unmistakable. To expedite matters, he would not tolerate delays. In any circumstance, the harsh reality persisted. If one did not assert strength, if one exhibited leniency, the ultimate price would be paid, and one's fall would go unnoticed. Once the secrets of the Tiangu Tower were revealed, they would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. Though he feared no trouble, he preferred not to squander time. The only solution lay in expelling everyone. Who is this audacious individual? Demanding that we vacate the Tiangu Tower? Who does he think he is, the city lord? Since the opening of the Tiangu Tower, it seemed no one had dared to act with such arrogance. I shall depart, to observe the situation. Cowards abound, while others chose to remain, determined to uncover the identity of this individual who dared to issue such commands. Outrage echoed throughout the hall, with some too intimidated to linger, while others boldly ignored the decree. Only the city lord possessed the authority to mandate the evacuation of the Tiangu Tower. Aside from the city lord, who else possesses such qualifications? Who else holds such might? If someone were to casually declare their intent to leave, it would indeed be absurd. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Su Chen calculated that less than 1% of those departing from the heavenly bone tower remained. Humanity often exhibits a penchant for folly. They do not shed tears until faced with the grave. Having already extended an opportunity to them, those who chose to stay must not blame him for the ensuing consequences. As the 10 minutes expired, and with no signs of hesitation, the audacity of this individual was truly remarkable. Did they truly believe themselves to be a god of calamity? Alas, there are many idle souls. We shall simply choose to disregard them. Time for cultivation is precious. Each day equates to 3,000 divine stones. At that moment, the figures of 2 pigs materialized instantaneously. They were none other than Little Fatty and Little Beauty. Little Fatty's form began to swell 100-fold. As he opened his maw wide and commenced a frenzied feast, rays of light emanated from Little Beauty's brow, cascading forth like thunderous torrents. This was the heavenly bone tower. To think they would dare to indiscriminately slay the innocent here. The city lord would undoubtedly not let them go unpunished. Good heavens, whose beast is this? Help! Save me! What have I done to deserve this? The cries of despair echoed throughout the heavenly bone tower. No one had anticipated that the owner of those voices would truly take action against them. After all, this was the heavenly bone tower. Although it did not prohibit slaughter, such wanton carnage was unprecedented, a blatant disrespect towards the city lord. Su Chen had previously instructed that Little Fatty and Little Beauty were not to unleash their full power. Had they done so, not a single soul within the heavenly bone tower would have emerged alive. Su Chen's intention was straightforward, to instill fear. Those capable of leaving should do so, while those unable to would simply be unfortunate. As Su Chen had surmised, under the overwhelming onslaught of Little Fatty and Little Beauty, the previously arrogant warriors who had chosen to disregard the situation now fled in terror, scrambling away as if wishing for additional legs to hasten their escape. Even so, the number of those who ultimately survived to leave the heavenly bone tower did not exceed half. This meant that a full half of the warriors fell victim to Little Fatty and Little Beauty, their fates sealed within the tower, with no chance for regret. Little Beauty and the Imperial Radiant Qilan stood guard at the entrance to the heavenly bone tower, while Su Chen accompanied Little Fatty deeper into the tower, eager to discover the source of this power. At the city lord's mansion, "Father, I choose to give up," Dongqing stated. The city lord nodded. He had never held high hopes for his daughter, for he could discern a flicker of indifference and disregard in Su Chen's gaze, a nonchalance that was not feigned. Nonetheless, he had merely been reluctant to accept defeat, wishing to give it a try. Now that his daughter had failed, there was no need to press further. Report to the city lord that a massacre is occurring in Heavenly Bone City. Half of the warriors have been ruthlessly slaughtered, and the entrance has been sealed, preventing anyone from entering the Heavenly Bone Tower. Dongqing turned to his daughter and inquired, "Did you encounter him outside the Heavenly Bone Tower?" Dongyu nodded, understanding her father's implication. "Indeed, father. Could it truly be him? It seemed unlikely to be anyone else." Dongqing felt a deep sense of helplessness. No amount of anger would alter the situation. The other party's dominance and strength were evident, and should he provoke them, given Su Chen's unpredictable nature, it was certain he would not let the matter rest. It was wiser to avoid trouble. Dongqing considered himself no match for Su Chen. He had no desire to gamble, for the repercussions of a lost wager were beyond his capacity to endure. With this in mind, Dongqing issued a command. Proclaim my decree. No one is to approach the heavenly bone tower by even a single step. Anyone who defies this order shall be executed without mercy, and no one is to intervene in matters concerning the heavenly bone tower. Yes, my lord. Chapter 542. Su Chun is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Within the heavenly bone tower, Su Chun, utilizing little fatty's senses, successfully pinpointed the exact location. A peculiar pattern resembling an eye seemed to scrutinize him intently, sending chills down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chun activated the chaos enlightenment technique and connected with the tree of life, seeking any reaction from this place. Merely 3 seconds passed. The tree of life began to voraciously consume, indicating he had indeed found the right spot. Ecstatic, Su Chun was determined not to miss this opportunity. The tree of life, the first of its kind in chaos, was poised for profound growth. Its full maturation would signify monumental implications for him. Most importantly, once the tree of life reached maturity, it could condense the waters of life, allowing it to consume freely. The tree of life surged forth, startling Su Chun. He had not anticipated such fervor. Since he had acquired the tree of life, this was the first instance of such behavior. It was exceedingly unusual. The tree of life vanished in an instant. And without a moment's hesitation, Su Chun began to strike fiercely at the pattern. He could not afford to lose the tree of life. The tree of life must remain unharmed. It was imperative. However, urgency and desire do not guarantee success. Whether he could break the seal of the pattern remained uncertain. The combined strength of Little Fatty and Su Chun proved insufficient to breach the seal. As time dragged on, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grim, completely unaware of the tree of life's condition. An hour later, the tree of life emerged from within the pattern and vanished into Su Chen's body. Boss, that power has dissipated, Little Fatty remarked, and Su Chun understood the situation. If all went as expected, the tree of life must have absorbed that power. An undeniably fortuitous event for the tree of life. With a deep stretch, and relieved to see the tree of life unscathed, Su Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. This incident had evidently benefited the tree of life. Since he had resolved this matter, remaining in the heavenly bone tower held little purpose. Su Chun had already resolved to depart Heavenly Bone City for the Hall of Execution once he comprehended the situation within the Heavenly Bone Tower. According to Lin Langtian, the Hall of Execution was on the verge of opening, and rumors claimed it to be the lair of the Execution God Emperor. Inside, treasures abounded, and it was possible that the divine essence of the Execution God Emperor lay hidden within. Divine essences are treasures of paramount significance in the divine realm. No one, including the God of War Emperor, could resist their allure. The rationale was simple. There are 2 paths to becoming a God Emperor. The first path is to cultivate one's martial arts to achieve the status of a God Emperor, a route fraught with difficulty that has thwarted countless prodigious talents. The second path involves the absorption of divine essences, a far easier avenue than personal cultivation. Given that divine essences are the entirety of a God Emperor's power condensed upon their death, the God Emperor represents the pinnacle of martial prowess in the divine realm, and no one can disregard the existence of divine essences. It can be said that each divine essence can incite upheaval and fierce competition across countless continents in the divine realm, often leading to bloodshed and carnage. With the slaughter divine essence residing within him, should Su Chun refine and merge with it, he believed that his ascension to God Emperor could be expedited significantly, especially given his extraordinary talent, which would further accelerate his cultivation speed. Su Chun, has no intention of refining and merging the God of Slaughter's divine personality. The reason is rather simple. He seeks to forge a martial path that is uniquely his own, rather than treading the paths left by others. In Su Chen's perspective, in order to become more formidable in the future and possibly even invincible among the divine lords, one must steadfastly adhere to their own martial way. Although merging with the God of Slaughter's divine personality could indeed shorten his training time, it would also impose limitations on his martial arts, which is not a prospect he wishes to entertain. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Bones, the city lord has already issued an edict forbidding anyone from approaching the tower or interfering with its affairs. Speculation abounds regarding the identity of the individual inside, someone so formidable that even the city lord must show deference. I have just received word that the one who previously unleashed a massacre within the Tower of Heavenly Bones is none other than the one who intimidated the city lord and obliterated the Yang family. So it is him. I wondered who could be so audacious as to dare pluck teeth from a tiger's mouth. Yet, this individual is indeed quite arrogant. Having entered the Tower of Heavenly Bones and immediately commenced a slaughter, claiming dominion over the tower and forbidding anyone else from setting foot within. Personally, I see no issue with this. After all, The world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. If this individual were weak, would he dare act so brazenly? Look, he is coming out. As the young man emerges from the Tower of Heavenly Bones, all present are struck with shock and awe. They have witnessed arrogance before, but never to such an extent, disregarding even the city lord. To declare slaughter within the Tower of Heavenly Bones is truly a display of unparalleled strength. Su Chen, stepping out from the tower, does not linger. In a flash, he vanishes beneath the shadow of the reincarnation bridge. The onlookers, gazing at his disappearing figure, are filled with admiration. In the distance, Dongqing lets out a deep sigh. Expressing his resignation, Su Chen is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Alas, what a pity. Dong Yu, of course, understands the dual meaning of her father's lament. She had never anticipated that with her beauty and grace, she would fail to captivate Su Chen. This was a scenario she had never envisioned, and now, regrettably, she finds herself without the opportunity to reflect on her choices. Initially, she thought Su Chen might be playing a game of retreating to advance, engaging in a dance of seduction. Who could have foreseen that he would humiliate her before the crowd, striking her face? If she were to approach him in such a situation, it would indeed reflect a lack of self-respect. Father, this is not my fault. It seems this person simply has an aversion to me, and I have done my utmost. Dongqing nods, expressing his helplessness. I understand. From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I knew he was extraordinary. I just did not expect that even your beauty would fail to sway him. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Dongqing ponders and states, according to rumors, the hall of execution is about to open. Although it is fraught with peril, I believe that to transcend my limits and ascend to the realm of the divine, entering the hall of execution is imperative. Had it been before, Dong Yu would undoubtedly have refrained from going, fully aware of what the hall of execution entails. Life may enter, but death may follow. Yet, after recent events, she seems to have sustained a significant blow. Dong Yu contemplates and declares, Father, allow me to accompany you to the hall of execution. Perhaps I may encounter great fortune and soar to new heights. You should be aware of the dangers inherent to the hall of execution. Are you not afraid? I am not afraid. Very well. Let us journey together as father and daughter. Chapter 543, The Frenzied Devouring. Crack. A thunderclap rends the void, tearing through the fabric of time and space, accompanied by the rumble of thunder cascading down to the earth. Instantly, a torrential downpour mixed with thunder engulfs the entire realm. The chaotic body is now ready for refinement. Ever since merging with the chaotic body, Su Chen has contemplated how to refine it. Now that he has ascended to the divine realm, gazing at the endless golden fissures that adorn the void, he has made a decisive resolution to harness lightning for the purpose of refining the chaotic body. With a roar to the heavens, Su Chen does not resort to any artifacts. Instead, he propels himself towards the lightning, the aura emanating from his chaotic body enveloping him entirely. It seems as though he has issued a challenge. The thunder rages across the skies, imbued with a cataclysmic might, relentlessly surging towards Su Chen, as if seeking to tear him apart completely. I cannot advance further. An invisible wall of energy appears before me, with the thunderous roars echoing incessantly in my ears. Su Chen reassures himself that since he has chosen to undergo the lightning refinement, he must see it through to the end. He cannot falter now. He is certainly aware of what lightning signifies in the divine realm. Even with the chaotic body, he cannot afford to disregard the existence of lightning. After all, the chaotic body is still in a state of growth, yet to attain its pinnacle. Gradually, a void begins to coalesce behind Su Chen, shrouded in a nebulous state, representing the primal essence of chaos. A terrifying aura of chaos erupts forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Based on Su Chen's deductions, given his current cultivation level, even with the aid of the chaotic body, it would be challenging to withstand the refining power of the thunder. The sole method available is to rely on the chaotic foundation that has already formed within him. The chaotic foundation, forged from devouring the chaotic enlightenment egg and other extraordinary treasures, should, when paired with the chaotic body, prove effective. Boss, do you need my assistance? Upon hearing Xiao Mei's voice, Su Chen shakes his head and replies, no need. He understands her intention. However, the lightning refinement must be undertaken alone, as it is the essence of his own chaotic body that is being refined. Boss, merely using lightning for refinement may yield results, but why not directly consume the lightning, allowing it to refine the chaotic body within? This approach would maximize the benefits. Upon hearing Xiao Mei's suggestion, Su Chen instantly comprehends that such a method would indeed yield the best results. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, he recalls that he has already merged with a drop of Pangu's blood and possesses the chaotic foundation. He believes that with sufficient caution, he can ensure his safety. Su Chen raises his head towards the heavens, releasing a long howl that pierces through layers of void, ascending into the clouds, causing the entire downpour to tremble slightly. The chaotic phantom that has coalesced behind him, in its nebulous state, begins to voraciously consume the bolts of thunder. One must admit, Su Chen is indeed audacious. If this were anyone else, there would likely be no one willing to attempt such a feat after all. A misstep could result in being utterly torn apart by the lightning, leaving no trace behind. Devour. Frenziedly devour. Su Chen disregards everything else. He knows one thing. Having chosen to begin refining the chaotic body, he must persevere until the very end. As he consumes more and more lightning, the energy coursing through his body resembles countless serpents, weaving and slithering throughout. Sweat pours down his brow, and Su Chen can feel the lightning ravaging his body. Yet, his physical form has grown resilient to a significant degree, and combined with the chaotic body and the chaotic foundation, it is no easy task for the lightning to breach his defenses. Step by step, he ascends towards the heavens, and the higher he climbs, the more potent the lightning becomes. The density of the lightning increases, and Su Chen's rate of consumption quickens. At this moment, an endless torrent of lightning converges into a terrifying whirlpool, filling the void, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, seemingly poised to devour the entire world. Attempt to obstruct me? It is futile. Gods shall be thwarted by gods, and lightning shall be extinguished by thunder. With my fingers wielding the sword, I amalgamate all martial arts into the essence of sword energy, accompanied by the resounding cries of the blade. Su Chen unleashed a formidable sword aura that could shake the heavens and bring weeping to the spirits of the departed, stretching 100 feet in length. The sword energy penetrated the swirling vortex, and two forces collided with tremendous force. The phantasmagoric figure conjured by the chaotic body swelled uncontrollably, 1 foot, 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, and then 1,000,000 feet. The entirety of this chaotic body's apparition stood proudly amidst the cosmos, akin to a sovereign surveying its subjects. The tumultuous lightning was shattered by the sword energy, erupting in boundless fury, yet it was utterly impotent. Just as Su Chen prepared to continue devouring the lightning, his gaze sharpened, for he discerned a river forming nearby, an indigo-black river spanning the celestial expanse, entirely composed of gathered lightning, exuding a magnificent grandeur. What is this phenomenon? I have never witnessed such a sight before. Boss, this is the Thunder River, echoed the voice of the Emperor Huang Qilin in his mind. Thunder River? What does it signify? Before Su Chen could inquire further, the Emperor Huang Qilin, seemingly attuned to his master's curiosity, continued, Boss, you have just consumed the lightning and even dispersed the lightning vortex, thus attracting the convergence of the Thunder River. Legend holds that the Thunder River is a realm of immense power, imbued with the primal forces of thunder. Should you enter the Thunder River to cultivate and absorb its might? At this juncture, the Emperor Huang Qilin's voice trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. The Thunder River was indeed a legendary entity within the divine realm. No one had ever succeeded in summoning its appearance, and Su Chen would be the first to accomplish such a feat. His eyes sparkled with excitement, with fortune smiling upon him. He would not entertain the thought of relinquishing this opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen stepped forward, heading toward the Thunder River. Chapter 544, Thunder River Refinement. Chaotic golden body, the descent of the Supreme God Emperor. In the endless, dim void, thunder roared, and boundless lightning raged as if seeking to catalyze the entire firmament. 100,000 feet of the Thunder River spanned across the sky, formed from innumerable bolts of lightning, the rolling torrents evoking a sense of trepidation within Su Chen. The Thunder River was undoubtedly a sacred ground for cultivation. Without needing the Emperor Huang Qilin to elaborate, Su Chen could surmise that as long as he stepped into the Thunder River to absorb and cultivate, it would be an extraordinary opportunity, one that was elusive and fortuitous. He understood that even if he attempted to consume lightning again, he might never encounter the Thunder River once more. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. As Su Chen approached the Thunder River, before even stepping into its waters, the swirling lightning began to coalesce into two ethereal characters, spelling out Thunder River, imbued with a terrifying aura of electric power. The Emperor Huang Qilin had made it abundantly clear. The Thunder River was formed from the convergence of endless lightning, harboring the essence of thunder itself. The manifestation of the Thunder River was not something one could conjure at will. It required a stroke of luck. The undulating bolts of lightning resembled boiling water, bubbling with electric energy as they spread outward, tearing through the downpour. With a face full of astonishment, Su Chen marveled that he had inadvertently summoned the Thunder River. His original intention had merely been to utilize the lightning to temper his chaotic body. Fortune had indeed favored him, and it was an opportunity he could not ignore. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen wasted no time. Having encountered such a rare chance, He resolved to enter the Thunder River for cultivation. With a single step, his figure vanished within the river's embrace. Su Chen's entry into the Thunder River was akin to a droplet falling into an ocean, creating not even the faintest ripple. The entire Thunder River roared like a frenzied lion, its continuous howls echoing through the void. Once inside, Su Chen settled into a meditative posture, the phantom of his chaotic body materializing behind him as he commenced the operation of the chaotic Enlightenment Sutra. The overwhelming and domineering lightning surged towards Su Chen with reckless abandon. Given the circumstances, Su Chen welcomed the onslaught, consuming as much as he could. This was not merely an opportunity to refine his chaotic body, but also to break through his own cultivation level, eager to see how far he could ascend. Though refining his chaotic body remained his primary focus, as waves of lightning rained down upon him, the sheer quantity was staggering, even as Su Chen consumed. He found himself subjected to the relentless barrage of electric strikes. The incessant onslaught of lightning made him feel as though his body might tear asunder, sharp pangs of pain radiating throughout him. Su Chen realized that he had underestimated the Thunder River's ferocity. The relentless lightning assailed him, leaving traces of blood across his skin. Letting out a long, anguished howl, the chaotic body's phantom behind him expanded further, emanating an aura of tremendous terror. The chaotic Enlightenment Sutra he was channeling began to create a vortex around him, intensifying its absorption capabilities as it voraciously consumed the lightning. In that moment, as Su Chen devoured the lightning with fervor, he instantaneously shattered his own limits, seamlessly ascending from the peak of the profound God realm to the celestial God realm. With each surge of lightning consumed, his power soared like a rocket. First level Celestial God. Second level Celestial God. Third level Celestial God. Fourth level Celestial God. Fifth level Celestial God. Sixth level Celestial God. Eighth level Celestial God. Ninth level Celestial God. Peak Celestial God. The tumultuous Thunder River, rife with ceaseless lightning, would have obliterated an ordinary individual in an instant. Yet, Su Chen remained seated calmly within the Thunder River, persistently absorbing the rampant lightning. His cultivation had successfully reached the pinnacle of the celestial God realm. And instead of continuing to cultivate, he prepared to consume the Thunder River to refine his chaotic body. He consumed voraciously, allowing the Thunder River to flood his being, refining his entire form. This method proved to be the most effective, albeit perilous, as one misstep could cost him his life. At that moment, the entirety of the Thunder River was cloaked in lightning, rendering it invisible to the outside world. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded Su Chen's mind, all concerning the chaotic body. Shock painted his features. He had not anticipated that the chaotic body could give rise to the chaotic golden body, which was the true essence of the chaotic body. If he could harness the chaotic body to manifest the chaotic golden body, his defensive prowess would ascend to new heights. And the chaotic golden body was indeed a pinnacle martial art, akin to the golden body of the Buddhist order. The fact that he could gradually cultivate the chaotic golden body through the power of the Thunder River was something Su Chen had never envisioned. A low, resonant roar reverberated through the void as the chaotic body he embodied began to coalesce into a chaotic, ethereal silhouette, radiating a resplendent golden light, dazzling and overpowering the dark purple hues surrounding it. After a full 6 hours, the Thunder River began to dissipate gradually. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Satisfaction etched across his face. The refinement through the lightning had yielded unparalleled benefits. Not only had his cultivation successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial God realm, but he had also refined his chaotic body and birthed the chaotic golden body. This was the crux of the matter. He understood that had it not been for the lightning refining the chaotic body, he would never have realized that the chaotic body could produce the chaotic golden body. Upon returning to the ground, Su Chen stretched languidly, taken aback by the unexpected gift he received prior to entering the hall of execution. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. The ability to devour the Thunder River and condense such extraordinary powers is impressive. Would you care to take me as your master? At that moment, a chilling voice abruptly echoed. Following this, a figure materialized out of thin air, as if traversing the cycles of time and space. Until this point, Su Chen had not sensed the presence of this individual. A flicker of wariness glinted in his eyes, for he could surmise that the elder before him was no ordinary being. Fear not, young one. I am Likonji, one of the most formidable entities in the divine realm. Should you choose to become my disciple, I assure you that you will wield unparalleled influence in the divine realm in the future. What say you? Is he merely boasting? Su Chen was acutely aware of the implications behind those words. The audacity of this individual to claim superiority as the mightiest in the divine realm could only denote two possibilities. Either he possessed formidable strength, or he was merely engaging in empty bravado. In Su Chen's estimation, the likelihood of the latter was minimal. Are you the God Emperor of War? Upon hearing this title, Li Kongji scoffed, a contemptuous smirk gracing his lips. To me, the God Emperor of War is but an insignificant insect. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. To dismiss the God Emperor of War in such a manner was an audacious claim. Taking a deep breath, he understood the significance of the title. The God Emperor of War represented the pinnacle of existence in the divine realm, only subservient to the Master God Emperor. Li Kongji's grandiosity could only imply one thing. He was indeed the Master God Emperor himself, emboldened to utter such words. Fortune seemed to have turned its back on him, as he had encountered a Master God Emperor. Even with his system, it was inconceivable to defeat one at such a level. It was purely a farcical notion. Were it not for his previous encounter in the divine grave of the celestial realm, where he met his elder brother, Zhanba, he would have had no chance whatsoever. Clutching the jade token, Su Chen felt a surge of confidence. No matter how formidable Li Kongji was as a Master God Emperor, summoning his elder brother would surely turn the tide. With that thought, Su Chen shook his head and said, I have no interest in becoming your disciple. However, should you wish to be my master, I might consider it. Refusal? You would have me as your disciple? Li Kongji erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd jest. Given that the young man was aware of the Master God Emperor's existence, yet dared to act so brazenly, it was a level of arrogance beyond comprehension. You know my cultivation level? Li Kongji continued. If I am not mistaken, you are the Master God Emperor yourself. If you are aware, why then do you refuse to become my disciple? This was a conundrum that Li Kongji could not fathom. Had he not witnessed this young man's ability to enter the Thunder River for cultivation, he would never have shown himself, let alone consider taking him as a disciple. It would have been utterly preposterous. But one must understand the significance of being a Master God Emperor, the supreme existence within the divine realm, surpassing even the God Emperor of War. Any Master God Emperor could sweep through the divine realm without opposition. Li Kongji was confident that, should he desire, countless warriors would seek him out as their master. Originally, he believed that upon his overture, the young man would eagerly accept the opportunity. Yet, to his shock, he was outright rejected, leaving him utterly bewildered. I have no interest in becoming your disciple. Either you leave now, or you become my master. Ha! Do you truly believe you have the qualifications to be my master? And if you refuse to be my disciple, do you have any idea whether I am worthy? Observing that the other did not seem to be jesting, Li Kongji's expression gradually darkened. As a dignified Master God Emperor, to lower himself so willingly, only to be met with disdain and insult, was beyond his comprehension. Continuing to pursue the matter was out of the question. Nevertheless, Li Kongji did not wish to kill this young man. His talent and audacity were unparalleled among his peers, and such a person would indeed make an admirable disciple. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Refusal. Without waiting for Li Kongji to finish his sentence, Su Chen coldly uttered the word. What arrogance! No matter how he pondered, Li Kongji could not comprehend why the young man was so audacious. Anger etched on his darkened face. He remarked coldly, I shall confine you. If you can endure 3 days of my torment, I will allow you to leave. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying divine power manifested, enveloping the area in an oppressive force. Su Chen knew all too well that before a Master God Emperor, he would have no opportunity to retaliate. The chasm between the celestial realm and a Master God Emperor was insurmountable. Even his trump cards would be futile, regardless of his inner reservations. The facts were clear. Unless he summoned his elder brother Zhanba, his only option was to flee, and even then, he would require the blood escape technique to do so. Under the suppression of a Master God Emperor, whether he could successfully utilize the blood escape remained uncertain. Grasping the jade token, without a second thought, Su Chen shattered it. Just as Li Kongji prepared to impose his will, the fabric of time and space rippled, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, heralding the arrival of a passage through the void. A Master God Emperor. As he sensed the incoming divine power, Li Kongji's countenance shifted dramatically. At that moment, he comprehended why this young man dared to behave so audaciously before him and openly provoke him. He had a formidable backing. In the entirety of the divine realm, regardless of the support one might possess, Li Kongji could easily disregard it, save for another Master God Emperor, who would naturally command his respect. For a mere celestial to have a Master God Emperor as a guardian was utterly preposterous. Such a scenario was unprecedented. The Master God Emperor, the exalted being at the pinnacle, rarely made an appearance in the divine realm. It was unheard of for even the God Emperor of War to compel a Master God Emperor to descend personally. Su, which old bald man is bullying you? Your elder brother will deal with him. Stepping forth from the spatial passage, Zhanba's imposing figure nearly caused the space around him to collapse, emanating a fierce and potent aura. Elder brother, it is this man. Zhanba turned to face Li Kongji, showing no hint of surprise at the revelation of his status as a Master God Emperor. He understood that if there were even a sliver of hope, Su Chen would likely refrain from summoning him. He was well aware of Su Chen's character and principles. The likelihood of being summoned was greatest when Su Chen encountered a master god emperor, for as the mightiest entity in the divine realm. No matter how extraordinary Su Chen's talent and potential, he could not hope to contend with a master god emperor. Are you the esteemed Zhanba? Do you know me? Li Kongji's heart raced with trepidation. He had encountered Zhanba twice, and was acutely aware of his strength and status within the divine realm. Particularly when Zhanba faced 12 adversaries and fell in battle. If Zhanba had perished, how could he possibly be here? What had gone awry? Rumors can be deadly. Yet it appeared Zhanba was very much alive. Li Kongji nodded, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he adopted a respectful tone. Elder Zhanba, I had the honor of meeting you in the past. Zhanba inquired. Su, what exactly is happening here? In a straightforward manner, devoid of any embellishments. Su Chen discerned that Li Kongji demonstrated an attitude of utmost deference towards brother Zhanba. The reason was quite simple. Even among the divine sovereigns, there exists a hierarchy of strength, and it was abundantly clear that brother Zhanba's prowess far surpassed that of Li Kongji, who dared not make a move. Zhanba nodded slightly, his cold gaze fixed on Li Kongji, and mockingly inquired, with your limited capabilities, do you truly believe you are worthy to be my brother's master? To be humiliated in such a manner by Zhanba, Li Kongji could not claim to be unperturbed. That would be a deceit. However, due to Zhanba's overwhelming might, he could only suppress his anger. In the divine realm, Zhanba, the sovereign of gods, was exceedingly renowned, and according to rumors, he had acquired the coveted divine beast map of the 10 treasures of the divine realm. No one knew whether he had activated the map. Just the mere presence of Zhanba was already formidable, and if he truly unleashed the powers within the divine beast map, summoning even a few legendary beasts, there would be no opportunity for regret. Thus, Li Kongji opted for forbearance, recognizing the futility of acting impulsively and risking dire consequences. Bowing respectfully towards Zhanba, he smiled and said, I was unaware that he is your brother. I acknowledge my fault in the earlier incident. You may leave now, esteemed brother Zhanba, please. Without awaiting a response, Li Kongji turned to depart. Su Chen was surprised that Zhanba refrained from eliminating Li Kongji. He had assumed that Zhanba was of a similar mindset to himself, one who would eradicate potential threats without hesitation. What was the reason behind this restraint? Was there some hidden truth? After Li Kongji had left, Zhanba turned and, with a smile, remarked, Are you curious why I chose not to eliminate him? Nodding, Su Chen replied with a grin, Indeed, I am. With a deep sigh, Zhanba expressed his frustration. Years ago, I was besieged by 12 divine sovereigns. Although I managed to lure them into the tomb of the gods, I sustained severe injuries, even damaging my primordial spirit. I have yet to fully recover, and if I were to act recklessly, I cannot guarantee I could vanquish this individual. It became evident to Su Chen that the aftermath of that battle had profoundly affected brother Zhanba. Furthermore, Zhanba's current manifestation was merely his primordial spirit, which likely caused Li Kongji to hesitate in his actions. Your primordial spirit? Su Chen had not sensed it initially, but upon closer examination, he realized that Zhanba had indeed descended in the form of his primordial spirit rather than his true self. At that moment, Su Chen finally understood Zhanba's reluctance to act. As the jade tablet coalesced in his hand, Su Chen cast it into his Qingquan bag. Brother Su, you have ascended to the divine realm. Your next endeavor must be to cultivate diligently, striving for an early breakthrough to the realm of divine sovereigns. Rest assured, I will not falter, Su Chen replied. What are your plans moving forward? After a moment's contemplation, he stated, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I intend to enter the Hall of Xingtian. The Hall of Xingtian? Zhanba appeared unaware of this place. Brother, it is said that the Hall of Xingtian was established by a divine sovereign named Xingtian. Within its confines lie various opportunities, and perhaps even a divine sovereign's divine essence. Upon hearing the words divine essence, Zhanba's eyes gleamed with interest as he nodded in approval. I shall return now. If you require anything, simply shatter the jade tablet. I am always at your service. Very well. Take care, Su Chen responded, watching as Zhanba's primordial spirit vanished. He let out a long sigh of relief. It was fortunate that his brother's presence had instilled fear in Li Kongji. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. After all, he was not yet a match for a divine sovereign, and it was the Thunder River that had attracted Li Kongji, while he himself was cultivating within it. Su Chen chuckled ruefully, considering Li Kongji's misfortune in encountering him. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely welcomed the attention of a divine sovereign. Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, he believed that as long as Li Kongji was not completely irrational or did not possess strength surpassing Zhanba's, nor was aware of Zhanba's true nature, he would likely refrain from troubling Su Chen again. After the recent experience of tempering his body with lightning, particularly within the Thunder River, He not only cultivated a chaos golden body, but also reached the pinnacle of the celestial god realm, standing just half a step away from the next level. The divine martial arts of the realm consisted of 3 major realms: the 6 stages of celestial beings, celestial being realm, profound celestial realm, celestial god realm, ancient celestial realm, ancestral celestial realm, and calamity celestial realm, and the 6 stages of divine sovereigns, divine master realm, divine monarch realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, divine venerable realm, and divine holy realm. The divine sovereign realm represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in the divine realm, and his current objective was to breach into the calamity celestial realm as swiftly as possible, subsequently striving for the divine sovereign realm. Calculating the time. The Hall of Xingtian had already opened, but its activation differed from other secret realms. It would remain accessible indefinitely. This meant that he could enter the Hall of Xingtian at his convenience. The path to the Hall of Xingtian led through a dense forest, and if he could navigate it successfully, he would arrive at the entrance mountain range of the hall. The dense forest shrouded the sky, with towering trees emanating an eerie and oppressive aura. At this moment, a golden leopard, several meters long, burst forth like lightning, its body soaked in blood, and its face contorted with fury. As a proud beast of the ancient celestial realm, it was humiliating to be pursued by a mere celestial warrior. Stepping forward, Su Chen wore a playful expression, refraining from employing any martial techniques or treasures, relying solely on his physical prowess and speed to easily subdue the ancient beast. What is this? Did I steal your rice, or have I wronged you in some way? Why do you persist in chasing me? The enraged golden leopard, gasping for breath and feeling the pressure of being relentlessly pursued, feared annihilation, its speed diminishing with each passing moment. If this continued, who could predict what would happen? Chapter 547, The Heist. Panting heavily, the golden leopard was utterly frustrated. It wondered whom it had offended to encounter such a madman, who had attacked without provocation. The golden leopard was no fool. It could deduce that its pursuer was clearly holding back. Otherwise, it would have perished long ago. Silence enveloped the scene, and the relentless pursuit came to an abrupt halt. Where had the human warrior gone? Looking around at the absence of its adversary, the golden leopard was left bewildered, utterly clueless as to what had transpired. Insane. It cursed vehemently. Not daring to linger, the golden leopard turned and fled. Su Chen, having ceased the chase, merely sought to test his current speed and strength. Having undergone the tempering of lightning, Su Chen's capabilities had experienced a qualitative leap, with his speed increasing several-fold. With his current strength, even a peak calamity celestial warrior would be no match for him. As for whether he could successfully slay a divine master realm warrior, that remained uncertain without a true confrontation. However, Su Chen was filled with unwavering confidence. If one were to exert their utmost strength, supplemented by various treasures, it is believed that even when confronted by a deity-level warrior, one could effortlessly eradicate them. Brother, our fortune is indeed remarkable. We have stumbled upon the soul herb here. Indeed, the soul herb possesses the ability to elevate the level of one's primordial spirit. The 3 ancestral deity warriors, having just slain a monstrous beast, inadvertently discovered a single soul herb, a highly coveted treasure that is priceless in the market. The soul herb? It is at this moment that Su Chen's voice resounds. Even he did not anticipate encountering the soul herb here. The soul herb is beneficial for the primordial spirit. Since his ascension to the divine realm, his life spirit garden has been completely depleted, necessitating replenishment. After all, everything within the life spirit garden had been left for Huang Ji and the others, and the celestial herbs he had brought were exceedingly few. Most importantly, celestial herbs from the celestial realm pale in comparison to divine herbs from the divine realm. Su Chen possesses the life spirit garden, a rare treasure. Whenever he encounters a divine herb, particularly one of exceptional quality, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cultivate it, enabling him to reap infinite rewards. Who are you? Do you think the soul herb is within your reach? Humph. Get lost quickly. Had it not been for my good mood, you would already be a corpse. The cold sneer was laden with fury, a chilling murderous intent sweeping forth. Su Chen intentionally released his aura. The trio, sensing the celestial aura emanating from him, found it somewhat amusing. They could hardly fathom that a mere celestial being would dare to attempt to seize the possessions of 3 ancestral deities, a truly reckless pursuit. It is essential to understand the vast chasm that exists between celestial beings and ancestral deities, not to mention the 3 ancestral deities joining forces. Even a single ancestor could effortlessly annihilate a celestial being. The disparity between the two is insurmountable. The trio did not regard Su Chen as a threat. Leave the soul herb. You may depart. Kid, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? The 3 found it utterly laughable. This individual truly seemed to have lost his mind, daring to snatch their possessions. 3 breaths without compliance, and there will be no mercy. The countdown begins. Without a shred of guilt, for this is an alternate world, not Earth. In this realm, the law of the jungle prevails, and the act of killing for gain is commonplace, particularly in the presence of valuable treasures. The soul herb is exceedingly rare, especially one that is beneficial for the primordial spirit. Should one refrain from seizing it, it would be a disservice to oneself. Seeking death, are we? Since you wish to perish, we shall oblige you. Attack. The trio was thoroughly incensed, having been provoked time and time again. If they could still endure, they would indeed be cowards. If the opponent were a deity-level warrior, it might have been acceptable, yet they were merely celestial beings, separated by 2 entire realms. And with 3 of them present, there was no reason to endure, nor was it conceivable to relinquish the soul herb. It was utterly absurd. A murderous intent erupted simultaneously from the 3, surging forth like 3 ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, intent on utterly tearing Su Chen apart. The deliberate provocation and attempted theft had completely enraged them. A mere celestial being, if they could not handle him, they would be ashamed of themselves. As the 3 unleashed their murderous intent, they stepped forward in unison, their overpowering palm imprints layering upon one another, infused with a chilling malice that thundered forward. The message was clear. They aimed for a swift resolution. An immense and tyrannical force coalesced within the palm imprints, and as they gazed at the stationary youth, curiosity piqued within them. This individual did not evade. Had he been intimidated by the murderous intent they exuded? It was highly probable. Nevertheless, they had resolved to not let this individual escape. Given that he dared to provoke them, he must be prepared for his demise, deserving of death. Remaining immobile, Su Chen directly unleashed the annihilation palm, equally fierce and domineering. Bang! The myriad palm imprints collided violently in midair. Chapter 548, Moths to the Flame. The powerful palm imprints clashed fiercely in the void. A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, and the previously confident expressions of the 3 transformed instantaneously. They could distinctly sense the immense power contained within the opponent's overwhelming palm imprint. Even before they could withdraw their palms, the sound of bones fracturing echoed repeatedly. Subsequently, under the weight of the overwhelming palm imprints, every bone in the bodies of the 3 shattered into fragments. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief, and before they could even regret their actions, their bodies fell to the ground. Without a glance at the 3 corpses, Su Chen promptly collected the soul herb and cast it into his life spirit garden. As he journeyed onward, Su Chen hunted demonic beasts, refraining from employing martial arts or treasures, relying solely on the strength of his physique. A chilling aura enveloped the entire forest. The following day, as night fell, Xingtian Valley, located at the heart of the Bloodflame continent, witnessed a surge of warriors flocking from all directions as the Xingtian Palace opened its doors. By the time Su Chen arrived, the palace had been open for 2 days, and the majority of warriors had already chosen to enter. Even so, many others were still rushing toward Xingtian Valley, including warriors from distant continents, all in hopes of striking it lucky. Gazing at the immense stone door before him, Su Chen hesitated not for a moment. With a single step, he vanished into the stone portal. Su brother. Just as Su Chen disappeared through the spatial stone door, Lin Langtian and a group of several dozen figures appeared. Langtian, is this the youth you spoke of? Lin Langtian nodded, stating, Father, this is Su Chen, who intimidated Dongqing and annihilated the Yang family. Although merely at the profound god level, he is capable of traversing the 6 realms of divine beings with ease. Lin Langtian was unaware of Su Chen's recent ascension to the celestial level. Lin Pan's expression shifted slightly. He understood the implications of his son's words. Being able to sweep through the 6 realms of divine beings would undoubtedly grant them an advantage in the Xingtian Palace. However, it was important to note that the Xingtian Palace has realm restrictions, allowing only those within the 6 realms of divine beings to enter. Without doubting his son's words, Lin Pan smiled. Truly a blessing for our Lin family. We must seize opportunities within the Xingtian Palace this time. The Xingtian Palace, rumored to be the lair left by the god Emperor Xingtian, is in fact a hidden realm teeming with opportunities, harboring the divine essence of the god Emperor Xingtian. Despite the multitude of opportunities within the Xingtian Palace, it is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of one's life. This is precisely why, despite knowing the palace harbors opportunities, countless individuals are reluctant to step foot inside. Opportunities may abound, yet they cannot be equated with the value of life. In a dense forest, towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sky, each tree seemingly reaching into the void. As spatial rifts appeared, Su Chen's figure descended steadily, his mind awash with brilliance. The spatial stone door was a teleportation array. Su Chen was acutely aware that he now stood within the Xingtian Palace, where the aura was far more potent than outside. Indeed, a splendid place for cultivation for warriors. The duration of the Xingtian Palace's opening is limited. As for how long it will last, no one knows. For each opening varies in duration. At that moment, Su Chen felt a repugnant stench emanating from behind him. An odor so acrid that it was laced with the scent of blood. Startled, he turned around, only to confront an astonishingly colossal horde of blood-black bats, each measuring over 3 meters in length. Their razor-sharp teeth, enshrouded in dark vapors, and their eyes gleaming with a malevolent cruelty, sent shivers down one's spine. The densely packed blood-black bats fixed their unyielding gaze upon their prey, with some even drooling incessantly, a truly grotesque sight. These bloodthirsty phantasm bats were all at the level of celestial deities, ancient gods, and ancestral beings. If it were anyone else encountering such a swarm of bloodthirsty phantasm bats, panic would surely ensue, for the chances of survival in such a scenario were exceedingly slim. However, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed by these gregarious beasts. As long as they were not calamity-level creatures, he was prepared to face them head-on, regardless of their numbers. The swarm of bloodthirsty phantasm bats increased exponentially, enveloping the surroundings in a dark shroud. Without further delay, the bats launched their assault, first expelling strands of webbing from their mouths, which formed a net imbued with dark mist. Showing no trace of fear, Su Chen brandished his AK-40 and unleashed a barrage of fire. The annihilation rounds were capable of sweeping through the horde with ease. This was the true prowess of the AK-40, its capacity to obliterate countless foes. In the Tiangu forest, hundreds of thousands of Titan gorillas had perished beneath its relentless onslaught. Each annihilation round that struck the bloodthirsty phantasm bats was met with no resistance. Any bat that was hit instantaneously disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. In an instant, the ground was drenched in blood, the pungent, sickening aroma overwhelming even Su Chen's senses. The bats, seemingly undeterred by death, continued to surge forth like moths drawn to a flame, their numbers swelling as they fell in droves beneath the relentless fire of the AK-40, transforming into lifeless corpses that piled high, with rivers of blood flowing around them. Annihilation rounds continued to harvest the lives of the bloodthirsty phantasm bats, functioning like a grim reaper, and within mere minutes, the count of those slain exceeded 10,000. The deafening sound of gunfire resonated through the void, the space around him shrouded in a thick haze of blood, growing ever more nauseating. The ground was littered with carcasses, yet the bats persisted in their futile attempts to attack. Were these creatures truly devoid of reason? They knew they could not surround him, yet they continued to swarm, displaying an astonishing lack of intelligence. Su Chen, however, showed no mercy. Fortunate for him was his possession of the AK-40, for without it, he would surely be the one facing death instead of these so-called bloodthirsty phantasm bats. As he continued to slaughter, Su Chen's eyes began to redden. But the bitterness of the bamboo he had consumed earlier swiftly brought him back to clarity. The bitter bamboo could quell and eliminate any inner demons, including the repercussions of his bloodshed. No matter the rank of the bloodthirsty phantasm bats, as their comrades fell, the remaining bats eventually ceased their assault and began to withdraw. Finally, they retreated, and Su Chen initially thought these beasts were foolish, unaware of life and death, only knowing to attack. He refrained from pursuing them, for he had entered the hall of Xingtian not to eradicate beasts but to seek opportunities, particularly for the divine essence of the Xingtian Lord God. Though he had no need for divine essence himself, his family desperately required it. As chapter 549 unfolded, just as Su Chen prepared to depart, a massive blue ice dragon, spanning several meters, appeared before him, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of descending glaciers. A dragon? Upon seeing the ice dragon, Su Chen's face broke into a radiant smile. This was truly fortuitous. It was the first divine dragon he had encountered since ascending to the divine realm. He could sense that this dragon was an ancestral beast. Clearly, the ancestral dragon was injured, its furious gaze betraying a hint of panic as it charged forward without any intention of halting. With the dragon capturing ring in hand, Su Chen felt no need for any other treasures. With just this ring, he was confident he could subdue even a divine dragon of the divine king realm. The unfortunate ice dragon, oblivious to the unfolding events, found itself ensnared by the dragon capturing ring. With a single strike, Su Chen dispatched the ice dragon, and as he prepared to claim the dragon's essence, a chilling voice rang out, "Halt! The ice dragon essence is mine." The cold tone reverberated. Yet Su Chen paid it no heed. With the god-slaying bone nail in hand, he wasted no time in driving it forcefully into the dragon's scales. With a piercing sound, the god-slaying bone nail easily breached the ice dragon's defenses, allowing him to extract the essence without resistance. "You dare to disregard my words." A strikingly beautiful woman appeared, her tall figure clad in a deep blue bodysuit, her features flawless and captivating. She was the most exquisite woman Su Chen had ever encountered since ascending to the divine realm. Even the previously met Dong Yuyu could not compare, as she was of an entirely different caliber. Only his wife, Huang Ji, could rival her beauty. Truly stunning. Su Chen sensed the aura of calamity emanating from the woman, indicating her formidable status. According to the cultivation restrictions of the Hall of Xingtian, Calamity Realm beings were the most powerful entities. The woman's gaze was icy as she glanced at the lifeless ice dragon, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated that someone could slay an ice dragon in an instant. Despite the dragon's injuries, it remained an ancestral beast, and the gap in their cultivation levels was vast. She was unconcerned with how he had achieved this feat. The ice dragon was gravely injured by me, and yet you dare to seize the essence? You should consider whether you possess the capability to do so. The woman did not immediately strike, for unlike other Calamity Realm beings, she was not one to engage in idle chatter or act recklessly without assessing her strength. Hand over the ice dragon essence, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, saying, whoever slays the ice dragon rightfully claims its essence. As for its state of injury, that is irrelevant to me. He held no doubt, given her Calamity Realm prowess. It would be no challenge for her to severely wound an ancestral dragon. Her eyes narrowed in anger, and just as she was about to act, waves of foul stench surged forth, the nauseating scent of blood making one gag. Bloodthirsty phantasm bats, all at the Calamity Realm. The woman's voice was filled with astonishment. Neither she nor Su Chen had anticipated that the bloodthirsty phantasm bats would return, and that all of them were calamity beasts. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Suddenly, a realization struck her. The bloodthirsty phantasm bats possess a unique secret technique that allows them to rapidly enhance their strength at the cost of their own blood essence. As long as we can buy some time until the essence of the bloodthirsty phantasm bats is fully expended before she could continue. She was interrupted by the onslaught of bloodthirsty phantasm bats, as countless creatures began their relentless attack, an overwhelming wave of foul odors crashing down upon them. If it were merely a solitary bloodthirsty phantom bat, or perhaps a few, the woman would undoubtedly remain unperturbed, for her cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the Tribulation God realm. However, confronted by a veritable swarm of thousands of bloodthirsty phantom bats, all of which were also of the Tribulation God realm, it would be unreasonable not to feel trepidation. Her complexion grew increasingly grim, as dark as a stormy sky, and she had long since abandoned the thought of demanding the ice dragon beast's core, now solely focused on devising a means to escape with her life intact. Stifling the tumult in her throat, the acrid stench assaulted her senses like a barrage of sharpened blades, relentlessly striking at her resolve. The maddened onslaught of countless bloodthirsty phantom bats surged towards her, their frenzy palpable. Su Chen remained remarkably composed, acutely aware that in such dire circumstances, maintaining his calm was paramount. Recklessness would only invite disaster. An AK-40 materialized in his grasp without a hint of hesitation. To face such a multitude of bloodthirsty phantom bats was no trifling matter, and anyone who claimed otherwise would be deceiving themselves. The rapid staccato of gunfire erupted as he unleashed a storm of annihilation rounds. The AK-40s might rendering it capable of disregarding 3 realms of power. This meant that wielding the AK-40 allowed him to sweep through any warrior within those 3 realms with ease. Had he encountered such a horde during his previous cultivation at the Mystic God realm, sweeping them away would have been an impossibility. He would have had to rely solely on his raw strength to break through. Yet now, the situation was entirely transformed. After his previous trials in the lightning-infused body refinement, he had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly God realm, making it feasible to annihilate those of the Tribulation God realm with relative ease. Just as the woman was exerting all her strength to fend off the encircling bloodthirsty phantom bats, she suddenly caught sight of an extraordinary treasure in the young man's hands that seemed capable of decimating the bat horde. Each bat struck by the annihilation rounds erupted in a shower of crimson mist, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks against the night sky. With the AK-40 in hand, Su Chen unleashed a relentless barrage, daring those who sought to encircle him to test their strength. For any other warrior, even those of the Tribulation God realm, facing such a multitude of bloodthirsty phantom bats would render survival nearly impossible, yet not for Su Chen. The AK-40, a veritable killing machine, transformed the battlefield into a scene of utter devastation. Unbeknownst to her, the woman had drawn close to Su Chen. Regardless of her own formidable prowess at the 7th level of the Tribulation God realm, against the sheer number of Tribulation God bloodthirsty phantom bats, her chances of survival were slim. No one was immune to the fear of death. Su Chen, indifferent to her plight and harboring a deep disdain for the bloodthirsty phantom bats, continued his assault. Under the relentless fire of the AK-40, the bloodthirsty phantom bats were reduced to mere splatters of mist, their lifeless bodies accumulating in heaps. As the frenzy of their attack began to wane amidst the losses of their comrades, the once confident horde started to retreat. At last, they were in full retreat. Watching the scattering bats, the woman finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 550. Are you talking about me? Her face was a portrait of shock. The woman had not anticipated that this individual could obliterate so many Tribulation Realm beasts. Surely, his cultivation could not account for such prowess. It must be the artifact he wielded. However, while envy tinged her admiration, she understood precisely what his possession of such a treasure implied within the context of the Celestial Hall. According to the restrictions of the Celestial Hall, only those within the 6th realm of the divine could enter. From the Haoyue dynasty, I am Tang Shui. As she introduced herself, Su Chen did not linger, simply responding. Su Chen, having just ascended to the divine realm, he had yet to establish his own sect, and thus could be considered a wandering cultivator. I am in dire need of the Ice Dragon Beast's core. If you part with it, I shall grant you a single condition. What say you? Reluctant to relinquish the Ice Dragon Beast's core, she pondered that any other warrior, upon hearing the name of the Haoyue dynasty coupled with Tang Shui's captivating beauty, would not dare refuse. Yet, she found herself at odds with Su Chen. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, that is not an option. If you wish to obtain the Ice Dragon Beast's core, you must become my personal servant. Are you jesting with me? Initially, she had contemplated expressing her gratitude for his assistance, but the audacity of his demand, dismissing even the might of the Haoyue dynasty, was simply outrageous. Su Chen chuckled. What of jesting? You initiated this farce first. Your so-called condition holds no value to me. Without further ado, he turned to depart, leaving no opportunity for Tang Shui to retort. As she watched his retreating figure, Tang Shui's expression darkened, feeling the sting of rejection. Coming from the Haoyue dynasty as a princess, she was accustomed to being pursued by countless talented youths, yet none had ever captured her interest. She had hoped that by taking a step back, he would afford her some consideration. Yet, Su Chen's actions had delivered a resounding slap to her face. An affront she had never encountered before. Two of you, we hail from the Divine Sword sect. We implore you to show us some leniency. There are 2 bloodbone divine herbs here. May we each take one? Xiangnan and Baisirui felt utterly helpless. During their foray into the Celestial Hall, the Divine Sword sect had been scattered across various locations, and they had fortuitously stumbled upon 2 bloodbone divine herbs. Yet now, they faced 2 ancient god-level warriors intent on snatching them away. Had it been anything else, they would have gladly relinquished their claim. However, the bloodbone divine herb was a rare treasure, one they could not afford to lose. They knew full well that their strength was insufficient to wrest the herbs from the ancient god warriors. Their only recourse lay in leveraging the might of the Divine Sword sect to intimidate their adversaries, hoping to secure one of the herbs. Yet, the discomfort stirred by the fact that the herbs had been discovered by them first before being forcefully taken by the others only fueled their anger. But what good was anger? The disparity between the heavenly gods and ancient gods was insurmountable. Should they attempt to reclaim the herbs forcefully, their survival would be uncertain. Understanding the implications of the man and woman's words, the duo shared a knowing smile, one laced with scorn and derision. Kid, we know not what the Divine Sword sect is, but we desire both bloodbone divine herbs and your little lady friend. If you assist us, perhaps we may spare you. Otherwise, I might just kill you and feed you to a beast. Their brazen mockery made it clear that they held no fear of the Divine Sword sect. Had this been any other place, they would never have dared provoke such a sect. But here in the Celestial Hall, they felt emboldened by eliminating the 2 of them without a trace. They believed they could escape unscathed. Xiang stood frozen, realization dawning upon him. He had never anticipated that his attempt to leverage the sect's reputation would backfire so spectacularly. It was clear to him that the 2 sought to eradicate any threat. The harsh reality is as such. It is a matter of whose strength prevails. Devoid of any rationale, murder and pillaging are but commonplace occurrences. Baisirui exclaimed in fury, even in death, we shall never yield to you. Soon, you shall face the wrath of the Divine Sword sect. I hope you do not come to regret this. Xiangnan remained silent, his somber expression betraying his inner turmoil. He did not wish to perish, nor could he afford to. If he complied with their demands, would it truly ensure his survival? On one side lay his sect and the one he cherished, while on the other, his very life. Regardless of the choices of others, Xiangnan was resolute in his decision to preserve his existence. If I were to act as you say, would you genuinely spare me? Upon hearing Xiangnan's words, Baisirui was utterly taken aback. She could never have anticipated that her senior brother would stoop so low. Ha ha ha, you truly possess a sense of pragmatism. My brother and I always honor our word. As long as you obediently stand watch for us, and then crawl away on your knees, we shall grant you a reprieve. Xianxian was acutely aware of the humiliation such a proposition entailed. Yet, to safeguard his life, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Fine. Xianxian, you are shameless. You betray your sect. Are you not afraid of the consequences? Before Bai Sirui could finish her retort, Xianxian scoffed derisively. You wretched woman. I have adored you for years, pursued you like a dog, and yet you, after merely one glance at another, fall head over heels. You are such a lowly creature. My actions toward you are already far too lenient. Are you referring to me? The cold voice resonated in the air, sending a shiver down Xianxian's spine. As he beheld the approaching youth, his body trembled involuntarily. He never expected to encounter this person here. Bai Sirui's eyes brightened with excitement. Unable to contain her overwhelming joy. I am not speaking of you. Please do not misunderstand. Trembling uncontrollably, Xianxian was genuinely terrified. He had witnessed this individual's terrifying prowess firsthand, especially the artifact in his possession, which could easily vanquish the entire Titan gorilla clan. As the youth approached, Chen smiled and said, I detest those who speak behind others' backs. If you speak of me, I shall kill you. It is quite fair, is it not? Retrenching in fear, Xianxian's face was etched with terror, and he dared not linger any longer. The intent behind the other's words was crystal clear. He sought to annihilate him. If he did not flee immediately, his life would surely be forfeit. As he turned to escape with great haste, Chen sneered repeatedly. If one could evade him, then it would be better to choose death than to live. Employing the temporal cage, he swiftly enveloped Xianxian, who cried out, Sir, I understand my mistakes. I shall not dare again. I beg you to spare me. By Shimmy, please save me. Boom. Amidst his incessant pleas for mercy, Xianxian's body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that permeated the air with a nauseating stench. The two onlookers exchanged grave glances, recognizing that the suddenly appeared youth was undeniably formidable. Bowing respectfully, one of the men remarked, Your cultivation is truly admirable. We have no stake in this matter, so we shall take our leave. Just as they turned to depart, the terrifying temporal cage descended upon them. What is your intention? They inquired. The blood-bone divine grass remains. This was merely an unintentional encounter. Had it not been for the blood-bone divine grass, he would not have intervened. Moreover, he found Xianxian thoroughly displeasing. While one could be lowly, allowing such a wretched individual to live would be an affront to oneself. There are 2 blood-bone divine grasses here. My brother and I shall each take one, and the remaining one shall be yours. How does that sound? I shall take all the blood-bone divine grasses. All of them. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted drastically. They could hardly fathom that this individual would be so unreasonable as to demand both blood-bone divine grasses. Frustration welled within them. This person's lack of reason mirrored their earlier actions. Having witnessed his overwhelming strength, they dared not act recklessly and could only reluctantly surrender the 2 blood-bone divine grasses they held. Today, my brother and I shall take you as a friend. Please. As they tossed the blood-bone divine grasses away, the duo did not linger, swiftly retreating until they vanished without a trace. Chen casually accepted the 2 blood-bone divine grasses, refraining from dispatching the 2 men, for he believed that since they recognized the situation, he would not take action unless they dared to overstep. Please wait, sir. What is it? Grasping her garment, Bai Sirui spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. My name is Bai Sirui, from the Divine Sword Sect. May I know your name? She was perhaps a tad too forward. Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Chen, what a melodious name. Her eyes shone with admiration, and as she pondered something, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Brother Su, may we become friends? Friends? Chen regarded the demure Bai Sirui, who possessed an exquisite beauty, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. Certainly. No sooner had he uttered the words than his figure vanished. Staring at the spot where Brother Su had just stood, Bai Sirui found herself momentarily dazed. Ever since he had rescued her in the Tiangu forest, he had occupied her thoughts, his image eternally etched in her mind. The prospect of friendship was agreeable. As long as one was not an enemy, they could be friends. Chen certainly would not dismiss the young girl's request, and whether they would meet again in the future was an entirely different matter. Beneath a towering ancient tree, a Buddha sat in serene meditation. Surrounded by waves of spiritual energy, a colossal swastika forming in the void above, radiating divine light. The Buddha, hailing from the ancient Buddha sect, sought opportunities within the hall of trial. Shaved head. Upon hearing the term, the Buddha's brows furrowed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Intrigued by the youth who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, palms pressed together, he said, Amitba, have you mistaken me for someone else? I do not know you. I have not made a mistake. A monk is a shaved head, and a shaved head is a monk. You need only tell me, are you a monk? deliberately provoking him. The Buddha remained calm, replying with equanimity, "My good sir, I do not appreciate jesting. I am from the ancient Buddha sect. Perhaps you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the Buddha? If so, I am willing to resolve any grievances." Su Chen was uncertain why he felt such animosity towards the monk, particularly towards the shameless Western saints within the primal chaos realm. He could almost assert that he could fish out the Pangu axe, the god-slaying spear, and the bull demon king, indicating that the primal chaos realm undoubtedly existed. However, he remained unaware of what tier the primal chaos realm belonged to. But it was certainly far superior to the immortal realm, without a doubt. Whether the primal chaos realm and the divine realm were of the same tier remained uncertain. One day, should he have the opportunity to traverse to the primal chaos realm with the world-breaking talisman, he would not hesitate to eliminate the Western saints without a second thought. As for the present, regardless of which bald monk I encounter, I shall extinguish one upon sight. And should I meet two, I will eradicate them both. The grievances between myself and the Buddhist realm are not something that a mere bald monk like you can resolve. Hasten to end your own life, lest I take action and ensure that not even your bones remain intact. Even if the temperament of the Buddha is exceedingly placid, it is implausible that he would endure repeated provocations and humiliations without a flicker of ire, unless he were a true sage, and even sages possess their moments of wrath. Gradually, anger began to manifest on Buddha Ji's countenance as he rose to his feet, his voice turning increasingly frigid as he coldly declared, "If the benefactor remains so obstinately stubborn, do not blame this monk for being impolite. However, I shall not take your life. Rather, I will confine you within the hall of execution. When the hall next opens, I will release you, and by then, the malice within you will surely dissipate." The aura emanating from his opponent was merely that of a celestial, which left Buddha Ji perplexed. Did the other not comprehend the chasm between celestials and ancient gods? Buddha Ji continued to suppress his inner fury, placing his palms together as he intoned, "Amitabha, my Buddha embodies the virtue of compassion. If the benefactor chooses to turn back from the precipice, this monk is willing to assist you." Before Buddha Ji could finish his words, the other interjected, "Assistance? I need no such aid from you." A resounding slap struck Buddha Ji's face, rendering him utterly dazed. He had not anticipated that, despite being a being of ancient god status, he would be unable to evade the strike of a mere celestial. Such an affront was an unparalleled humiliation. "You dare to act so brazenly? Today, I shall confine you within the hall of execution, never to be reborn." Chapter 552. What are you? Buddha Ji was thoroughly incensed. The other was clearly seeking to provoke him, repeatedly subjecting him to humiliation. A soldier may be slain, but never dishonored, and he could hardly swallow this indignation. In his fury, Buddha Ji recited sutras. In an instant, the Buddhist energies coalesced into myriad symbols, surging forth with relentless force. Yet, faced with Su Chen, Buddha Ji found himself bereft of any opportunity. Before he could even react, he was met with a barrage of overwhelming slaps. The world fell into silence, save for the resounding echoes of the slaps. Buddha Ji, who had previously held some confidence, now found it utterly shattered, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his full might. However, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, only to discover in horror that all avenues of escape had been sealed by an overwhelming force. Realizing the formidable strength of his opponent, Buddha Ji understood that such provocations were bolstered by genuine power. Despite his rage, he had no choice but to endure. Such is the nature of this world. What matters is whose fists are the hardest. Manifesting sword-like energy with his fingers, the piercing and domineering sword aura descended like a torrential rain, piercing through layers of Buddhist essence to strike Buddha Ji directly. His body was engulfed in the sword energy, drenched in blood. Had Su Chen unleashed his full strength, Buddha Ji would have undoubtedly perished by now. This was an indisputable fact. With no escape in sight, Buddha Ji felt the encroaching specter of death. In that moment, genuine fear gripped him, as the icy intent to kill bore down upon him. Buddha Ji's voice trembled slightly as he stammered, "My senior brother, Buddha Huang, is not far from here. He is the god of calamity. If you dare to take my life, he will surely cast you into the 18 layers of hell." A myriad of god-slaying bone nails materialized before Buddha Ji. A total of 99, each exuding a chilling aura that instilled terror. With a mere flick, Buddha Ji's defenses were insufficient to withstand the might of the god-slaying nails. They sliced through effortlessly. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the void as sweat mingled with blood cascaded down Buddha Ji's brow, a sight that was both shocking and dreadful. No one is without fear of death, not even Buddha Ji, especially when confronted with the specter of his own mortality. To claim one is unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. Su Chen chuckled. "Are you threatening me?" His face bore an expression of mockery. The sight of a bald monk ignited his fury, and he deliberately sought to torment this so-called Buddha Xi. As for the threat, he chose to dismiss it entirely. If he were afraid of danger, he certainly would not be standing in the divine realm today. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the nails, Buddha Xi's heart sank further. His opponent was a madman, intent on taking his life without any grievance or vendetta. Even the ancient Buddhist sect could not intimidate him. Threatening such a lunatic was utterly futile. Buddha Xi was truly afraid, fearing for his life in this place. His entry into the hall of execution was intended to seize an opportunity. Yet now he was not only devoid of fortune but also on the brink of death. Such despair was unbearable. Blood gushed from his body as the god-slaying nails continued to drain his lifeblood. At this rate, it would not be long before Buddha Xi would succumb. Drained of all his blood by the 99 nails, a torment most excruciating. Benefactor, if you would spare my life, I would willingly become your loyal servant. The most devoted dog, compliant to whatever you command. Faced with the prospect of death, Buddha Xi ultimately chose to capitulate. In his view, as long as he could preserve his life, what did it matter if he chose to submit? Feeling the nails embedded in his body, Buddha Xi was on the brink of collapse, screaming in agony, "As long as you are willing to spare me." This time, Chen did not allow Buddha Xi to finish his plea, coldly retorting, "I have no need of a bald monk as a dog." His frigid voice enveloped Buddha Xi. As the god-slaying nails seemed poised to rend him apart, blood staining the ground. Buddha Xi's aura waned, as the 99 nails, akin to venomous serpents, viciously gnawed at their prey. Just as Buddha Xi was on the verge of losing consciousness, two formidable auras surged forth, a massive lotus of Buddha blossoming. The swords of Buddha energy stirring the very clouds. A rotund figure appeared in an instant, Buddha Huang, Buddha Xi's senior brother. A genuine god of calamity and a 6th-level calamity warrior. Another person, petite yet sharp-eyed, radiated an aura nearly indistinguishable from that of Buddha Huang, indicating that this individual was also a 6th-level calamity warrior. "Brother, save me." The weak voice, accompanied by droplets of blood, marked the onset of Buddha Xi's delirium. "Amitba, who are you, benefactor? Why do you treat my junior brother thus? I implore you to release him." Ignoring the plea, a voice interjected, "Young man, this is Master Buddha Huang from the ancient Buddhist sect. I advise you to release him first, and we can discuss any misunderstandings afterward. I, Yuan, assure you that you may depart safely. What are you?" At this remark, Yuan's face flushed with anger. Although he was a rogue cultivator, he was nonetheless a calamity realm powerhouse, the strongest entity within the confines of the hall of execution. Judging from the aura emanating from the other, it was evident that he was merely a celestial. Given the disparity between celestials and calamity warriors, it was unnecessary to mention that even a single calamity warrior could effortlessly slay a celestial. To dare provoke them, and even insult them, was tantamount to disregarding their very existence. Yuan's gaze darkened in an instant, yet was swiftly halted by Fo Huang. "Amitba, donor, do not let anger take hold. Our ancient Buddhist sect has always adhered to a principle of non-aggression and has no enmity with anyone. I can assure you, as long as you spare my junior brother, we can wipe the slate clean regarding previous matters. We will not make things difficult for you. How does that sound?" Faced with the precarious situation of his junior brother's life, Fo Huang had no choice but to acquiesce, prioritizing his junior's rescue above all else. Other issues could be addressed later. Thus, Fo Huang endured, even in the face of such brazen arrogance. Yuan understood Fo Huang's intentions, suppressing the boundless fury within him. Had it not been for the opponent's suppression of Fo Xi, he believed this individual would have already perished. The immediate course of action was patience. Once this individual released Fo Xi, he would not need Fo Huang's intervention. His own strength would suffice to obliterate the adversary effortlessly. Both Fo Huang and Yuan shared the same sentiment. However, Chen merely chuckled, fully aware of their intentions. Did they truly expect him to release his captive? Chapter 553. We believe the donor will not indiscriminately slay the innocent. There were no superfluous words. 99 god-slaying bone nails began their frenzied onslaught. Poor Fo Xi was instantly torn asunder, his body exploding into a mist of crimson. Watching his junior brother slaughter, both Fo Huang and Yuan were left utterly stunned. Neither had anticipated that, in the presence of two God Transcendence Realm warriors, this person would dare to act with such impudence, completely disregarding their authority. "Brat, are you toying with us?" Yuan was genuinely enraged. The audacity of this individual had incited their fury. One was a rogue martial artist of the God Transcendence Realm, and the other was a Buddha from the ancient Buddhist sect. Out in the world, perhaps they could not intimidate everyone, but within the confines of the Xingtian Hall, due to the restrictions of the secret realm, the God Transcendence Realm was undoubtedly the most formidable presence. Moreover, the most critical factor was that the opponent was merely at the celestial God realm. Given the disparity between celestial god and god transcendence warriors, it was inconceivable. Even a single warrior from their ranks could easily subdue him without effort. There was no basis for comparison. Under normal circumstances, the two of them had chosen to take a step back, regardless of who it was, not to mention a celestial god warrior. Even those of the same level would likely afford them some respect. Yet what was the reality? This individual showed them not an ounce of deference, brazenly executing FOG before their very eyes. Taking a deep breath, Yuan stepped forward. Slaying a mere celestial god warrior required no assistance from Fo Huang. He alone was more than adequate. In his view, no matter what advantages the opponent possessed, the truth of the celestial god realm was undeniable. Brat, do not say I have not given you a chance. You may reveal all your trump cards, and I hope you can leave this place alive. Su Chen, exuding impatience, retorted disdainfully, enough with the needless chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us battle. If not, kneel and confess your wrongs at once, and I may spare your lives. Such words were both arrogant and domineering. Su Chen's meaning was clear. He had no regard for them. If they desired conflict, let it commence. If not, they would suffer humiliation. Observing the imperious youth before him, Yuan chuckled. I have encountered countless arrogant individuals, but you are the first whom I truly admire. Your insolence is utterly repugnant. Ba, donor, you have slain my junior brother. I wish to offer you a piece of advice. Young man, do not let your pride overwhelm you, lest you meet a most untimely demise. Yuan could discern that his friend Fo Huang was genuinely enraged. Yet upon reflection, he found it understandable. Who could accept such humiliation? Su Chen laughed, his voice dripping with cold mockery. Old bald donkey, let me impart some wisdom to you as well. If a young person is not allowed to be proud, what then is the essence of youth? Preposterous. The furious Yuan could no longer contain his wrath. The repeated provocations had thoroughly incensed him, and he bellowed, I shall see whether your tongue is mightier or my palm is stronger. With a single step, Yuan's figure vanished from sight. Before he arrived, the chilling intent to kill had already manifested. His palms coalesced, unleashing a martial technique. The overwhelming palm strikes surged forth like a volcanic eruption, inundating the surroundings. The ground, unable to bear the onslaught, began to shatter inch by inch, resembling a colossal spider's web spreading outward. With an expression of calm indifference, Su Chen remained rooted in place. An AK-40 materialized in his hand, capable of indiscriminate fire within 3 realms. Even if the opponent were at the God Transcendence realm, what of it? If they were to discover that Su Chen had recently wielded the AK-40 to slay thousands of God Transcendence demonic beasts known as bloodthirsty phantom bats, they would doubtlessly reconsider their confidence. Rat-a-tat-tat. Su Chen deliberately aimed off-mark. Otherwise, under the barrage of countless god-slaying bullets, Yuan would likely be struck down in a single encounter, unable to close the distance. Dodging left and right, the once confident Yuan watched as unknown projectiles rained down upon him, his complexion transforming entirely, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Yuan finally comprehended the source of the opponent's arrogance. It was the formidable treasure in their possession. Even a celestial god warrior, relying on such a treasure, could not bridge the gap with a god transcendence warrior. He could not accept this reality, as his own strength was laid bare before him. This battle could not be lost. Yuan knew all too well the magnitude of trouble that would ensue should he falter. Losing face was secondary. His very life would be at stake. Fo Huang observed the unfolding battle. Although it was merely a brief encounter, he had already discerned that the treasure in the opponent's possession was extraordinary. Otherwise, Yuan would have successfully dispatched him by now. Without further hesitation, Fo Huang chose to intervene. He understood that for 2 of them to join forces to encircle a celestial god warrior would be a significant loss of face. Yet the situation was entirely different now. They simply could not afford to lose, nor could they retreat. After all, no one was immune to the fear of death, including themselves. Seeing Fo Huang join the fray, Yuan quickly grasped his intent. Under different circumstances, he would have unhesitatingly declined, for at their level of cultivation, face was paramount. Yet now, Yuan found himself unable to refuse. In the face of life and death, pride was but a fleeting concern. Su Chen appeared to be toying with them, the AK-40 in his hand emitting a relentless rat-a-tat-tat as god-slaying bullets rained down. They simply could not close the distance, let alone join forces to eliminate him. The more they fought, the more alarmed they became. The increasing intensity of battle made it impossible for them to accept the reality before them. Greed began to seep into their eyes. They had never encountered such a treasure, one that could even bridge the gap between celestial and god transcendence realms. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would have never believed it. Have you had enough of your prancing about? If not, shall I start by breaking one of your legs for fun? Arrogance. You think you can? The inability to approach was one matter. The notion that he could slay them was altogether different. They could not believe that he possessed the capability to kill them. Bang! Bang! Under the relentless barrage of god-slaying bullets, both of their left legs were struck simultaneously, blood gushing forth. Their eyes widened in horror, disbelief etched across their faces. The sudden injury was shocking. As the battle escalated, the two of them, now abruptly calm, finally recognized the truth. The treasure their opponent wielded was indeed terrifying. Amitabha, esteemed benefactor, please cease your actions at once. It appears that the previous events were indeed the errors of the Buddha's wisdom. We trust that you would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Just moments ago, the obstinate Yiwen had been vociferous, but now he has sealed his lips, daunted into silence by genuine fear. The treasures wielded by the opponent are far too formidable. Even if they joined forces, they would only face suppression. To avoid death, there is no choice but to yield. Chapter 554. I had initially intended to engage in playful banter with you. In their estimation, should it come to a contest of strength, either of them could effortlessly vanquish the other. Yet now, this individual, relying on the power of his artifact, can inflict harm upon them. Irrespective of their willingness to accept, the reality stands stark before them. Thus, under the duress of absolute suppression, they find themselves compelled to compromise. Have you submitted? Indeed, I have. Chen remarked with a sardonic grin. How utterly dull. I had hoped to entertain myself with you. But since you have surrendered, the game is officially at an end. No sooner had he spoken than Chen unleashed the temporal cage, while simultaneously unleashing a furious barrage from his AK-40, denying the duo any further opportunity to speak. In a cacophony of gunfire, their bodies were riddled with bullet holes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The refining wilderness cauldron hovered above them, directly consuming their primordial spirits, whilst all three of their spatial rings were collected into the bag of holding. Whether it be divine herbs or celestial stones, the swiftest means to acquire them is to seize them outright. With the AK-40 in hand, there is no need for personal prowess. This singular weapon suffices to sweep aside all within the hall of Xingtian. As night descended, Chen continuously ingested divine herbs and the energies within the refining wilderness cauldron, striving to break through to the ancient god realm. He channeled the chaos Enlightenment scripture, and a specter of the chaos golden body gradually manifested behind him. After 3 hours, Chen slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt perpetually on the cusp of success, but never quite achieving it. A sudden surge of murderous intent jolted him upright as he surveyed his surroundings. He had just sensed a fleeting yet palpable malice enveloping him, which he swiftly locked onto. At that moment, shadows of lightning flickered incessantly, and Chen's gaze widened in surprise. The ancestral divine beast, the lightning mongoose. This creature is renowned for its blinding speed, and Chen could not help but chuckle. There was no fear in being targeted by an ancestral divine beast, and he refrained from employing the AK-40. He believed that even that weapon would struggle to track the mongoose's movements. Desiring to engage in a contest of speed, Chen promptly activated the temporal cage, enveloping the area in waves of temporal power, akin to an octopus ensnaring its prey. What? The lightning mongoose, seemingly taken aback, did not anticipate being ensnared by such power. With an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, it charged towards Chen with terrifying velocity. Even Chen's keen eyes could scarcely keep pace, yet he was no novice. He activated the heavy eye technique. A force emanating from the depths of hell erupted forth, colliding directly with the mongoose. The unfortunate creature had barely registered the danger before it was obliterated beneath the might of the heavy eye. With a swift kick, Chen discarded the mongoose's corpse, the overwhelming power of the heavy eye annihilating even its primordial spirit. Stretching languidly, he mused that the mongoose had come seeking its own demise, leaving him with no alternative. Now, even without reliance on the AK-40, he could effortlessly sweep through the realms of the divine. Beneath a towering tree, Lin Xian'er leaned against its trunk, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the man before her. She could scarcely fathom that the suitor who had pursued her for 3 years would suddenly harbor ill intentions. Lu Feng, where have all your sweet nothings vanished to? Were they all mere fabrications? Sweet nothings? Lu Feng, a striking figure clad in flowing white, with disheveled hair framing his chillingly malevolent gaze, smiled and replied, Lin Xian'er, I must admit, my affection for you is fervent, madly so. However, you must understand that the long-standing enmity between your Lin family and my Thunder sect precludes any favorable outcome for us. Rather than allow you to be claimed by another, I would prefer to sample the fruit myself. Lu Feng had not desired to act in such a manner. He had previously sought a resolution that might satisfy both parties. Yet the animosity between the Thunder sect and the Lin family had deepened, rendering any potential reconciliation impossible. Moreover, should they unite, he would be branded a traitor to the Thunder sect, a consequence he could not bear. Thus, Lu Feng resolved to no longer wait. Faced with the choice between the woman he adored and his sect, he ultimately chose to forsake Lin Xian'er. However, before relinquishing her, he intended to fulfill a personal wish. For he had pursued her for 3 long years without ever truly possessing her, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Lin Xian'er was utterly stunned by Lu Feng's words. She feared not for her life, having chosen to enter the hall of Xingtian alongside her father and brother. She had prepared herself for the possibility of demise. Yet, while she feared not death, she was deeply terrified of being defiled, particularly by someone as loathsome as Lu Feng. The thought of such a fate was more unbearable than death itself. Lu Feng, do you not fear my father and brother will exact vengeance upon you for this? Lu Feng laughed heartily. Do you think to use the Lin family to intimidate me? How naive you are, my dear. Do you honestly believe the Thunder Sect fears the Lin family's threats? Before Lin Xian'er could respond, Lu Feng continued, once I am done with you, I will kill you. No one will uncover what transpired here. Do you grasp my meaning? Threats were futile. Lin Xian'er understood that given the enmity between the Lin family and the Thunder Sect, even if this matter were to be revealed, the Lin family would be powerless to act, for the Thunder Sects might eclipse theirs. Lin Xian'er, do not entertain thoughts of suicide, for even in death, I shall not spare you. At this ominous declaration, Lin Xian'er felt genuine fear. Once again, she reflected on her earlier sentiment. She feared not death, but rather the prospect of being defiled, which would render her existence a torment. Retreating repeatedly, she questioned whether she would truly succumb to such degradation. Suddenly, a name resonated within her mind, Su Chen. Before entering the hall of Xingtian, her brother, Lin Langtian, had repeatedly instructed her that upon encountering someone named Su Chen, she should stick close and never stray. Trusting her brother's words, she resolved to act. Li Feng, I must be honest, my family has invited a formidable expert named Su Chen. Even a godslayer would pale in his presence. Should you dare to harbor any intentions towards me, Su Chen will undoubtedly seek retribution. Su Chen, are you jesting? Lu Feng erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. The audacity of using a mere name to threaten him was utterly absurd. At that moment, Su Chen, who had been meditating under the tree throughout the night, could no longer remain silent. He had no desire to involve himself, yet he had not anticipated that this woman was Lin Langtian's sister. Your brother is Lin Langtian? Chapter 555. Every consequence must be shouldered by yourself. As they stood beneath the towering tree, both individuals were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a young man. When had he arrived? Lin Xian'er nodded, seemingly struck by a realization, and immediately inquired, could it be that you are Su Chen, as mentioned by my elder brother? Indeed. That is I, Su Chen replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. It appeared that this so-called Lu Feng was indeed rather unfortunate. In a vast place like the Hall of Execution, he had chosen to manifest so close to Su Chen's own cultivation grounds, a mere 200 meters apart. Seizing what felt like a lifeline, Lin Xian'er urgently pleaded, Brother Su, please help me. The current Lin Xian'er was genuinely fearful, terrified of being sullied by Lu Feng. Thankfully, the Su Chen her brother spoke of had appeared, and she placed her trust in him. Lu Feng, Su Chen inquired politely, turning his gaze towards the aforementioned figure. Nodding, Lu Feng responded in an extremely unfriendly manner, I care not who you are. I hope you will recognize the situation and refrain from meddling in the matters of my Thunder Sect. Otherwise, before Lu Feng could finish his threat, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Lu Feng was utterly oblivious to what had transpired as his head was shattered in an instant, dissolving into a crimson mist. Silence. Staring blankly at the scene before her, Lin Xian'er was momentarily dazed. It was crucial to note that Lu Feng was a celestial warrior, his power slightly surpassing that of her brother. Yet, unexpectedly, the formidable 7th-level celestial warrior Lu Feng had been effortlessly defeated by a single strike from Su Chen. With a thud, Lin Xian'er fell to her knees, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Chen. Had he not intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Su, I am deeply thankful for your timely rescue, she expressed earnestly. Gently lifting Lin Xian'er, Su Chen smiled and said, there is no need for such formality. I am friends with your brother, and you are like a sister to me. However, I advise you to be discerning when choosing a partner in the future. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she understood the implication of Su Chen's words. In matters of judgment, she had utterly failed. She could never have imagined that the man who had pursued her for 3 years, Lu Feng, would turn out to be a beast in human guise. The thought of it now sent shivers down her spine. Stretching lazily, Su Chen reflected on his night of cultivation. Had he not been interrupted by the two of them, he would still be immersed in his training, for he was only a final step away from breaking into the ancient god realm. Brother Su, are you leaving? Lin Xian'er asked, her voice tinged with concern. Nodding, Su Chen replied, you should not have ventured in here. As a practitioner of the profound god realm, Lin Xian'er was woefully outmatched in a place like the Hall of Execution, where even the most ordinary individual could easily overpower her. However, Lin Xian'er had chosen to enter the Hall of Execution, and her family was surely aware of it. Thus, he felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. "Brother Su, may I request something of you?" She ventured hesitantly. "Speak," Su Chen replied, not readily agreeing, for he was uncertain of Lin Xian'er's intentions. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Xian'er lowered her gaze, nervously clutching her clothing as she whispered, "Brother Su, may I accompany you?" Furrowing his brow slightly. Su Chen considered that while he could easily resolve other matters, he would be reluctant to agree to this request. He feared the burden of having someone trailing him, especially since Lin Xian'er was merely Lin Longtian's sister. His act of saving her was already an act of kindness beyond measure. "That is not possible." "What? Not possible?" Lin Xian'er was taken aback by the rejection, a response she had never anticipated. She had always believed that since Su Chen was a friend of her brother and had come to her aid, he would surely acquiesce to her request. Who would have thought that he would refuse so unequivocally, without a hint of negotiation? His directness was somewhat hurtful. After all, she was a beauty from Black Feather City, pursued by many. It seemed that Su Chen did not even spare her a glance, and this was not mere pretense. Did she truly lack even a modicum of allure? "If you are fearful, you may seek out your brother or someone from the Lin family. Remember, from the moment you chose to enter the Hall of Execution, every consequence must rest upon your own shoulders, not upon others. Do you understand?" As she watched Su Chen vanish after his words, Lin Xian'er was left utterly bewildered. Was this truly a friend of her brother? His candor was shockingly blunt, showing her no courtesy whatsoever. She had never encountered someone like Su Chen. This was her first experience. With a deep sigh, she reflected on the incident with Lu Feng. Lin Xian'er no longer harbored the naive notions she had before entering the Hall of Execution. She had been far too simplistic and innocent in her thinking. Ignoring Lin Xian'er's request, Su Chen recognized that while he could assist if Lin Longtian's family encountered trouble, he would not bear the responsibility for their reckless actions. It was out of the question. Su Chen understood the survival principles in a fantastical realm. One must never show mercy, nor play the role of a do-gooder, otherwise one would be the first to perish. Summoning Little Fatty, Su Chen instructed, "Help me locate the treasures within the hall. Remember, the most crucial item is the divine essence of the God Emperor of Execution. Having sensed the aura of the God of Slaughter, Little Fatty would surely detect it if such a divine essence were concealed within the hall. If there were none, then the situation would be different." This was Su Chen's principle of handling matters. He understood that Lin Longtian sought to utilize his strength to ensure that the Lin family could safely enter the Hall of Execution without facing annihilation. While he regarded Lin Longtian as a friend, his assistance would depend on the circumstances. He would help where he could, but it was impossible for him to do everything while providing full support to the Lin family. In all matters, one must rely on oneself. "Boss, may I request something of you?" Little Fatty asked. "Speak. Could you allow Little May to accompany me? That would provide me with some motivation." Had it not been for the presence of the Emperor's radiant Qilin, Little Fatty would not have made such a request. For the Qilin's strength was formidable enough to ensure the boss's safety. Very well. Summoning Little May, Su Chen hoped that Little Fatty's dream could come true. If they could forge a bond, it would yield the best outcome. "Boss, do you need something from me?" Little May shot a glare at Little Fatty, for reasons unknown. She found him quite disagreeable. "You and Little Fatty will assist me in locating the treasures within the hall, including the divine essence of the God Emperor of Execution." Upon receiving the boss's orders, Little May had no reason to refuse. Nodding, she affirmed, "I shall not disappoint your expectations. Let us proceed." Little May seemed to have an inkling of the situation, but chose not to voice it. Little Fatty flashed a victory sign at Su Chen and eagerly followed Little May as they disappeared from sight. Chapter 556, The 10 Ancestor Dragons Dragon Blood Pool. Surrounding the immense divine pool, a multitude of warriors exhibited expressions of greed and excitement. Setting aside the dragon blood pool for a moment, even an ordinary divine pool was a rare treasure for warriors, as securing one on any outer continent was no simple feat for practitioners. Any divine pool represented a sacred ground for cultivation. Tang Shui, Fo Mu, and others gathered in front of the divine pool. Ba, esteemed benefactors, this humble monk, Fo Mu, wishes to express a few thoughts. Fo Mu, hailing from the ancient Buddhist sect, possesses an 8th-level tribulation divine realm, which grants him both a distinguished status and formidable power. "Please, Master Fo Mu, proceed," came the collective response, as none dared to disregard the ancient Buddhist sect or provoke the 8th-level tribulation divine Fo Mu. Fo Mu's eyes shimmered with insatiable greed and excitement, for it was not the divine pool that piqued his interest, but rather the so-called dragon blood pool before him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "This divine pool is, in fact, a dragon blood pool. Dragon blood pool. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain why the divine pool had suddenly transformed into this so-called dragon blood pool. Silence enveloped the gathering, all eyes fixated on Fo Mu. Su Chen, among the throng, had pinpointed this location thanks entirely to the sensing ability of his companion, Xiao Pang. After guiding Su Chen to the dragon blood pool, Xiao Pang promptly departed with Xiao Mei to seek other treasures. For Su Chen, the nature of the divine pool was immaterial. Having identified it, he was determined to seize the opportunity to transcend his own limits. Fo Mu continued without reservation, stating, I trust everyone is aware that the master of the Hall of Execution, very likely, is the legendary God Emperor of Execution. He elaborated that, according to lore, the God of Execution had once battled the slaughtering blood ancestor dragon, one of the 10 great ancestor dragons, ultimately falling victim to its might. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a state of shock. It was evident that few had ever heard this tale, yet they chose to believe Fo Mu, for he had no reason to deceive them. As Fo Mu recounted the events, he noted that the God Emperor of Execution had managed to escape with his primordial spirit into the Hall of Execution after his defeat, forcibly extracting some ancestral dragon essence from the slaughtering blood ancestor dragon. The implications were clear, even if Fo Mu did not need to elaborate further. A palpable greed filled the eyes of the onlookers, especially when the term ancestral dragon was mentioned. Ancestral dragon. This was the first time Su Chen had encountered the term, but he surmised it was one of the dragon lineage. I believe you have all deduced correctly. Indeed, this dragon blood pool is composed of the essence of ancestral dragons absorbed by the God Emperor of Execution, coalesced into this very pool. His proclamation incited a fervor among the crowd, who erupted in excitement. May I inquire, what precisely is an ancestral dragon? A plump woman, glancing at Su Chen with astonishment, remarked, You truly do not know what an ancestral dragon is. Su Chen merely smiled, refraining from elaboration. The woman continued, Within the myriad continents of the divine realm, the dragon race stands as the pinnacle of the beast world, and the 10 great ancestral dragons represent the apex of this lineage. Each of the 10 great ancestral dragon clans is overseen by a god emperor, and the slaughtering blood ancestor dragon, mentioned by Master Fo Mu, is among them. It can be said that even within the divine realm, the 10 great ancestral dragons are the most formidable of beings. Ah, I see now. Su Chen understood that this was akin to the 4 supreme dragon clans in the immortal realm, standing at the very peak of their race. He realized that the 10 great ancestral dragons were indeed god emperors, often surpassing ordinary god emperors in strength. The dragon blood pool, having absorbed the essence of these ancestral dragons, undoubtedly held a level far exceeding that of an ordinary divine pool. Fo Mu clasped his hands together and proposed, Since we have collectively discovered the dragon blood pool, I suggest that all present are fated to partake in its wonders. I propose that anyone may enter the dragon blood pool for cultivation, with each individual granted 1 hour, allowing 20 individuals to enter at a time, and so forth. What are your thoughts on this matter? I concur. I support it. I endorse Master Fo Mu's proposal. While higher-ranked warriors were likely discontent, those of lesser cultivation readily agreed. Even if some were dissatisfied with Fo Mu's suggestion, they felt compelled to acquiesce. Fo Mu, pleased with the consensus, continued, We shall allocate entry based on cultivation levels. The top 20 individuals will be allowed to enter the dragon blood pool for cultivation. Fo Mu's proposal garnered widespread approval, as many understood that should the tribulation divine warriors monopolize the dragon blood pool, they would have no chance whatsoever. With dozens of tribulation divine warriors present, the prospect of being granted an opportunity, even if limited to 1 hour, was enticing. After all, Fo Mu's allocation ensured that each person would have an equal chance. However, the other tribulation divine warriors simmered with anger. For them, 1 hour was but a fleeting moment. They had already cursed Fo Mu's ancestors in their hearts, realizing that without his proposal, they could have easily seized control of the dragon blood pool. Anguished yet fearful, none dared to act. For Fo Mu was the strongest tribulation divine warrior present, backed by the ancient Buddhist sect, with formidable divine beings at their helm. In this tense atmosphere, no one wished to provoke Fo Mu, primarily to avoid missing their chance. The fear of being outpaced by others or losing the opportunity altogether loomed large. Fo Mu, Tang Shui, and the other tribulation warriors would easily gain access to the dragon blood pool, while the next tier would be determined according to their cultivation levels. The remaining individuals brimmed with anticipation, fully aware that Fo Mu had indicated the pool contained the essence of ancestral dragons, making cultivation within it a highly promising endeavor. No one dared to forcibly claim it, for the stakes of life and death were too great. The allure of the dragon blood pool was immense. Yet none were willing to gamble their lives for the sake of entering it. Such a risk was unequivocally unwarranted. In no time, the first batch of 20 individuals prepared to enter the dragon blood pool, all of whom were at the tribulation divine realm, including those at the 8th, 9th, and peak ancestral divine realms. Just as they were about to step into the pool, Su Chen emerged from the crowd. While others may have felt intimidated by Fo Mu and his associates, or even grateful for their guidance, he could not afford to wait. With so many warriors present, who could predict whether the dragon blood pool would still remain by the time his turn arrived? What does that individual intend to do? Does he seek to seize the dragon blood pool? The aura surrounding him seemed to suggest he was merely at the celestial realm. Shu, let us observe the situation. Tang Xue's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the young man stepping forward. While others may not know him, she certainly did. This was the same individual who had previously slaughtered the ice dragon she had severely wounded and had single-handedly annihilated countless tribulation divine beasts, the bloodthirsty spectral bats. It could be stated that he wielded his treasures with such prowess that he could potentially sweep through all the warriors within the hall of execution. No one dared to step forward, for the 20 individuals present were the strongest beings in this place. Yet, there was one person who did. Do you have business, benefactor? The monk, with a serene smile, placed his hands together as if he were a savior. Su Chen responded in a tone that was markedly indifferent. Two matters. Please, speak. The monk urged. First, I require immediate access to the dragon blood pool for cultivation. No one is allowed to oppose this, should anyone dare to. I shall take their life, including the complete annihilation of their primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never such audacity. If the youth were of the 8th level or higher within the robbery god realm, perhaps he might have had the grounds for such bravado. However, judging by the aura he emanated, he was merely a so-called celestial. How could a celestial be so presumptuous? It was indeed a laughable joke. The martial artists present regarded the brazen youth with scorn and derision. Arrogance without strength was nothing short of foolishness. Truly, foolishness abounds. This year, a particularly ridiculous individual has emerged, one who does not even comprehend how he might meet his end. Who would dare to say otherwise? Master Monk had already promised that anyone would have the opportunity to enter the dragon blood pool, yet this youth sought to be the first. It was as if he had not taken a moment to reflect upon his own capabilities. Perhaps he possessed strength. Strength? What strength? A celestial, regardless of their power, must consider in whose presence they stand. Various discussions erupted, yet Su Chen chose to ignore them all. The crowd surrounding the monk was also filled with fury. They were already displeased with Master Monk, but had refrained from provoking him. This situation was a considerable loss for them. They had intended to monopolize the dragon blood pool, believing those of lesser cultivation unworthy of entry. Yet here was someone unafraid of death, a mere celestial daring to act so recklessly, utterly disregarding their presence. Master Monk was inwardly furious, for this matter had been proposed by him, and no one had objected, including the other robbery god warriors. Yet this individual had emerged to provoke him, slapping his face without mercy. Internally, he was a volcano ready to erupt, yet on the surface, he maintained a benevolent demeanor. Benefactor, your jest is hardly amusing. I kindly ask you to return. Let us pretend we did not hear your previous words. When it is your turn, I shall ensure you enter the dragon blood pool for cultivation without hindrance. This was a veiled rejection, for in Master Monk's eyes, he could not agree to such a request without losing face. I have no objections. He may enter the dragon blood pool for cultivation. Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to Tang Xue, and some recognized her. That is Princess Tang Xue of the Bright Moon Dynasty. She is truly stunning. Legends spoke of the Bright Moon Dynasty being backed by the Three Divine Sect, and Tang Xue's maternal grandfather was the sect's leader. They had not anticipated that the Hall of Execution would attract the princess of the Bright Moon Dynasty. Master Monk was also somewhat taken aback, seemingly unaware that Tang Xue would endorse this individual's priority access to the dragon blood pool. In truth, whether one more or one less entered mattered little to them. But it was a matter of their dignity. If they were to concede this point, would they not become a laughingstock in the eyes of all? Master Monk smiled and said, Ba, since Benefactor Tang Xue has consented, let us commence voting. Those in favor of allowing this benefactor to enter the dragon blood pool, please express your approval. I oppose, came a voice. Who does he think he is, to wish to enter the dragon blood pool ahead of others? Simply being able to queue for entry is already quite fortunate. If he is so brazen, let us revoke his qualification altogether. I concur, if he persists in his insolence. We shall show him no mercy. Had it been any other matter, the crowd would have certainly been inclined to show Tang Xue some respect. But not in this instance. They could not afford to lose face, especially in front of so many witnesses. Master Monk chuckled softly and said, I am powerless in this matter. I kindly ask the benefactor to leave this place. Should you disregard my advice and insist on entering the dragon blood pool, any unfortunate incident that befalls you will not concern me. Please think carefully and refrain from committing any regrettable actions. The meaning behind Master Monk's words was abundantly clear. He was implying a desire to use others to do his bidding while feigning benevolence. Such duplicity was most distasteful, which was precisely why Su Chen could never abide by the monk's presence. Tang Shui was furious. She had already made her stance clear. Yet she had not expected such blatant disregard from these individuals. I represent the Bright Moon Dynasty, and I decree that he shall enter the Dragon Blood Pool today. Anyone who opposes this will be considered an enemy of the Bright Moon Dynasty. Her icy gaze fixed upon Master Monk and the others. It was evident to all that Tang Shui was genuinely enraged. The crowd speculated about the relationship between Tang Shui and this youth, wondering why she would risk offending Master Monk and the others to defend him. Many among them adopted indifferent expressions, knowing that they would still have to queue for access to the Dragon Blood Pool, regardless of the outcome. Tang Shui, you are merely relying on the Bright Moon Dynasty. Reason must prevail. Master Monk has already stated the rules, and no one has voiced any objections, nor has anyone cut in line. On what grounds does he deserve such treatment? Just because of your connections? Can he take your place in the Dragon Blood Pool? If no one objects, only 20 can enter. If you insist on aiding this youth, then you may forego your own entry. Just as Tang Shui prepared to respond, Su Chen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. The second matter is that anyone here may enter the Dragon Blood Pool for cultivation, except for that bald monk. Chapter 558. What I enjoy most in life. What? Upon hearing the youth's audacious declaration, all present were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated such brazen disrespect towards Master Monk. It must be noted that Master Monk was a genuine robbery god warrior, and the disparity between celestial and robbery god was insurmountable. There was no basis for comparison. Master Monk smiled, devoid of any anger. Instead, he found the situation quite comical. As a distinguished robbery god warrior within the Hall of Execution, he was the pinnacle of existence, as long as he did not encounter a 9th-level robbery god or a peak robbery god who would dare to provoke him. Merely a celestial, after all. Before Master Monk could respond, Su Chen suddenly inquired, Bald Monk, may I ask if you are acquainted with two individuals named Fog and Fo Huang? Fog, Fo Huang. Master Monk was well aware of the two individuals the youth mentioned. They are my junior disciples. Ah, so they are your disciples. It seems I have not wronged them. You killed them? Su Chen smiled and replied, of course, what I enjoy most in life is slaying bald monks. This was a deliberate provocation. Anyone could see that the youth was intentionally seeking trouble with Master Monk, regardless of whether Fog and Fo Huang were indeed the individuals he claimed. Such words had irrevocably set the stage for a deadly confrontation. So brazen. At this moment, no one understood where this youth derived his courage and audacity to challenge a true robbery god monk. No one dared to speak, as many began to regain their composure. Two reasons. First, this individual was merely a celestial warrior. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to confront dozens of robbery god warriors, including the 8th-level robbery god Master Monk. It was highly unusual, unless he possessed some profound backing that emboldened him to act thus. The individual in question appears entirely ordinary, devoid of any signs of mental instability or impulsive suicidal tendencies. The second reason lies in the fact that he has just declared he has slain both Fog and Fo Huang. If this assertion bears truth, the situation becomes significantly more intriguing. It is important to note that Fo Huang is also a formidable Jieshan warrior. If this person truly possesses the capability to vanquish Fo Huang, it indicates that his power can indeed rival that of the Jieshan. The circumstances surrounding this matter will soon become abundantly clear. Tang Shui is somewhat taken aback, yet she resolutely approaches Su Chen, fully aware that with the treasures in his possession, he can undoubtedly sweep aside any Jieshan. Even without her assistance, Su Chen remains unstoppable. However, she seeks to forge an alliance with him. Su Chen does not elaborate further. He is indifferent to Tang Shui's motivations, believing that as long as she is not an enemy, having a few friends is inconsequential. Benefactor Tang Shui, what do you mean by this? Upon witnessing Tang Shui's approach to the young man, Fo Mu's countenance darkens significantly, displaying a depth of displeasure. It is not just Fo Mu. Others also discern Tang Shui's intentions, which clearly favor this individual, even to the extent of aligning with him against Fo Mu. The strength of the Xingu Buddha sect is comparable to that of the Haoyue dynasty, yet the latter is backed by the formidable Sanchen sect. Had it been anyone else, Fo Mu would have uttered no more words, unwilling to tolerate repeated provocations, especially when the lives of his two disciples are at stake. Such an affront is intolerable, and he cannot afford to lose face. Only Tang Shui presents a significant complication. Were it merely a matter of antagonizing the Haoyue dynasty, Fo Mu would be inclined to test the waters, fully confident that the Xingu Buddha sect would not harbor any fear. However, the current scenario is drastically different. The Haoyue dynasty's backing from the Sanshin sect renders even the Xingu Buddha sect incapable of standing against them. Fo Mu is reluctant to provoke Tang Shui unless absolutely necessary. Consumed by anger, Tang Shui lets out a cold laugh, taunting Fo Mu. If your Xingu Buddha sect believes it can contend with the Sanshin sect, then by all means, take action. I neglected to mention, my elder brother has also arrived. Her elder brother? Upon hearing this, Fo Mu's expression shifts dramatically as he exclaims, impossible. If the rumors I have heard are accurate, the first prince of the Haoyue dynasty, Tang Haoyan, should have already reached the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. How could he possibly enter the Xingtian Hall? Not only Fo Mu, but everyone else is equally astonished. It is common knowledge that the Xingtian Hall imposes strict realm restrictions, allowing only warriors of the 6th level of the Divine Realm to enter. Anyone else is barred from entry. There is but one exception, through the use of secret techniques to forcibly suppress one's own cultivation. However, the feasibility of such an endeavor remains questionable. Amitabha, you have slain my 2 disciples and humiliated me. For the sake of benefactor Tang Shui, if you are willing to kneel and admit your mistake, bowing 3 times, I shall overlook your previous transgressions. What say you? At this proclamation, the crowd gasps in astonishment. It is clear to all that Fo Mu's willingness to compromise does not stem from fear of the young man, but rather from a concern for Tang Shui, specifically the might of the Haoyue dynasty and the Sanshin sect that lies behind her. Before Su Chen can respond, Tang Shui coldly interjects, Fo Mu, I advise you to remain silent. Ignoring her, Fo Mu fixes a piercing gaze upon the young man, his eyes brimming with unrestrained killing intent, evident to all present. Su Chen chuckles. What is the cause of your mirth, benefactor? I find your foolishness amusing. It seems you are intent on making an enemy of me. Thus, I shall no longer extend any courtesy to benefactor Tang Shui. In Fo Mu's perspective, the audacity of the young man is emboldened by Tang Shui's support. Now that matters have escalated to this extent, if he continues to endure, he risks becoming a laughingstock, not to mention losing his own dignity. At this moment, Fo Mu truly is incensed. It is evident to anyone not blinded by ignorance that the youth is deliberately seeking conflict. Regardless of how he chooses to endure, the young man remains relentless in his pursuit, making it impossible for Fo Mu to maintain any semblance of honor. With a surge of energy, Fo Mu begins to chant sutras, an overwhelming wave of Buddhist aura emanating from him, coalescing into the symbol of the swastika, radiating with divine light. He aims for a swift resolution, unwilling to waste any time. In his estimation, even if the young man possesses a modicum of strength, bridging the gap between their powers is nearly impossible. If he must act, it will be with the full might of a thunderous strike, leaving no opportunity for retreat. He intends to convey to all present that those who dare to provoke the Xingu Buddha sect must face death. Yet Su Chen merely smiles coldly, revealing an AK-40 in his hand, displaying an utter lack of concern. With this weapon in hand, he feels invincible. Chapter 559, All-Out Assault. Yet again, this artifact. Observing the weapon in Su Chen's possession, Tang Shui understands full well its formidable capabilities. She has witnessed firsthand how Su Chen wielded it to obliterate countless Jiaxin realm bloodthirsty nether bats. The spectacle was unprecedented and indelibly etched into her memory. Having seen it with her own eyes, she harbors no doubt and firmly believes in Su Chen's prowess. Were it merely a contest of cultivation levels, Su Chen might not be a match for Fo Mu. After all, Tang Shui also recognizes that the disparity between the Divine Realm and the Jiaxin realm makes it exceedingly difficult for Su Chen to defeat an opponent of a higher level. However, the situation has now altered dramatically. The artifact in Su Chen's possession is overwhelmingly powerful. The countless bloodthirsty nether bats he previously vanquished were all Jiaxin realm warriors. Yet he managed to annihilate them entirely. This alone speaks volumes about the significance of the treasure he wields. The AK-40 emits a rapid series of sounds, unleashing a barrage of annihilation bullets. The swastika that Fo Mu had just formed is instantly shattered by the onslaught of the annihilation bullets. What manner of artifact is this? Capable of remote attacks that can so swiftly dismantle Fo Mu's defensive aura? It becomes clear why the young man exudes such confidence. He must possess a significant advantage. In astonishment, onlookers regard the treasure in his grasp with a mixture of awe and respect. Typically, artifacts are insufficient to bridge the gap of cultivation disparity. Yet Su Chen's weapon has immediately demonstrated its peak prowess. Benefactor, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Fo Mu declares. As the saying goes, true experts reveal their prowess at the first strike. Fo Mu initially believed that with his 8th level Jiaxin strength, dispatching a Divine Realm warrior would pose little challenge. However, as the artifact emerges in the young man's hands, Fo Mu is struck with the shocking realization that he cannot even approach him. Most critically, the offensive force he unleashed is rendered null in the wake of the young man's artifact, disintegrating into nothingness. What does this signify? Lack of courtesy? Chen chuckles heartily. With the AK-40 in hand, he begins to unleash a relentless barrage. Amidst the gasps of shock and horror from the crowd, the once mighty 8th-level Jieshan warrior, Fo Mu, finds himself riddled with annihilation bullets, his body marred with gaping wounds and bloodstains. The body fell straight down, and until the moment of his demise, the Buddha shepherd remained oblivious to the manner of his death, devoid of even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Whether to believe or not had ceased to hold significance. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone was rendered speechless, their faces a canvas of disbelief and shock. Prior to this, no one had anticipated such an outcome. The chasm between the celestial deity and the calamity god was glaringly evident, presenting almost insurmountable odds. Yet the result was precisely the opposite. A celestial warrior, wielding a precious artifact, had effortlessly annihilated the 8th-level calamity god, Buddha shepherd. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, it is doubtful anyone would have chosen to believe it, except for Tang Xue. The other 18 individuals, poised to enter the dragon blood pool, stood in a state of dazed shock, their former arrogance and lofty demeanor evaporating in an instant. With a pronounced swallow, one of them spoke. Esteemed senior, we have no objections regarding your entry into the dragon blood pool. Please proceed. This is the harsh reality. This is the survival of the fittest. The world belongs to those with the strongest fists. Were it not for Chen's overwhelming power, would anyone have dared to feel fear? Would anyone have willingly relinquished their position? With an AK-40 in hand, Chen smiled and declared, I have already afforded you all an opportunity, yet you have squandered it. One must bear the consequences of their own ignorance. Upon hearing the youth's words, the expressions of the 18 transformed entirely, as if they had come to an unsettling realization. Regardless of their beliefs, they recognized him as a madman, a complete lunatic. In their minds, having just slain Buddha shepherd, the youth would surely cease his aggression. After all, they had chosen to compromise, as none wished to provoke everyone simultaneously, unless one were insane. But what of this individual? Without hesitation, they scattered in fear, not daring to linger. For even the mightiest among them, Buddha shepherd, had been dispatched in an instant. What hope did they have? Seeking to escape? Chen's cold smile betrayed no mercy. He would show no leniency, for those who had sought to slay him must pay the price. Waves of temporal barriers descended simultaneously, obstructing the fleeing 18, forcefully isolating them. As they felt the binding power, their faces drained of color. What did he intend? Did he wish to eradicate them entirely? Let us retreat quickly, lest we become collateral damage, with no chance to plead our case. Looking on as the youth unleashed his wrath, all who observed were left utterly stunned. To gamble was to tempt fate, and none could predict whether the youth would indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. The wisest course was to vacate the premises. Fortunately, the youth did not pursue others, merely imprisoning the first group attempting to enter the dragon blood pool. Nevertheless, no one dared to tarry. In the blink of an eye, all but Tang Xue had fled, leaving the 18 with grim expressions. The situation had escalated to such a degree that even if they wished to fight back, there was no recourse. Kid, since you are so aggressive, we shall ensure that you do not escape unscathed, even if it costs us our lives. Let us unite, otherwise, none shall leave alive. The 18 resolved to band together. After all, this individual had made it abundantly clear that he would not spare them. Anyone could depart, except for them, which spoke volumes. Given that death was inevitable, they resolved to drag him down with them, believing that with their combined might, a sliver of hope might still exist. From beginning to end, Tang Xue refrained from intervening, fully aware of the monstrous prowess of the artifact in Chen's possession. Her involvement would only serve as a burden to him, rendering her presence unnecessary. The 18 returned, launching a fierce assault against Chen. With a disdainful chuckle, he mused that numbers alone would not suffice, especially against him. The AK-40 was not a mere toy. Chen unleashed a barrage, sweeping across the space before him. The annihilation rounds rained down mercilessly, and not only the 18, but even 180,000 warriors would have met the same fate. In a cacophony of gunfire, the 18 were unable to draw near, falling like leaves before a storm, their bodies riddled with wounds and blood. Even though she had witnessed such carnage before, Tang Xue could not suppress the involuntary tremor in her eyelids. The artifact was simply too formidable. Chapter 560, The Slaughter of the Calamity Blood Ancestor Dragon. No mercy was shown. This was the brutal truth. Either you perish or I do. Were it not for his own capacity to decimate the crowd, he would have been the one to fall. Would others have shown him compassion? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Gazing at the dragon blood pool, Chen showed no hesitation as he stepped forward. Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate the chaotic enlightenment technique. intertwining it with the external chaotic body and chaotic foundation. Observing Su Chen enter a meditative state, Tang Shui felt somewhat bewildered. Had she been overlooked? She had assumed that by aligning herself with Su Chen, she would partake in the spoils. Who could have predicted that Su Chen would consume everything alone? To say she was not incensed would be a blatant lie. Having been a paragon of excellence since childhood and a renowned beauty, she had never been so disregarded. It was certainly a first. Had anyone else dared to treat her thus, she would have slapped them without hesitation. Yet before Su Chen, she found no anger within herself, not due to his overwhelming strength, but for reasons she could not articulate. Her face flushed slightly, yet she chose not to leave, silently observing. This dragon blood pool is mine. You may depart now. Su Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, as cold as machinery. Tang Shui remained silent, simply standing there. He did not speak further. This time, he was determined to harness the dragon blood pool to break through his limits. Su Chen's physical defenses had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Even if he forcibly consumed dragon blood to refine his body, he would encounter no issues. A dragon's roar resonated throughout the void. After merely absorbing 1/10 of the pool, Su Chen immediately sensed a seismic shift within him, as he transcended his limits and broke through from the pinnacle of the celestial deity realm to the ancient god realm. The 6 realms of divine beings, the divine being realm, the profound divine realm, the celestial deity realm, the ancient god realm, the ancestral god realm, and the calamity god realm. As he successfully advanced to the ancient god realm, he now stood at the 4th level of divine beings. While absorbing from the dragon blood pool, he feverishly broke through his own cultivation. 1st level ancient god realm, 2nd level ancient god realm, 3rd level ancient god realm, 4th level ancient god realm, 5th level ancient god realm, 6th level ancient god realm, 7th level ancient god realm, 8th level ancient god realm, 9th level ancient god realm, pinnacle ancient god realm. It was not as frenzied as he had imagined. Su Chen had initially thought that by consuming the entire blood pool, he would at least reach the ancestral god realm, or even the calamity god realm. Yet, it appeared that the most he could attain was the pinnacle ancient god realm, and it seemed virtually impossible to draw upon the remaining power of the dragon blood pool to aid his ascent to the ancestral god realm. Just as Su Chen prepared to summon the Emperor's radiant qilin to absorb the final energies of the dragon blood pool, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped his mind, as if the very heavens and earth were spiraling wildly around him. Within his consciousness lay a desolate expanse, a barren land riddled with fissures, where countless skeletal remains lay strewn haphazardly. The atmosphere was thick with the presence of bones, piled high and innumerable, eliciting a sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. Is this truly the landscape of my own mind? Su Chen observed his surroundings with heightened vigilance, a gnawing unease hinting that something was amiss. The collapsed space, strewn with the remnants of the dead, exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. The temperature within the realm was frigid, akin to that of the Arctic, yet for Su Chen, this was of little concern. His sole desire was to comprehend the events that had transpired, and why he had found himself within the recesses of his own mind. With no hint of hesitation, he immediately began to channel the chaos enlightenment technique, gradually manifesting a shimmering chaos golden body behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura of chaotic power that enveloped the vicinity. Su Chen stepped forward, the sound of crunching bones echoing beneath his feet as he traversed the landscape, where skeletal remains formed a macabre carpet. The air was filled with a chilling essence, as if the anguished wails of countless souls from the depths of hell resonated around him. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, for before him lay a vast expanse where a divine dragon circled majestically, its colossal form stretching for miles. A magnificent yet fearsome presence that dominated the space. This dragon, resplendent in blood-red scales, emanated a terrifying aura of lethal intent, its icy gaze fixated upon Su Chen. Is this the ancestral dragon? Could it be the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon, one of the 10 revered ancestral dragons? He had learned of the existence of the 10 ancestral dragon clans within the divine realm, and it was known that the god emperor of the celestial realm had once battled the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon. Though ultimately vanquished, he managed to forcibly extract some of its blood essence, which was later infused into the dragon blood pool. You have assimilated the essence of my lineage. Thus, your life must remain here. The dragon's voice thundered ominously. Su Chen's suspicions were confirmed. The entity before him was indeed the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon, albeit not its true form. According to Su Chen's deductions, this manifestation was merely a projection of its blood essence, and despite this, he remained on high alert. One must understand that the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon was a beast of the god emperor, its prowess beyond dispute, representing the pinnacle of existence within the divine realm. In my world, Do you truly believe you can slay me? Upon hearing the words of the human warrior, the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon paused momentarily, then erupted in laughter as if it had heard the most ludicrous jest imaginable. A mere human wretch dared to act so brazenly before it. Even within the confines of this mental realm, extinguishing the life of such an insignificant creature would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon could not suppress its derision. This insignificant ancient god warrior was hardly worthy of consideration. Years ago, it had been schemed against by the god emperor, losing a portion of its blood essence, which it had been unable to locate since. Just as Chen had surmised, the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon before him was not its true self, but rather a phantasm born of its blood essence, rendered undetectable due to the barriers of the celestial hall. However, it was certain that the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon could sense that its essence had been assimilated by another. Chen, however, bore an expression of indifference. Since he dared to absorb the blood essence, he held no regard for the so-called god emperor or the ancestral dragon. What nonsense! What a pitiful excuse for an ancestral dragon, he scoffed. This is merely a projection of blood essence. I shall personally venture to the ancestral dragon clan in the future. Seek yourself? For what purpose? Do you believe you will still possess the breath of life to seek out the ancestral dragon clan? The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon was incredulous, having encountered many arrogant humans, yet this mindless audacity was a first. Chen's arrogance and insolence had thoroughly incensed the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon. As one of the 10 ancestral dragons, revered for its dominance over the divine realm, who would dare to challenge its might? Such behavior had never been witnessed before, even if it were merely a projection of blood essence. The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon could effortlessly crush a mere ancient god warrior without a hint of doubt. Without further ado, the dragon resolved to eradicate any who dared to assimilate its blood essence, for the blood of the ancestral dragon was sacred and not to be sullied by humanity. A torrent of draconic power surged forth, akin to a tempest sweeping through the entire space. With a disdainful snort, it proclaimed dominance within this mental realm. Even if the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon was merely a projection, it would still submit to its will. The chaos golden body materialized, an imposing figure that stretched across the heavens. The reincarnation bridge, the temporal cage, and all of his abilities converged into a singular, devastating strike. The clash resounded through the void, and in the eyes of the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon, there was no possibility for the opponent to withstand its overwhelming might. A mere glance would suffice to obliterate him. Yet, to its astonishment, Chen merely took a step back, unscathed and far from being subdued. Could this be real? The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon's resolve faltered, unable to fathom such a reality. Its massive form surged forward, casting an ominous shadow as it sought to dominate the space. In that moment, the dragon was truly enraged. As a high and mighty beast of the god emperor, it had never faced such provocation from an ancient god warrior. This was the utmost humiliation. Unable to tolerate it, it resolved to annihilate Chen. Chen stood coldly in place, a dragon capturing circle materializing in his grasp. Should he encounter the true form of the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon, he knew the circle would likely be ineffective, for the disparity between their powers was monumental. However, the circumstances were entirely different now. The dragon before him was merely a projection of blood essence, not even a true avatar. With this realization, Chen felt an unwavering confidence, believing that with the dragon capturing circle in hand, he could undoubtedly subdue the manifestation of the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon. With a swift motion, the dragon capturing circle was unleashed. In an instant, it expanded to immense proportions, precisely encircling the dragon's head, eliciting a chorus of incredulous roars. The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon could hardly believe it would be ensnared by this yellow circle. Its thrashing form fought against the confines, unable to accept this grim reality. Foolish child, you dare to harm my blood essence. I will ensure your remains are scattered to the winds. Chen replied with a mocking countenance. I have already stated that I will personally visit the ancestral dragon clan. I hope you will still possess such bravado then. Huh. I await you in the ancestral dragon clan. The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon bellowed in derision before its projection crumbled into nothingness. Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief, not expecting that within the essence of his blood lay the spectral remnants of the slaughter blood ancestor dragon. It seemed that the slaughter blood ancestor dragon was rather unfortunate to encounter him. Had it been anyone else, it would have met its doom. Among the 10 great ancestral dragons, the slaughter blood ancestor dragon loomed large. Observing Chen, who appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle within the dragon blood pool, Tang Shui's expression shifted, her shock evident as she pondered the unfolding events. The dragon blood pool had already been consumed by Su Chen to the tune of 95%, leaving only a thin layer behind. At that moment, three figures tore through the air, arriving in an instant. The trio bore striking similarities, each possessing hawk-like eyes and prominent noses, their faces resembling that of rodents. They were the Jieshan warriors. Feeling the formidable aura radiating from the three before her, Tang Xue's countenance changed abruptly. She sensed that not only were they Jieshan realm warriors, but all three were at the 8th level, each one a match she could not contend with. Brother, this is the place. According to those individuals, this divine pool is the dragon blood pool, infused with the essence of the slaughter blood ancestor dragon, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons. Most of the dragon blood pool has already been devoured, leaving only 1/10. What? The Iron Brothers. Witnessing the youth within the dragon blood pool engaged in the act of cultivation and consumption were filled with rage. The Iron Brothers were triplets, all at the 8th level of Jieshan, their minds interconnected and trained in a unique secret technique. Once united, they could easily subdue even a 9th level Jieshan warrior. Is that Princess Tang Xue of the Haoyue dynasty? The Iron Brothers felt a pang of recognition upon seeing Tang Xue standing outside the divine pool. They were well aware of her prominence, as the Haoyue dynasty was renowned throughout the Blood Flame continent. Who are you? The Iron Brothers inquired. Tang Xue of the Haoyue dynasty. We require access to the dragon blood pool for cultivation, regardless of your relationship with him, out of respect for the Haoyue dynasty. You may take him away. Choosing to compromise, Tang Xue stood resolutely at the pool's edge, while the youth sat within, indicating much about the situation. Had it been others, the Iron Brothers would have disregarded them entirely. They did not wish to provoke the Haoyue dynasty. However, Tang Xue shook her head, asserting, I care not who you are. This divine pool now belongs to the Haoyue dynasty. You may leave. Chapter 562. He slaughters Jieshan as one would dogs. Refusing to yield. The faces of the Iron Brothers darkened. They had already taken a step back, yet Tang Xue showed them no respect, disregarding their presence entirely, which incited their anger. The Iron Brothers were originally rogue martial artists, unattached to any faction, but they preferred to avoid conflict with the Haoyue dynasty whenever possible. Yet, Tang Xue's refusal to yield was a significant affront to their pride. Tang Xue, we have shown you courtesy in consideration of the Haoyue dynasty. Should you wish to provoke us, the Iron Brothers will not hesitate to retaliate. You must bring him away immediately, otherwise, we shall take his life. And you will regret this decision eternally. The Iron Brothers were genuinely furious. Tang Xue drew a sword, crossing it before her, her expression unwavering. Even she was unaware of why she felt compelled to protect Su Chen. It was clear to her that he was in peril, and thus she could not allow the Iron Brothers to approach him. Would she have chosen to protect anyone else in his situation? Had she perhaps developed feelings for Su Chen? She did not deny that he was exceptionally remarkable, the most outstanding individual she had ever encountered. It was unrealistic not to feel moved by such a person. Over the years, every young man who pursued her had been nothing but a sycophant, catering to her every whim. Only Su Chen remained indifferent, treating her with a cool demeanor, even monopolizing the dragon blood pool. Yet, she found this quality in him to be quite manly. If you wish to oppose the Haoyue dynasty, I, Tang Xue, shall stand against you to the end. Her gaze grew darker, revealing a burgeoning malice. The Iron Brothers, though reluctant to confront the Haoyue dynasty, would not relinquish their claim to the dragon blood pool. If it were any other divine pool, they would have certainly retreated with such scant power remaining. But this was the dragon blood pool, and its worth was beyond measure. Tang Xue, step aside now, and we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will kill. They hoped she would not force their hand. If she did step aside, they would still refrain from attacking. Everyone knew the truth that she had the backing of the Haoyue dynasty, which in turn was supported by the 3 divine sects, none of which they could afford to offend. Should they slay Tang Xue, the Iron Brothers would have to evade the Haoyue dynasty and even flee from the Blood Flame continent, a prospect they found unpalatable. Tang Xue, however, scoffed, her sword unwavering. I hope you will not come to regret this. She cast a glance at the young man behind her. He slaughters Jieshan as one would dogs. If you wish to live, depart swiftly. He slaughters Jieshan as one would dogs. This was a blatant threat to the trio. The Iron Brothers laughed, finding her words quite alarmist. If they were to believe her, they would indeed be fools. Since you insist, we shall have no choice but to offend. This matter would not leak, so the Haoyue dynasty would remain oblivious to it. Enough of this banter. Kill. The Iron Brothers ceased their idle chatter. With Tang Xue refusing to yield, they had no choice but to strike her down. Fearing the Haoyue dynasty, they resolved to ensure that no traces remained. Here, in the hall of execution, they believed that as long as they covered their tracks meticulously, Neither the Haoyuan dynasty nor the three divine sects would ever discover their actions. Chapter 563, A Sense of Dread. The Iron Brothers were genuinely incensed. They had already taken a step back, yet Tang Shui refused to give them face, even using the Haoyuan dynasty to threaten them. Other matters could be overlooked, but the dragon blood pool was something they could not afford to abandon. The reason was simple. According to their intelligence, this divine pool was infused with the essence of the slaughter blood ancestor dragon, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons. It was a well-known fact that in the countless continents of the divine realm, the supreme god emperors were the ultimate authority. The 10 great ancestral dragons from the dragon clan were all formidable deities. Particularly, as ancestral dragons were primal beasts, the potency of their essence needed no elaboration, making the value of this dragon blood pool apparent. The Iron Brothers, as 8th level Jieshun, knew that united, they could easily overpower Tang Shui. As they retreated step by step, the situation became increasingly dire for her. Boom. Tang Shui was forced back repeatedly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she held her sword across her chest. Even in the face of certain defeat and the uncertainty of life and death, she did not budge an inch from the divine pool. Your persistence is quite remarkable. However, I am curious to see whether you truly fear death. Just as the Iron Brothers were poised to strike again, ruthlessly encircling Tang Shui, Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. To his astonishment, he realized that within the blood he had consumed, there was an emergence of primal essence. Were it not for the protection of the dragon prison circle and his own hidden cards, he believed he would never have been able to escape the realm of his consciousness. For anyone else, it would have been a certain death. The slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon is one of the 10 ancestral dragons. Chen had contemplated this matter. Once he breaks through to the God of War Emperor level, particularly at a high tier, he would take the dragon prison circle to the ancestral dragon clan. He intended to fulfill the promises he had made. Chen felt a sense of surprise at Tang Shui's actions. He was somewhat grateful to her, as her intervention had certainly exceeded his expectations. This time, when he absorbed the essence from the dragon blood pool, he found himself ensnared by the primordial spirit manifestations birthed from the slaughtering calamity blood ancestral dragon essence. Anyone could have easily brought about his demise. Thankfully, with Tang Shui's assistance, his cold gaze was filled with a turbulent sea of murderous intent. At that moment, Chen was filled with trepidation. Since his arrival in this world, this was the first time he felt such fear. Without Tang Shui, he would undoubtedly have been obliterated by the trio. What are you staring at? Do you dare to defy? Feeling the aura emanating from the youth within the dragon blood pool, which was merely that of an ancient god, the Iron Brothers laughed heartily. They had expected him to be a formidable figure, yet he was just an ancient god warrior. In the presence of the calamity gods, ancient gods were akin to mere insects. Without further ado, Chen stepped forward, even refraining from using the AK-40. He intended to personally annihilate the three of them. He unleashed the heavy eye and the temporal cage. Two forces, imbued with unparalleled might, began to descend upon the trio with ferocity, seeking death. Upon witnessing the youth take the initiative, the Iron Brothers were incensed, their faces darkening as they unleashed their wrathful killing intent. Tang Shui refrained from intervening. She was injured and understood the youth's strength. A being capable of slaying thousands of calamity god beasts would hardly be concerned about 3 8th-tier calamity god warriors. The answer was undoubtedly negative. There was no question about it. She had already done all that she could. Now, all that remained was to wait for Chen to unleash his massacre upon the 3 8th-tier calamity god warriors. The furious Iron Brothers were somewhat anxious. The reason was simple. The entire dragon blood pool had already been consumed by this individual, with only a minuscule remnant remaining that they absolutely could not afford to lose. Initially brimming with confidence, the Iron Brothers quivered as they found themselves enveloped by the two forces, their expressions shifting in disbelief. They had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess from him. Was he truly just an ancient god? In their eyes, ancient god warriors were merely ants, and they believed that even without uniting their strength, any one of them could effortlessly annihilate any ancient god warrior. This was indisputable. Yet now, as the saying goes, a master's true capability is revealed upon engagement, and they realized they had underestimated the youth, who could withstand the combined might of the 3 calamity gods, all of whom were 8th tier. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed that one day the Iron Brothers would find themselves unable to subdue a mere ancient god warrior. They could not accept such a reality. The convergence of the heavy eye and the temporal cage left the Iron Brothers in shock. In just a fleeting exchange, they understood the true extent of the youth's terrifying strength. The Iron Brothers were not impulsive individuals. Their journey to this point spoke volumes. Knowing full well the adversary's formidable power, they were certainly not inclined to continue the battle, for they did not dare to gamble. They understood all too well what it meant to lose this wager. The allure of the dragon blood pool was far too enticing, too significant for them to even consider surrendering. After all, encountering the ancestral dragon's essence was not a commonplace occurrence. It could be said that a dragon blood pool infused with ancestral dragon essence, if it were to appear, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir throughout the blood flame continent and even across countless realms in the divine realm. They were unaware that continuing the battle could lead to their suppression. If they were overpowered, they would have no opportunity for regret. Want to flee? Just moments ago, they had nearly been slain by the trio. How could Chen allow them to escape so easily? The Pengu axe in his hand cleaved fiercely toward them. Unite! The Iron Brothers, enraged by the youth's relentless pursuit, immediately turned to combine their efforts in a desperate bid. They could not believe that they would be unable to seize an opportunity to retreat, let alone face the prospect of being killed. This was simply inconceivable. They could not accept such a reality, so they unleashed their full strength, hoping to contend with him and find a chance to escape. If they could successfully slay him, they might still claim the dragon blood pool. Chapter 564, Assistance. They were fully committed. Even if the Iron Brothers were reluctant, they had no other options. The youth's aggressive demeanor incited their ire. Calamity God warriors were one thing, but the most infuriating aspect was that he was merely an ancient god. The Annihilation Palm. With his cultivation having successfully reached the peak of the ancient god realm, Chen experienced a qualitative enhancement in strength. Even without employing any artifacts, he could effortlessly slay Calamity God warriors with his own prowess. However, the Iron Brothers were triplets, sharing a unique bond and practicing a special secret technique. Their combined power far surpassed that of 9th-tier Calamity Gods, requiring only peak Calamity God strength to contend. Under the combined assault of the Annihilation Palm and the Pengu axe, the Iron Brothers were left with no chance to escape, being systematically annihilated, their primordial spirits devoured by the refining wilderness cauldron. Observing the scene before her, Tang Shui felt no surprise. She had already anticipated this outcome. My name is Chen, hailing from a mid-tier realm. Seeing Chen approach and introduce himself, Tang Shui displayed evident astonishment, her heart swelling with joy. She understood the significance of this. It seemed her protection of Chen while he absorbed the dragon blood pool had garnered his acknowledgement. As for whether she liked him, she dared not indulge in such fantasies. Everything must proceed step by step, without haste. Tang Shui, of the Haoyue dynasty. Chen nodded, gesturing toward the dragon blood pool. You shall absorb the remaining power, and I will guard you. Understood. Chen's words left no room for doubt. Tang Shui obediently nodded and stepped into the dragon blood pool. Casting a lingering glance at his figure not far away, she gently closed her eyes and commenced her cultivation. In just one day, Tang Shui managed to absorb all the power within the dragon blood pool. She had already been on the brink of the 8th-tier Calamity God threshold. With the absorption of the dragon blood pool's energy, she encountered no hindrances, and her cultivation soared from 7th-tier Calamity God to 8th tier, even surpassing to 9th tier. Reaching the pinnacle of the Calamity God realm, merely a step away from the God realm. As she slowly opened her eyes, her face radiated sheer delight. To leap across 3 realms in succession, what an extraordinary feat. Under normal circumstances, such an achievement would take a considerable amount of time to cultivate. Even if she possessed extraordinary talent and encountered fortuitous opportunities, it was utterly inconceivable for her to transcend 3 realms in a mere day and ascend to the pinnacle of the cataclysmic God realm. This was something she had not even dared to contemplate previously. She felt profoundly grateful to Chen. As she departed from the dragon blood pool and approached Chen, Tang Shui resembled a bashful butterfly. Her face flushed as she softly inquired, Brother Su, may I call you that? Of course, Chen replied, harboring a favorable impression of Tang Shui. Moreover, he was immensely appreciative of her unwavering commitment to safeguard him, for were it not for her resolute protection, he would likely have perished in the dragon blood pool. Brother Su, this is the token of my Haoyue dynasty. Once we leave the Xingtian Hall, could you come to my Haoyue dynasty? Is there something you wish to discuss? Chen did not accept the token, for he discerned that Tang Shui's intentions were likely more complex than they appeared. Until he understood her motives, he would refrain from accepting it. Observing Tang Shui's hesitation, he encouraged, feel free to speak your mind. If you find yourself in trouble, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed others without a second thought, well aware of the perilous consequences of meddling in the affairs of the strong in a world governed by the law of the jungle. However, for Tang Shui, he had resolved to extend his assistance, provided her troubles were not insurmountable, for she had saved his life, a debt that could not be repaid with mere words. Brother Su, to be candid, I have a fiancé. That's commendable, he replied, but Tang Shui shook her head, her expression laden with bitterness as she lamented. This engagement is merely a political arrangement. My father desires to ally with a powerful clan. I have no inclination to marry him. Su Chen remained silent. Having grasped the underlying message in her words and understanding the nature of the assistance she sought. Brother Su, I realize my request may be somewhat presumptuous, but I truly have no other recourse. Being a part of the imperial family, I cannot even dictate my own marriage or happiness. This was the lamentable reality of royal life, and Su Chen empathized with Tang Xue's distress and helplessness. Again, he would have disregarded anyone else's plight. Yet before the one who had just saved him, he found it impossible to refuse. Brother Su, I wish for you to masquerade as my partner. I assure you, no harm will come to you. Such a trivial matter holds no fear for me. Su Chen was unperturbed by the Haoyue dynasty, for he had Xiao Yanyan in his possession and the formidable support of brother Zhanba. In the entire divine realm, few dared to provoke him. He merely wished to keep his relationship with brother Zhanba concealed. Accepting the token, he smiled and said, once we exit the Xingtian Hall, I shall make my way to the Haoyue dynasty. Upon hearing this, Tang Xue's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Brother Su, I am truly thankful. Not at all. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chapter 565, The Xingtian Sword. Su Chen was quite satisfied with the pace of his cultivation. If this rate of progress continued, he hoped to elevate his strength further before the Xingtian Hall closed. As a practitioner of the sixth realm of divine beings, he had already reached the fourth realm. Ideally, he aimed to break through to the fifth realm of ancestor gods. Brother Su, wait. Is there something more? Tang Xue pondered for a moment. Do you know why my elder brother has entered the Xingtian Hall? Su Chen shook his head, remaining silent. My elder brother, Tang Haoyan, is a ninth-level divine lord. He felt no surprise. Although the Xingtian Hall had cultivation restrictions, Su Chen understood that exceptions existed. Some practitioners could utilize special secret techniques to forcibly suppress their cultivation and gain entry into the Xingtian Hall. As for entering the Xingtian Hall, Su Chen could almost assert that regardless of who it was, even if it were the god of war emperor suppressing his cultivation to step into the Xingtian Hall, they would still be limited to the peak of the cataclysmic god realm and dare not restore their true cultivation. The only distinction lay in the martial arts and combat skills wielded by the stronger individuals, which would significantly tip the scales in their favor. However, for him, as long as a divine realm practitioner suppressed their cultivation to enter the Xingtian Hall, the outcome would be the same. If someone displeased him, he would simply pull out an AK-40 and fire away. Originally, his elder brother would not have ventured into the Xingtian Hall, but their father inadvertently uncovered a secret regarding it. Su Chen remained silent, discerning that the secret obtained by the Haoyue dynasty was undoubtedly significant. He did not press Tang Xue to divulge more. That was entirely up to her. Brother Su, the greatest opportunity within the Xingtian Hall is the divine essence of the Xingtian God Emperor. I am aware, he replied, for this was common knowledge. Everyone understood that the Xingtian God Emperor had fallen, and it was highly probable that he had left behind his divine essence within the Xingtian Hall. Was the secret of the Haoyue dynasty tied to the divine essence of the Xingtian God Emperor? Brother Su, you may not be aware, but in his prime, the Xingtian God Emperor commanded the divine realm, wielding the Xingtian sword. He had never heard of such a sword. But Su Chen could surmise that a personal artifact of a God Emperor would signify immense power. I know the whereabouts of the Xingtian sword, and if all goes as planned, my elder brother should already be there. Tang Xue, to speak frankly, if I were to go, I would have to compete with your brother for the Xingtian sword. At this point, Su Chen did not continue, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Tang Xue felt greatly conflicted. Before meeting Su Chen, she had believed her elder brother to be the strongest presence within the Xingtian Hall, without question. However, having witnessed Su Chen's formidable prowess firsthand, she realized that he could dominate the sixth realm of divine beings effortlessly. Tang Xue could assert that once brother Su arrived, her elder brother would undoubtedly be no match for him, and the Xingtian sword would surely end up in brother Su's possession. For reasons she could not articulate, she felt an overwhelming desire to assist Su Chen. Under different circumstances, she would not have acted in such a manner. Brother Su, may I request a favor from you? Speak. Regardless of what transpires, please do not harm my elder brother. He cares for me deeply. Su Chen nodded, replying, agreed. Chapter 566, I was just passing through. Su Chen smiled. He had no intention of contending for the Xingtian sword. With the instant kill system at his disposal and a wealth of treasures in his possession, even the Xingtian sword, being a personal artifact of the Xingtian God Emperor, did not hold much allure for him. He could see that Tang Xue was troubled by this matter, which was entirely unnecessary. Tang Xue, the Xingtian sword belongs to your Haoyue dynasty. I appreciate your previous protection. When I eventually visit the Haoyue dynasty, I will certainly address this issue for you. As for the pretense of being your boyfriend, let us not speak of it again. Su Chen had already contemplated this. If necessary, he would seek out Xiao Yanyan first. The god of war emperor could not be summoned directly, necessitating a visit to the dying divine clan. Brother Su. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen said no more, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Did he not like her? Why? Was she not beautiful enough? Did she truly not deserve Brother Su? Gazing at the vanishing figure, Tang Shui was inexplicably overcome by a sense of foreboding. It was apparent that Su Dage harbored no interest in her whatsoever. In other words, he simply did not like her, a reality that she found difficult to accept. Tang Shui believed that her talents, beauty, lineage, and status were all unparalleled, rendering her impossible for any man to overlook. Yet, Su Dage was an exception. With a deep sigh, she realized that she had no means to sway Su Chen. She even resorted to betraying her own brother in an attempt to offer the Xingtian sword. And what was the outcome? Su Dage flatly refused. The scorching sun enveloped the entire secret realm. Dong Yuyu, disheveled and with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, wore a look of sheer panic but did not falter in her steps. She had entered the Xingtian hall with her father, Dong Qing, only to be transported to different locations, and she had yet to find him. Confident in her beauty, Dong Yuyu remained wary within the Xingtian hall. As it was fraught with peril, a moment's carelessness could cost her life, plunging her into an irretrievable abyss. Despite her confidence, she had narrowly escaped death several times. Her previous arrogance long extinguished, she finally understood that away from her father, she was but a lamb to the slaughter. As a celestial martial artist, she now faced 3 ninth-level celestial beings, their intentions unmistakably clear. They sought to defile her and then slay her. How could she not feel afraid? With no escape in sight, she abruptly turned around, feigning calmness as she confronted the 3 men. My father is the Lord of Tiangu City. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, he will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. In her current predicament, she could only invoke her father's influence to intimidate them, hoping they would reconsider. The 3 men laughed, undeterred by her threats. In an open setting, they might have been cautious, for the power of a city lord is not to be underestimated. However, here in the Xingtian Hall, as long as they remained discreet and the news did not leak, who would ever know? The trio exhibited no resistance to beauty, particularly to Dong Yuyu's unparalleled visage, which no man could possibly resist. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they eyed her, their suppressed desires threatening to erupt at any moment. Little girl, we want to make it difficult for you. If you serve us well, we can promise you your life. But should you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for our cruelty. We will not only defile you, but also display your body for all to see. Do not entertain thoughts of self-harm. For even in death, we shall proceed with our intentions. Upon hearing their words, Dong Yuyu's complexion turned ashen. She had no doubts about their malevolence. To claim she was unafraid would be a blatant lie. Big brother, let us act quickly. It has been far too long since I have encountered such beauty. Their unrestrained greed transformed into a predatory gleam, and they were eager to pounce. Faced with their avarice, Dong Yuyu's pallor deepened as she retreated, even contemplating self-destruction but lacking the courage to do so. As the 3 men closed in, despair etched itself upon her features. She did not wish to die, nor did she want to be defiled. Yet, facing 3 adversaries, she found herself utterly powerless. In her desperation, she never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. Regret surged through her, and given the chance to choose again, she would never have entered the Xingtian Hall. Who? The 3 suddenly turned, surprised to see an ordinary young man, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Chen. Dong Yuyu's heart soared at the sight of the young man. In her moment of despair, seeing him was a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, she dashed towards Su Chen, fully aware of his strength. Even her father held him in high regard, not to mention the 3 celestial warriors. In her mind, there was no doubt that Su Chen would come to her aid. After all, she had unwavering confidence in her beauty. Trying to escape, the 3 quickly flanked her, cutting off her path. Their expressions darkened. The father of this girl was a city lord, and this matter could not be allowed to surface. With witnesses present, they could only resort to silencing her. They could easily imagine the consequences should the city lord learn of their actions. Su Dage, save me. Dong Yuyu was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that Su Chen would stand there without intervening. The confidence she had moments ago shattered. If Su Chen truly remained passive, her fate was sealed. Could it be that he was truly so heartless? Before Su Chen could respond, the 3 men spoke. Do you wish to intervene? They regarded the young man with a mixture of caution and wariness, reluctant to provoke someone who appeared so composed. Seeing that he had yet to act, they were tempted to test the waters. However, it was evident that the 2 were acquainted. Should the young man choose to engage, they would have no choice but to respond. Su Chen, please save me. If you help me escape, I will grant you anything, even become your concubine. My father will be grateful, and in the future, Tiangu City will be yours to command. I beg you, I truly beg you. The three men's expressions darkened as one of them struck Dong Yuyu fiercely, sending blood flying from her mouth. Yet, despite this, she remained resolute, hoping Su Chen would intervene. In truth, Dong Yuyu was not afraid of being defiled. It was not her first experience. What truly terrified her was the prospect of being defiled and then slain by the trio. She did not want to die, nor could she bear to perish here. Now, her only hope lay in Su Chen's intervention, regardless of the cost. Su Chen smiled. What are you laughing at? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely passing through and will not involve myself in your affairs. Do as you please. I shall not utter a word. Chapter 567. Even as a ghost. I shall not let you off. Huh. Su Chen's words left not only Dong Yuyu dumbfounded, but also bewildered the trio. Dong Yuyu seemed unable to believe her ears, staring blankly at the young man before her. Su Chen truly would not lift a finger to save her. Su Chen, are you even a man? I, Dong Yuyu, have pursued you, yet you stand by and watch as I face death. Are you not afraid of suffering in hell? Su Dage, I implore you, save me. I am willing to be your servant in return. Su Chen, mark my words, even if I become a ghost, I shall not let you off. In a moment of pleading, then cursing, Su Chen displayed no emotional reaction. He had no ties to Dong Yuyu. He was merely annoyed by her persistent vexation. Most importantly, he found her insufferable, and this situation was of no concern to him. Not taking advantage of her plight was already an act of mercy. He had no intention of intervening. As Su Chen prepared to depart, the despair in Dong Yuyu's eyes seemed to consume her entirely. She fell to the ground, resembling a lamb at the mercy of its slaughterer, and did not utter a word. The three individuals surrounding her were quite pleased with the young man's actions. Regardless of his strength, since he chose not to intervene, they resolved not to invite trouble upon themselves. Their greedy gazes fixated on the beauty before them, each stepping closer to Dong Yuyu. At that moment, an overwhelming and formidable aura surged forth, enveloping the trio like a tempest, as if a multitude of sharp blades had converged upon them. The three, who had been poised to defile her, felt an involuntary chill run down their spines as they sensed this powerful presence. They whirled around to see the man who had appeared before them, their bodies trembling in fear. Father, save me. The three did not recognize Dong Qing, but his status as the lord of a city spoke volumes regarding his strength. They were all celestial warriors, yet before the might of a tribulation god, they found themselves utterly powerless, unable to even make a move. My lord, we were merely jesting. Please do not take offense. My lord, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. The trio was genuinely terrified. The fierce aura emanating from the other party was enough to obliterate them in an instant. They dared not linger any longer, only hoping to escape with their lives intact. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Dong Qing immediately grasped the gravity of what had transpired, and he would not allow the trio to depart unscathed. Undoubtedly, under the weight of his wrath, none of the unfortunate three would emerge alive. Are you all right, Yuyu? Dong Yuyu, collapsing into her father's embrace, wept uncontrollably. The terror of this ordeal had thoroughly shaken her. She would have willingly sacrificed her dignity to preserve her life. Yet, what would have been the outcome? Had her father not arrived in time, she would have faced not only defilement at the hands of the three, but also the grave threat of losing her life. It's all right, my dear. I am here. No one can harm you. Within the hall of the punished celestial, tribulation god stood as the pinnacle of power. With Dong Qing's strength, as long as he did not provoke the top-tier tribulation gods, he could traverse the halls with impunity. Casting a glance towards Su Chen, who had not yet departed, Dong Yuyu huffed indignantly. Father, he stood by and did nothing. Dong Qing shared her anger, but felt powerless. For the decision to intervene was ultimately Su Chen's, a choice beyond anyone's influence, including his own. With a deep sigh, he realized that even if he wished to cause a scene, he needed to discern who he was up against. Under normal circumstances, Dong Qing would not hesitate to eliminate any ordinary warrior without question, for in this world, strength dictated one's fate. However, the situation was different now. Su Chen's concealed prowess made him a figure to be reckoned with, and the risk of misjudging him was too great. Yuyu, be quiet, and do not speak out of turn. Had it been before, Dong Yuyu would never have defied her father's wishes. Su Chen's multifaceted excellence had captivated her, and she had been willing to heed her father's counsel and pursue him. But now, after Su Chen's repeated rejections and public humiliation, she had lost all hope. She could not believe that her father, with his strength, was unable to subdue Su Chen. Does he think he is so formidable just because I showed interest in him? I can tell him right now that he is nothing before me. Su Chen, I do not care what your intentions were. Since you chose to stand idly by while I was in peril and have humiliated me, you must apologize to me today. Otherwise, you will not leave here alive. Chapter 568. That is your concern and has nothing to do with me. Furious, Dong Yuyu, the pampered daughter of privilege, had never faced such disregard. Enduring this humiliation was intolerable. With her father beside her, she was determined to demand satisfaction. She had resolved that unless Su Chen apologized, she would have her father eliminate him. Dongqing's expression darkened as he observed the indifferent youth before him, an ominous premonition gnawing at his insides. He sought to intervene, but it was too late. He could only attempt damage control. Ultimately, he remained wary of Su Chen and was reluctant to engage in a life-and-death battle unless absolutely necessary. "Mr. Su," he said, smiling helplessly, "my daughter has been coddled since childhood and is unfamiliar with the ways of the world. I hope you will not take her words to heart." Su Chen, who had been on the verge of leaving, felt his anger rising upon hearing Dong Yuyu's incessant chatter. Approaching them, he smiled and said, "Lord Dong, the upbringing of your daughter is your concern and has no bearing on me. Would you not agree?" "Mr. Su, I apologize on her behalf. I do not accept." Su Chen's arrogance incited Dongqing's ire, yet the more audacious Su Chen became, the more cautious Dongqing felt. "Humph," Dong Yuyu scoffed coldly. A woman's affections can shift as swiftly as the turning of a page. When one is enamored, they may be willing to give everything. But once that affection wanes, every action is deemed a fault. With her father, a tribulation god, watching over her, Dong Yuyu was unafraid of Su Chen. She could not fathom why her father felt the need to tread lightly around him. "Father, why should we fear him? He is merely relying on this advantage, showing no regard for you and brazenly humiliating me. I cannot endure this insult." In that instant, Dong Yuyu erupted, a volcano of fury unleashed. "Enough. Be silent." Dongqing was both shocked and enraged. He could not comprehend what had overcome his daughter today. Nonetheless, he was resolute. He had no desire to engage in conflict with Su Chen, for that was of utmost importance. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. My daughter may have been frightened and is speaking out of turn. I hope you will overlook it." "Father!" Smack! Before Dong Yuyu could utter another word, a resounding slap struck her face, causing blood and teeth to scatter, a clear indication of Su Chen's lack of mercy. In front of Dongqing, he had directly slapped Dong Yuyu, not only humiliating her, but also delivering a blow to Dongqing's pride. Had it been anyone else, Dongqing would have long since retaliated. He could never allow such humiliation to persist, especially against his own daughter. Such a scenario was simply unthinkable. However, at this moment, Dongqing refrained from intervening. Despite his countenance having darkened to an extreme degree, he still dared not act, harboring a profound apprehension towards Su Chen. "Father, he struck me. You must help me kill him. I want him torn to shreds." Chapter 569. You may not even be able to become a ghost. In that instant, Dong Yuyu was genuinely incensed. The blatant disregard, humiliation, and failure to assist left her utterly intolerant. Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim, astonished that his daughter could erupt with such fury. Upon reflection, it appeared this incident had indeed inflicted a severe blow upon her. Yet, he remained unwilling to provoke Su Chen. Although Su Chen was undeniably audacious, daring to slap his daughter in his presence. The reason was simple. He lacked absolute certainty that he could subdue Su Chen. If he had even the slightest confidence, he would have acted long before. Back in Tiangu City, Mr. Su, before Dongqing could finish his statement, an astonishing aura of slaughter erupted from Su Chen, emanating from the god of slaughter's domain. As the domain enveloped Dong Yuyu, she involuntarily shuddered, terror etched upon her features, and she hastily sought refuge behind her father. "Mr. Su, I implore you for my sake, let this matter rest. I can have Yuyu apologize to you." "Yuyu, quickly apologize." "Father, why should I apologize? He provoked me first." Dong Yuyu struggled to suppress her fear, unwilling to concede. Su Chen smiled. "Grant you face? Why should I extend you any courtesy?" Without further ado, Su Chen adhered to his principles. If one does not offend him, he shall not retaliate, but if one dares to provoke him, retribution shall be 100-fold. Individuals like Dong Yuyu, who exuded a green tea demeanor, would not evoke his interest unless they instigated him. Yet now, Dong Yuyu seemed to feel indebted to him. Having breached her limits, failing to slay her would be an affront to his own pride. With a decisive step forward, as he unleashed the domain of slaughter, Su Chen simultaneously activated his heavy pupils and the overwhelmingly domineering god-slaying palm. "Mr. Su, do not bully me too much." Without further preamble, the imprint of Su Chen's tyrannical palm, shrouded in the weight of his heavy pupils, violently collided with Dongqing's own palm imprint. Bang! In that moment of collision, Dongqing let out a muffled grunt, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with a spray of blood. "Father!" Dong Yuyu gazed at her father, aghast that he could not withstand even a single attack from Su Chen. Her complexion drained of color as she finally grasped why her father held Su Chen in such dread. Su Chen's strength was indeed monstrous. Terrified, Dong Yuyu nearly collapsed. But what awaited her was the terrifying domain of slaughter. Under the dual onslaught of the heavy pupils and the domain, Dong Yu had yet to register her predicament. Before she could utter a plea for mercy, her entire form erupted in a mist of blood. The acrid scent of iron signaling to Dong Qing the calamity that had just transpired. Su Chen, I have apologized to you time and again, yet you remain aggressive. Even if I were to perish today, I shall drag you down with me. At this moment, the enraged Dong Qing completely lost his composure. He had compromised and apologized repeatedly. Even if his daughter had erred, the other party should not resort to executing her. He could not accept such a reality. Amidst his fury, Dong Qing possessed a sliver of calm. He understood well that with his strength, he was no match for Su Chen. The only means to ensure mutual destruction was through a self-detonation of his primordial spirit, gaining a fleeting strength to annihilate his adversary. Dong Qing was acutely aware that even without self-detonation, Su Chen would undoubtedly eradicate him. Thus, he reasoned, it would be better to perish together. You wish to self-detonate? Su Chen scoffed. Before him, Dong Qing would not even have the opportunity to self-detonate. The temporal cage, the domain of slaughter. And the might of the heavy pupils converged upon Dong Qing, while 99 god-slaying bone nails emerged in succession. Just as Dong Qing resolved to self-detonate, the 99 nails relentlessly pierced his body. In an instant, Dong Qing resembled a target, his form riddled with the god-slaying bone nails, each forming ghastly blood holes that gushed like a fountain. Su Chen, even in death, I shall not let you go. His weakened voice betrayed the dire state Dong Qing was in. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and rage. As a formidable god of calamity and the lord of Tiangu City, he could not fathom that he could not withstand even a single strike from his opponent. You may not even be able to become a ghost. Disregarding further dialogue, Su Chen produced the refining desolation vessel, consuming Dong Qing's primordial spirit entirely. When faced with those who invite their own demise, this is how one ought to respond. Whether it be Dong Qing or Dong Yu, their self-destructive actions warranted no sympathy. With a vigorous stretch, Su Chen brandished the chaos fishing rod. He was uncertain whether it could penetrate the hull of judgment. The long fishing line extended infinitely, and without a hint of hesitation, he cast it forth, the golden hook vanishing into the void. He eagerly anticipated what treasures he might reel in this time. Chapter 570, Golden Fish. The War God Palace, one of the supreme powers in the divine realm. A colossal peak, magnificent and awe-inspiring, seemingly piercing the heavens. Appearing as if it were perched atop the vast expanse of the void. At the rear of the peak, by a meandering stream, sat two elderly men who bore a striking resemblance to one another. Elder brother, Rain, she has been imprisoned for so many years. Isn't it time to release her? Lan Bugui, the lord of the War God Palace and a gold-ranked War God Emperor, was one of the most powerful beings in the divine realm. Regarded as the strongest entity beneath the God Emperor, Lan Shang, an elder of the War God Palace and Lan Bugui's younger brother, also a gold-ranked War God Emperor, was equally renowned in the divine realm. Upon hearing the name Rain Shi, Lan Bugui's expression darkened slightly. He cherished his daughter dearly. Yet she had proven to be the most rebellious. With a huff, Lan Bugui exclaimed, a mere mid-tier realm trash dares to seek my daughter's hand? Is he not deluding himself? Elder brother, continuing to confine Rain, she is not a solution. As long as we do not see his corpse, Rain, she cannot leave the War God Palace. Observing his elder brother, Lan Shang wore a look of helplessness. The War God Palace upheld its own dignity. Indeed, Rain, she had acted excessively by clandestinely uniting with a warrior from a mid-tier realm. Elder brother, how should we respond to the Underworld Palace? The Underworld Palace is aware. Lan Shang nodded, expressing his resignation. The Underworld Palace has long been informed, but out of deference to our War God Palace, they are reluctant to sever ties. However, we must provide the Underworld Palace with an explanation, otherwise, I fear they may declare war upon us. The Underworld Palace, a superpower capable of rivaling the War God Palace. The prospect of an alliance between the Underworld Palace and the War God Palace was unforeseen. Who would have thought that Rain Shi of the War God Palace would secretly venture into the mid-tier realm and choose a mediocre warrior? Lan Bugui was not the least bit surprised. In his estimation, this matter could not remain concealed for long. Fortunately, the Underworld Palace harbored reservations and was unwilling to engage the War God Palace in conflict. Seeing that his elder brother was unwilling to pursue the matter further, Lan Shang also fell silent. At that moment, a goldfish suddenly swam into the small stream, its entire body a brilliant golden hue, with only its eyes a delicate shade of pink, exuding an exquisite beauty. Elder brother, the divine essence of the Master God, is awakening. Lan Bugui exclaimed, standing up, his eyes ablaze with surprise and excitement. After years of waiting, he had finally reached this moment of awakening. Many years ago, Lan Bugue and Lan Shang had stumbled upon a seemingly ordinary goldfish in a hidden realm. There was nothing remarkable about it that would catch anyone's eye. Yet the two of them discerned its unique quality. Both were golden tier war god emperors, and particularly Lan Bugue, whose cultivation was perilously close to that of a master god emperor. To their astonishment, they discovered that within this goldfish resided a fragment of the master god essence. They could neither consume the fish nor the essence directly, as doing so would be a futile waste. The only solution was to wait for the master god essence to awaken within the goldfish. Once fully awakened, Lan Bugue could then consume the fish and, while the master god emperor had yet to regain his true strength, directly fuse with the essence to transcend his limits and attain the realm of master god emperor. Lan Shang, filled with exhilaration, declared, "As long as you can consume the awakened master god essence, you will ascend to the throne of master god emperor. And our war god palace shall become the pinnacle power of the divine realm." Lan Shang understood well the significance of having a master god emperor presiding over their sect. Just as Lan Bugue prepared to consume the goldfish upon the awakening of the master god essence, a violent tremor reverberated through the space, and a golden fishing hook materialized in the void, radiating a chilling aura. "What is this?" "To guard the master god essence," Lan Shang urged, "Elder brother. You consume it first, I will hold it off." Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Bugue was acutely aware of the importance of the master god essence. This was the greatest opportunity in the entire divine realm. Should they allow this moment to slip away, reclaiming the essence in the future would be akin to scaling the heavens. Typically, a martial artist aspiring to become a master god emperor had two paths. The first involved relentless personal cultivation and breakthroughs in their martial way, a path fraught with challenges. The second was to consume the master god essence, a considerably easier route. However, each fragment of master god essence was forged from the fall of a master god emperor. And even if one fell, the essence's whereabouts remained uncertain, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. They could not afford to miss this master god essence. Yet they underestimated the power of the golden hook. As the chaotic energy enveloped them, their expressions froze in disbelief, for the hook swiftly approached the goldfish. And in an instant, it vanished without a trace before their astonished eyes. "What? The goldfish has disappeared?" Both were utterly stunned, struggling to fathom what had transpired. Given the might of the war god palace, coupled with their golden tier war god emperor status, they could not comprehend who else in the divine realm could achieve such a brazen theft without fear. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Lan Shang was completely taken aback, fully aware of the significance of this master god essence to both his brother and the war god palace. It was a loss they could not endure. The recent events had utterly shattered their understanding of reality. Even witnessing the occurrence firsthand, they found it hard to believe what had just unfolded. With a countenance darkened by rage, Lan Bugue commanded, "Immediately seal off the war god palace and the entire war god continent. Anyone who dares to steal from us shall pay the price." "Yes, elder brother, I shall attend to it at once." Lan Shang did not dare to hesitate, swiftly departing. Silence. Lan Bugue's expression darkened further, for this incident was an unparalleled humiliation, a grievous affront. To watch the goldfish being taken away from his own territory, powerless to intervene, was a bitter pill to swallow. Most troubling was that their assailant had not even revealed themselves. Only the terrifying golden hook had appeared, its speed astonishing. In Lan Bugue's estimation, this individual was unlikely to be a master god emperor, as they would not need to conceal themselves in such a manner. He surmised that someone had stealthily infiltrated the war god palace using an artifact, unnoticed, to seize the master god essence. With clenched fists, Lan Bugue's voice turned as frigid as ice. "Whoever you are, I will find you." Chapter 571, The Gravity Domain. In the Hall of Judgment, Su Chan gazed at the golden fishing hook before him, bewildered to find that he had caught a goldfish. A goldfish. Information surged through his mind. It was an ordinary fish, yet the true treasure lay within, its master god essence. A smile spread across Su Chen's face. His luck was indeed remarkable, having fished out a fragment of the awakened master god essence. Stretching lazily, Su Chen had no intention of fusing with the master god essence. The reason was simple. Such fusion would ultimately limit his martial path, a prospect he was keen to avoid. He was resolute in his decision to pursue his martial way and break through to the master god emperor realm through personal cultivation. Not fusing did not mean he would relinquish the master god essence. He already harbored a master god essence within, that of the god of slaughter. He was curious about the properties of this new essence. After all, possessing two master god essences was undoubtedly more advantageous than one. Gathering wood, he began to roast the fish, and soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. If the war god palace were to learn of this, one could only imagine their reaction. The goldfish containing the master god essence was casually roasted by Su Chen. Once he finished, he felt the emergence of a new divine essence within him. The Slaughter Master God essence was aligned with the aspect of killing, while the essence he had just consumed was of the gravity attribute, known as the Gravity Master God essence. Curious to test the gravity domain, Su Chen sought a beast to experiment upon. The dominance of the slaughter domain needed no elaboration, but he was eager to discover the magnitude of power contained within the gravity domain he had just comprehended. Taking a step forward, Su Chen's figure vanished in an instant. Under the night sky, Su Chen tracked a beast, ideally one at the peak of the ancestral god realm or a lower-level calamity god, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger. A second-tier calamity god beast had also ventured into the Hall of Judgment in search of opportunities. With its speed and strength, even facing a fourth-tier calamity god warrior, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger could effortlessly prevail, showcasing its ferocity and dominance. Having recently devoured a first-tier calamity god warrior, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger was resting. Suddenly rising to his feet, the formidable figure of the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger, measuring over 4 meters in length, surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of a human martial artist emerging from the front, prompting a suppressed laugh from him. An ancient god realm. The blood-eyed flashing charm tiger was astounded that such a diminutive ancient god realm martial artist dared to reveal himself before him. It is essential to recognize the vast chasm that exists between the ancient god realm and the catastrophe god realm, as even the latter could be consumed without a second thought, let alone the former. The blood-eyed flashing charm tiger refrained from making a move, opting instead to observe the individual coldly, curious about the reasons behind this sudden appearance. A secondary catastrophe god realm, still quite commendable. What does that imply? Before the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger could respond, Su Chen continued, I am about to make my move. If you can withstand my assault for half a minute, you may leave here alive. Upon hearing these words, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger's gaze darkened instantaneously, his anger ignited by the audacity and provocation of his opponent. You seek your own demise. Without further ado, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger charged fiercely at Su Chen, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that descended like an avalanche. His speed akin to that of lightning, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Su Chen remained motionless, instantly releasing a gravitational field. This time, he aimed to test the might of the divine authority within him, particularly the gravitational domain it contained. The once confident blood-eyed flashing charm tiger suddenly felt as though towering mountains were pressing down upon him, making it arduous for him to move, his speed diminishing. Gravity? Is this the kind of power an ancient god martial artist can wield? Chapter 572, Collapse of Space. Utterly bewildered, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger grasped the reason behind his opponent's audacity to confront him and issue such blatant challenges. It became clear that there was some degree of strength present. Even so, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger remained confident, believing that his opponent merely possessed a unique divine ability. In a true contest of strength, could he truly measure up? The disparity between the ancient god realm and the catastrophe god realm was like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to traverse. The blood-eyed flashing charm tiger's speed intensified, yet he felt the gravity becoming increasingly oppressive. What kind of divine ability is this? Quite impressive indeed. Su Chen had discerned the extent of the gravitational domain within the divine authority he had mastered, not wishing to squander time. As his cultivation smoothly ascended to the pinnacle of the ancient god realm, Su Chen brimmed with confidence in his strength. There was no need for any treasures. He could obliterate the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger solely with his own might. Divine Annihilation Palm. Under the influence of the gravitational field, the speed-oriented blood-eyed flashing charm tiger was utterly unable to evade the overwhelming palm strike that Su Chen unleashed. Boom. The palm struck the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger squarely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as the sound of shattering bones echoed. Watching helplessly as his body crumpled to the ground, the blood-eyed flashing charm tiger could scarcely accept the reality of his defeat. A dignified catastrophe god beast had been vanquished in an instant by a mere ancient god martial artist. Surveying the surroundings, Su Chen suddenly pondered a question. Within the Hall of Xianxian, if the divine authority truly existed, would releasing his own divine authority elicit a response? Without hesitation, he acted, unleashing the essence of 2 divine authorities, which began to surge wildly through the surrounding space. At that moment, Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei arrived swiftly, almost instantaneously. Boss, we have locked onto the location. Oh, Su Chen's excitement was palpable upon hearing Xiao Pang's words, and he eagerly inquired, where is it? The divine authority was not something to be taken lightly, and he understood that the more divine authorities he possessed, the greater the benefits to his strength. As for Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei, they did not require the consumption of the divine authority, including the imperial radiant Qilin. There was no need to elaborate on the true forms of Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei. Consuming the divine authority would only hinder their martial progression. Only through their continuous advancement could they genuinely pursue the path of martial arts. While the Imperial Radiant Shield's form was not as formidable as that of Xiaopeng and Xiaomei, it was still quite powerful. It could be said that once the three great beasts reached full maturity, they would belong to the ranks of divine emperors. His task was to provide them with resources, rather than the so-called divine authority. Boss, we can only roughly pinpoint a location. As for the exact coordinates, that is sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen followed Xiaopeng and Xiaomei swiftly. In a desolate expanse, swirling dust storms filled the air, interspersed with perilous spatial rifts that wreaked havoc upon the entire sky. Is this the place? Boss, it must be correct. For it is only here that I sensed a trace of energy akin to the divine authority within the main body. You two return first. Understood. Without further ado, Xiaopeng and Xiaomei returned to Su Chen's embrace. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen felt a tinge of anxiety. Uncertain whether the divine authority still harbored the consciousness of the Xingtian divine emperor. After all, that was a separate matter altogether. Regardless, the situation had reached this juncture. He must fight for the divine authority, for otherwise, what was the purpose of entering the hall of Xingtian? He refrained from acting personally, as he was unaware of where the divine authority was concealed, and he would not take unnecessary risks. The best approach was to lure the divine authority with his own, using one divine authority against another. With two divine authorities within him, he should encounter no issues. With this thought, Su Chen swiftly summoned the two divine authorities within him, causing two stones to materialize, one black and one gray. As the stones floated out from Su Chen's body, they erupted with astonishing energy, enveloping the surrounding space. The next moment, to Su Chen's astonishment, a similarly formidable force surged forth from the depths of the space, launching a fierce assault against the two energies. He had wagered correctly. The divine authority was indeed present here. Luring a divine authority with another was a perfectly natural phenomenon. Relying solely on his strength would not suffice to draw out the Xingtian divine emperor's divine authority. What Su Chen needed to do now was to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance, allowing his two divine authorities to suppress the Xingtian divine authority. Just as Su Chen had surmised, the three divine authorities began to clash violently. In a one-on-one scenario, none of the divine authorities could achieve complete suppression of the Xingtian divine authority. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. With the combined efforts of the two divine authorities, the Xingtian divine authority appeared to struggle against the onslaught. The collision of the three divine authorities caused the surrounding space to begin to collapse, reverberating throughout the entire hall of Xingtian with endless roars. The spatial collapse transformed into a black hole, and not a single martial artist caught within its grasp could escape unscathed. No one understood what was transpiring, but in the current situation, the only option was to flee the hall of Xingtian. At the same time, everyone frantically rushed towards the entrance of the hall, caring little for the chaos within. Their sole concern was to preserve their lives. Even so, countless martial artists continued to be consumed by the spatial rifts and black holes, leaving no trace behind. In the face of the unfolding chaos, Su Chen resolutely chose to turn a blind eye. The suffering of others bore no significance to him. His singular objective was to obtain the divine essence crystallized by the Lord of Execution, indifferent to the fate of those who perished in the process. It is not merely he who harbors such sentiments. Anyone in his position would likely share his perspective, even to the extent of deeming the sacrifice of the entirety of Bloodblaze continent worthwhile. This embodies the harsh reality of existence. Boom. The heavens and earth began to crumble, and the very fabric of space began to collapse. The Hall of Execution was riddled with fissures, and spatial black holes emerged in every corner, resulting in countless casualties. The probability of even a third of the martial artists escaping alive remained uncertain. The Hall of Execution was utterly obliterated, a turn of events Su Chen had not anticipated. Fortunately, he had previously merged with the Chaos Body and established a chaotic foundation, his bloodline and defenses having reached a formidable level. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 573, Annihilating the Lord of Evil Spirits, Understanding the Primordial World. As the Hall of Execution disintegrated, fewer than a third of the martial artists managed to escape. Most met their demise within the spatial rifts and black holes of the hall, each one unwilling to linger, as none wished to perish in this forsaken place. Three divine essences clashed violently, particularly the essence of the Lord of Execution, which was fiercely resistant to suppression. Retreat. The essence of the Lord of Execution was acutely aware that in a 1 versus 2 scenario, it stood no chance. Its only option was to flee. However, Su Chen would not allow the essence to escape. The chaos golden body manifested, its towering form casting a shadow over the realm, while the 4 swords of extermination sealed all potential escape routes. The essence of the Lord of Execution appeared to possess its own consciousness. Under the weight of the chaos golden body, it chose to force its way through, believing that no force posed a greater threat than the alliance of the two divine essences. Yet, Su Chen's utilization of the chaos golden body and the four swords of extermination merely served to obstruct the essence's exit. Without any intention of directly confronting it, such a contest was unnecessary. The two divine essences swiftly arrived, launching a relentless assault to forcibly subdue the essence of the Lord of Execution. For an entire day and night, under the concerted onslaught of the two essences, it could no longer endure and was ultimately suppressed. Elated, Su Chen seized the opportunity and directly devoured the essence of the Lord of Execution. He had no intention of refining any divine essence. He merely sought to harness its power and domain. When the day came that he no longer required the divine essence, he would extract it from within and bestow it upon his loved ones. In that moment of fusion, Su Chen discerned that the essence of the Lord of Execution he had just consumed was aligned with the path of slaughter. The slaughtering divine essence, at its core, resonated with the principles of the slaughter divine essence. Consequently, the domain conjured by the slaughtering essence, when combined with his own slaughter domain, formed a dual domain of even more terrifying murderous intent. The Hall of Execution lay in complete ruins. It would be hard to believe that the Lord of Execution would ever have imagined his stronghold crumbling at the hands of an ancient martial artist. In the Bloodblaze continent, the most pressing topic was the abrupt collapse of the Hall of Execution. The reasons behind this catastrophe remained shrouded in mystery, giving rise to a plethora of rumors, the most extravagant of which claimed that a divine emperor had descended upon the hall, leading to its destruction. At that moment, atop a desolate mountain peak, as night slowly enveloped the landscape, Su Chen chose not to cultivate, but instead awaited the arrival of the moment he had been anticipating. The time had come for the 7-day annihilation, and he held a divine crystal in his hand, ready for the slaughter. Following his relentless killings within the Hall of Execution, the number of divine crystals he had seized had multiplied, affording him ample resources. Stretching languidly, he found himself growing increasingly impatient as the system's voice had yet to chime. The system had become increasingly tardy. By his calculations, it should have commenced the annihilation 3 hours prior. Was it possible that the system had encountered another malfunction? Just then, the system's voice finally resonated within his mind. Beep. The system has detected that the time for the 7-day annihilation has arrived, commencing random annihilation now. Item: Lord of Evil Spirits. Price: 1 divine crystal. Item description: one of the divine emperor deities of the divine realm, possessing overwhelming strength and a nefarious disposition, ruling over Evil Spirit Island. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. What the hell? Upon hearing that the item for annihilation was a divine emperor, Su Chen was utterly astounded, never having anticipated such a remarkable acquisition. Without a moment's hesitation or doubt, he proceeded with the annihilation. The divine crystal in his grasp vanished, yet the so-called divine emperor did not materialize before him. What was happening? System: where is the Lord of Evil Spirits I just annihilated? The Lord of Evil Spirits is currently cultivating on Evil Spirit Island. Individuals annihilated within the same plane will not immediately appear before the host. If the host wishes to meet the annihilated item, a visit to Evil Spirit Island is required. This was akin to his previous experience with the sister he had annihilated, Su Xianxia. He would have to journey to Evil Spirit Island himself. Nevertheless, this was still a fortuitous circumstance. Regardless of the location or the immediacy of its appearance, the Lord of Evil Spirits indeed existed. Even if he did not venture to Evil Spirit Island now, he would certainly do so in the future, as the Lord of Evil Spirits was not merely a divine emperor. According to the system's description, her prowess was likely formidable among all divine emperors. System: is the Lord of Evil Spirits male or female? The Lord of Evil Spirits is female. The host need not inquire further if more information is desired. A visit to Evil Spirit Island is necessary. Su Chen chose not to press further and instead remarked, System: may we negotiate a matter? Could the timing of future annihilations be more punctual? Your current delays are quite vexing, and I require compensation. The host's proposal will be considered for reflection and potential modification. However, the request for compensation is declined. Please understand, host. Su Chen felt no surprise. He had anticipated that the system would not acquiesce to his demand for compensation. System: I have long harbored a question I wish to pose to you. The host appears to have numerous inquiries today. The system is prepared to assist in addressing them. Su Chen smiled, sensing the system's humanized approach. It generally responded to his questions. System: previously, the items I annihilated, such as the Pangu Axe, the God-slaying Spear, the 4 Swords of Extermination, and the Bull Demon King, were all from a primordial world. I am curious, does the primordial world truly exist among all planes? It exists, but it does not belong to the divine realm. The Divine Realm? This was the first time Su Chen had heard of the concept of the Divine Realm, prompting him to inquire, "System, what is the Divine Realm?" The Divine Realm is something the host must explore for himself, as is the primordial world. Subsequently, no matter how Su Chen pressed for answers, the system remained silent. However, he had begun to piece together the puzzle. The so-called Divine Realm and the primordial world were certainly not the realms he currently inhabited. That much was clear. Having previously deduced that the treasures and beings he could annihilate from the primordial world confirmed its existence, it was evident that he could not have annihilated or fished for them otherwise. His conjecture proved to be accurate. The system had just clarified that the so-called primordial world and the realm of the gods were, in essence, entirely distinct realms. To satiate his curiosity, he must embark on a personal quest for exploration. With this thought, Su Chen suddenly smiled, realizing that he might soon encounter the esteemed sages, particularly those two shameless Western saints. The prospect of venturing into the primordial world was indeed an enticing notion. Chapter 574, The Lockdown. He did not linger on the matters concerning the realm of gods and the primordial world. As the system indicated, given his current circumstances, both realms seemed rather distant. The pressing concern at hand was to find a way to enhance his strength. Within him lay 3 divine god cores. Should he choose to refine even one, he could undoubtedly ascend to the position of divine emperor in a remarkably short span of time, while others would undoubtedly succumb to such temptation and refine the divine god cores without hesitation. Su Chen alone opted to reject this allure, steadfastly pursuing his own martial path. Stretching languorously, he departed from the hall of Xingtian, setting his sights on the Haoyue dynasty. Regardless of the outcome, having promised Tang Shui, he felt compelled to follow through. Whether Tang Shui had perished within the Haoyue dynasty was beyond his control. According to Su Chen's estimations, the collapse of the Hall of Xingtian had claimed the lives of at least 2/3 of the martial artists present. Whether Tang Shui had met the same fate would depend on fortune. Even as a friend, he was unable to traverse space to offer aid. His journey to the Haoyue dynasty was thus a fulfillment of his commitment. After all, during his time at the Hall of Xingtian, Tang Shui had saved his life. Had it not been for her unwavering protection, he would have surely fallen victim to the onslaught of 3 adversaries. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not fear any calamity-level martial artist, even those at their peak. However, the circumstances at that time had been markedly different. Trapped within the dragon blood pool and desperately contending against the ethereal shadows of his consciousness, had it not been for Tang Shui's safeguard, he would have undoubtedly perished in the Hall of Xingtian. This debt of gratitude would surely be repaid. The Haoyue forest, situated to the west of the Haoyue dynasty, was renowned throughout the blood-blazed continent as one of the most famous beast-infested forests. The dense foliage was adorned with towering trees that obscured the sky, allowing only a few strands of sunlight to penetrate, rendering the atmosphere eerily sinister. Rather than proceeding directly to the Haoyue dynasty, Su Chen chose to enter the Haoyue forest, seeking to cultivate and strive for a breakthrough to the ancestral god realm. Having already ascended to the 4th stage of the 6 realms of divine beings, he needed only to take a pivotal step to surpass his limits and progress from the ancient god realm to the ancestral god realm. Stop right there. The Haoyue forest had been sealed off by the Haoyue dynasty. No one was permitted to enter, and intruders would face merciless retribution. Su Chen found himself intercepted at the forest periphery. Over 100 royal imperial guards stood vigilant at the entrance, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Their cold gazes reminiscent of hawks in the void. Under ordinary circumstances, the Haoyue dynasty would not impose such a blockade on the Haoyue forest unless faced with a significant event. Within this territory, the Haoyue dynasty held dominion, and none dared to provoke them. Only formidable individuals might challenge this authority. Otherwise, few would risk their lives by incurring the wrath of the Haoyue dynasty. Yet, Su Chen chose not to retreat. For the sake of Tang Shui, he was unwilling to become an adversary of the Haoyue dynasty. Were it any other faction that had enacted an arbitrary blockade, he would have disregarded it entirely, producing the token Tang Shui had given him from his Qian Kuan pouch. Su Chen surmised that this token was indeed significant. As expected, upon seeing the token, the guards' faces transformed with astonishment. This was the princess's token. How could it possibly be in his possession? Princess Tang Shui held a high status within the Haoyue dynasty. To see her token was akin to encountering her in person. The guards dared not obstruct him, bowing respectfully in unison. "Greetings, sir." Nodding indifferently, Su Chen coldly inquired, "What is the situation within?" Without needing to ask further, Su Chen was already aware that something must have transpired within the Haoyue forest, prompting the Haoyue dynasty's lockdown. "Reporting to you, sir, 3 days ago, a dragon suddenly appeared in the Haoyue forest. Its true form is the blood burial floating dragon, a beast of the divine emperor realm." A dragon? At this revelation, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. The 6 realms of divine beings include the Divine Master Realm, Divine Lord Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, and Divine Saint Realm. The Divine Emperor Realm ranks 4th, and being a dragon carries significant implications. Did the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty truly dare to hunt a dragon of the Divine Emperor Realm? That seemed rather far-fetched. Sensing the doubts in Su Chen's mind, the guard continued, "Sir, it is said that this dragon is gravely injured." He paused, leaving the implications unspoken, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Without further ado, Su Chen stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. "Brother Wang, who exactly is this person? Why does he possess the princess's token?" "Hush. Be mindful of what questions to ask and what not to. We must tread carefully. One could only wonder whether our dynasty could subdue this dragon. Should we succeed, the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty would be blessed with a Divine Emperor Realm beast as its guardian." It was revealed that the strongest beings within the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty were divine kings. Under normal circumstances, even if the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty were to perish, they would not dare to provoke any Divine Emperor Realm beasts, let alone a Divine Emperor dragon. However, the situation was now entirely different. This blood burial floating dragon had sustained severe injuries, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. If they could successfully subdue this dragon, the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty would ascend to new heights. Thus, they mobilized their strongest forces and sealed off the Xianxiaaudiobooks forest to ensure that news of this event did not leak. The blood burial floating dragon must belong to the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. This opportunity could not be squandered. Chapter 575, Ruthless Slaughter, Ferocious Methods. Within the Xianxiaaudiobooks forest, the dense trees obscured the sky. Countless martial artists from the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty fixated on the valley before them. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, the prince of the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty, Tang Feng, a formidable divine king warrior and the most powerful existence within the dynasty. This battle held monumental significance for the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. The reason was simple. The blood burial floating dragon, a Divine Emperor Realm beast, was trapped within the valley. Had the dragon been in its prime, the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty would not have dared to surround and attack it, for any Divine Emperor Realm beast could obliterate the entire dynasty at will. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The blood burial floating dragon within the valley was severely injured, presenting an opportunity for the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. They had to subdue the dragon. Once the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty claimed the blood burial floating dragon as its protector, the implications were monumental. Within the realm of beasts, dragons stood at the pinnacle of power. Among beasts of the same rank, the strength of a dragon far surpassed that of others. This was indisputable. As for why the Xianxiaaudiobooks forest housed a blood burial floating dragon, the reasons remained unknown. However, both Tang Feng and the emperor were acutely aware of the significance of this occurrence. For the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty, it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Tang Feng clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing with trepidation. Confronted with the severely wounded blood burial stupid dragon, the allure was simply irresistible. The reason the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty hesitated to step into the valley was their fear of the divine dragon. For it was common knowledge that should the blood burial stupid dragon retaliate, the consequences would be dire, far beyond what the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty could withstand. "Who are you?" As Su Chen had just located the valley, he was swiftly discovered by the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty's people. However, he had no intention of concealing his aura. Wasting no time, Su Chen produced a jade tablet, the princess's jade tablet. Upon hearing those 4 words, Tang Feng finally turned around, observing the approaching youth. Yet he could not recall any impression of this individual. "Who are you?" "Su Chen," he replied. Tang Feng was certain he did not recognize this person. But the mere possession of Tang Shui's jade tablet indicated much. "Is there something you need?" "I require the divine dragon within. The Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty may withdraw." "What?" At these words, everyone was utterly bewildered. This individual was exceedingly arrogant, demanding the divine dragon outright. How could the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty possibly acquiesce? The severely injured blood burial stupid dragon, especially one in the Divine Emperor realm, was an opportunity that could never be surrendered lightly. Tang Feng chuckled. On what grounds? His gaze grew increasingly frigid. Regardless of the relationship between the other party and Tang Shui, such audacity was truly unmerited. It was well known that the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty was backed by the 3 divine sects who dared to provoke the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty, especially a mere youth. Su Chen understood the implication. He needed to slay the blood burial stupid dragon. Within the refining wilderness cauldron, he had yet to refine a divine realm warrior or beast. Most importantly, he possessed the dragon capturing circle, the nemesis of all divine dragons. With his current cultivation, he was confident that, with the aid of the dragon capturing circle, he could successfully suppress the blood burial stupid dragon. Seeing that Su Chen remained silent, Tang Feng spoke again. "You hold on to little Shui's jade tablet. I will pretend I did not hear your previous remarks. You may leave now, but remember, You are not permitted to set foot in the Haoyue forest again. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding little Shue's face. Tang Feng's meaning was painfully clear. It was a threat. Many in the Haoyue dynasty glared with indignation. After all, Su Chen's arrogance had thoroughly incensed them. Yet, with the prince having spoken, they could only seethe in silence. Su Chen stood firm, neither moving nor speaking, conveying his intentions clearly. Not leaving? Ignoring me? Tang Feng could discern the other's meaning, his eyes growing colder. His expression etched with a murderous intent that surged forth like a tide from the very depths of hell, sending shivers down the spines of those present. If you do not leave within 3 breaths, you shall die here. The reason Tang Feng hesitated to act was primarily due to the fact that this individual possessed Tang Shue's jade tablet. Otherwise, he would have struck down this insolent fool without a moment's hesitation. Su Chen smiled, responding, I am friends with Tang Shui. Hence I do not wish to engage in a massacre. However, should the Haoyue dynasty refuse to retreat and continue to linger here, do not blame me for being ruthless. Buzz, 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 buzz. Accompanied by the shrill cries of swords, the 4 swords, Zhu Xian sword, Lu Xian sword, Xian trap sword, and Zhu Xian sword, simultaneously emerged. Their overwhelming sword energy akin to venomous snakes poised to strike, their cold eyes fixated on their prey. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as if they had heard the most ludicrous of statements. A mere trash dared to threaten the Haoyue dynasty, especially with Prince Tang Feng himself present. You, a worthless fool, think to kill us? I stand right here, come and try. I would relish seeing if you possess such strength. Truly laughable. Where do you find such audacity? Fools come and go, but where did this particular fool emerge from? Various curses and jeers echoed around. Yet before the crowd could react, the 4 swords unleashed a torrent of unyielding sword energy, striking down upon the martial artists who had been mocking them, commencing a brutal slaughter. In an instant, screams resonated throughout the forest. Hundreds of martial artists were pierced by the myriad sword energies, their blood instantly staining the ground, the acrid stench of blood assaulting the senses, revealing to all what had just transpired. The attack was swift, without a hint of hesitation, something Tang Feng and the others had never anticipated. Before Tang Feng could speak or intervene, the swords were already on the move again. Screams erupted anew as sword energies mercilessly harvested lives, severed limbs flying, blood flowing like rivers, causing many to recoil in terror. You dare to kill those of the Haoyue dynasty? You seek death. Kill him. Furious, the onlookers watched helplessly as he slaughtered the royal guards without uttering a single word, showing utter disregard for the Haoyue dynasty. This was blatant provocation. However, Tang Feng remained silent, merely observing the youth before him with a cold gaze. Now that he had regained his composure, he sensed that something was amiss. If this person was indeed a friend of Tang Shui, why would he initiate a massacre without hesitation? It seemed rather illogical. If he lacked confidence or support, would he dare to be so audacious? After all, he was stationed here. Even divine realm warriors would not dare to provoke him recklessly. Yet the aura emanating from this individual indicated he was merely at the ancient god realm. Ancient god realm? Is this a jest? The forcefulness of his demeanor genuinely intimidated Tang Feng, for in his view, this individual must be aware of his own identity and the strength of the Haoyue dynasty. Yet he still dared to act in such a manner. To say he lacked confidence was something even Tang Feng could not believe. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? What? Observing that the prince had not taken action, everyone fell into a stupor. Could it be that the prince was wary of this individual? The previously furious crowd fell silent, each wondering what the prince intended and why he had yet to act. Was he truly afraid? Impatiently, Su Chen addressed the crowd with an icy demeanor. I will not repeat myself. My previous words were a mere warning. Now, all of you must withdraw. I demand that divine dragon. Those who refuse may remain, but be prepared to report to King Yanluo. Any further objections or attempts to obstruct me will result in death. Such words were audacious, brazen, and undeniably domineering. Had Su Chen spoken thus earlier, he would surely have invited a torrent of mockery and scorn. However, now, his strength had instilled fear in the crowd, especially with the 4 swords in his hand, which exuded an overwhelming dominance that even Tang Feng regarded with trepidation. The scene from moments ago remained vividly etched in their minds. No one dared to doubt the youth's words. The slaughter was decisive, the methods ruthless, showing utter disregard for the Haoyue dynasty. Facing such a madman, to claim indifference would be a lie. Chapter 576, Accepting Reality. So arrogant, so reckless, indeed, excessively domineering. Before a lunatic, everyone felt a sense of trepidation. All eyes turned toward Prince Tang Feng, unsure how he would handle the situation. Would he truly choose to withdraw? In any other circumstance, relinquishing the opportunity might be acceptable, but the blood burial stupa dragon within the valley was an opportunity that could not be forsaken. The reason was simple. The burial blood-floating dragon is not merely a divine dragon. It is a beast of the divine emperor realm that has sustained severe injuries, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. Should the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty successfully subdue the burial blood-floating dragon, it would possess a divine emperor beast to bolster its strength, elevating the entire kingdom to new heights. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable foe? This is none other than Cheng Yaojin, a friend of Tang Shui, who has come forth with lethal intent. The murderous aura emanating from him envelopes the surroundings as Su Chen, standing alone, gazes defiantly at the thousands of warriors from the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty without an ounce of trepidation. Even in the presence of Tang Feng, a divine king warrior, he does not flinch. This unwavering confidence stems from his belief in his own strength. He is certain that he could vanquish a divine king warrior in battle. Most importantly, he possesses a drop of divine emperor water, and as long as he does not encounter a supreme god or a peak divine emperor, he trusts that he can traverse the divine realm with ease. Ultimately, Tang Feng chooses to compromise. Recognizing the formidable nature of the four swords in Su Chen's possession and the audacity with which he acts, he refrains from taking a gamble, fully aware of the immense troubles that a lost battle could bring upon himself and the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. Since Su Chen bears the jade token belonging to Tang Shui, upon returning to the dynasty, he will inquire about the situation. Given their friendship, they can afford to yield this time. Witnessing the prince's decision to compromise, many feel a sense of frustration, yet they find themselves powerless to intervene. Su Chen, for his part, does not mind. In consideration of Tang Shui, he will refrain from unleashing a massacre as long as Tang Feng and his companions behave sensibly. Friends are friends, but he will not forsake his interests. With a decisive step forward, Su Chen does not exhibit the same timidity as the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. Having chosen to impose his will, he intends to do so with vigor. Had the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty acted sooner, they would not have allowed him to gain an advantage. Entering the valley, Su Chen manifests the dragon prison circle. Even though the burial blood-floating dragon is a severely injured beast of the divine emperor realm, he approaches with caution, for one can never predict the magnitude of its counterattack. Fortunately, the dragon prison circle allows him to disregard the intimidation of a divine emperor beast. The vast valley is shrouded in mist, a tempestuous aura raging wildly, and the faint traces of dragon breath surge restlessly. Clutching the dragon prison circle, Su Chen feels no fear towards dragons below the divine king realm, confident that he can easily subdue them. However, he is uncertain whether the circle has any limitations regarding dragons of the divine emperor realm. System. Can the dragon prison circle subdue the burial blood-floating dragon of the divine emperor realm? He decides to inquire first. If the circle indeed has a restriction based on realm, he must prepare himself adequately to avoid any last-minute chaos. After system assessment, the dragon prison circle in the host's possession can disregard the deterrent of dragons within 5 realms and subdue them at will. To extend its range of suppression further, the host must pay a price. As expected, Su Chen senses that the dragon prison circle has indeed developed a realm limitation now that he has entered the divine realm. A restriction of 5 realms is already incredibly formidable. This implies that with his current cultivation, he can subdue any dragon below the divine king realm using the dragon prison circle, but not those of the divine emperor realm. To subdue a dragon of that caliber, a price must be paid, and Su Chen surmises that it will likely involve his primordial spirit. Unless absolutely necessary, he is unwilling to expend his primordial energy for subjugation. Nonetheless, he refuses to abandon his pursuit for a simple reason. The burial blood-floating dragon, though gravely wounded, would not shy away from the valley if it possessed any strength. For him, this represents a remarkable opportunity to hunt the burial blood-floating dragon and consume its primordial essence. The turbulent aura and the remnants of dragon breath make it a challenging endeavor to locate the burial blood-floating dragon. Moving cautiously forward, the dragon prison circle has vanished. The 5-realm suppression has surpassed its limits, rendering it ineffective unless he expends his primordial energy. Su Chen now wields the Godslayer spear. Given the volatile dragon breath, it is clear that the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty's apprehensions were justified. Even a severely injured burial blood-floating dragon could retaliate fiercely, posing a threat beyond the capacity of divine king warriors, and even divine emperors would hesitate to take such risks. At that moment, Su Chen hears a sound akin to heavy breathing, significantly louder than that of a human. His expression brightens. It seems he is drawing closer to the divine dragon, and he becomes increasingly cautious, knowing he must strike with precision and leave no room for error. Quickening his pace, after approximately 2 minutes, he finally spots his target. Before him spirals a divine dragon, its body a pale crimson adorned with numerous black spots, radiating a chaotic and tumultuous aura. To any discerning eye, it is evident that the burial blood-floating dragon has suffered grievous injuries. Holding the Godslayer spear, Su Chen knows he cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Just as he prepares to strike, a flurry of fierce winds rushes towards him, followed by a swarm of warriors, among whom are dozens exuding the aura of divine kings. Tang Feng. Upon seeing Tang Feng's sudden appearance, Su Chen's gaze cools instantly. It appears Tang Feng has summoned reinforcements, a truly reckless move. Tang Feng, noticing Su Chen's expression, quickly deduces his thoughts and explains, they do not hail from the Haiyue dynasty, but rather from other dynasties. Tang Feng is seething with anger, setting aside Su Chen's presence. He is incensed that someone has leaked this information. Within 3 days, warriors from 12 dynasties have converged, even without Su Chen. The Haiyue dynasty would struggle to withstand the combined might of 12 major dynasties. He laments that had they acted sooner, they might have subdued the burial blood floating dragon, rendering Su Chen's and the 12 dynasties' arrival irrelevant. Regret is futile now. They must accept the reality. 12 dynasties? Su Chen quickly grasps Tang Feng's implication. Evidently, news has spread, and each dynasty seeks to claim the burial blood floating dragon. Chapter 577, A Strategic Misstep. The 12 dynasties, a throng of warriors, gaze greedily at the unconscious burial blood floating dragon. For any dynasty, the gravely injured divine dragon presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By heavens, the Haiyue dynasty is indeed cunning, concealing this information. Fortunate for us that we have spies within their ranks. Otherwise, this golden opportunity would have been monopolized by them. Who could argue otherwise? The burial blood floating dragon of the divine emperor realm, in such dire condition, is worth hunting for its beast core, even if it cannot be subdued. Tang Feng. It seems your Haiyue dynasty's ambition to hoard the divine dragon is destined to fail. Were it not for Su Chen, Tang Feng would have certainly contested for it. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. Waving his hand, Tang Feng smiles and declares, the Haiyue dynasty withdraws from the contest for the divine dragon. Please proceed. A chorus of disbelief ripples through the crowd. They had not anticipated that the illustrious Haiyue dynasty would suddenly choose to withdraw. What on earth is happening? This is not characteristic of Tang Feng, especially with the 3 divine sects backing the Haiyue dynasty. How could they so readily choose to retreat? There must be some ulterior motive. Undoubtedly, there is a hidden agenda. However, since Tang Feng has opted to withdraw, this is precisely what the 12 dynasties wish to see. What do you propose we do to share this colossal prize? The answer is simple. The one with the strongest fist shall claim the divine dragon. I am in agreement. I harbor no objections. It is nearly certain that the assembled crowd can deduce the situation. The injured corpse blood floating tower dragon is gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and anyone can effortlessly seize it. Who would willingly forego such a tremendous opportunity? Had the corpse blood floating tower dragon been in its prime, who would dare approach? A divine dragon of the divine emperor realm can annihilate any dynasty, obliterating all warriors with a mere flick of its wrist. The eyes of all present glimmer with avarice, unwilling to delay any longer. In the next moment, nearly everyone sprang into action, save for the Haiyue dynasty and Su Chen. Tang Feng was somewhat taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that Su Chen would remain stationary. Had he been intimidated? Was Su Chen merely a paper tiger? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Nonetheless, Tang Feng ultimately chose to bide his time, as the current circumstances were precarious, and he wished to observe whether Su Chen would attempt to seize the opportunity. Should Su Chen engage the 12 dynasties in battle, he might then reap the benefits from their conflict, which would yield the best outcome for him. Just as everyone prepared to commence their suppression, the corpse blood floating tower dragon suddenly opened its eyes, its cold gaze reminiscent of a vengeful deity emerging from the cycles of time. A tempestuous and domineering dragon breath surged forth, akin to a sandstorm engulfing all in its path. The crowd stood in shock, utterly dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the corpse blood floating tower dragon could awaken. As they beheld the immense dragon might, accompanied by a terrifying gale of dragon breath, screams erupted as the malevolent aura swept through, reducing over 30 warriors to mere remnants, their blood exploding into a crimson mist. Su Chen smiled. Just as he prepared to take action, he sensed something amiss with the dragon's aura, suggesting that there was indeed a hidden agenda. The corpse blood floating tower dragon was undoubtedly gravely injured, but it seemed to him that the dragon was feigning death, poised to unleash a desperate counterattack in the hope of escaping alive. He and Tang Feng shared the same intent, to let the 12 dynasties exhaust the dragon, allowing them to benefit without taking risks. The overwhelming dragon might continue to sweep across the area. The corpse blood floating tower dragon was drenched in blood, a sight both shocking and unmistakable. It was clear that the dragon had suffered severe injuries, though it was still formidable in its dying moments. In such a scenario, no one would choose to relinquish their claim. Warriors from the 12 dynasties were continuously struck by the dragon's might, their bodies shattering and falling, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. Tang Feng, you are shameless. By now, some had begun to decipher Tang Feng's intentions. The purported withdrawal was merely a ruse. Having foreseen the dragon's resurgence and deliberately luring them into a trap, they finally understood why the Haoyue dynasty had refrained from intervening. They had not dared to engage. Waiting for the dragon to be worn down, allowing the Haoyue dynasty to swoop in like a mantis stalking a cicada. How utterly despicable! Tang Feng remained silent. For the present circumstances left him with no defense. As everyone had surmised, his inaction stemmed from fear of the outcome. It seemed he had indeed made the correct gamble. It was hard to fathom that just 3 days prior, had he truly led the Haoyue dynasty into the valley, not only would they have struggled to suppress the corpse blood-floating tower dragon, but whether they could even escape the Haoyue forest alive was uncertain. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Chapter 578. The golden body suppresses the tower. Despite the onslaught, the assembled warriors did not choose to flee. It was evident to all that, at this moment, the corpse blood-floating tower dragon was at its weakest. If they could hold out, they believed they could ultimately subdue the dragon. The situation had reached a critical juncture. To abandon the pursuit now would be deeply unsatisfying. The 12 dynasties began to cooperate in their assault, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of powerful attacks, each layer compounding the next. Had the corpse blood-floating tower dragon been at its zenith, who would dare to strike? Who would provoke it? Who would challenge it? Hesitation reigned. As the 12 dynasties sought to wear down the dragon, Su Chen, however, was unwilling to wait any longer. Taking a decisive step forward, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before the corpse blood-floating tower dragon in the next instant. Who is this person? What does he intend? The sudden appearance of the youth left everyone bewildered. Did he intend to confront the corpse blood-floating tower dragon directly? Even in its weakened state, the dragon still possessed the strength to retaliate fiercely. Not even a divine king could withstand such a blow, let alone an ancient warrior. It was utterly preposterous. The corpse blood-floating tower dragon was critically injured, attempting to gather strength in hopes of surviving the ordeal. At that moment, a torrent of domineering tower god patterns penetrated through layers of space, relentlessly striking the dragon's mind, intent on mercilessly constricting it. Su Chen moderated his force. After all, under these circumstances, the tower god patterns could utterly annihilate the dragon's essence. The corpse blood-floating tower dragon is about to self-destruct. Everyone, retreat. Suddenly, a tempestuous essence of the dragon's spirit erupted forth. It was clear that the corpse blood-floating tower dragon had opted for self-destruction. Who could afford to disregard the self-detonation of a divine Emperor Realm beast? Who would dare remain unafraid? No one had anticipated that the esteemed corpse blood-floating tower dragon would resort to a self-destructive explosion. This was an unforeseen development for all. What is Su Chen attempting to achieve? Tang Feng had already distanced himself significantly. Yet, no one had truly left, as they still harbored hopes of seizing an opportunity. Recognizing that such a chance was exceedingly rare, observing that Su Chen had not chosen to flee but remained before the corpse blood-floating tower dragon, Tang Feng wondered if Su Chen was seeking to end his own life. It was essential to understand that when a divine emperor dragon chose to self-destruct, the magnitude of its destructive power was unimaginable. Everyone had retreated, save for Su Chen, who stood his ground. Was he a fool? Had he somehow become ensnared by the dragon's impending self-detonation, unable to escape? Something felt awry. Before the corpse blood-floating tower dragon's self-destruction, Su Chen's countenance remained devoid of any tremor. A surge of chaotic energy emanated from him. In the astonished gazes of all present, Su Chen's back coalesced into a chaotic golden body. The towering golden form spiraled behind him, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura as it bore down upon the corpse blood-floating tower dragon with ferocity. The temporal prison and double pupils combined, making Su Chen's intent to slay the dragon a task of little difficulty. However, he needed to consume the primordial spirit of the blood burial pagoda dragon. Thus it was imperative that he neither subdued the primordial spirit nor allowed it to self-destruct. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. An indomitable doppelganger coalesced, a perfect replica of Su Chen, even mirroring his aura, conjured in an instant. Chapter 579. Those who dare obstruct me shall face death. The self-detonation of the primordial spirit utterly petrified all onlookers. Yet, Su Chen stood resolute, leveraging the chaotic golden body and the temporal prison to forcibly restrain the primordial spirit of the blood burial pagoda dragon. Growing increasingly impatient, Su Chen unleashed the god-slaying palm, directly grasping the blood burial pagoda dragon and tearing it apart with fervor. Fragments of dragon scales, shrouded in blood, were ruthlessly shredded. Blood stained the ground as Su Chen's actions left everyone in shock. None had anticipated such brazen dominance from this youth. Rending a divine dragon with his bare hands was a notion previously deemed inconceivable. Amidst the astonishment, many inferred that such a feat indicated the dragon was on its last legs, incapable of even self-detonation, and that the specter behind Su Chen was merely a ruse to instill fear. With avaricious gazes, they regarded the blood burial pagoda dragon before them. The destruction of its corporeal form was inconsequential. Acquiring the primordial spirit of the blood burial pagoda dragon would be an unparalleled boon. In less than a minute, a divine dragon was vivisected, its primordial spirit still ensnared by Su Chen. The refining desolation vessel absorbed the primordial spirit, leaving Su Chen quite satisfied. He realized that to swiftly elevate his prowess, relying solely on his innate talent and system would be insufficient. He needed to harness the power within the refining desolation vessel and the cultivation from the life spirit garden, working in concert towards his goal. Wait, you cannot leave just yet. As Su Chen prepared to depart, he was intercepted by individuals from the 12 empires, their eyes glinting with greed as they fixated on the black vessel in his possession. Everyone had witnessed how this vessel had consumed the primordial spirit of the blood burial pagoda dragon. This implied that possessing the black vessel would grant them access to the dragon's primordial spirit. Regardless of who you are, you shall not hoard the blood burial pagoda dragon for yourself. This is a collective achievement. They continued, surrender the primordial spirit and the beast core, and we shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, you will meet your demise. Given the exertions he had just undergone, they added, we might even offer you a small compensation. No one was willing to relinquish their claim. If it were anything else, it might be forgivable. But the primordial spirit and beast core of the blood burial pagoda dragon were treasures no one would forsake. Tang Feng, keeping his distance with the Haoyue Empire, sensed that Su Chen's strength was far from ordinary. A person capable of forcibly restraining a self-destructing primordial spirit was not to be trifled with. Surrender the beast core? Surrender the primordial spirit? Su Chen bore an expression of indifference, utterly unconcerned with the so-called 12 empires. Even with a martial king among them, what did it matter? He contemplated the situation. The AK-40 could sweep through 3 realms effortlessly, yet when faced with a divine monarch or a divine king, he would encounter difficulties. As for himself, he was more than capable of testing his limits. Moreover, he held a drop of divine emperor's water, which could likewise decimate the 12 empires. Demanding he surrender the primordial spirit and beast core was simply inconceivable. What if I refuse? The 4 swords of extinguishing immortals had not vanished. Their resonant hum seemed to declare an impending slaughter, as the swirling sword aura resembled venomous serpents, fixated on their prey. Such audacity was unprecedented. No one anticipated that this individual would confront the 12 empires with such arrogance, disregarding their might. Observing this brazenly domineering youth, all were filled with indignation. It was one thing for an ancient god warrior to act thus. Even Tang Feng would not dare. The ability to tear apart a divine dragon did not equate to the ability to contend with the 12 empires, especially since the blood burial pagoda dragon had been severely wounded, and they had expended its power. Otherwise, how could a mere ancient god warrior contend against such a formidable foe? It was sheer folly. Ha ha ha, you are the most arrogant person I have ever encountered. But that matters little. I shall ensure you learn your place. Before he could finish his sentence, the 4 swords of extinguishing immortals surged forth in a frenzy. While Su Chen's chaotic golden body materialized behind him, the immense pressure from this golden form caused many lesser warriors to burst apart in an instant. There was no hesitation in his assault. To Su Chen, the beast core and primordial spirit of the blood burial pagoda dragon rendered the 12 empires his enemies, not allies. Having established this enmity, only slaughter would resolve the matter. Su Chen held a firm belief that individuals are inherently obstinate. One must instill fear to compel obedience. This principle applied not only in the fantastical realm, but also in his previous life on Earth. The logic was the same. With strength, one can secure a foothold and command respect. Just as the wealthy are seldom scorned, for one instinctively feels inferior in their presence. Without strength, however, one is left vulnerable to exploitation, enduring humiliation and even death, as this is the harsh reality that cannot be altered. Utilizing the god-slaying palm and integrating various divine techniques, Su Chen's current power was sufficient to easily subdue any divine master he encountered, although he would face challenges against divine monarchs and kings. Yet, the treasures in his possession were far from ordinary. They exceeded the boundaries of 3 realms. Otherwise, he could simply deploy the AK-40 to sweep away any opposition. Upon witnessing the youth take the initiative, the enraged 12 empires could hardly contain themselves, each vowing to suppress him and seize the blood burial pagoda dragon's primordial spirit and beast core. You seek death. You are far too arrogant. Today, I shall rend you to pieces. This world operates on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak, where everything is dictated by power. The 12 empires harbored some trepidation, yet the overwhelming allure of the prize warranted the risk. Most importantly, the youth was merely an ancient god-warrior. Even with some power and divine treasures, how could he contend against them when faced with such a vast disparity in realms? In stark contrast, Su Chen unleashed a torrent of violence, unconcerned with any hesitation. Those who dared obstruct him would face his wrath. Simply put, kill. Su Chen understood one fundamental truth. Should he take a step back, he would not only be forced to yield the beast core and primordial spirit, but might also lose his life. He sought a swift resolution, unwilling to waste a moment. With both hands, he executed the god-slaying palm, each strike akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, emitting a cataclysmic force that ravaged the surroundings. The colossal chaotic golden body he summoned enveloped the space around him. Furthermore, he simultaneously activated the 3 divine domains within him, slaughter domain, combat domain, and gravity domain, layering them onto his towering chaotic golden body. Even a divine king would find themselves ensnared, akin to being mired in a quagmire. Their speed and offensive capabilities significantly impaired. This was an unexpected turn of events for all present. Chapter 580. Unwavering in the face of violence, a surge in realms. Under the combined influence of the chaotic golden body and the 3 divine domains, Su Chen wielded the Pangu axe with majesty, each swing unleashing a cloud of blood mist. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattering across the battlefield, the pungent aroma of blood inducing nausea. Tang Feng and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing foolishly at the scene before him. Everyone swallowed hard, their throats constricted by the overwhelming display of power. Who would have imagined that a being of ancient divinity could obliterate the 12 dynasties? In an instant, the confidence of the 12 dynasties was shattered. What was happening? It seemed that the reality was far from what it appeared. With their formidable strength, could they not easily slaughter any ancient divine warrior in unison? Yet now, the situation was entirely reversed. The might of this individual was simply too tyrannical, particularly with the axe and 4 swords in his possession, which were nothing short of terrifying. Su Chen's frenzied slaughter forced the 12 dynasties to retreat. Some even dared not linger any longer, turning to flee with haste. No one wished for death, especially not in such a gruesome manner. However, under Su Chen's relentless pursuit, the 12 dynasties found themselves bereft of any opportunity to escape. The overwhelmingly fierce 4 swords of annihilation sealed all avenues of retreat. Anyone attempting to flee was met with certain death. The cold, lifeless bodies pierced by sword energy collapsed onto the ground, instilling a profound fear within the 12 dynasties. In a mere 5 minutes, 2/3 of their numbers had perished. What a staggering realization. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught, the 12 dynasties were utterly terrified. We were wrong. Please, noble sir, have mercy. We are willing to offer compensation and apologies. Just spare us. The voices of desperation echoed throughout. The divine kings, proud and dignified, would never concede unless absolutely compelled to do so, as admitting fault would be too humiliating. Yet, there was no choice. The adversary's strength was insurmountable, capable of sweeping through the 12 dynasties with ease, truly an unfathomable force. With no room for dialogue, having already struck, Su Chen showed no mercy. Intent on eradicating any future threat, the 12 dynasties, they were to be slaughtered without hesitation. As the young man continued his assault, the enraged 12 dynasties appeared oblivious to the fact that they had opted for apology and compromise, yet this individual remained relentless. With no path left to retreat, the remaining warriors of the 12 dynasties launched a frenzied counterattack, a fight for survival where it was either death for them or for their foe. In the face of mortality, none could remain indifferent. After a relentless 10 minutes of carnage, all had been exterminated. Su Chen wasted no time, drawing all their souls into the refinement of desolation vessel. Stunned, Tang Feng and the others could hardly believe their eyes, as none had anticipated that an ancient divine warrior would decimate the entirety of the 12 dynasties, including dozens of divine kings. With a single step, Su Chen's figure vanished in an instant. Perched upon a massive stone, he immediately sat cross-legged, fervently circulating the chaotic enlightenment technique within him. The chaotic body began to envelop him entirely without a moment's hesitation, for during the recent battle, he had touched upon a bottleneck. To break through and transcend his limits, he needed to devour the souls and beast cores of the blood burial floating dragon. The refinement of desolation vessel fervently refined the souls of the blood burial floating dragon. And after an intense half-hour of refinement, it was finally complete. Without wasting a single moment, he consumed them, and through the frenzied absorption, coupled with the accumulation of immense talent, Su Chen instantaneously broke through his own limits, advancing from the pinnacle of the ancient divine realm directly into the ancestral divine realm. The 6 realms of divine beings are divine realm, profound divine realm, celestial divine realm, ancient divine realm, ancestral divine realm, and calamity divine realm. Achieving a swift advancement through 3 levels, Chen did not cease his progression. Instead, he continued to push his cultivation, aspiring for even greater heights. After half an hour, he felt a further loosening of his cultivation, advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level of the ancestral divine realm, stabilizing at the 6th level of the ancestral divine realm. As he slowly opened his eyes, Chen felt a deep satisfaction with his cultivation. After all, for others, achieving 6 consecutive breakthroughs could take an eternity. However, something felt amiss. Having just completed his cultivation, Chen remained vigilant, trusting his instincts as he rose to his feet. Little Fatty, did you sense anything? Little Fatty's figure materialized. Comprehending his master's intention, he began to release his aura to sense the surroundings. After 3 thorough scans, he found nothing. Shaking his head in resignation, Little Fatty remarked, "Boss, I can't sense anything at all." Despite Little Fatty's inability to detect anything, Chen clung to his instinct. He felt as though he were a droplet of water enveloped by an ocean. The tree of life sensed something. Chen opened his palm, revealing a tree of life, the very one within him, which had begun to grow. Could his senses be connected to the tree of life? Chapter 581. Truly a pair of living treasures. The dense forest obscured the sky, just as the tree of life manifested in Chen's palm. The surrounding space began to ripple. In an instant, an enormous tree gradually materialized before him, causing Chen to momentarily lose focus. For he had never encountered such a colossal ancient tree. The tree seemed to reach for the heavens, its branches sprawling out like the tentacles of an octopus, extending into the unknown. It was breathtaking. An overwhelming, ancient vitality surged forth from the towering tree, as if it had weathered countless epochs. Life energy? Could this great tree also be a tree of life? Chen was no stranger to the concept of the tree of life. After all, he possessed one himself. However, according to the system, his tree of life was unique. Why then did another one appear before him? At that moment, a vague message echoed in his mind, emanating from the tree of life in his palm. The essence conveyed that the tree of life before him was of the most rudimentary kind, while the one he held was the sovereign among trees of life. The tree of life he possessed imparted a message. It yearned to devour the tree of life before him. So that was it. Chen felt a surge of excitement. He understood the arduous journey of nurturing his tree of life. By consuming the other, he could accelerate its growth exponentially. The vast and formidable life energy continuously erupted from the tree of life, and Chen would not refuse it. The quicker his tree of life flourished, the more beneficial it would be for him. He immediately released the tree of life, initiating the process of devouring. Thus, under Chen's astonished gaze, the tree of life in his palm began to flourish, the speed of absorption quickening. After a full day and night of voracious consumption, it was finally complete. Remarkably, his tree of life had more than doubled in size, an exhilarating triumph. Chen understood well that under normal circumstances, it would take an indeterminate amount of time for the tree of life to grow to such an extent. However, by devouring the tree of life before him, he had effortlessly achieved this feat. The thought of consuming several more filled him with anticipation. Without lingering any further, encountering the tree of life could only be deemed a stroke of fortune. To be precise, the mere fact that he was able to encounter the tree of life was entirely due to the resonance of the tree of life within him. Otherwise, he would have been incapable of perceiving its aura. The Hallyu dynasty had kept the events transpiring within the Hallyu forest under wraps, and likewise, the massacre of the 12 dynasties remained undisclosed. Upon departing from the Hallyu forest, Chen directly entered the Hallyu dynasty, intending to ascertain whether Tang Xue had perished within the Xingtian Hall. If she had not fallen, as a friend, it was imperative that he fulfilled his promise to assist Tang Xue in nullifying the engagement. The imperial city of the Hallyu dynasty was bustling with prosperity. The streets were organized and teeming with people. As he strolled through the thoroughfares, Chen instinctively summoned Little Fatty, allowing him to sense if any treasures existed within the imperial city. Little Fatty possessed remarkable perceptive abilities, capable of detecting nearly all treasures. "Boss, I'd like to take Xiao Mei out for a stroll while helping you sense for treasures," he remarked. Chen was well aware of Little Fatty's underlying intentions. Sensing treasures was secondary to fostering their bond, indicating that Little Fatty had indeed developed feelings. As he summoned Xiao Mei, she rolled her eyes and quipped, "If you can't sense any treasures, I will break your legs. Let's go." Watching Xiao Mei stride forward, Little Fatty chuckled. Truly, they were a delightful pair. Chen did not interfere, as both Little Fatty and Xiao Mei were his allies. It was best if they could be together, yet if they could not, it mattered little. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Chen did not hasten to the royal palace, but instead wandered aimlessly through the streets. Chapter 582. Our family's treasury has been plundered by 2 pigs. In the Haoyu dynasty, Su Chen had initially planned to head to the royal palace to find Tang Xue, once little fatty, and Xiao Mei returned. However, he unexpectedly spotted Tang Xue, her face fraught with anxiety, hastening alongside a young man. As a friend, Su Chen was naturally reluctant to witness Tang Xue in distress. It would be most fortunate if she had managed to escape the Xingtian Hall alive. Who is it? Tang Haoyan suddenly turned, his expression darkening as he noticed someone trailing them. Just as he was about to take action, Tang Xue seized him, exclaiming in delight, "Brother Su, you've come. You are the Su Chen that Xiao Xue mentioned?" Su Chen nodded, smiling as he replied, "Tang Xue, I am here to fulfill my promise." Tang Haoyan, somewhat impatient, interjected, "Xiao Xue, let us first check on Sister Yunju." "All right," Tang Xue whispered, "Brother Su, if you have no urgent matters, why not accompany us to the Yun family?" "Certainly," Su Chen thought, feeling no particular urgency. He understood that Tang Xue would likely be unable to leave the Haoyu dynasty in the near future. Were it anyone else, he would have been disinclined to engage further, for self-preservation often reigns supreme. However, considering that Tang Xue had saved him in the Xingtian Hall, he felt it was only right to assist her. Without her intervention, he might have succumbed to the 3 adversaries lurking in the dragon blood pool. This debt of gratitude compelled him to support Tang Xue. On the way, Tang Xue recounted the situation regarding their visit to the Yun family. It turned out that the Yun family was one of the foremost families in the dynasty, fiercely loyal to the royal family. Yunju, the only daughter of the family head, had suddenly suffered a rupture of her bloodline that morning, her body marred by dark veins. The Yun family had summoned all physicians and alchemists throughout the dynasty, yet none could provide a remedy. As Tang Xue was Yunju's close friend, and Tang Haoyan harbored feelings for her, the prince and princess hastily departed the palace for the Yun residence upon hearing the news. At the Yun family estate, in a secluded and elegant courtyard, Yun Feng, Yunju's elder brother, raged at the assembled physicians and alchemists. "You are all a bunch of incompetents. How can you fail to treat such a minor ailment? Were it not for my father's intervention, I would have executed you all." As the eldest son of the Yun family, he had always shared a close bond with his sister and was deeply anxious about her condition. How could he not be furious when no one could provide a cure? After scouring the entire dynasty for healers and alchemists to no avail, was he to simply give up? Was he to helplessly watch his sister perish? In just 3 hours, the Yun family had executed dozens of physicians, not for their inability to cure, but because they had boasted of their skills and guaranteed results with their lives on the line. The Yun family had offered an irresistibly tempting reward for anyone who could heal Yunju. Upon the arrival of the crown prince and princess, everyone, including Yun Feng, bowed in deference. "Where is Sister Yunju?" "Inside." "Brother Su, let us go in," Tang Xue said. Su Chen had no objections and followed the 2 inside. "Eldest young master, the family head has commanded that all remaining physicians and alchemists enter," a servant announced. "Humph. Whether they enter or not, the outcome shall remain the same." I am infuriated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. There were still about 30 individuals in the courtyard, and he knew full well what the outcome would be. Nevertheless, both the Yun family and Yun Feng were unwilling to concede defeat until the very end. They could not simply watch their sister die. Everyone must enter. "If someone can cure my sister's ailment, I can double the reward." At this proclamation, the eyes of all present lit up, understanding the implications of such a price. Eagerly, they prepared to showcase their abilities in hopes of healing Yunju. One by one, they filed into the room. Inside, a young woman lay on a white bed, covered by a thin blanket. Her refined features revealed her extraordinary beauty, but her pale face was marred by dark veins, obscuring her original visage. Beside her sat a woman who, through Tang Xue's introduction, Su Chen learned was Yunju's mother. While standing behind her was the family head, Yun Ding, also a formidable warrior. Yunju writhed in pain. "Madam, please rest for a while. I am not tired. I want to stay here with Yunju." Both Yun Ding and the woman were deeply anxious, having exhausted countless methods. Yet the black veins on Yunju's body showed no sign of receding. Moreover, Yunju's aura grew increasingly chaotic. If this delay continued, they could only dread what would come next. "You may all attempt to diagnose her." "Yes." Faced with the family head, the 30 or so individuals dared not breathe too heavily, nervously approaching the bedside to begin their examinations. Time passed. One by one, the diagnoses yielded the same result: complete helplessness regarding Yunju's condition, with not a single clue to be found, let alone a cure. It was akin to chasing shadows. Tang Xue and Tang Haoyan were equally despondent, for even the best imperial physicians had been dispatched to assess Yunju's condition upon the onset of her ailment. Yet they too had been unable to provide a remedy. As the last physician shook his head, the woman could not catch her breath and fainted on the spot. Quickly, help her to rest. Yes. Yun Ding and Yun Feng's expressions darkened. Their worst fears had come to pass. They had lost their final hope. Just then, Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei forcefully kicked open the door and dashed in, landing directly in Su Chen's embrace. Where did these beasts come from? Yun Feng, upon recognizing Su Chen, though unfamiliar with him, merely inquired, restraining his rising fury, especially considering the presence of the prince and princess. However, two divine beings followed closely behind. Elders, what is the meaning of this? The head of the family, these two beasts have intruded into the treasury and stolen the treasures of the Yun family. What? It was utterly unheard of for someone to audaciously invade the Yun family and pilfer their possessions in broad daylight. Yun Ding raised a hand to quell the anger of the two elders. He too understood the connection between the beasts and the youth, who was introduced by the princess and prince, which spoke volumes. Turning to the prince, Yun Ding bowed respectfully and asked, Your Highness, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Chapter 583. Is the young lady your biological daughter? Tang Haoyin turned his gaze toward his sister. He had heard from her that Su Chen was not only talented, but had also saved her life within the hall of execution. However, this unabashed plundering of treasures by the beasts was utterly excessive. Brother Su, he nodded, prompting Su Chen to respond, I will handle this. He was acutely aware that anything that caught Xiao Pang's eye was undoubtedly valuable. It was inconceivable that it was taken without consequence, especially with Tang Xue by his side. After all, one must consider the presence of the Buddha rather than merely the monk. I can attempt to treat Miss Yin. You? Yun Feng expressed skepticism. In his view, the other party was likely seeking to monopolize his family's treasures, merely concocting a pretext. Yet, even if there was no solution, at least they could claim they had made an effort. Should the prince and princess favor this individual, the Yun family would find themselves utterly powerless. Anger notwithstanding, they had no recourse. After all, despite being a premier family in the imperial capital, they remained subjects before the royal family. Please, Yun Ding, shrewd and cunning, understood that even if this individual forcibly took the treasures, what could the Yun family do? Could they truly provoke the prince and princess? If this person could indeed heal Yun Zhu's injuries, it would be an ideal outcome. Conversely, if he failed, even granting the prince a favor, it would not be detrimental to the Yun family when Tang Haoyin eventually ascended the throne. Approaching the bedside, Su Chen glanced at the woman lying there and directly lifted the covers. What are you doing? He chose to ignore Yun Feng entirely. He needn't remove any clothing to see the black veins coursing across Yun Zhu's body. It must be said that Yun Zhu was indeed strikingly beautiful, perhaps even surpassing Tang Xue. Channeling the chaotic enlightenment technique, Su Chen felt his internal power surge into his right hand, beginning to penetrate the space and enter Yun Zhu's body for examination. Given that Xiao Pang had taken something from her, and with Tang Xue's association, Su Chen was prepared to investigate the situation further. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one spoke, all eyes fixated on the young man before them, including Tang Xue and Tang Haoyin, although they were aware that the chances of the youth healing Yun Zhu were nearly non-existent. Yun Ding and the others still held a flicker of hope for her recovery. Time passed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Chen's aura suddenly vanished without a trace. May I inquire, sir, how is my daughter? Yun Ding maintained a courteous demeanor. After all, the youth was brought by the prince and princess, and despite the theft committed by the beasts, he had to suppress his emotions. The bloodline has awakened, but your daughter is unable to bear its power. If nothing unforeseen occurs, within 6 hours, Miss Yun will be completely consumed or controlled by this bloodline. Su Chen was confident in his assessment. I implore you, please assist. Brother Su, please help Sister Yun Zhu. Forgive my directness, head of the Yun family, but I must ask you a question, and I request your honest answer. Please, Mr. Su asked. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen inquired, Is Miss Yun Zhu your biological daughter? What? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback, and an irate Yun Feng retorted, You brat, do not overstep. Ignoring Yun Feng's outburst, Su Chen remained unfazed. If the other party was willing to speak, he would assist. If not, he could simply depart. Raising a hand to silence his furious son, Yun Ding sighed deeply, stating, Yun Zhu is not our biological daughter. We found her by chance many years ago. As expected, Yun Feng and the others were astonished. It seemed no one anticipated that Yun Zhu was not truly the daughter of Yun Ding. Had it not been for this incident, this secret might have remained forever concealed. Mr. Su, as long as you can cure my daughter's ailment, I, Yun Ding, promise that you may take any treasures from the treasury that you desire. Not biologically related, yet akin to flesh and blood. Su Chen could discern that Yun Ding's offer was genuine, not a mere facade. Without uttering a word, Su Chen extended his right hand, aligning 2 fingers to press against Yun Zhu's brow. In an instant, A stream of black essence coalesced at his fingertips. Chapter 584. The Bloodline of the Swan and I. Life-Death Ancestral Dragon. Holding the essence in his hand, Su Chun surmised that the awakened bloodline within Yun Zhu was that of a beast. However, surmising and knowing were two distinct matters. Yet, as he felt the essence in his grasp, he was astonished to detect a faint draconic aura. Could it be that the bloodline Yun Zhu awakened was of dragon lineage? Di Huang, can you discern the source of this essence? Di Huang Qilin, undoubtedly an ancient beast. Su Chun did not pose the question to Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei but directed it to Di Huang Qilin. Boss, if I am not mistaken, this drop of essence contains the aura of the Swan and I. Swan and I? Before Su Chun could inquire further, Di Huang Qilin continued, Boss, I hail from the divine realm. Though I am not of the Qilin lineage, I was exiled. Su Chun remained silent, merely listening. Within the room, all present observed the seemingly dazed young man. None daring to speak. Boss, you must have heard of the existence of the 10 ancestral dragon clans in the beast world of the divine realm. One of the 10 ancestral dragons, the life-death ancestral dragon, has many descendants, among them the Swan and I. Legend has it that the Swan and I ancestor is among the most powerful beings within the beast clan, and the Swan and I tribe is second only to the ancestral dragons in the beast world. Indeed, the significance of the Swan and I tribe was becoming apparent. They were indeed the progeny of the ancestral dragons. Su Chun could almost definitively assert that Yun Zhu was neither human nor beast, but a being of half-human, half-beast nature, harboring the bloodline of the Swan and I within her. Boss, this drop of essence not only contains the aura of the Swan and I bloodline, but also exudes the regal essence of the Swan and I royalty. Listening to Di Huang Qilin's words, Su Chun began to grasp the implications. In other words, the awakening of the bloodline within Yun Zhu, once fully integrated, will undoubtedly position her as a member of the Swan and I royal lineage, marking her future strength as formidable. Accepting the dialogue, the precious blood essence in hand dissipated, and he subsequently turned his gaze towards Yinding. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts? Your daughter is half human, half demon, and the bloodline awakened within her is excessively potent. Should this information leak, it would not only spell trouble for your Yun family, but would likely cast a shadow over the entire Haoyue dynasty as well. There are two possible scenarios. The first, if the news escapes, it may attract the attention of top sects, leading them to recruit Yun Zhu as a disciple. Ultimately, if the Swan and I clan learns of this, Yun Zhu would become exceedingly prominent. The second, the revelation could incite numerous martial artists and demon beasts to pry into her existence. Under such scrutiny, it would not be surprising for someone to resort to eliminating Yun Zhu. The best course of action is to keep this information concealed. No one should divulge it. Once Yun Zhu's strength is sufficiently formidable, even if the truth comes to light, the repercussions will likely be manageable. Mr. Su's words left everyone astounded. No one had anticipated that Yun Zhu was half human, half demon, with an awakened bloodline from a fearsome beast. There was no room for doubt. This was the only plausible explanation. Mr. Su, is it possible to suppress or completely integrate the awakened bloodline? Yun Ding implored, bowing deeply to Mr. Su, his face reflecting earnestness. Although Yun Zhu was not his biological daughter, he had always cherished her dearly throughout her life. Chapter 585. Should the Yun family dare to act arrogantly, they must not blame me for being unyielding. To entirely suppress or annihilate the Swan and I bloodline is, in truth, a rather straightforward endeavor. However, to destroy such a formidable bloodline, which has already awakened, would indeed be a regrettable loss. Yunding turned to Mr. Su, earnestly expressing that whether the Yun family would consent to destruction or suppression depended on their own disposition. Mr. Su, I implore you to assist my daughter in successfully integrating her bloodline. He was unwilling to witness her bloodline being suppressed or even obliterated. Nodding, Mr. Su unleashed a surge of power that struck precisely at Yun Zhu's brow. Gradually, Yun Zhu's eyes fluttered open. She glanced around, her throat parched, yearning to speak but finding herself unable. Yun Zhu, how do you feel? Sister Yun Zhu, are you all right? Mr. Su displayed a hint of impatience. Yunding seemed to perceive Mr. Su's irritation and remarked, Mr. Su, please. Tang Shui remained silent, observing Yun Zhu lying on the bed. The aura released by Mr. Su enveloped both of them entirely, allowing only their voices to be heard. Father, what's he up to? Silence. Yunding chose to trust the young man. After all, the many physicians and alchemists had been unable to awaken Yun Zhu, while he alone could achieve this, indicating much. Miss Yun Zhu, I am Su Chun. Allow me to explain. You have awakened the Swan and I bloodline, and you are not the biological daughter of Yunding. Based on my assessment, the Swan and I bloodline within you likely belongs to the royal lineage. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhu was utterly taken aback. She glanced at her father and elder brother nearby, and from their expressions, She surmised much, her pallid complexion growing even more ashen. To suppress or obliterate the bloodline poses no challenge. However, you must understand the implications of my earlier statement. The Swan and I royal bloodline is second only to the 10 ancestral dragon bloodlines. As you mature, you will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the divine realm. Wait, Mr. Su, please speak plainly. Yun Zhu was no fool. She could discern the underlying meaning in Mr. Su's words. In her eyes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. He could not possibly assist her without a motive. My intentions are quite straightforward. Mr. Su spoke without preamble. I will help you awaken and even integrate your bloodline, but in return, you must submit to me. What say you? There was no unnecessary chatter. On one side lay life and death, on the other, submission. Mr. Su would not coerce anyone. Whether Yun Zhu would agree depended solely on her own will. Why should I trust you? Your belief is inconsequential. Simply tell me if you are willing. Should you refuse, in 6 hours, your bloodline will completely consume you, and your primordial spirit will be obliterated. Mr. Su's warning was not mere hyperbole. 6 hours was the maximum. In his view, given the overwhelming nature of Yun Zhu's bloodline, it might not even require that long to fully consume her. Neither party spoke. Yun Zhu displayed no signs of agitation. To her, the notion of yielding was far from appealing, yet in the face of death, claiming to be unafraid would be disingenuous. As time flowed, after a full half-hour of inner turmoil, she ultimately chose submission, for she did not wish to die, nor could she afford to. How will you assist me? Without a word, Mr. Su summoned Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei, commencing the suppression of the bloodline within Yun Zhu. He believed that no matter how formidable the Swan Ni bloodline might be, it could not rival the combined might of Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei. With their united efforts, coupled with his assistance, he anticipated no unforeseen complications. An entire hour passed. Everyone watched as the dark bloodlines on Yun Zhu's face gradually receded, each exhaling a sigh of relief, their gazes towards Mr. Su transforming entirely. Master, must I accompany you? Master? Sister, what is happening? Yun Zhu, what is going on? Yun Zhu revealed nothing, stating plainly, Father, brother, from this moment forth, Su Chen is my master. All those present in the room were not naive. They instantly comprehended the situation. Yun Zhu had undoubtedly struck a bargain with Su Chen, who had aided her in recovering her strength, the price being her submission. They could not passively witness their daughter bowing to an outsider. Yun Ding immediately addressed Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I implore you to spare my daughter. I, Yun Ding, can promise you that the Yun family is willing to pay any price. Impossible. Mr. Su disregarded Yun Ding's plea with cold indifference. This matter is between Yun Zhu and me. It has no bearing on the Yun family. Out of respect for Tang Shui, I shall not make things difficult for your family, but should the Yun family dare to act presumptuously, do not blame me for being unyielding. Focus on your cultivation. I will reach out to you if necessary. Having concluded, Mr. Su turned to leave. Tang Shui cast Yun Zhu a meaningful glance before promptly following. The furious Tang Haoyan could hardly accept this reality, for he harbored feelings for Yun Zhu. In the future, she would likely become the empress. How could an empress submit to Su Chen, and must he too bow in submission? Your Highness, please assist Yun Zhu. Father. Before Yun Zhu could finish her sentence, Tang Haoyan interjected, I will resolve this matter. Chapter 586, Publicly Slapping Faces. Casting a long line. As he ascends to the divine realm, Su Chen has already made his decision. Once he breaks through to the realm of the divine emperor, he shall begin establishing his own sect. From this moment forth, he is preparing to lay the foundations for his sect. Yun Zhu, possessing the Swan Ni royal bloodline, will undoubtedly become a powerful martial artist in the future. Barring any unforeseen circumstances. Big brother Su, wait for me. Tang Shui, although I have promised to assist you, you must understand that my time here is quite limited. Tang Shui had already anticipated that brother Su would respond in this manner. Had it not been for their encounter at the Xingtian Hall, she would have undoubtedly acquiesced to the royal marriage arrangement, choosing to forge an alliance through matrimony, for such unions are undeniably advantageous for the dynasty. Brother Su, in 3 days, Jiang Kuan from the Shinin sect will arrive to propose. At that time, if you masquerade as my boyfriend, I believe that with the backing of the Sanshin sect, the Shinin sect will not dare to act recklessly. Very well. Having already made a promise, I shall surely fulfill this task. As I have stated before, Tang Shui saved his life. He is not one to leave debts of gratitude unpaid. Thus this life-saving favor must be repaid to Tang Shui. I will come to the royal palace to find you in 3 days. At that moment, the furious Tang Haoyan, pursuing with great intensity, pointed at Su Chen and coldly declared, Su Chen, you have gone too far. I now command you in my capacity as the crown prince to put an end to this matter. As for your healing of Yun Zhu's injuries, I shall offer you double compensation. His anger intensified with each word. Firstly, Yun Zhu is the woman he adores, a fact well known throughout the imperial city. Who dares to meddle in their affairs or humiliate his beloved? Secondly, he is the crown prince of the Xianxia dynasty, not only of noble birth, but also possessing the cultivation of a divine sovereign. Yet, what was the outcome? Chen blatantly disregarded his presence, treating him with utter disdain, which was infuriating beyond measure. "Brother, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "He is Brother Su, my savior. Regardless of who is right or wrong in this matter, it is ultimately Yun Zhu's own choice. I trust Brother Su did not coerce her. If you are feeling distressed, you should approach Yun Zhu directly, rather than confronting Brother Su." Tang Shui was genuinely irate. She held a deep affection for Su Chen, and with Tang Haoyin being her elder brother, she was loath to see any discord between the two. "Silence. Do you still recognize me as your elder brother?" How laughable. His cold gaze was filled with murderous intent. "Tang Shui, if you still acknowledge me as your elder brother, you would do well to keep quiet from this moment onward. However, out of consideration for you, as long as Su Chen spares Yun Zhu, I shall not pursue this matter further." "Brother," she protested. Su Chen had remained silent. On certain matters, he would indeed spare Tang Shui's feelings, avoiding confrontation where possible. However, this issue crossed his bottom line. The temporal cage swiftly enveloped Tang Haoyin, and in an instant, Su Chen's figure vanished from his previous location. Tang Haoyin was merely at the second level of divine sovereign, while Su Chen had successfully broken through to the sixth level of ancestral god. Under such unexpected circumstances, Tang Haoyin was utterly incapable of resisting. A loud slap resounded as it struck Tang Haoyin's face, leaving both Tang Shui and Tang Haoyin in stunned silence. None could have anticipated Su Chen's sudden assault. "What the hell, am I seeing things? Someone actually dared to slap the crown prince in public. How audacious. Who is this person?" This was the imperial city, and the crown prince's status was undeniable, aside from his majesty, who would dare to act so recklessly. Now, an intriguing spectacle was unfolding. Tang Haoyin's identity was well known. Many recognized him, and it was precisely because of this familiarity that they were utterly shocked. In the imperial city, no one dared to provoke the crown prince, let alone slap him in front of others. Tang Shui felt somewhat bewildered, staring blankly at the recent turn of events. Brother Su had just slapped her elder brother's face. How would this end? It was crucial to remember that her brother was the crown prince of the Xianxia dynasty, destined to become the emperor. Now, he had been publicly humiliated, and this incident would surely become a stain upon his honor. Her brother would undoubtedly not let this slide. While Tang Shui was lost in thought, the enraged Tang Haoyin, having been publicly slapped, glared at Su Chen with eyes like two erupting volcanoes, charging towards him with fury, his voice booming through the air. "Su Chen, you seek death." In this moment, Tang Haoyin could no longer concern himself with anything else. His status demanded action. To endure such humiliation would jeopardize his standing in the dynasty. Even if this person had saved his sister, he would not hesitate to strike him down. "Brother, no?" Tang Shui cried. "Those who block my way shall perish." The furious Tang Haoyin showed no mercy, not even to his own sister. Chapter 587, Breaking the Leg. Attempting to intervene was futile. Tang Shui could only watch helplessly as her brother prepared to strike Su Chen. Although she had complete faith in Su Chen's strength, there are limits to everything. Being capable of sweeping aside those at the sixth level of divine being did not equate to bridging the chasm between divine being and divine king. The gulf between them was insurmountable. She could not bear to imagine the consequences if Brother Su were slain by her elder brother. With a cold snort, Su Chen regarded Tang Haoyin with disdain, considering him inconsequential. Not only was he merely a divine sovereign, but even if he were a divine king, he would still be treated with the same contempt. Simultaneously, he unleashed three formidable domains: the domain of slaughter, the domain of destruction, and the domain of gravity. The three domains converged upon him as Su Chen stood his ground, meeting Tang Haoyin's charge with a powerful palm strike. The combined force of the annihilating god palm, infused with the might of the three domains, was unfathomable. Boom! Su Chen remained steadfast, while Tang Haoyin was sent reeling backward by the sheer force, stumbling dozens of steps as the ground beneath him cracked like a vast spider's web spreading outward. Blood stained his entire being, and Tang Haoyin was in a daze, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Everyone around them was equally stunned. The esteemed crown prince had been defeated by a mere youth. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe such a thing was possible. "Brother Su, please show mercy." The bewildered Tang Shui immediately positioned herself in front of Tang Haoyin, her face a mask of desperation as she implored Su Chen. She could not allow Su Chen to kill her own elder brother. Absolutely not. A clone appeared behind Tang Haoyin. In the astonished eyes of all present, a figure identical to Su Chen materialized behind Tang Haoyin, shrouded in the three converging domains, and unleashed the annihilating god palm with a fierce strike to Tang Haoyan's back. Silently, without warning, Tang Haoyan had no inkling that the opponent would strike again. Su Chen had not intended to kill him, if he had so desired. He could have taken Tang Haoyan's life at any moment. Brother Su. He ignored Tang Shui's plea, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he looked down upon Tang Haoyan, who was now under his foot. His voice, chilling as if from the depths of hell, resonated. I do not care whether you are the so-called crown prince. Even if you are destined to be the emperor of the Haoyue dynasty, you must behave with humility in my presence. Today, for Tang Shui's sake, I shall only teach you a lesson. Remember, next time, I will take your life. As his words fell, the sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Tang Haoyan's leg was brutally crushed beneath Su Chen's foot. Before anyone could react, amidst Tang Haoyan's anguished scream, the youth's figure had vanished without a trace. This person was truly audacious, daring to publicly break the crown prince's leg. We should leave quickly, lest we become collateral damage, with no place to seek justice. Let us go. No one dared to linger. After all, Tang Haoyan's identity was too sensitive. Being publicly humiliated in such a manner would undoubtedly incite the royal family's wrath. 3 days remained. Tang Shui had already stated that Jiang Kuan from the Shanin sect would arrive in 3 days. Su Chen had contemplated this matter and decided to linger for an additional 3 days. If Jiang Kuan arrived within that time frame, he would resolve the issue on Tang Shui's behalf. Conversely, should he fail to make an appearance, Su Chen would choose to depart. He rented a secluded courtyard and began by consuming a plethora of yuan shun herbs to restore his spirit to its zenith. Subsequently, he retrieved the chaos fishing rod, eager to see what treasures he might procure this time. The fishing line stretched infinitely, and Su Chen cast the chaos fishing rod with considerable force. The golden hook seamlessly vanished into the fabric of space. Time passed. A full day and night elapsed without the rod returning. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. Since acquiring the chaos fishing rod, he had never encountered such a delay. Under normal circumstances, the rod would not take more than half an hour to return. And in Su Chen's view, a 3-hour wait was still acceptable. However, this time, the delay extended to an entire day and night. He could not fathom that the chaos fishing rod had simply gone fishing without any underlying issues, as he reluctantly chose to abandon the endeavor. Su Chen reflected that while he might return empty-handed, the rod itself could not afford to be damaged. Among all the treasures he had vanquished, he held the chaos fishing rod in the highest regard. Even the chaos axe and the 4 swords of Zuzhen paled in comparison. He began to reel in the line, and after an arduous hour, managed to retrieve the chaos fishing rod. Upon confirming that it remained intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. System, do you know what the problem with the chaos fishing rod was? He inquired. The rod had failed to return with any information, compelling him to seek answers from the system regarding the incident. Host, during this fishing attempt, the chaos fishing rod encountered a high-level dimension. With your current cultivation, you are unable to navigate such a realm, resulting in a failed fishing attempt. What? Su Chen found himself momentarily bewildered, grasping the system's explanation. Essentially, his attempt to fish had inadvertently targeted a high-level dimension. What did such a dimension signify? The divine realm itself was classified as a high-level dimension. This meant that had the fishing been successful, the implications for him would have been monumental. However, given the failure, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The system had clarified that the root of the issue lay in his insufficient cultivation level. Were he to ascend to the god of war, or even the supreme god realm, he was confident that the fishing would undoubtedly succeed. The frequency of your fishing attempts is somewhat excessive. To enhance your success rate, it is advisable to space out your attempts. Upon hearing the system's voice resonate in his mind, Su Chen understood its meaning. Quite simply, he had been overly fixated on quantity, which invariably affected quality. It became evident that he needed to extend the intervals between his fishing endeavors. A failure here or there was inconsequential, but a series of failures would indeed be disheartening. Stretching languidly, he stored the chaos fishing rod into his Qinkuan bag, resolving to refrain from fishing for the time being and to save up his energy for a more fruitful attempt in the future. Chapter 588. The 10 Ancestor Dragons as Guardians of the Sect. The incident involving Tang Haoyan's broken leg incited a profound wrath within the imperial family. This was the illustrious Haoyue dynasty, after all. Beneath the emperor's feet, someone had dared to disregard the dignity and might of the royal family, brazenly provoking them. Emperor Tang Ju seethed with rage, preparing to eliminate the perpetrator, regardless of their identity. Anyone who dared to challenge the imperial family would face dire consequences. Yet, Tang Shui's fervent defense and opposition could not quell Tang Ju's fury. Xiao Shui, do you intend to disregard the dignity of the imperial family and show favoritism toward an outsider? Your brother lies bedridden, and the physician has declared that his leg will never heal. With each word, Tang Ju's anger intensified, wishing he could cast the offender into oblivion. This humiliation was unprecedented for the imperial family. Father, Su Chen saved my life. If it were not for his intervention in the hall of execution, I would have perished. And what do you propose we do? Father, I implore you, let this matter rest and do not pursue it further. Humph. Tang Ju's countenance darkened further. In 2 days, Jiang Kuan from the Xianxian sect will arrive. Once this matter is resolved, I will ensure he pays the price. Father, silence. This is final. As the emperor of the Haoyue dynasty, Tang Ju could not stand idly by while the royal family suffered indignity, especially with his son publicly humiliated and injured. If this issue remained unresolved, it would be an inescapable disgrace for the imperial family. A loud knock echoed through the chamber, prompting Su Chen to rise and open the door. He was not surprised to find Yin Zhu standing outside, as he had anticipated her visit. Master, she began. Waving his hand, Su Chen replied with a smile, there is no need to call me master. Simply refer to me as sect leader. Sect leader? As if grasping her thoughts, Su Chen continued, I have yet to establish a sect, but I certainly intend to in the future. So it is fine for you to call me sect leader in advance. Sect leader, I have a question to ask you. Regarding your bloodline? Yes. Su Chen settled onto a stone chair, directing his gaze at Yin Zhu. Sect leader, is the bloodline awakening within me truly that of the Swan and I royal lineage? Yin Zhu, at this moment, still found herself rather perplexed about the bloodline that had awakened within her. She was even unaware of what the Swan and I royal bloodline entailed. Su Chen smiled. Yin Zhu, in the realm of divine beasts, the Swan and I clan is an immensely powerful lineage, and they are the offspring of the life-death ancestor dragon. The Swan and I royal bloodline you possess is the most pristine form of Swan and I blood. Ancestor dragon, Swan and I? Yin Zhu still struggled to comprehend. Yet she understood the essence of Su Chen's words. The bloodline she bore was extraordinarily potent. Otherwise, the sect leader would not hold her in such high regard. After conversing for half an hour, Yin Zhu rose to depart. Summoning the Emperor Huang Qilan, Su Chen asked directly, Emperor Huang, can you tell me about the 10 ancestor dragons of the divine realm? As of now, he only knew of 2 ancestor dragons, the Slaughter Calamity Blood Ancestor Dragon and the Life-Death Calamity Ancestor Dragon. The identities of the other ancestor dragons remained a mystery to him. The Emperor Huang Qilan pondered for a moment before responding, Boss. The 10 ancestor dragons of the divine realm are legendary beasts, comprising the Slaughter Calamity Blood Ancestor Dragon, the Life-Death Calamity Ancestor Dragon, the Devouring Reincarnation Ancestor Dragon, the Blood-Eye Burning Heaven Ancestor Dragon, the Divine Punishment Evil Violent Ancestor Dragon, the Invincible Body Ancestor Dragon, the God-Slaying Time-Space Ancestor Dragon, the Imperial Abyss Silent Burial Ancestor Dragon, the Bone-Killing Floating Pagoda Ancestor Dragon, and the 9 Lives 9 Deaths Ancestor Dragon. The 10 ancestor dragons had endured countless epochs, each being a supreme god, and they were among the most formidable entities within that echelon. Furthermore, their progeny were numerous, with the Swan and I clan being one of the branches. Su Chen quietly committed the identities of the 10 ancestor dragons to memory. As he ventured further into the divine realm and ascended to greater heights, it was inevitable that he would encounter the 10 ancestor dragons in due course. Grasping the prison dragon ring, one must first transcend to the realm of the war god emperor, specifically surpassing the purple-level war god emperor, to have any hope of subduing the 10 ancestor dragons. Su Chen has contemplated this matter. In the future, with the aid of the prison dragon ring, he is determined to tame the 10 ancestor dragons, transforming them into the guardian deities of his sect. The mere thought sends a thrill through him. Chapter 589, he has arrived again. 2 days later, Jiang Kuan, the young master of the Xianxian sect, arrived at the Haoyue dynasty, accompanied by dozens of followers. The entire dynasty was abuzz with the news of an impending marriage alliance between the Xianxian sect and the dynasty, a monumental boon for the Haoyue dynasty. With the 3 divine sects already as their backing, the addition of the Xianxian sect would undoubtedly be a dual advantage. However, one must recognize that the Xianxian sect stands on par with the 3 divine sects. Within the palace, Jiang Kuan presented an elegantly handsome visage, with thick brows framing a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. It is noteworthy that Jiang Kuan is not only the young master of the Xianxian sect, but has also attained the god-monarch realm, a testament to his innate talent and potential. Cousin Jiang, your journey from afar must have been arduous, remarked Tang Ju, displaying an exceptionally amiable demeanor towards him. After all, the power of the Xianxian sect is formidable enough to rival that of the 3 divine sects, which the Haoyue dynasty would not dare to provoke. Most importantly, this marriage alliance would yield greater benefits than detriments for the Haoyue dynasty. Jiang Kuan found himself smitten with Tang Shui at first sight. Otherwise, how could someone of his pride take an interest in a mere princess of a dynasty? With a smile, Jiang Kuan said, Uncle Tang, I have come primarily to escort Xiaoxia back to the Xianxian sect. I assure you, I will treat her well in the future. Tang Shui felt a pang of bitterness. She had initially hoped to enlist her brother Su's aid, intending to resolve her predicament and then send him away, thereby ensuring that the Xianxian sect would not act recklessly without a target. However, the circumstances had shifted entirely. Firstly, Jiang Kuan's visit to the Haoyue dynasty was not merely accompanied by dozens of god kings, but also featured a god emperor in his retinue. Regardless of the god kings, the mere presence of a god emperor would instill an unparalleled intimidation across the Haoyue dynasty, including her father and uncle, if her brother Su were to assist her. And Jiang Kuan chose not to show her and the dynasty any respect in dealing with him. She would have no opportunity for regret. Secondly, due to the matters concerning her elder brother, her father was already seething with rage, refraining from taking action solely because of the significance of the day. She could foresee that if her brother Su were to arrive, it would likely lead to dire consequences. She acknowledged that her brother Su's prowess was remarkable. Yet against god kings and possibly a god emperor, what chance would he have? Moreover, just yesterday, she had dispatched someone to find her brother Su, insisting that he leave the imperial city at all costs. Xiaoxia, since young Master Jiang is so sincere, you should pack your things and accompany him to the Xianxian sect. Tang Ju urged, somewhat anxious. Forming an alliance with the Xianxian sect would undeniably benefit the Haoyue dynasty. The empress of the Haoyue dynasty, his wife, was the daughter of the head of the three divine sects. If his daughter could marry Jiang Kuan, it would position Jiang Kuan as the future consort of the Xianxian sect's leader. Although he was leveraging a marriage to draw closer to the three divine sects and the Xianxian sect, Tang Ju considered this a trivial matter. As the emperor, he must prioritize the interests of the dynasty above all else. In the past, Tang Shui would have never acquiesced to such a fate. But now she resolved to use this situation to plead for her brother Su's safety from her father. Xiaoxia, do you wish to accompany me to the Xianxian sect? Jiang Kuan's gaze brimmed with avarice and affection for Tang Shui. I can go with you, but you must first assist me with a favor. Xiaoxia, I promise you. Jiang Kuan responded eagerly, preempting any further dialogue. Tang Ju, understanding his daughter's intentions without her needing to articulate them, recognized her desire to intercede on Su Chen's behalf. Despite his immense fury, after all, a prince's humiliation was a profound disgrace to the imperial family. He understood that the marriage alliance with the Xianxian sect held far greater significance. Jiang Kuan appeared somewhat bewildered, yet other matters paled in comparison. All he desired was for Tang Shui to leave the Haoyue dynasty with him. Your Majesty, someone requests an audience, came the announcement. Who is it? He claims his name is Su Chen. Su Chen. Upon hearing those two words, Tang Shui shot up, her face etched with concern. She never anticipated that her brother Su would arrive at such a critical moment, potentially seeking trouble. Yet Tang Ju's expression starkly contrasted with hers, his cold gaze seething with murderous intent. He had not expected this individual to appear, showing blatant disrespect to him and the imperial family. Tang Feng, seated below, felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing the name Su Chen, reluctant to accept the implications, for in his mind, there were many with the same name. Uncle Tang, what has transpired? Jiang Kuan inquired. Young Master Jiang, it is merely that someone has provoked our Haoyue imperial family. I intend to resolve this matter today, Tang Ju replied, not waiting for further explanation before a figure strode in from outside, none other than Su Chen himself. Chapter 590. Survive as long as you can, Brother Su. Why have you come? Tang Shui's worry for Su Chen's safety was palpable. Between her father and Tang Ju, neither was a foe to be trifled with. Su Chen smiled, taking a seat beside Tang Shui. I must fulfill the promise I made to you. You are Su Chen. Tang Ju's gaze grew increasingly frigid. It was this man who had broken his son's leg and humiliated the royal family. Yes, it was you who broke the crown prince's leg. Indeed. Was it intentional? Absolutely. How brazen. Tang Ju seemed unable to contain the seething rage within him, preparing to issue a command for Su Chen's execution. However, Tang Feng immediately rose, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. I believe there must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Seeing his younger brother intervening, Tang Ju's heart sank. He knew his brother's character all too well, especially regarding such matters. His brother would not normally attempt to dissuade him. Under ordinary circumstances, his brother would be even more incensed than he was. Could there be some hidden agenda? Noticing his brother's subtle signals, Tang Ju forcibly suppressed his burgeoning fury, choosing to trust his younger brother. Mr. Su, do you still recognize me? Tang Feng asked. Tang Feng. Indeed. Tang Feng harbored a deep-seated apprehension of Su Chen. He had witnessed firsthand the sheer terror of Su Chen in the Haoyue forest, where he had single-handedly annihilated all within the 12 dynasties, including tearing apart a divine dragon and subduing another's self-detonation. It is worth noting that the 12 dynasties had boasted dozens of god kings. Yet none could escape Su Chen's wrath, a fact that spoke volumes. Even if Su Chen had humiliated the Haoyue dynasty by breaking the crown prince's leg, the dynasty would have no choice but to accept their misfortune and refrain from pursuing the matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be utterly unbearable. Tang Feng had contemplated this matter, especially with Jiang Kuan bringing dozens of god kings and a god emperor in attendance. As long as one seizes the opportunity, should the divine emperor take action, Su Chen may not be able to evade it. To entertain a hypothetical scenario, even if any situation were to arise, the Haoyue dynasty could easily distance itself from the matter, shifting all blame onto the Xianxian sect. I wonder, what brings Mr. Su here on this occasion? Su Chen, disinterested in speculating on Tang Feng's intentions, believed his presence was solely due to the affairs concerning Tang Shui. Upon resolving this matter, he intended to depart from the Haoyue dynasty. Who is Jiang Kuan? How audacious! How could you dare to utter the name of our young sect master so casually? The divine king warriors of the Xianxian sect were exceedingly enraged. They had not anticipated that this individual would directly provoke the Xianxian sect, disregarding their authority entirely. Raising a hand to quell the fury of his companions, Jiang Kuan smiled and said, I am he. May I inquire your name? Su Chen. Do you seek something from me? Jiang Kuan regarded the youth with disdain, perceiving him merely as an impetuous youth. Before him, in the presence of the Xianxian sect, the other was but a younger sibling, hardly deserving of consideration. Curiosity piqued. He wished to observe how this individual would proceed. Tang Shui will not marry you, nor will she accompany you to the Xianxian sect. You might as well return whence you came. At this pronouncement, every individual present was rendered utterly speechless, including Tang Shui herself, for even she had not anticipated Su Chen's arrival, nor such a direct and domineering stance. Others were even less prepared. Tang Feng had intended to interject, but upon hearing this declaration, he swallowed his words, feeling a flicker of delight. He had been pondering how to sow discord, yet had not expected Su Chen to charge headlong into the fray. Tang Feng's intent was simple. He wished to leverage the Xianxian sect to eliminate Su Chen. How brazen! Who do you think you are to warrant our young sect master's return? Young master, permit me to eliminate this individual. The divine king warrior standing behind Jiang Kuan felt his gaze grow increasingly frigid, yet refrained from taking action. What if I choose not to leave? Su Chen smiled and replied, if you choose to stay, you may find yourself dead here. I advise you to cling to life as best you can. Should you perish, all will be lost. He was actually being threatened? Jiang Kuan's laughter echoed. He had witnessed many arrogant individuals, yet none quite so audacious as this one. His eyes gradually turned icy as he retorted, whether I live or die remains to be seen. But I assure you of one thing. You shall soon meet your end here. Chapter 591. You really want to leave until a few more die. As his words fell, two figures shot forth from behind Jiang Kuan, both divine king warriors. To dare provoke the young sect master was to show utter contempt for the Xianxian sect. Enraged, the two divine king warriors, akin to leopards on the hunt, charged fiercely towards Su Chen. Even before their arrival, the chilling intent to kill preceded them. The oppressive palm strike, imbued with a terrifying aura, left no room for evasion. Prior to arriving at the royal palace, Su Chen had already surmised that in assisting Tang Shui to extricate herself from the arranged marriage, conflict was inevitable. The Xianxian sect, a force capable of rivaling the three divine sects, would never simply concede. For the sake of their own dignity, they could not afford to retreat. Without a hint of trepidation, he welcomed the confrontation. Had he harbored any fear of the Xianxian sect, he would not have come. Simultaneously unleashing three domains, slaughter, destruction, and gravitational, the resolve was clear, to resolve this swiftly. Since a battle was unavoidable, why delay? Employing the annihilation palm, he unleashed a fierce strike, clashing head-on with the two divine kings. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the horrific cries that reverberated through the palace, the two divine kings, who had moments ago been full of vigor, met their end with the sound of shattering bones. They had arrived swiftly but departed even more rapidly, crashing to the ground, their blood staining the earth. In the astonished gazes of all, the two divine kings were obliterated in an instant. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. It was no wonder this individual was so arrogant. The ability to slay divine kings spoke volumes. Yet, from the aura radiating from the youth, he appeared to be merely a Zushan realm warrior. Given the vast chasm between the Zushan and divine king realms, one would not even need to summon a single divine king to overpower him. Yet, the outcome was entirely reversed. The youth's formidable prowess had thoroughly stunned all present. Tang Ju, who had been seething with rage just moments earlier, felt his focus sharpen. He had intended to eliminate this individual, not only to avenge his son, but also to restore the royal family's honor. Now, it was clear that he had been wise to withhold his hand. Had he acted, the dynasty would have been irreparably damaged. Tang Ju finally understood why his younger brother had restrained him from intervening. Could it be that the events in the Haoyue forest were orchestrated by Su Chen? Yet, it was known that the strongest warrior in the Haoyue dynasty was merely a divine king. Who in the entire Haoyue dynasty could rival this individual who could effortlessly dispatch 2 divine kings? Gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground, Jiang Kuan's expression darkened considerably. You dare to kill those of the Xianxian sect? So what if I did? Su Chen retorted with unabashed indifference, mocking, I had warned you to leave immediately. Your refusal to heed my advice has led to the deaths of 2 individuals. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you too shall become a corpse. Had it been moments prior, Jiang Kuan would have dismissed his opponent entirely. However, witnessing the individual's tremendous strength, capable of dispatching 2 divine kings with such ease, he could not help but acknowledge the gravity of the situation, desiring to retreat, yet unable to due to the ramifications it would impose on his dignity. He found himself trapped. This was the palace of the Haoyue dynasty. To depart now would tarnish his reputation and bring disgrace upon the Xianxian sect. Young master, leave this matter to me. Do not disgrace yourself. Understood. Emerging from behind Jiang Kuan was an elder with a hooked nose, wide face, and small eyes. The sole divine emperor accompanying Jiang Kuan, known as the Old Eagle. The aura emanating from the Old Eagle was formidable. He stood as if a tempest had descended, an unrestrained, killing intent surging forth. Regardless of who you are, to provoke the Xianxian sect will exact a heavy toll. The dignity of the Xianxian sect is inviolable. What if you can slay 2 divine kings? Accompanying the young master to uphold the sect's honor is paramount. Su Chen smiled. What brings you amusement? I find it laughable that your Xianxian sect members are so obstinate. You truly will not withdraw until a few more perish. Therefore, let all of you remain here. Tang Shui was utterly petrified. She could not have anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. It was far beyond her predictions. Initially, she had only intended to leverage Su Chen's presence to refuse Jiang Kuan's proposal, unwilling to sacrifice her own happiness. Who could have foreseen that Su Chen would be so domineering, disregarding the Xianxian sect entirely? Not only slaying 2 divine kings, but also seemingly intent on dealing with the young sect master? Su Gu, please do not act rashly. They hail from the Xianxian sect, and it is said they have divine warriors among them. Divine warriors? What of it? Su Chen replied dismissively. The divine warrior realm ranks 6th among the realms. A mere step away from the god of war, Su Chen was fully aware of what the divine warrior status entailed. If it were someone else, they might indeed tremble before the divine sound sect. As for himself, he harbored no fear. Had he been afraid, he would not have acquiesced to Tang Shui's insistence on intervening, nor would he have so brazenly eliminated the 2 divine kings of the sect. Chapter 592, The Dread of the Dynasty. Su Chen remained silent, fully aware of Tang Shui's concerns and intentions. However, the situation had escalated to such an extent that even if he were willing to compromise, he believed the divine sound sect would not relent. For these so-called major sects, face is paramount. The expression on the old hawk's face darkened ominously, his murderous intent erupting like an endless abyss, enveloping the entire palace. Before the old hawk could make a move, Su Chen acted first. He stepped forward, his hands coalescing into palms as he unleashed the annihilation palm. A domineering imprint that surged forth, imbued with an overwhelmingly tyrannical aura, crashing like relentless waves. He understood the disparity in strength between a divine emperor and himself. It was inconceivable to deploy the war god's divine droplets for the sake of a mere divine emperor, nor could he summon his elder brother, Zhan Ba, at will. To achieve a swift resolution, he had to exert himself with full force. He simultaneously unleashed 3 formidable domains: the domain of slaughter, the domain of execution, and the domain of gravity. Boom. The clash of their attacks reverberated, the surging waves of energy radiating outward like an expansive spider's web. The old hawk's countenance changed drastically, feeling ensnared in a quagmire, as 2 distinctly different waves of murderous intent began to crush him relentlessly. Tang Shui and the others watched in astonishment, utterly shocked. No one had anticipated that Su Chen could withstand the might of a divine emperor with his ancestral god realm, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. They would never have believed such a feat possible. Tang Ju swallowed hard, increasingly aware of the dread, given Su Chen's formidable prowess. Any reckless movement on his part could spell catastrophic consequences for the entire Haoyue dynasty. To contend with a divine emperor while being merely an ancestral god was an unfathomable display of strength. Enveloped by the 3 domains, the astonished and enraged old hawk dared not hesitate. This battle was one he could not afford to lose. Face and dignity were secondary. Losing meant losing his life. Under normal circumstances, any divine emperor could easily slay an ancestral god warrior, yet he never expected to confront an exception. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Let me demonstrate my divine sound palm. The divine sound palm, the pinnacle martial art of the divine sound sect, erupted with a fierce wind, its sound like shattering notes, piercing and grating. The overwhelming palm imprint descended like a mountain, exerting tremendous pressure. Annihilation palm versus divine sound palm. The two martial arts were not even on the same level, even if the old hawk unleashed the divine sound palm to suppress the annihilation palm. It was nearly an impossible feat. Boom. Amidst the continuous collisions, the air filled with shattering palm imprints that rolled out like cascading waves. Imperial brother. We must make a decisive choice now, one spoke. His strength is exceedingly abnormal. Previously in the Haoyue forest, he slaughtered everyone from the 12 dynasties and disregarded even the divine sound sect. If we show any negligence, our dynasty may be in jeopardy. Had it been 2 days prior, Tang Ju would have scoffed at such claims, refusing to believe that a mere ancestral god could stir such turmoil. But now, the situation was drastically different. Let Tang Shui step forward. We must first secure our dynasty. You go speak to her. Understood. At that moment, both Tang Ju and Tang Feng were thoroughly frightened, for they had never anticipated Su Chen's strength to be so overwhelming. As the battle escalated, the old hawk grew increasingly astonished, a flicker of terror evident in his eyes. Regardless of whether he wished to accept it, the reality was undeniable. His complexion grew paler. Yet he did not retreat, fully aware that if he did, the young sect master would surely be slaughtered. While others might cower before the divine sound sect, this individual, if he were to fear them, would not have made a move. Stepping back, the old hawk's face was etched with fury and disbelief. Unable to accept the humiliating truth that, as a dignified divine emperor, he was being suppressed by a mere ancestral god. It was utterly disgraceful. A reality he could barely fathom. Elder Hawk. He had initially intended to intervene, but the words lodged in Jiang Kuan's throat. As he realized that if there was even a sliver of opportunity, Elder Hawk would not be so subdued. It turned out that the old hawk possessed a hybrid bloodline, part human and part beast, but had later suppressed his beastly lineage through secret cultivation techniques. He would only unleash his beast bloodline when absolutely necessary, as doing so came at a great personal cost. Chapter 593, Dragon Hawk Bloodline, Frantic Breakthrough. The old hawk was genuinely enraged. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to utilize his beast bloodline. Each time he invoked it, the harm to himself was significant. Just then, a mark gradually appeared on his forehead, resembling a solitary eagle soaring through the vast heavens, its cold eyes radiating an oppressive aura. A piercing eagle cry resonated throughout the palace. In the astonished gazes of everyone present, a colossal eagle apparition swiftly materialized behind the old hawk. Its icy gaze fixated on its prey as if it intended to devour it whole. Humph! Jiang Kuan let out a snort, confident in the power of the bloodline that Elder Hawk had activated. With Elder Hawk's cultivation, once he forcefully invoked his beast bloodline, even a warrior 5 ranks higher would not stand a chance against him. It was undeniable that this individual's strength was indeed formidable. Despite being merely in the ancestral god realm, he could suppress a divine emperor. In the case of other divine emperor warriors, the outcome of this battle was far from certain. However, the circumstances had now shifted drastically. With Elder Hawk utilizing his bloodline, he was sure to successfully slay him. No one could afford to offend or challenge the dignity of the divine sound sect. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Kill. Most importantly, this individual had dared to tell him to leave in front of someone he admired, a profound humiliation indeed. With the beast bloodline fully awakened within him, the old hawk was reluctant to believe it, yet the evidence was irrefutable. He had to exert himself to the utmost to ensure his survival and reclaim his lost dignity. Dragon breath. In the astonished gazes of Tang Ju and the others, the eagle apparition behind the old hawk began to evolve, embodying a terrifying dragon breath, transforming into a dragon-headed eagle with a long tail. Kid, this is my dragon hawk bloodline. If you can withstand 3 strikes, I shall allow you to leave. Elder Hawk held unwavering confidence in his dragon hawk bloodline. Not to mention this individual was merely an ancestral god. Even a first-level divine sovereign would not pose a threat to him. Had it only been the eagle bloodline, Su Chen might have exerted all his strength. However now, the bloodline he faced was the dragon hawk bloodline. In his hand, the dragon prison circle materialized. According to the system's instructions, this artifact possessed a limitation regarding realms. It could disregard the existence of divine dragons within 3 realms. This meant that even though he had ascended to the ancestral god realm, he could traverse the calamity god realm, the divine sovereign realm, and the divine monarch realm, effectively imprisoning any divine dragon below the level of the divine king. However, divine dragons at the divine king level remained exempt. To confine a divine king-level dragon, he would first need to transcend his own limits and elevate from the ancestral god realm to the calamity god realm, even if it was merely the first level of the latter. For others, achieving such a leap, advancing 4 tiers from the 6th level of Ancestral God Realm to the Calamity God Realm, would be an impossible feat yet. Su Chen harbored unwavering confidence in himself. He summoned all the power from his refining desolation vessel, voraciously devouring energy, and began an explosive surge. Bolstered by his myriad talents and chaotic physique. What was he doing? Was that him? The limping Tang Haoqian gazed at the youth embroiled in battle, his mind momentarily blank, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, Tang Ju solemnly remarked, if nothing unforeseen occurs, Su Chen is striving to break through his cultivation. What? Choosing to break through at this moment seems rather ludicrous. Father, what on earth is happening? Tang Ju despised his ineffectual son for disregarding his royal status. Inciting the wrath of such a calamity, Tang Feng, unwilling to believe, asserted, brother, the outcome is already decided. Even if Su Chen manages to ascend to the Calamity God Realm, he cannot alter the course of battle. Except for Tang Shui. Everyone else wished for Su Chen's defeat at the hands of the eagle. It was evident to all that should Su Chen emerge victorious, it would bring no benefit to either the Haoyue dynasty or the Shenin sect. Tang Ju shook his head, expressing, for reasons unknown, I have an unsettling feeling about this. This individual can contend with a divine emperor at the Ancestral God Realm. Once his cultivation reaches the Calamity God Realm, he may very well continue to resist. Brother. The eagle wields the dragon eagle bloodline, a lineage of unparalleled ferocity, Tang Feng lamented. He understood his father's concerns. For the Haoyue dynasty represented the collective efforts of countless ancestors and could not afford any missteps. Meanwhile, the eagle, channeling the dragon eagle bloodline, sensed the surging aura emanating from the youth and narrowed his eyes. What was this? Was the individual attempting to break through his own cultivation? The eagle laughed, utterly perplexed. Given the circumstances, he could not fathom where the opponent derived such courage to resist so fervently. Foolish boy, it is too late. Had you not provoked us, your potential would have surely led you to become an unparalleled powerhouse. But now, you seek your own demise. Do not blame others. The eagle had complete faith in the dragon eagle bloodline, convinced that the opponent must be quaking in fear, otherwise, he would not be so desperately striving to elevate his cultivation. Ignoring the eagle's taunts, Su Chen relentlessly assaulted his internal cultivation. With a resounding crack, he broke through his limits, ascending from the 6th level of the Ancestral God Realm to the 7th. His cultivation surged wildly. 8th level, 9th level, peak Ancestral God Realm. The crucial moment had arrived, for in Su Chen's view, there was no distinction between the 6th and peak Ancestral God Realm. The Dragon Prison Circle still imposed realm restrictions. To utilize the circle to suppress the Dragon Eagle bloodline, he must first ascend to the Calamity God Realm, and this final step was imperative. At that moment, Su Chen disregarded all else, launching into another fervent breakthrough as the power within the refining desolation vessel flowed ceaselessly. In the instant of his breakthrough, his cultivation gracefully advanced from the peak Ancestral God Realm to the 1st level of the Calamity God Realm. Had he truly broken through? Su Chen had leaped across several tiers, transitioning directly from the 6th level of the Ancestral God Realm to the 1st level of the Calamity God Realm. Was this real? Everyone, including Tang Shui, was left dumbfounded, for they comprehended the implications of such talent and potential. It was simply extraordinary. To provoke such an individual was akin to courting death. Destruction was the only outcome, or perhaps avoidance. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed there was no alternative to annihilation. And all hope rested on the eagle from the Shenin sect. Chapter 594. 4 words, kill without hesitation. Had he truly broken through? What of it? The eagle wore a face of scorn and derision, dismissing the opponent entirely. In his view, the distinction between the Ancestral God Realm and the Calamity God Realm was negligible now that he had summoned the Dragon Eagle bloodline. For words, kill without hesitation. Dragon Eagle annihilation. As the eagle's voice reverberated through the palace, the ethereal form of the Dragon Eagle coalesced behind him and lunged fiercely towards Su Chen, a tempestuous aura engulfing the entire hall. A surge of elation coursed through Su Chen. His breakthrough had indeed come at a fortuitous moment. As he beheld the Dragon Eagle's phantom charging towards him, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he hurled the Dragon Prison Circle with great force. Boom. The terrifying, domineering shockwave radiated outward, leaving Tang Ju and the others aghast. They could distinctly sense a formidable aura emanating from the Dragon Eagle phantasm. With a resounding roar of the dragon and a screech of the eagle, the sounds reverberated throughout the palace. The bloodline within Su Chen surged chaotically. The eagle's intention was clear, to end the battle swiftly, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to escape. Just as everyone believed Su Chen was doomed, the situation took a sudden turn. The colossal Dragon Eagle phantasm was ensnared in a yellow circle, and torrents of power erupted from the dragon prison circle, beginning to confine the dragon eagle phantasm. What was happening? Impossible. This could not be. The once confident eagle, feeling his bloodline forcibly restrained and rendered immobile, was now gripped by an overwhelming fear. Hearing the eagle's terrified cries, the onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Had the eagle encountered an unforeseen mishap? Mr. Su, I, the eagle, acknowledge my faults. Please, show mercy. Young Sectmaster, save me. What? Upon hearing the eagle's plea for help, Tang Ju and the others were utterly stunned, as no one could have anticipated such a reversal in fortunes. Just moments ago, the battle had seemed one-sided. How could it have suddenly shifted? Was it related to Su Chen's breakthrough? One by one, the god-slaying absolute bones materialized in the air, and Su Chen's gaze turned frigid. Pleading for mercy? Su Chen, regardless of who you are, release Uncle Eagle at once, and I shall consider this matter forgotten. Otherwise, you must be aware of the consequences of provoking the Xianxian sect. A threat? Su Chen found it utterly amusing. Did this lackey truly believe he could intimidate him? By daring to strike, it was evident he bore no fear of the Xianxian sect. Attempting to coerce him was an exercise in futility. As the god-slaying absolute bones coalesced, resembling a horde of venomous serpents fixated on their prey, a total of 99 gleaming spikes hovered ominously. You cannot kill me. I hail from the Xianxian sect, where divine warriors stand guard. Su Chen remained silent. The answer was 199 divine-slaying bone nails, which shot directly towards the elder eagle, piercing it with unerring accuracy. The multitude of bloodied wounds was horrifying, causing Tang Haoyan and his companions to tremble in fear. It was an act of sheer brutality, showing no regard for the reputation of the Divine Sound sect, as they ruthlessly eliminated a god-emperor warrior from their ranks. There are but 3 words to encapsulate it: utterly insane. Witnessing Uncle Eagle's merciless slaughter left Jiang Kuan shivering in dread. The opponent was a madman, completely dismissing any threats posed by him. Were it anyone else, they would certainly think twice before provoking such a figure. Su Chen, I can leave now. Faced with the lunatic, Jiang Kuan ultimately chose to capitulate, as he had no desire to meet his demise. Should the other truly strike, his fall would be inevitable. Even if the sect sought revenge on his behalf in the future, what good would it do? Tang Ju, Tang Haoyan, and the others looked on in disbelief as Jiang Kuan, the esteemed young lord of the Divine Sound sect, chose to yield. Su Chen, however, shook his head and smiled, saying, to uproot the threat is to eliminate future woes. If I let you depart, the Divine Sound sect will still trouble me later. It is better to kill you now and resolve the alliance issue. What do you think? You dare to kill me? Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms? Are you more than human? I almost forgot that you rely on the backing of the Divine Sound sect. Su Chen mocked with a cold smile. Rest assured, I will pay a visit to the Divine Sound sect when time allows. I hope they do not disappoint me then. Such bravado. Hearing Su Chen's words, Tang Ju and the others couldn't help but scorn in their hearts. They believed that in the near term, Su Chen would certainly not dare to recklessly approach the Divine Sound sect. The thought might linger, but the reality was that Su Chen's prowess had thoroughly intimidated Tang Ju and the others. Who would dare provoke a madman capable of slaying God-Emperor warriors? Brother Su, let this matter rest. If you kill Jiang Kuan, the Divine Sound sect will undoubtedly retaliate against you, and I am not worth such trouble. Tang Shui felt a mixture of gratitude and concern in her heart, fully aware of the might of the Divine Sound sect. With sacred warriors stationed within, only the War God Emperor could suppress them. While she acknowledged Su Chen's formidable strength, she knew it was implausible for him to contend against the Divine Sound sect alone. She could not bear the thought of Su Chen losing his life over this matter. Should that occur, she would not wish to live on. Tang Shui, remember what I am about to say? Brother Su, please speak. We do not know each other. Let the matter of today be reported as a conflict between myself and Jiang Kuan, resulting in his death, with no ties to your Haoyue dynasty. Su Chen's intent was clear to Tang Shui and the others. After all, Jiang Kuan was the young lord of the Divine Sound sect. Should he fall within the Haoyue dynasty, the sect would surely not let it slide, and the consequences for the Haoyue dynasty would be dire. Tang Ju and the others felt a surge of relief. They wished to distance themselves from this individual immediately, for in life and death situations, no one could afford to ignore the threat. The Haoyue dynasty had no chance against the formidable Divine Sound sect. There was no suspense in that. Brother Su, should you wish to recognize me as your sister, you must heed my words. If the opportunity arises in the future, you may enter my sect to cultivate. But not now. Su Chen was sincerely grateful for Tang Shui's life-saving grace. To assist her this time, he felt compelled to be resolute. Only by eliminating Jiang Kuan could he sever the latter's ambitions. To avoid implicating Tang Shui, he could only declare that he had no relations with the Haoyue dynasty. for only then could he ensure their safety from the divine sound sect's retribution. Listening to the youth's words, Jiang Kuan was utterly stunned. He clearly understood the implication and dared not linger. With a swift step, he vanished from sight. Chapter 595, The Celestial and Earthly Buddha Slaughter Formation. Planning to flee? Chen chuckled coldly. Given the current situation, he would not let Jiang Kuan escape unscathed, leaving any potential trouble behind. Only by completely eradicating the threat could he ensure peace. He cared little about the so-called divine sound sect. As three formidable domains converged simultaneously, enveloping Jiang Kuan, he involuntarily shivered. His complexion changed dramatically, for at that moment, Jiang Kuan was utterly terrified. Previously, he had believed that Chen would not dare to act. Considering the backing of the divine sound sect, to kill him would be tantamount to challenging their authority. Unless one were a war god emperor, who would dare? But now, genuine fear washed over him, for his opponent was a madman, one who feared nothing and adhered to no reason. There was no rational discourse with a lunatic. Threatening a madman, was it of any use? Not in the slightest. His only aim now was to survive and escape the dynasty. Should he perish? Even if his sect avenged him later, what would it matter? He would be gone, with no hope of resurrection. Chen, as long as you spare me. Feel free to set any terms. I will comply without hesitation. Chen did not allow Jiang Kuan to finish, as domineering sword energy enveloped him. Amidst the cries of agony, Jiang Kuan's body was pierced by the sword energy, countless bloody holes marring his form. Jiang Kuan was dead? Chen truly killed Jiang Kuan? Tang Ju, Tang Feng, and Tang Haoyan were utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom such an outcome. They dared not speak. For this matter was beyond the reach of the Haoyuan dynasty. Neither the divine sound sect nor Chen were entities they could provoke. Tang Shui, you and I are friends. I have fulfilled my promise to you. From this moment forth, we are strangers. Farewell, Brother Su. Tang Shui gazed at the gradually vanishing figure, her understanding of Chen's intent dawning upon her. He wished to avoid implicating her in the Haoyuan dynasty. With Jiang Kuan's brutal demise, it was certain that the divine sound sect would not let it rest. Retribution would follow. Quickly spread the word that someone clashed with Jiang Kuan, leading to his demise, and that our Haoyuan dynasty was entirely unaware of the incident. Understood. As night fell, the desolate mountains appeared extraordinarily eerie, with fierce winds howling through the air. Little Fatty, are you sure this is the place? Little Fatty nodded, stating, Boss, trust me. My instincts are never wrong. The aura here, though thin, is quite unique, imbued with a sense of slaughter. Chen, of course, had no reason to doubt Little Fatty's words. Following his lead, they unknowingly arrived at a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees, with a dark, ominous void enveloping the entire area, sending chills down their spines. Buzz, buzz. Just then, a cacophony of piercing bell sounds resonated from all directions. Akin to the tolling of a death knell, capable of deeply eroding a warrior's mind and consuming their essence. Chen became acutely alert, keenly observing his surroundings. His instincts warned him that something was amiss, far too sinister. He simultaneously unleashed three formidable domains, the gravity domain, the slaughter domain, and the killing domain, radiating outward from himself in a frenzied expansion. 99 divine slaying bone nails surged forth simultaneously, enveloped in the confluence of three formidable domains, ruthlessly piercing outward in a deadly assault. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a tumultuous storm, it seemed as though layers of invisible barriers were forcefully torn asunder by the divine slaying nails. In an instant, a remarkable aura of Buddhist essence descended, enveloping the surroundings. Chen had begun to grasp the 13 chapters of array techniques, and coupled with his previous mastery of array formations, he had acquired a rudimentary understanding of the subject. As he breached the intangible barriers, he found himself shrouded in waves of Buddhist essence. Scattered around him were numerous stone statues of the Buddhist gates, a staggering total of 108. Each statue appeared grotesque, towering several meters high. They resembled the malevolent spirits of the underworld rather than serene embodiments of Buddhism. Notably, the eyes of each statue seemed to pierce through the cycles of existence, imbued with the weight of countless ages. The piercing sounds of anguished souls erupted from the 108 statues, giving Chen the impression that they were akin to harbingers of doom. Emerging from the depths of hell, he could almost assert that he was indeed confronting an array, and a Buddhist one at that. Could it be that it suppressed some malevolent treasure? At times, Chen found himself genuinely admiring the sensitivity of his companion, Little Fatty, who could still sense the array's presence under such a formidable seal. Since Little Fatty had brought him here, he was determined to breach the array and uncover its secrets. He began his observations. Among the 108 statues, 36 stood at approximately 4 meters tall. while the remaining 72 towered over 3 meters. As the mournful toll of death knells resonated, Chen began to discern the nature of this Buddhist array, the heavenly gangs and earthly fiends Buddhist slaughter formation. His expression grew increasingly solemn. It was precisely because he had started to comprehend the 13 chapters of array techniques that he understood the true might of this formation. The heavenly gangs and earthly fiends Buddhist slaughter formation was indeed a formidable array. Chen felt acutely the overwhelming, terrifying force emanating from within. Would anyone else dare to recklessly breach such a formation? Certainly not. Yet Chen was an exception. He believed that to not contend for precious treasures would be an affront to himself. Even fully aware of the peril, he could not refrain from seizing the opportunity. Most importantly, he was almost certain that beneath the 108 statues lay a suppressed evil treasure. A tempest of murderous intent swept through the vicinity, the wrathful energy surging from the statues coalescing into a swirling dust storm. Breaking the array forcefully was paramount and utterly direct. The combined onslaught of the Chaos Axe, the Divine Slayer Spear, and the 99 Divine Slaying Bone Nails rained down upon the statues, inciting their ire. They struck relentlessly, 1,000 blows reverberating through the air. In that moment, with a deafening explosion, all 108 statues shattered simultaneously, transforming into countless fragments that cascaded downwards. Upon witnessing the devastation, Chen was taken aback, for seated within each shattered statue were the remains of the Buddhas. His gaze sharpened, as he realized that each of these skeletal remains belonged to a war god at the level of Divine Emperor. A total of 108 war god Divine Emperors had combined their essences to form the statues, thereby establishing the array to suppress something ominous. It was evident that this suppression held profound significance. The skeletal Buddhas, seated in meditation, clasped their hands together, radiating a formidable Buddhist essence that coalesced into a massive dust storm. Just then, a heavy, disdainful snort echoed from the skeletal remains. We have utilized our own ascetic power to manifest the authority of these statues and to establish the heavenly gangs and earthly fiends Buddhist slaughter formation to suppress the demon infant. Should you breach the formation, and should the demon infant be released into the world, it will surely wreak havoc upon the populace, bringing untold suffering to the divine realm. If the demon's shadow ravages the living, you shall bear the burden of responsibility. In consideration of our compassion, should you choose to embrace asceticism, we shall no longer pursue the matter. The remnants of the Buddhas contained lingering souls, and Chen was not particularly surprised. He had already suspected as much. 108 war god Divine Emperors, even as mere bones, were not to be underestimated. It was crucial to recognize that among all warriors in the divine realm, the war god Divine Emperors were the most formidable beings, and the combined might of 108 Buddhas suppressing a single entity spoke volumes about the significance of the demon infant they referenced. Chen felt no fear. Rather, a thrill surged within him. The very fact that 108 war god Divine Emperors had united to suppress something indicated the immense power of the demon infant, which he was determined to acquire. Observing their silence, the skeletal Buddhas assumed that the young man had been cowed by their presence. Benefactor, we now offer you our ascetic assistance. In the future, when you have amassed sufficient merit, we shall surely aid you in transcending your limits. Fools. As the skeletal Buddhas prepared to act, they were taken aback by the young man's sudden outburst of contempt. Their rage ignited. As war god Divine Emperors, even in their current state, they could easily subdue a mere mortal warrior. Presumptuous. We sacrifice ourselves to suppress the demon infant for the sake of the populace. As a member of the divine realm, is it not your duty to contribute? What is so wrong with that? Chen's cold laughter was laced with derision. Their self-righteousness sickened him. What if I refused to sacrifice? You old monks would dare to bind me with your moralistic chains, but beware, death may grant you no rebirth. His words left the skeletal Buddhas in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that a mere mortal warrior would dare to reject and insult them so brazenly. I advise you not to act recklessly, benefactor. We are willing to converse with you amicably. You would do well to recognize the situation. Once we completely suppress and refine the demon infant, you will receive the opportunity you deserve. Should you reject this and continue to speak arrogantly, we shall be left with no choice but to subdue you, condemning you to an eternity without rebirth. We hope you will reconsider your decision. Within the ranks of the 108 skeletal Buddhas, some bore tempers of varying degrees. How dare you, insignificant wretch, negotiate with us and insult our dignity? You may have been granted an opportunity, but squander it, and when we suppress you, it will be too late to plead for mercy. Rage swelled. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. The moment Chen shattered the formidable Buddhist killing formation of heaven and earth, he had thoroughly incited the ire of all the Buddha's skeletal remains. However, Adhering to the principle of celestial benevolence, these skeletal Buddhas refrained from immediately striking him down. Yet, they were astounded by the audacity and arrogance of the young warrior, who dared to reject and humiliate them openly, an affront they found utterly intolerable. Among the 108 Buddha remains, there were particularly ruthless figures, for many Buddhas in the world possessed a propensity for slaughter. Benefactor, we have shown considerable goodwill. After years of suppressing the demonic infant, we believe we are on the brink of refining it. Should you be willing to accept this fortuitous arrangement, we shall undoubtedly present you with a grand opportunity. We sincerely hope you do not let this chance slip away, they implored. Chen felt a measure of surprise. He found it hard to believe that these so-called monks would exhibit such kindness, so earnestly advising him and even offering him opportunities. Was this some kind of jest? He could not fathom that these old monks would be so altruistic. Even under duress, he would not accept such claims. The only explanation for their behavior was that his successful breach of the stone statue's seal was unfavorable to the Buddha remains. It appeared they required him as a medium to re-establish the formation. Otherwise, these monks would have wasted no time in dispatching him, without a doubt. This was also the reason behind his disdain for the Buddhas. They were utterly repugnant. To succinctly describe them, they were wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. In his cold gaze lay a tumultuous sea of murderous intent. To assert that he felt no fear would be disingenuous. Chen understood the implications of facing a divine war god. Even if these Buddhas existed merely as fragmented souls, the combined force of 108 divine war god Buddhas could not be withstood by his current cultivation level. He believed that even a divine warrior would struggle to contend with such a formidable assembly. Young man, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you willingly enter nirvana and assist us in re-establishing the heavenly and earthly Buddhist killing formation? If you refuse, you will share the same fate as the demonic infant, subjugation. Doomed to eternal non-rebirth, they declared, delivering their ultimatum. Chen could perceive that the skeletal Buddhas were genuinely enraged. Had it not been for his astute deduction that they required him to rearrange the formation, he was certain they would have already made their move to annihilate him. Others might have quaked in fear, feeling compelled to acquiesce regardless of their willingness. But Chen remained undeterred, scoffing repeatedly. Even if all 108 Buddhas were present in their true forms, he would still refuse to compromise. Chapter 597, Devouring the Last Drop of Divine Emperor's Essence. Grasping the drop of Divine Emperor's Essence, Chen felt no trepidation toward the 108 skeletal Buddhas. Even in defeat, he would never choose to surrender. The fact that it took the combined effort of all 108 Buddhas to act against him and required him to enter nirvana to suppress the situation already spoke volumes about the strength of the demonic infant. He must seize control of the demonic infant. Chen was eager to uncover its true nature. I have no need for such an opportunity, he retorted disdainfully. He found their pretensions of righteousness and moral superiority repugnant. Even without the matter of the demonic infant, he would not spare these skeletal Buddhas. Subjugation is imperative. Moreover, these so-called old monks presume to threaten and coerce him, believing him to be easy prey, to do as they please. Young man, it seems I am wasting my breath. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Amitabha, the Buddha is compassionate. If you refuse to sacrifice your small self, then we will assist you. But we shall not annihilate you entirely. Rather, your primordial spirit will be suppressed here, destined to reincarnate across the ages. Chen was thoroughly incensed. These wretched old monks increasingly fancied themselves saviors. 99 god-slaying bones manifested simultaneously, hurtling towards the 108 skeletal Buddhas, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy. Presumptuous, reckless. Since the benefactor is so obstinate, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Subjugate him. The chilling voice bore no trace of emotion. At that very moment, the 108 skeletal Buddhas unleashed a vast, overwhelming aura, crafting swastikas amidst a dazzling display of Buddhist light. Streams of Buddhist essence roared like ancient beasts, as if they sought to subdue the very heavens and earth. The might of the Buddhas was unparalleled, not to be trifled with. The combined force of 108 strands of Buddhist essence surged towards Chen like a raging ocean. The skeletal Buddhas regarded Chen with disdain. To them, he was but an insignificant insect, scarcely worthy of consideration. Even without their full strength combined, a single skeletal Buddha could effortlessly subdue him without a hint of doubt. As he held the last drop of Divine Emperor's essence, Chen was loath to squander it. After having dispatched 3 drops already, he had but 1 remaining. Should he deploy it, he would be left with no recourse against any insurmountable force, rendering him reliant on summoning his elder brother, the war tyrant. Chen resolved to head to the Abyssal Island post-haste to seek out the Abyssal Lord he had vanquished. While he could summon his elder brother at any time, he was wary of over-reliance on that option. Once or twice would be manageable, but what if 3 or 4 times? As he observed the young warrior standing motionless, the skeletal Buddhas scoffed, mocking the pitiable youth who, lacking strength, attempted to pose before them. To flaunt one's bravado requires the means to back it up, otherwise, one risks being undone by their own arrogance. At that moment, Chen shattered the Divine Emperor's essence, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped him in a protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The 108 strands of Buddhist essence struck relentlessly against the barrier he had conjured. Under normal circumstances, any single strand of Buddhist essence could easily obliterate a warrior of the divine realm, and even the mightiest divine emperor would struggle to withstand it, given the formidable reputation of the divine war god. Yet, the situation was markedly different now. The barrier Chen had summoned radiated a golden hue, impervious to the relentless onslaught of the Buddhist essence, which could not breach its defenses. The divine war god, the golden divine war god. Feeling the aura emanating from the golden barrier, the skeletal Buddhas were utterly astonished. None had anticipated that this youth could exude the essence of a divine war god, and particularly that of a golden divine war god. It is worth noting that there are 10 ranks among divine war gods, distinguished by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gold. The golden divine war god ranks at the pinnacle, the most potent entity beneath the main divine emperor. 108 divine warriors. The deities of the Buddha lacked even a single golden tier warrior among them, fully aware of the implications of such a rank. Their previously unwavering confidence had evaporated entirely. A golden tier divine warrior could undoubtedly obliterate them all, reducing their remains to mere dust, let alone their current predicament, even at their peak. The combined might of the 108 Buddhas, all divine warriors, would be futile against a golden tier divine warrior. Each would still be but a mere younger sibling in comparison, having summoned the power of the divine droplets. Chen cast a scornful gaze upon the remains of the 108 Buddhas. His eyes were as cold as ice. He harbored no goodwill toward the Buddhas, especially these 108 old bald men, each of whom was far from virtuous, their mouths full of empty platitudes of morality. They dared to attempt to suppress him and sought to use him as a medium to reconfigure their formations, were it not for his reliance on the divine droplets, or the ever-looming presence of his elder brother, Zhanba. Anyone else in his position would be left bewildered and unfortunate. Although the 108 Buddhas existed only as remnants of their former selves, their power was undeniable. The realms of slaughter, execution, and gravity converged simultaneously, enveloping all the Buddha's remains. Chen's intent was clear: no one would escape. Not a single one of these bald men would live to tell the tale. Benefactor, it was all a misunderstanding. We acted out of urgency to suppress the demon infant, which threatens all living beings. Once it breaks free, it will be nearly impossible to contain. We hope you can consider the plight of the world and refrain from harboring any resentment or anger. If you are willing to set aside your grievances and assist us in resealing the demon infant, we can assure you that all Buddhas in the divine realm will be your allies henceforth. Please, think of the welfare of the world. The 108 Buddhas had resorted to moral coercion, for they dared not act further, realizing the overwhelming aura radiating from Chen that spoke volumes. A golden tier divine warrior, the mightiest among divine warriors and second only to the supreme god, was a force they could not contend with, even at their zenith. Listening to the tiresome rhetoric of the bald men, Chen could not help but chuckle, utterly speechless as he surveyed the remains of the Buddhas around him. It was truly a case of moral coercion. Having already drawn upon the power of the divine droplets, how could he possibly consider sparing these monks? He did not bother to utter another word of idle talk. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 swords, the sword of extermination, the sword of slaughter, the sword of trapping, and the sword of absolute, suddenly surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of sword cries, their fierce and domineering sword chi rampaging through the void. As the 3 realms converged and the ferocious sword chi surged, all the Buddha's remnants fell into utter chaos, as if they had foreseen their impending doom. No longer did they maintain their lofty demeanor or preach righteousness. They could see clearly that Chen had clearly harbored murderous intent. It was incomprehensible. How could a mere divine human realm warrior possess the might of a golden tier divine warrior? Was he perhaps the reincarnation of a golden tier divine warrior? Regardless of the reason, they were powerless to resist, for the strength of a golden tier divine warrior was an immutable fact, and it was too late for regrets. 2 paths lay before them. The first, to confront Chen head-on, risking their lives in a desperate struggle. With the combined strength of 108 Buddhas, they might collide with him. But the likelihood of victory was virtually zero. Once again, the might of a golden tier divine warrior was simply too formidable. The second path, to plead for mercy and seek a compromise, hoping he might spare them and assist in reinforcing the formation to seal the demon infant. Benefactor, do you truly wish to bring calamity upon the beings of the divine realm? Please, show mercy. The seal is weakening. If we perish, the formation will undoubtedly be breached, leading to the emergence of the demon infant and chaos in the divine realm. Do you not have family and friends? Do you wish to witness your loved ones fall victim to the demon infant? Chen chose to disregard their pleas. He indeed had family, and perhaps in the immortal realm, he might have considered it. But this was the divine realm, not the immortal realm. All his family resided in the immortal realm. As for his parents, he was uncertain, yet he believed that with his mother's family's power, the demon infant would think twice before provoking them. As for his father, he was a wanderer without a fixed abode. Chen could not fathom why there was no one in the divine realm capable of subduing the demon infant. It was utterly preposterous. However, he understood that in the divine realm, divine warriors were not invincible. Above them, including golden-tier divine warriors, lay the supreme god. The supreme god was the true embodiment of invincibility, a being before whom even a golden-tier divine warrior was akin to an ant. Such was the supreme god's standing and power within the divine realm. If divine warriors could not contain the demon infant, could the supreme god also be impotent? Should he himself fail to subdue the demon infant, he could always summon his elder brother, Zhanba, confident in his ability to handle the situation, having already harnessed the power of the divine droplets. Now possessing the strength of a golden-tier divine warrior, it would be an ideal outcome if he could seal the demon infant himself. As for the so-called calamity of living beings, what did it have to do with him? Whether the demon infant was good or evil, divine or demonic, in his hands it mattered not. As long as he wielded sufficient power, it would be deemed righteous. Thus, if they sought to morally coerce him, he could only respond with a single phrase, impossible. Ignoring the Buddha's incessant platitudes of morality, Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The four swords had manifested, bolstered by the convergence of the three realms, rendering escape for the 108 Buddhas remains utterly impossible. They were like fish in a barrel. With unshakable confidence, Chen prepared to consume the last drop of the divine droplets, having unleashed the four swords of extermination and invoked the three realms' convergence. There was no room for uncertainty. The ruthless and domineering sword Qi rampaged forth, akin to venomous serpents fixated on their prey, ready to strike at any moment. Benefactor, do not become the enemy of the world. Do not let blood flow like rivers and bring calamity upon the innocent. Do not forsake your family. Benefactor, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves to suppress the demon infant. He could no longer bear to listen. The more he heard, the more repulsed he felt. Chen's countenance was marred by disdain and disgust. Whether in the Tianwu continent, the immortal realm, or even the divine realm, the individuals he detested most were undoubtedly the practitioners of the Buddhist path. The four swords surged forth with blinding speed, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that began to envelop the remains of the 108 Buddhas, mercilessly executing their onslaught. There was no mercy to be found. The cold, slicing sword chi served as a harvester, relentlessly reaping the souls of the Buddhas. Chen's gaze grew colder still, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Not a single one of the 108 Buddhas could escape the massacre, their souls extinguished in an instant. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged from the ground, as if hell itself had collapsed, unleashing countless vengeful spirits. Chapter 598, The Might of the Demon Shadow. The chilling and wicked aura surged like a sandstorm, piercing the heavens. The demon infant? Sensing the atmosphere thickening with despair, Chen realized that his slaughter of the 108 Buddhas had caused the formation to disintegrate, thereby allowing the demon infant to emerge. Chen fully understood the implications of the demon infant's arrival. It requires the combined strength of 108 divine warlords and Buddhas to suppress the demon infant, which in itself illustrates the terrifying power of this entity. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen immediately began preparations for the suppression. The divine drops of power he had absorbed from the emperor could sustain him for a full 10 minutes. In Chen's estimation, as long as the demon infant was not a true god emperor, he believed that with the might of his golden-tier divine warlord's power, he could not only suppress but perhaps even subdue it. Giggling, I have finally emerged. I shall annihilate everyone. A blood-red infant, no larger than an arm's length, materialized, its terrifying aura sending shivers down Chen's spine. It was not a true god emperor. Chen was almost certain that the demon infant before him was definitely not a true god emperor, as long as it wasn't. With the golden-tier divine warlord's power he had consumed, he could undoubtedly subdue the demon infant. However, matters were not as simple as Chen had anticipated. The four swords of celestial execution, combined with the three great domains, began to relentlessly bombard the demon infant. Under normal circumstances, with Su Chen's current strength, he would encounter no issues unless facing a true God Emperor. But what was the result? Despite the continuous assaults, the demon infant appeared immune to Su Chen's onslaught. Immune? Su Chen's expression froze in disbelief. It seemed the demon infant's power far exceeded his understanding. No wonder 108 divine warlords and Buddhas were required to form a formation to suppress it. Of course, he would not choose to give up. Having already utilized the divine drops, even if he had to slay 108 Buddhas, he must successfully suppress the demon infant before the divine drops were fully consumed. Behind him, a chaotic golden body began to coalesce. The towering chaotic golden form stood proudly between heaven and earth, emanating waves of terrifying energy, as sword chi surged forth to fiercely suppress the demon infant. How audacious! You dare provoke me! The demon infant's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Boom! In an instant, their figures collided with a ferocity that escalated with each exchange. To Su Chen's astonishment, the demon infant was indeed not a true God Emperor, yet its strength was astonishingly formidable. His invincible doppelganger materialized, wielding the Pangu axe, and struck fiercely toward the demon infant's back. The doppelganger's strength was indistinguishable from that of Su Chen himself. Su Chen was resolute. He believed that together with his doppelganger, they could overpower the demon infant. Doppelganger? The demon infant cackled ominously. Today, let me show you what a true doppelganger is. As the words fell, the demon infant's form began to transform, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8, and so forth, until hundreds and thousands of demon infants coalesced, encircling Su Chen completely. The sky was filled with an army of demon infant doppelgangers, launching a savage onslaught against Su Chen and his doppelganger, their malevolent energy saturating the entire realm. Surrounded by the relentless assault of the demon infant doppelgangers, Su Chen found himself somewhat flustered, struggling to contend with the sheer volume of foes. Especially since he had already expended his last drop of divine power. The demon infant, the embodiment of malevolence, was vicious and ruthless, showing no regard for any living being, mercilessly slaughtering all in its path. He had initially thought that consuming the divine drops would ensure a successful suppression of the demon infant. And if he could even tame it, that would be the pinnacle of success. But now, the situation had drastically changed. Su Chen never expected the demon infant's power to be so tyrannical that even when suppressed by 108 Buddhas, it could still contend with him. The numerous demon infant doppelgangers loomed like dark clouds in the sky, and it was clear that no one could withstand the demon infant's annihilation. This was indisputable. The malevolence was overwhelming, and Su Chen dared not let his guard down. The demon infant's strength was grotesquely abnormal, and most importantly, he still had not discerned the true cultivation realm of the demon infant. Boss, we are here to assist you. The figures of Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei appeared simultaneously. Under different circumstances, Su Chen would have welcomed their aid, given their formidable strengths. However, in the current predicament, even with the divine drops at his disposal, he was unable to handle the situation, let alone rely on Xiao Pang and Xiao Mei. He forcibly suppressed them, not allowing them to be in danger. He absolutely could not let anything happen to them. With trepidation, Su Chen was wary of the demon infant's power. Regardless of his beliefs, continuing the battle was not feasible. He might not be able to withstand the demon infant. Once the divine drops were entirely depleted, he would undoubtedly be no match for the demon infant. Did he truly have to summon Brother Zhanba? Frustration welled within him. The demon infant doppelgangers surged forth like vengeful spirits from hell. Their gaping maws aimed directly at Su Chen, attacking without hesitation, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Boom. Employing the god-slaying palm and merging it with the reincarnation of time and space alongside the 3 great domains, Su Chen clashed violently with the doppelgangers. Powerful shockwaves radiating outward like a colossal spider's web. Kid, your power is indeed monstrous, but if you wish to leave alive in my presence, you shall have no opportunity. The demon infant cackled, its laughter laced with a chilling, spine-tingling resonance. System, is there any way to suppress the demon infant? Given the dire circumstances, Su Chen was reluctant to summon Brother Zhanba, and with the divine drops nearing depletion, he sought assistance from the system, hoping it could provide a means to successfully suppress the demon infant. The demon infant is classified as a mutated malevolence, its cultivation having reached the level of a golden-tier divine warlord. Once it manifests its doppelgangers, even an ordinary true god emperor would find it impossible to suppress. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Chen was utterly stunned. No wonder he could not suppress the demon infant even with the divine drops. It was because the demon infant itself possessed the cultivation level of a golden-tier divine warlord. The fact that even an ordinary true god emperor could not suppress the demon infant underscored the extent of its abnormal power. However, what baffled Su Chen was, given the demon infant's overwhelming strength, How could the 108 Buddhas have successfully suppressed it back in the day? There must have been some hidden truth. He could almost assert that even with the combined might of 108 Buddhas, they would certainly have failed to suppress the demon infant. Yet, he recalled that none of the Buddhas he had previously slain were golden-tier divine warlords. What could possibly explain this? Chen remained unaware that the suppression of the demon infant by the 108 Buddhas had not been due to their strength, but rather the sacrifice of a common true God Emperor, who had transformed his own life force into boundless Buddha energy to suppress the demon infant. To fully refine the demon infant, he had forcibly suppressed 108 Buddhas, arranging them into the Tiangang Disha Buddha killing formation to contain the demon infant. Who could have predicted that Chen would appear out of nowhere, shattering the formation and slaying the 108 Buddhas, thus allowing the demon infant to be reborn? This was still the demon infant, which had suffered severe injuries from that time and had not yet regained its peak strength. Otherwise, even with the divine drops, Chen would not stand a chance against it. These were facts unknown to Chen. All he recognized was that the demon infant's power was far too formidable. Even with the divine drops, he was unable to contend with it, and this predicament could not continue. The system's silence on whether it would assist him only added to his growing frustration. The host seeks to suppress the demon infant. There exists but one method. Speak quickly. Chapter 599. The Arrival of Battle Tyrant and the 8 Great Demon Emperors. Chen felt a pang of urgency. He had not anticipated that the strength of the demon infant would be so tyrannical. Even a typical gold-tier war god emperor could not subdue it, let alone an ordinary main god emperor. Regardless of how the 108 Buddhas accomplished it, he certainly could not manage to suppress it at this moment, even with the power of the divine emperor water droplet. Initially, he had approached this with a mere trial-and-error mindset. Yet he was astonished to find that the system indeed possessed a means to assist him in suppressing the demon infant. He could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. Chen had even resolved that if the system offered no solution, he would have no choice but to summon his elder brother, Battle Tyrant. He was somewhat reluctant, for unless absolutely necessary, he was loath to call upon Battle Tyrant so casually. If the host wishes to suppress the demon infant, one must completely merge divine power to subdue it with the might of the divine. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen was thoroughly disheartened. He understood the system's intent. Currently, he harbored 3 divine powers within him. He was merely mobilizing their strength, but had never genuinely refined or merged with their power. The reason was simple. Chen needed to traverse his own martial path, rather than that dictated by the divine. Even if he could refine and merge the divine powers, he believed his martial journey would be curtailed by the limits of the divine, which was utterly unacceptable to him. Pursuing his own martial path was an entirely different matter. Reluctant to employ the powers of the divine, he inquired of the system if there were alternative methods. As Chen battled the demon infant alongside his doppelganger, he sought the system's counsel on any other means to successfully subdue the creature. Hundreds of demon infants surrounded them. Waves of malevolent assaults surged forth like a tempest, mercilessly battering Chen without respite. Haha, your gold-tier war god emperor power is no match for me. To defeat me, you still lack the capability, boy. You might as well resign yourself to your fate. The demon infant cackled, its face etched with confidence, clearly dismissing the youth with palpable scorn and derision. The system has exhausted all conceivable methods to suppress the demon infant. With the system devoid of options, Chen found himself in a state of helplessness. The power of the divine water droplet within him gradually dwindled, and he believed that within 5 minutes, that power would vanish entirely. At that point, he would stand no chance of subduing the demon infant, and might even fall victim to it. With no recourse, he could only opt to summon his elder brother, Battle Tyrant. A jade token appeared in his hand, a relic left to him by Battle Tyrant. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the token. Boom. At the moment the jade token shattered, a tempestuous force erupted, causing the space to resonate with furious roars. An extremely domineering power pierced through the fabric of space, and Battle Tyrant's figure seemed to traverse the very horizons of time and space, stepping forth from a rift. A main god emperor, the demon infant, who had been relentlessly attacking Chen, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man. Its previous arrogance evaporated, and it dared not linger, swiftly retreating. The demon infant, a gold-tier war god emperor, could flee even from an ordinary main god emperor, yet now it was palpably intimidated. The 4 swords of immortality stood guard, their fierce and commanding sword energy enveloping the surroundings, forming a colossal web that ensnared the entire void. Demon infant? The freshly arrived Battle Tyrant regarded the throng of demon infant doppelgangers with a trace of astonishment, instantly comprehending the reason for Chen's summons. With a sweeping gesture, he began to proliferate his formidable palm prints, which rapidly blanketed the multitude of demon infant doppelgangers. under the overwhelming weight of his insurmountable palm prints. All the demon infant doppelgangers crumbled simultaneously. The demon infant was rendered utterly dumbfounded. It had possessed unshakable confidence in its doppelgangers. Brother Su, your luck is quite remarkable. You have encountered a demon infant. However, this particular demon infant is rather formidable, even with the power of the divine water droplet. You would not be able to subdue it. Su Chen could not help but chuckle wryly. He had not expected matters to unfold in such a manner. Originally believing that he could easily subdue and control the demon infant with the might of the divine water droplet, he was taken aback to discover that the demon infant's cultivation had reached the realm of a gold-tier war god emperor, making suppression impossible. Were it not for his ability to summon Battle Tyrant, he would have felt compelled to utilize the powers of the divine. Before Su Chen could voice his thoughts, the demon infant interjected, "Haha, since you are a main god emperor, you must be aware of the might of my demon kin within the divine realm. I hope you refrain from meddling in our affairs. Otherwise, even as a main god emperor, you shall find no escape." To threaten Battle Tyrant was to acknowledge the audacity of the demon infant. Yet, it must be understood that a main god emperor stands at the pinnacle of martial prowess within the divine realm. Any war god emperor, including a gold-tier war god emperor, is but a subordinate in comparison. After all, Battle Tyrant was not only a main god emperor, but also an exceptionally formidable one. As for Su Chen, upon hearing the term demon kin, he surmised that the demon infant likely hailed from the demon race. The fact that the demon infant dared to invoke the demon race to threaten Battle Tyrant indicated one thing: the demon race behind it must possess considerable strength. Moreover, Su Chen could distinctly perceive a flicker of gravity on Battle Tyrant's face, affirming that his speculation was indeed correct. The demon race mentioned by the demon infant was undoubtedly formidable. Battle Tyrant suddenly chuckled coldly. A mere demon infant dares to threaten me? Truly delusional. Even if the 8 demon emperors of your kin were to arrive, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Chapter 600, Obsession Triggers Divine Thunder. The demon infant laughed, though it was unclear whether this was a facade of calm or a forced smile, and mockingly retorted, "If the 8 great demon emperors of my kin were to descend, you would not speak so boldly." Just as the demon infant prepared to depart, a surge of divine power erupted from Battle Tyrant, forming a colossal web that forcibly suppressed the demon infant. "You dare to suppress me? Are you not afraid of my 8 demon emperors? I shall personally confront them in the future, but for now, you shall not leave alive. Brother, leave the demon infant to me." Su Chen could see that Battle Tyrant had adopted a murderous intent and would undoubtedly eradicate the demon infant at any moment. Capturing the gold-tier war god emperor demon infant would be a significant boon for him. As if sensing Su Chen's thoughts, Battle Tyrant nodded, denying the demon infant any chance of escape, and directly imprisoned and sealed it, handing it over to Su Chen. "With my power sealing it. Unless 2 or more main god emperors unite, none shall be able to break free, including the demon infant. Thank you. We are brothers. There is no need for formality." Su Chen had no doubt regarding Battle Tyrant's words. As a main god emperor with formidable strength, the demon infant, merely a gold-tier war god emperor, would certainly be unable to breach the sealing power Battle Tyrant had established. "Brother, what exactly are the demon kin and the 8 demon emperors that the demon infant mentioned?" Xianba pondered for a moment and said, "In the divine realm, there exists a remarkably formidable race, namely the demon clan that the magic infant just mentioned. The demon clan has stood in the divine realm for countless years, being one of the most terrifying races, boasting numerous deities and divine emperors among its ranks. Among them, the 8 demon emperors dominate the demon clan and are regarded as one of the pinnacle existences in the divine realm." As expected, Xianba's elder brother inquired, "Who is stronger, the 8 demon emperors or the 10 ancestral dragon clans?" "About equal." Xianba appeared somewhat anxious and replied, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to shatter the jade tablet. No matter what occurs, I will arrive at the first opportunity. I appreciate your assistance, elder brother. Farewell, take care. You too, take care." Without lingering further, Xianba stepped forward, his figure vanishing instantaneously. Observing the luminous orb in his hand, the magic infant was furiously striking against the seal, yet Xianba's seal was not so easily broken. "Young one, I advise you to release me. Otherwise, should the demon emperor descend in wrath, even with a deity or divine emperor backing you, it would still lead to your demise." Choosing to disregard the magic infant's threat, Su Chen felt no need to waste his breath. In his view, unless he possessed absolute confidence, he could not suppress and subdue the magic infant, and certainly not at this moment. He must seek an opportunity. At that moment, a voice thundered, "How dare you slay us? Today, we shall summon the divine thunder to obliterate your primordial spirit, ensuring you never reincarnate." The resonating chants of the 108 Buddhas, recently slain by Chen, surged forth with a powerful aura, ascending towards the heavens. Not completely annihilated? Impossible. Chen thought, fully confident in his strength. In his utmost effort to eradicate them, utilizing the last drop of Divine Emperor's essence, the 108 Buddhas should have perished. Yet, the reality before him was starkly different. It seemed their final obsession was indeed tenacious. The power of the Divine Emperor's essence within him had not yet dissipated and could sustain for approximately 2 more minutes. Chen was thoroughly enraged. He had surmised what the 108 Buddhas aimed to do, to unite their respective obsessions and summon the forces of heaven and earth. Could they truly accomplish this? Just as Chen prepared to strike and extinguish the last remnants of the Buddha's obsessions, their collective wills merged into the vast void. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered swiftly from all directions, forming a colossal vortex of thunderstorm, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the storm clouds, rampaging through the layers of clouds. Feeling the divine thunder lock onto him, Chen was astonished. Having not anticipated that the obsessions of the 108 Buddhas could indeed summon divine thunder, the pressure exerted by the divine thunder left him breathless, indicating he had made a grave miscalculation. He had never expected that the 108 Buddhas, whom he had utterly obliterated, could still emanate such obsessions and jointly call forth the divine thunder from the ninth heaven. His expression grew serious. Previously, he had restricted the lightning for refinement, conjuring a chaotic golden form, though success was not guaranteed each time. Divine thunder was undoubtedly one of the most powerful forces in existence. The roiling thunderclouds roared violently, and as the divine lightning descended, it rent the void with unparalleled ferocity. Layer upon layer of thunderclouds rolled and surged, with bolts of divine lightning resembling sharp blades piercing the layers of space, seemingly intent on completely shredding Chen. Had it been any other divine warrior, faced with such overwhelming divine thunder, they would have undoubtedly been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Chen felt no trepidation, rather, a thrill coursed through him. Without danger, how could there be opportunity? Boom, boom. Countless bolts of divine thunder had locked onto Chen and began their relentless assault. Instantly, he activated the chaotic enlightenment technique within him, forming a massive vortex, while behind him, a towering chaotic golden body coalesced, standing proudly amidst heaven and earth. As bolts of divine lightning tore through the void towards Chen, they struck fiercely against his chaotic golden body. The thunder roared, and the scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Utilizing the chaotic enlightenment technique and the chaotic golden body for refinement, he hoped to transcend his physical limits through the trials of divine thunder. His cultivation had already reached the first level of the Calamity God realm. Drawing near to the realm of divine position, he fervently wished to seize the moment and directly break through to the divine position realm. It must be said that Chen was indeed a madman. Would any other dare to withstand the onslaught of divine thunder? Would they risk using divine thunder to refine their bodies? The answer was undoubtedly negative. With the chaotic enlightenment technique circulating within him, Chen's chaotic golden body took a step forward, beginning to voraciously devour the divine thunder. As he consumed the divine thunder, it transformed into power coursing throughout his body. And under the influence of the chaotic enlightenment technique, the force of the divine thunder violently surged through him. The powerful divine thunder struck Chen relentlessly. His face was alight with excitement, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet he chose to ignore it. Chapter 601. The spear light shatters the illusion. Under the operation of the chaotic enlightenment technique, Chen disregarded the onslaught of divine thunder, ravenously consuming each bolt. Even if they had managed to eradicate the 108 Buddhas, they would never have imagined such an outcome. Pooling their final obsessions, they had painstakingly summoned the divine thunder, only to assist Chen in transcending his own limits. If all the Buddhas were to learn of this, they would surely rest uneasily. With a long howl directed towards the heavens, his voice reverberated, breaking through layers of thunderclouds as it soared into the 9 heavens. As the chaotic golden body devoured voraciously, undergoing the refinement and fusion of the chaotic enlightenment technique, he seamlessly broke through his own limits, advancing from the first level of the Calamity God realm to the second level of the Calamity God realm, third level of the Calamity God realm, fourth level of the Calamity God realm, fifth level of the Calamity God realm, devouring divine thunder and refining it with the chaotic golden body. Chen's speed of assimilation grew increasingly swift. Amidst such frenzied consumption and refinement, he had just broken through to the 5th level of the Calamity God realm when he effortlessly shattered his bottleneck, successfully advancing to the 6th level. 6th level of the Calamity God realm, 7th level of the Calamity God realm, 8th level of the Calamity God realm, Ninth level of the Calamity God Realm. Pinnacle of the Calamity God Realm. As his cultivation successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Calamity God Realm, Su Chen was filled with exhilaration. For at the pinnacle of the Calamity God Realm, he stood at the apex of the 6 realms of divine beings. Just a step away from the realm of divine position. The final step. In truth, Su Chen understood that within the divine realm, the Calamity God Realm merely grazed the threshold of martial arts. It was the divine position realm warriors who truly stepped through the gates of martial arts. Now, he was merely a step away from crossing that threshold. A mere Calamity God warrior dares to challenge us monks? Today, I shall shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces, even if you can devour divine thunder and refine your body with it. I shall see if you can endure the heavenly and earthly Buddha-killing formation. At that moment, phantoms of the Buddhas materialized and gathered around, beginning to form the heavenly and earthly Buddha-killing formation. Absolutely not real. It must be an illusion. The phantoms conjured by the Buddha's lingering obsessions were, of course, well within Su Chen's understanding. The final vestiges of the 108 Buddhas had long since dissipated. Thus, the ethereal images of the Buddhas that now emerged were undoubtedly mere illusions. As the god-slaying spear manifested in his hand, a cold smile graced Su Chen's lips. The persistence of the Buddha's obsessions was truly remarkable. The god-slaying spear was undeniably the nemesis of both the primordial spirit and its obsessions. With unwavering confidence, Su Chen believed that he could utterly obliterate the Buddha's lingering thoughts using the spear. The domineering spear light surged forth, imbued with the essence of the god-slaying. Striking out like an octopus, the fierce beams of the spear wildly expanded in all directions, ruthlessly bombarding the surrounding Buddha's phantasms. The relentless spear light shattered one illusion after another. And as these spectral Buddhas vanished, the thunderous roars ceased, the storm clouds dissipated, and the vast expanse of the heavens returned to tranquility. In utter disbelief, Su Chen had never anticipated that in his quest to eradicate the Buddha's obsessions, the divine thunder would also vanish without a trace. He had originally contemplated harnessing the divine thunder to ascend to the divine realm, but now, there was no opportunity whatsoever. The inability to breach the divine realm felt profoundly frustrating. Had he known the divine thunder would disappear, he would have refrained from destroying the illusions. The god-slaying spear was indeed excessively domineering. In a mere instant, it had annihilated all the Buddha's illusions. Stretching languidly, Su Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Thanks to the divine thunder's tempering, his cultivation had successfully advanced to the pinnacle of the Calamity God Realm. He resolved to seek an opportunity to strive for the divine realm. Chapter 602. Let us see who falls first. Day turned to night, and Su Chen found himself unable to escape, his countenance grave as he surveyed the dense forest surrounding him. It appeared he had been ensnared by an illusion. Once again, it was a mere illusion. Previously, he had wielded the god-slaying spear to forcibly attempt to shatter the illusion, yet he had failed, leaving him profoundly astonished. For the god-slaying spear was indeed the bane of illusions and primordial spirits. The obsessions manifested by the 108 Buddhas had succumbed effortlessly to the spear's sweep, yet he was now unable to penetrate this particular illusion. The chaos golden body emerged behind him, enveloping him entirely. Su Chen remained exceedingly cautious, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Something was amiss. There was a hidden agenda at play. Trusting his instincts, he sensed that he was right. The aura of reincarnation. The reincarnation disc appeared in his hand, and waves of reincarnation energy coalesced around him, forming a bridge of reincarnation. Since ascending to the divine realm, he had not practiced the reincarnation bridge in quite some time. He needed to find an opportunity to further cultivate it. A total of 66,666 bridges of reincarnation continuously materialized, blanketing the entire space. With a thunderous roar, under the coverage of the reincarnation bridge, the intangible illusions around him began to collapse. Bones. Gazing upon the skeletons before him, Su Chen felt a deep sense of frustration. Yet again, he was confronted with bones. The forest he had entered alongside the chubby boy was exceedingly bizarre. First, 108 Buddha skeletons and demonic infants, and now, more bones. A peculiar vortex of corpse energy formed around the skeletons, exuding an aura that belonged to the domain of the Divine Emperor. Among the warriors of the Divine Realm, those who broke through to the Divine Emperor stage could create their own Divine Emperor domain. Divine Emperor skeletons. Could it be that the illusion he had just shattered was meant to suppress these bones? The vortex of corpse energy surrounding the skeletons began to fracture, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished from sight, including the domain itself. Thank you for breaking the illusion seal. The skeleton suddenly opened its eyes, its emerald gaze sending chills down one's spine. For a whole million years, I have been sealed here. Today, the seal has been broken, and I am grateful to you. However, I require a small favor. What favor? Having been suppressed for 1,000,000 years, I need a body. You appear quite suitable, if you grant me your body. I can promise to confine your primordial spirit here for 10,000 years, allowing you to leave. I trust you won't refuse such a small favor." Su Chen felt no surprise, nor did he harbor any anger. It was as if the words spoken were not directed at him. With a cold snort, he retorted, "A wretched being remains a wretched being, even after being suppressed for 1,000,000 years. I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, your primordial spirit will be utterly annihilated." Such words were brazen, audacious, and excessively domineering. The skeleton, astonished by the youth's audacity, seemed taken aback, as if it had not expected such insolence in its presence. Indeed, it was a divine emperor warrior. Even if its true form were to be destroyed, and its primordial spirit suppressed for 1,000,000 years, subduing a warrior at the divine human level, regardless of their peak calamity god realm, was a trivial matter. The laughter faded. It was evident that upon hearing Su Chen's audacious proclamation, the skeleton was swiftly engulfed by fury, its cold voice echoing as if it emanated from the depths of an endless abyss. "A mere calamity god dares to be arrogant before me. Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Before Su Chen could respond, the skeleton continued, "Originally, I intended only to suppress you for 10,000 years, but given your utter lack of awareness, I shall annihilate your primordial spirit completely, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation." The skeleton brimmed with confidence, having dismissed the youth entirely. Yet, Su Chen remained indifferent. Had the skeleton been in its prime, even at the divine emperor stage, his current cultivation would certainly not suffice to contend with it. This was an undeniable truth. Even with an array of treasures and lethal techniques at his disposal, he could not bridge the gap in realms. However, the situation had drastically changed. The skeleton now existed merely as a remnant soul, and with the assistance of the 3 divine domains, coupled with the god-slaying spear in his grasp, Su Chen believed he could indeed hold his ground. The god-slaying spear was the nemesis of primordial spirits, possessing the power to slay them. Moreover, the skeleton had been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, its remnant soul could only maintain a fraction of its original strength, perhaps a fifth, or even an eighth. If the opponent were a divine war god, Su Chen might have felt trepidation. But a divine emperor could only be described in 2 words: cough. Cough. "Boy, you speak too much. You merely wish to seize my body. Let us battle now and see whether it is you who dies, or I." "What?" The skeleton was momentarily taken aback. The audacity displayed by the other was unexpected. Was this the arrogance one would expect from a divine human? Chapter 603. To ignore or not to ignore. The situation had reached such a point. The skeleton would certainly not choose to retreat, having been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. It urgently needed to devour the body of its opponent to restore its peak strength. Suddenly, the skeleton let out a chilling laugh. It had conceived a possibility that the other was feigning such bravado to mask an inner dread. A mere calamity god warrior was nothing more than an ant in its presence. Buzz. A remarkable domain surged forth, enveloping all surrounding space, ensnaring even Su Chen within its grasp. The skeletal figure harbored absolute confidence, believing that within his divine emperor domain, no warrior of the divine realm could muster even a chance to resist. Waves of tyrannical and terrifying energy cascaded relentlessly towards Su Chen, intent on overwhelming him. In stark contrast, Su Chen exhibited no semblance of fear or retreat. Instead, he grasped the god-slaying spear firmly in his hand. The realms of slaughter, annihilation, and gravity erupted simultaneously, coalescing into a vast vortex that began to counteract the divine emperor domain unleashed by the skeletal figure. Impossible. How could this be? Why do you possess a domain? A voice filled with dread erupted from the skeletal figure, his prior confidence evaporating in an instant. He could hardly fathom that a mere calamity-level warrior could manifest a domain. With a cold sneer, Su Chen retorted, "You have no opportunity for regret now." His icy tone was laced with an unassailable killing intent as he thrust the god-slaying spear forcefully towards the skeletal figure before him. The god-slaying spear, a nemesis to the primordial spirit. To ensure absolute success, Su Chen activated his heavy pupils, unleashing a wave of sinister energy from the depths of hell that engulfed the skeletal figure. The skeletal figure was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how a calamity-level warrior could possess such formidable strength, completely shattering his lofty arrogance. Feeling the oppressive domains closing in, he realized his own domain was being restricted, plunging him into a state of panic. Yet, even in such straits, the skeletal figure prepared to fight back. With the 3 domains combined and his heavy pupils activated, Su Chen felt confident that he could obliterate the skeletal figure without fail. The onslaught was unstoppable. The spear rays struck the skeletal figure with ferocious intensity, each collision causing fissures to appear within the surrounding domains. A tempest of fear surged within the skeletal figure, prompting thoughts of retreat. He could no longer bear the thought of continuing the fight. In the face of death, pride was but a fleeting concern. He had prepared for a millennium of suppression and would not allow his primordial spirit to be annihilated. Regardless of belief, the reality was evident. To continue would mean certain defeat, a notion he could not accept. Thinking of fleeing? Chen observed the skeletal figure attempting to escape, a cold smile spreading across his face. It seemed his suspicions were well-founded. The Divine Emperor, suppressed for 1,000,000 years, could only muster a fraction of his primordial spirit's strength, presenting a prime opportunity for Chen. I was merely jesting earlier. You assisted me in breaking the illusionary seal. Why would I wish to seize your body? If you are willing to relinquish it, I can promise to aid you 3 times in the future. What say you? After being suppressed for centuries, the thought of having his primordial spirit slaughtered was utterly unacceptable. Regret washed over him. Had he known his opponent was this formidable, he would never have acted. Now, it was too late for remorse. He chose to ignore Chen entirely. Chen remained undeterred by the chaos around him. He was resolute in one principle. To provoke him meant death. This was his unwavering boundary. No matter who crossed it, he would not show mercy. He adhered to his own code. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they do, I shall repay them tenfold. Wasting no time, Chen sought a swift resolution. The heavy pupils, combined with the 3 domains, enveloped the surroundings, sealing all avenues of escape. The skeletal figure found himself utterly trapped. His released domains prepared to shatter forcefully. Panic set in. Boy, if you dare strike again, I will take you down with me. Ignored. Boy, I possess a secret. If you spare me, I will divulge it. Still ignored. Boy, are you deaf? Believe me, I will tear you apart. Once more, he was ignored. No matter the skeletal figure's threats or pleas for mercy, Chen remained resolute in his indifference. The more the battle escalated, the greater the fear, regret, and fury within the skeletal figure grew. Yet he found himself powerless to change his fate. Boom! As the forceful spear rays pierced the skeletal figure, a scream echoed as his primordial spirit shattered completely. Chapter 604, the Chen clan. Successfully slaying the skeletal figure. Chen was taken aback when the primordial spirit within suddenly tore through the fabric of space and vanished, displaying a mastery of temporal power. Astonished, he pursued without hesitation, stepping forth to chase after the disappearing spirit. Few individuals possess control over temporal power, and even Chen had only grasped the concept of a temporal cage. Had he known the skeletal figure's spirit would wield such power, he would have deployed the temporal cage from the outset to ensure a definitive capture. A miscalculation. Indeed a blunder. Yet Chen's speed was remarkable. He refused to believe he could not catch up to the primordial spirit. Boy, the green hills remain ever so. And I shall settle this debt with you. The threat lingered. Even now, the skeletal figure sought to intimidate him. Chen scoffed, repeatedly casting the temporal cage, intent on first binding the spirit before obliterating it entirely. His speed was commendable. However, after 2 failed attempts to successfully ensnare the spirit, Chen found himself somewhat surprised, not anticipating such swiftness from the primordial spirit. The Chen clan, an ancient lineage, resided atop the Tianshu Peak. As a time-honored clan, the Chen clan was fortified by the presence of a divine emperor, with numerous affiliated sects under its banner. Due to a particular and long-standing enmity, the Chen clan was embroiled in conflict with another ancient clan, escalating to a fervent intensity, leading to 99% of its warriors charging into battle against the rival clan, determined to eradicate the threat once and for all. Even in the absence of a divine emperor, who would dare provoke them? Who would challenge them? The might of the Chen clan was undeniable, casting a long shadow of intimidation over all. This time, should the Chen clan succeed in annihilating the Tan clan, their power and influence would ascend to even greater heights. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. The clan leader and esteemed elders had been absent for many days, and their return remained uncertain. Had they encountered unforeseen circumstances? Bah! What unforeseen circumstances could there be? The Tan clan is under siege by the beast races, suffering significant losses. For the Chen clan, this is an unparalleled opportunity. I am confident the clan leader will lead us to obliterate the Tan clan. It was not only the disciples guarding the gates who speculated. Even the other disciples were abuzz with discussions, eagerly anticipating the Chen clan's triumph over the Tan clan to bolster their strength and standing. At that moment, a rift appeared in the space, and enveloped by the aura of time and space, a primordial spirit swiftly approached Tianshu Peak, resembling a streak of lightning. Look, what is that? A primordial spirit? And there are warriors in pursuit. An icy killing intent surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire Tianshu Peak. Anyone caught in this aura trembled in fear. gazing in terror at the warriors pursuing the primordial spirit, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. I am Qianxiu. Quickly, block this person. Qianxiu? Qianxiu? Who is Qianxiu? Could it be the long-lost son of the clan leader, Qianxiu? Upon hearing the name Qianxiu, the entire Tianshu Peak erupted in a flurry of speculation regarding his identity. Many were quick to surmise who he might be. 1,000,000 years ago, the newly appointed patriarch of the clan had suffered the sudden disappearance of his most cherished son, who had been lost to the annals of time, leaving no trace. Little did they expect that the soul would return, only to be pursued by warriors. The audacity of those who dared to hunt the patriarch's son was truly astonishing. Fool! You are but a simpleton to chase after me. This is the ancient clan of the Qin, my lineage. Should you dare to set foot here, I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces, condemning you to eternal damnation. Prepare to descend into hell. The enraged soul nearly succumbed to his fury. Yet he successfully escaped back to the ancient clan, feeling a profound sense of relief. He deeply regretted his impulsive departure from the clan, which had led to his downfall and suppression, but there was no opportunity for remorse now. Regardless, the soul had finally returned to the ancient clan, and despite the grievous wounds he had suffered, he believed that with the clan's formidable strength, aiding his recovery would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Submit, or face annihilation. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Su Chen, in pursuit, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. He had indeed underestimated the soul. Not only had it mastered the powers of time and space, but it also harnessed a certain essence that propelled its speed to unimaginable heights. Even with all his might, he could not catch up to the soul, nor could he ensnare it within the time-space confines he wielded. Clearly, the soul's strength at its peak was formidable. Given his understanding of the unique and formidable nature of time-space powers, it was evident that he had to eradicate the threat entirely. If this individual were to be reborn, even if he wished to relinquish his pursuit, he knew the adversary would not rest easily. Chapter 605, Sword Qi Slaughter Across Thousands of Miles. Qin Zhu was engulfed in fury. As a dignified deity, even in a diminished state, he should not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Unable to subdue a mere ascending god while being hunted, his dignity was utterly tarnished. Yet, he found himself with no recourse. If he did not return to the ancient clan, regardless of belief, survival was impossible. Being pursued back to the clan would be a disgrace beyond measure. The patriarch's son has returned. The ancient clan erupted in chaos, with individuals hastily appearing. Though due to the affairs concerning the Ten clan, the patriarch and elders were absent. Su Chen, standing aloof in the void, cast a cold gaze upon the ancient clan. The Qin clan? He knew little of their true strength. But one thing was certain. He must eliminate the soul and root out the threat. 2 divine emperors and dozens of divine kings emerged. All other warriors above the divine emperor level had been taken by the patriarch to obliterate the Tan clan. This is the Qin clan. Halt your advance. Dare to take another step, and you shall die? Regardless of whether the soul truly was Qin Zhu, the matter would have to await the patriarch's return for resolution. Their immediate task was to suppress this individual. Should the soul indeed be Qin Zhu, any misstep would be inexcusable when reporting back to the patriarch. Better to mistakenly slay than to let slip an enemy. Figures swiftly surrounded Su Chen, their expressions dismissive as they sensed the aura emanating from him. Merely an ascending god. They scoffed. Though the Qin clan's mightiest had departed to face the Tan clan, even a single divine emperor or divine king could easily subdue an ascending god. The chasm between their strengths was vast, an insurmountable divide. Those who oppose me shall perish. There was no room for idle chatter. This was the stronghold of the soul. To slay it here would undoubtedly provoke the Qin clan. Since they would not acquiesce, a bloodbath was inevitable. After all, his aim was to eliminate the soul, marking him as an adversary of the Qin clan, not a friend. Su Chen remained resolute. While others might tremble before the Qin clan, he feared no one, not even the divine emperor. Buzz, 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 buzz. The Zhujian sword, the Lushian sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Zhujian sword erupted with magnificent sword intent, suffused with a chilling murderous aura, sweeping forth and enveloping the entirety of Tianshu Peak. A dense torrent of sword qi surged forth, mercilessly decimating the Qin clan's warriors without restraint, as the 4 swords acted like relentless harvesters, reaping lives indiscriminately. You dare to slay my kin? Kill him. The soul roared in fury, utterly astonished by the audacity of this individual, who had the gall to wreak havoc within his clan, showing no regard for the Qin's might. Dozens of divine kings and the 2 divine emperors were incensed, immediately launching a fierce assault against the youth, for anyone daring to rebel within the Qin clan deserved annihilation. You seek death. To act so brazenly in my Qin clan, I shall eradicate you. At that moment, 3 formidable domains emerged, the domain of slaughter, the domain of carnage, and the domain of gravity, overlapping and enveloping the area. The faces of the two divine emperors shifted dramatically, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, grappling with the impossibility of what was unfolding before them. A domain? This is a domain? A divine emperor's domain? Impossible. How could an ascending god possess a divine emperor's domain? This is sheer nonsense. Upon hearing the words divine emperor's domain, all present were rendered speechless, fully aware of what such a domain entailed. Only a divine emperor could manifest such a domain. It was inconceivable for an ascending god to possess it. This had never occurred before. A false domain. The two divine emperors quickly deduced that the opponent had not reached the divine emperor level, and thus could not form a genuine divine emperor's domain. The only explanation was that the domain was a mere imitation. Realizing this, they charged towards the youth once more, skillfully evading the sword chi. Yet, astonishingly, beneath the layers of the three domains, even divine monarchs could not withstand the onslaught, swiftly being cleaved apart by the sword chi, blood staining the ground and saturating the air with a nauseating metallic scent. The fierce and domineering sword chi sent the Chen clan's members reeling, their faces as pale as parchment. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never had they encountered such brazen audacity. Not only did this individual unleash a massacre within the Chen clan, but he also demonstrated an overwhelming prowess, the four divine swords radiating unmatched power. Their sword chi slicing through the Chen clan with impunity, leaving no one capable of resisting. One divine king was even obliterated by the sword chi. In this moment, all stood frozen in terror. If this individual's sword chi could slay a divine king, it meant that apart from the two divine emperors, none present could rival him. The treasures in his possession were simply too monstrous, instilling a fear that kept them at bay. The two divine emperors were equally astonished, no longer daring to underestimate the situation. Their previous dismissiveness vanished as they resolved to unleash their full might to encircle and eradicate this formidable foe. The ancient clan has already suffered the loss of over 100 members. If this continues, even if they manage to suppress this individual, the clan will endure heavy losses, leaving them unable to account for it to the clan leader and others. The tyrannical sword energy surged in all directions, and under the overlapping influence of the three great domains, no one could withstand the annihilation wrought by the sword chi. Brash youth, if you possess the ability to fight us, why do you hide like a coward? You merely bully the weak, nothing more than a coward. The intentions of the two divine emperors were clear. They sought to incite the opponent, compelling him to engage them directly rather than evade and slaughter others. Without the coverage of the domains, their speed would have made it impossible for the opponent to escape. But now, the circumstances had changed entirely. Their speed had significantly diminished under the domain's influence, while they also had to dodge the lethal sword chi. Continuing in this manner was clearly not a viable strategy. Thus, the two divine emperors aimed to provoke the individual, hoping to subdue him swiftly and minimize the ancient clan's losses, ensuring that at the very least, they could report back to the clan leader. Since you wish to battle me, I shall oblige you. I hope you do not come to regret this. Chapter 606, Annihilation. A battle? Upon hearing these words, the two divine emperors felt a surge of elation. This was the result they desired. Fearing only that the opponent would not dare confront them. Under the overlapping domains, their offensive capabilities were evidently hindered, and they exerted themselves to the fullest, attacking from both sides. However, as the battle escalated, the expressions of the two divine emperors grew increasingly grim, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had initially believed that their opponent feared engaging them directly. However, it became clear that this was not the case. Regardless of their willingness to believe, the truth was evident. The opponent's strength vastly exceeded their comprehension. Should the battle persist, defeat was inevitable, and they would not only lose face, but likely their very lives as well. Boom, boom, boom. The Pangu axe in Su Chun's hand struck furiously at the two divine emperors. Meanwhile, the four swords of immortality unleashed a deluge of sword chi, enveloping the entire Tianshu Peak and relentlessly claiming the lives of the Chen clan warriors one by one. Who are you? Do you truly wish to annihilate the Chen ancient clan? They watched helplessly as their kin were slaughtered. The two divine emperors were thoroughly panicked. To claim they were unafraid would be a lie. Qin Zhu was also somewhat flustered, unwilling to remain any longer, and immediately retreated into the clan's forbidden ground. Indifferent to the fates of those outside, his only concern was his own survival. No responses, no cessation, only the relentless strikes of the Pangu axe, its overwhelming light wreaking havoc upon the two divine emperors. Pressing forward, Su Chun snorted coldly, having successfully broken through to the peak of the Tribulation God realm. He could eliminate even divine emperors without hesitation. Such feats of surpassing strength were beyond the capability of others. Crack, boom. accompanied by two anguished cries that echoed through the void. The two divine emperors were slaughtered by the overwhelming axe light, their bodies cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth. With a cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, he locked onto the existence of the primordial spirit. Where is it? Where could it possibly be? Su Chen felt astonished, seemingly unable to fathom how the opponent could disappear so completely, evading even his senses. The remaining disciples of the Qin clan were dumbfounded, scattering in all directions. However, given the circumstances, Su Chen would leave no potential threats behind. He began to summon the four swords of immortality, continuing his ruthless slaughter. The sword chi sealed off all escape routes, impervious even to divine emperors and divine kings, let alone others. There was no room for thought on such matters. Rumbling. No one could have anticipated that someone would not only dare to approach the Qin ancient clan, but also to massacre its warriors. Such audacity. Yet, the individual had the capability to be so brazen. Not a single member of the Qin ancient clan stood as a match for him. Most crucially, the clan leader and the elders were absent, rendering the Qin clan unable to mount any resistance against this formidable threat. After a full half-hour, the Qin ancient clan had been decimated, leaving no survivors. Only the primordial spirit remained elusive. Su Chen had dug deep, even calling upon his companion, Little Fatty, to assist. Yet they were still unable to pinpoint the spirit's location. Based on his deductions, it seemed likely that the primordial spirit had taken refuge within the secret realm of the Qin ancient clan. Without lingering further, he recognized that if he could not locate it now, it was unlikely he would be able to do so in the future. Remaining would serve little purpose. The desire to eliminate this individual was not urgent. Most importantly, based on Su Chen's surmise, the Qin ancient clan that backed the primordial spirit could not possibly be so feeble. They merely had a divine emperor stationed, suggesting that he had merely seized an opportunity. After Su Chen departed, night fell. The Qin ancient clan, having successfully annihilated the Tan clan, returned. Yet their initial excitement was overshadowed by the sight of their own clan slaughtered, their faces etched with fury. Those who had left the clan numbered in the hundreds, comprising the pinnacle and backbone of the Qin ancient clan, including the clan leader. Qin Yu, the clan leader of the Qin ancient clan, gazed darkly at Tianshu Peak. Strewn with corpses, the blood pooling into rivers across the mountain. Who can tell me what transpired here? Silence. No one dared to speak, each person appearing bewildered. Could it have been a ploy by the Tan clan? That seemed implausible, for they had been thoroughly obliterated and could hardly return to annihilate the Qin ancient clan. As for other enemies of the Qin ancient clan, they were not entirely ruled out, but the likelihood was slim. Father, gazing at the suddenly appeared primordial spirit, Qin Yu first froze, remaining in a daze for several seconds before asking with a trembling voice, "Is that you, Qinju?" Qinju? At the mention of the name, everyone was utterly stunned, for each person knew who Qinju was. A million years prior, he had suddenly vanished from the clan, leaving no trace for a millennium. And now he appeared here, reduced to a remnant of his former self. Could this incident be connected to Qinju? Where have you been? Qinju did not conceal anything. He recounted the events that had transpired in their entirety. A tribulation god warrior? A youth relying on treasures? The furious Qin Yu clenched his fists tightly. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to slaughter the Qin ancient clan would pay the corresponding price. Chapter 607, Enhanced AK-40. As night enveloped the sky, Su Chen sat beneath a great tree, quietly cultivating, hoping to surpass his limits and ascend to the so-called divine position realm. He was but a step away. Ding. The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has ended. Random instant kill commencing now. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. He abruptly opened his eyes, astonished, not having anticipated that the system would initiate an instant kill at this time. Judging by previous patterns, such events typically occurred during the day. It seemed the system had changed its tune. Su Chen was filled with anticipation, curious as to what delightful item he might acquire this time. Item: Enhanced AK-40. The number represents death. Price: 1 divine crystal. Product introduction: Enhanced AK-40. Crafted from special materials, capable of infinite ammunition as long as power is concentrated into bullets, is a superior version of the AK-40. Time limit: 1 minute purchase. Upon hearing the item available for a flash sale, Su Chen was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the system would offer him an enhanced version of the AK-40. Previously, he had already secured an AK-40, which, with the assistance of the extermination bullet, could sweep through any warrior within 3 realms, and could also perform area attacks, a truly formidable treasure. Without hesitation, he took out a divine crystal to initiate the purchase. As the crystal vanished, he found himself holding another AK-40, nearly indistinguishable from the one he had previously obtained. The system had provided him with 2 virtually identical items, Even if this new AK-40 was an enhanced version, did that not render his prior acquisition a waste? He felt a twinge of frustration. After all, the flash sale occurred only once every 7 days. Losing out once was significant. Little did he know, the enhanced AK-40 was far superior to the one he had previously acquired. Why had he not simply purchased the enhanced version initially, instead of going through this convoluted process? Host, please combine the enhanced AK-40 with the previously obtained AK-40. The extermination bullet's capability will escalate from sweeping 3 realms to sweeping 5 realms. Oh. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by elation. He understood well the implications of sweeping 3 realms versus sweeping 5 realms. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the AK-40 from his spatial pouch. Just as the system had indicated, the 2 AK-40s could indeed merge seamlessly. At the moment of fusion, Su Chen could sense the elevation in the level of the extermination bullets within the AK-40, given his current cultivation level. Utilizing the AK-40 could allow him to sweep through 3 realms, which included any warrior below the Divine King. Now, with the fusion of the enhanced AK-40, he had advanced to sweeping 5 realms. This meant that he now possessed an AK-40 capable of sweeping through divine sovereigns and warriors beneath that rank. The mere thought exhilarated him. Rising, he stretched luxuriously, and in an instant, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. Approximately half an hour later, a delightful aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Su Chen brandished a small knife, slicing a piece from the roast and placing it in his mouth. The meat of the demon beast he had hunted, a moonlit sky wolf, was exquisite, perfectly cooked, and required no seasoning due to the high quality of the ingredients. Not far away, a voice called out, "Miss, are you gravely injured?" Tong Tong's beautiful visage was somewhat pale. Her primordial spirit had suffered severe damage, making each step laborious. With a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, we must quickly return to Xianxian City. Chapter 608. You give me 2 broken calamity fruits, and I will help you deal with them. Tong Tong's complexion grew increasingly ashen. From a once formidable group of hundreds, only a handful remained. As a divine master, her injuries were dire, and the most critical aspect was the damage to her primordial spirit. Recovery within a short time frame was nearly impossible. Miss, could this matter be related to other families in Xianxian City? Tong Tong pondered before responding. It remains unclear. But the matter of the broken calamity fruits is known only to us. How could it possibly leak? This was something Tong Tong simply could not fathom. She had led over 100 individuals from her family in search of divine herbs, given that the Tong family was renowned for their mastery in alchemy. Yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate had led them to discover the broken calamity fruits. The broken calamity fruit, when consumed, could elevate any warrior of the calamity god realm by 1 level, including peak calamity gods, and each warrior could only consume 1 in their lifetime. When refined into broken calamity pills, the efficacy was even greater, potentially allowing for a 2 to 3 level increase. Truly a miraculous fruit, rare and precious. This time, Tong Tong had obtained dozens of broken calamity fruits. Logically, such news should never have circulated, as only her subordinates were privy to it. Yet, the information had ultimately leaked, indicating the presence of an insider. Among the remaining individuals, it was still uncertain who the traitor was. Tong Tong had resolved that upon returning to her family, she would undoubtedly root out the infiltrator, lest future troubles ensue. Tong Tong, hailing from the Tong family of Xianxian City, was strikingly beautiful with an air of aloofness. Regarded as the goddess among countless young talents in the city. Miss, there are people. Tong Tong nodded, having noticed a group roasting meat not far away. The savory aroma wafting through the air. Miss, could it be that group? Probably not. Let us go take a look. Su Chen, engrossed in his meat, remained seated, continuing to savor the grilled delicacies in his hand. At that moment, shadowy figures began to flit about under the veil of night, over 100 in number, with at least 5 exuding the aura of divine masters. Miss, they are pursuing us. Nodding, Tong Tong's pale face was etched with fury. She could almost assert that her whereabouts had been continuously betrayed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to track her no matter where she went. Shadows surrounded them, sealing off all avenues of escape. Who are you? Do you understand the might of the Tong family? Heh, the Tong family? What can the Tong family do? They are powerless to save you now. If you hand over the broken calamity fruits and serve us well, perhaps we will leave your corpse intact. You, just as Tong Tong began to utter a word, a middle-aged man beside her suddenly struck towards her. Uffed. Tong Tong, heavily wounded, nearly collapsed but managed to steady herself, watching as the man fled, seemingly having guessed the truth. So you are the traitor. Qin San, a peak calamity god, was one of the overseers within the Tong family and the strongest among those who had followed Tong Tong on this expedition. Now, Qin San wore a new facade, grinning as he spoke. Miss, Do not blame me for this. Within the Tong family, my path to breaking into the divine realm is uncertain. The broken calamity fruits you possess could never be shared with me, even if they were refined into pills. Qin San was correct. Tong Tong did not refute him. After all, as merely an overseer, how could he be allocated a broken calamity pill? Seeing Tong Tong remain silent, Qin San continued with a smirk. Miss, I have not spoken incorrectly, have I? So I took the initiative to claim what is rightfully mine. Is that unreasonable? Your belongings? Qin San, how dare you? Those broken calamity fruits are my acquisition. Why should they belong to you? The broken calamity fruits could enable any calamity god warrior to transcend a level. If he could consume one, he would ascend from peak calamity god to divine realm, and his companions could each receive one as well, a highly advantageous arrangement. Meanwhile, while indulging in the roasted meat, Su Chen displayed no discernible reaction to the mention of the broken calamity fruits. The contention for the divine herb within the celestial realm is indeed a commonplace occurrence, a matter of little concern to those uninvolved, save for the rare encounter with extraordinary treasures that might prompt intervention. However, upon hearing about the breakthrough fruit, which possesses the remarkable ability to aid any calamity deity warrior in transcending a level, Su Chen felt a stirring of desire. Other items may not hold much allure for him. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the calamity deity realm, standing merely a step away from the divine position realm, the threshold to attaining true divinity. This final ascent, even with his prodigious talents and the assistance of a system, cannot be achieved instantaneously, for the path of a warrior still demands time for profound cultivation. If the breakthrough fruit could indeed facilitate his transcendence to the divine position realm, it appears he must take action. If you provide me with 2 breakthrough fruits, I shall ensure their resolution for you. What say you?